fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. The great thing about the Super Bowl, Seth, the leftovers. Yeah. It's like Thanksgiving. There's leftovers for days and days.
It really is. And it's overwhelming when you start realizing, all the things you missed. You're blaming the wrong people. Turns out that Brock Purdy actually had the best game that any quarterback ever played, according to Dan Orlovsky. That's not what Dan Orlovsky said. But there's a lot of leftovers, a lot of stars, a lot of finger pointing by 49ers. You got Brandon Ayuk's girlfriend or wife talking about how they might not be back. You've got
he's a free agent. He might not be back.
Texans fans. This is one I got to tell Texans fans. I feel bad because they're lusting after Juwan Jennings, the receiver. Because why wouldn't you? He's a restricted free agent. Yeah. Restricted free agents very, very, very rarely are yoinked away from their teams because the team has the right to match. So usually it's one of those deals where a lot of teams just don't even bother. Like you just say, all right, well, we're not gonna waste our time going after Juwan Jennings just so the 49ers can match our offer. And if you want to get him, you're gonna have to give up draft pick compensation. So it's probably not gonna happen.
Yeah, that's shopping season, man. Do you think they shop in the Brandon Ayuk aisle, the Texans, at wide receiver?
I don't think so. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Especially in a draft that's loaded with wide receivers. It doesn't make a lot of sense when you already have two main guys to go after another veteran. It's I'd much rather build from youth upwards. And I don't know how they feel about Xavier Hutchinson or John Mechie. Maybe they got to leave room for potentially one of those guys figuring it out. But likely, I think they're going to go with a younger wide receiver in the draft.
Well, and if it's a money thing, there's just as good a chance they pay Nico Collins as paying a free agent, right?
The Texans have 30 free agents, which is the most in the league.
Yeah. The cap
Yeah.
space isn't as much as people think it is with the Texans. I know it's a hard number. You're like, but Sean, it's their third. How can you say it's not as much as you think? They've got a lot of spots to fill. To your point, that's a lot of free agents.
They have a lot of the guys that played really well for them this year were on one-year contracts, like Sheldon Rankins. So you got to replace the Sheldon Rankins. If you replace him with a Chris Jones, then you're spending a lot of money, but you've got that one replaced at least. But it doesn't leave a lot of room for anybody else. With it, to your point, you got to fill in 30 spots. Some of those are going to be rookies, but some of them a good chunk of them are going to have to be free agents.
Yeah, I think they've got room for one big splurge. That's my thing. I think free agency is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. If you want one big splurge, like honestly, this is the time of year I hate. I feel like a Grinch all the time, but I can't help but point out that spending in free agency is usually stupid. Like spending big. The vast majority of guys who get 4 and 5 year contracts don't last 3 years on the team that signs them. The majority of big ticket items end up being vast disappointments. So I get excited if the Texans do make one of those moves, but I don't pretend that like, oh wow, if you're serious, that's the move you make.
Yeah.
Because the best teams in the league generally don't spend a whole lot in free agency.
They don't. I'm kind of in a place where I think both things can be true. Like, I'll get super excited about it, knowing full well that if it's a 5-year deal, we'll get 3 years out of the guy, Right.
Well, but the ones that do work out just work out magnificently. Yeah. So it's buying a lottery ticket.
Yep.
It's you can get excited about a lottery ticket, even though knowing your chances aren't that great.
Biggest leftover from this game seems to be Kyle Shanahan's decision-making in overtime. And not just the decision-making in overtime, but what was revealed yesterday. I first saw it in the article from The Ringer that you sent to me, Seth, about did Kyle Shanahan's decision-making in overtime cost the 49ers the Super Bowl? Man, right after you and I got off the air, I'm packing up my stuff in the studio, and I'm listening to John Lopez make Kyle Shanahan sound like the biggest dummy in the world for taking the ball to start overtime. Like, that's what blew the Super Bowl for the 49ers, unquestionably. You shouldn't sleep at night over this thing. I'm still, as far as the decision goes, and I get it, I'm in the minority, I think. I think in no small part because the Niners lost the game. I think there's a lot of revisionist history going on with this, that because they lost, it's the dumbest thing ever. I would love to know the number of people that were sitting in front of their TV screens when Kyle Shanahan took the ball to start overtime that threw their arms up and said, "This is the dumbest thing ever." I would love to know that.
I mean, there were a lot of people that questioned it.
Of course. But people act like he was making a decision that had a 5% success rate versus a 9%.
Yeah.
Like, these things were all coin flips. And I understand Kyle Shanahan's rationale of wanting to have the first potential sudden death possession in a game where both teams had started to move the football in the fourth quarter. I get that. And you've also pointed out the ancillary benefit of resting his defense, who had just come off an 11 or 12 play drive against the Kansas City Chiefs.
That one, it's funny. I went around and looked around, and actually I think I'm going to call up Cynthia Froyland from the NFL Network today because she's the analytics person that does a lot of the motion tracking stuff. I think this is one of those situations where, like, the athlete's real life experience doesn't necessarily match up with reality. Where it feels like after a super long drive you're just shot as a defense, and yet there's not necessarily a whole lot of evidence for that. So my contention has been, hey, just like Tony Romo said on the broadcast, look, your defense was just out there for a 12-play drive or so. You know, the 49ers only had the ball for a minimal amount of time after the Chiefs' final drive.
Sure.
That they needed a little bit of a break. That's not necessarily backed up by the analytics, which it defies my personal experience, but I'm open to being wrong about that.
Again, my argument is I tend to agree with Kyle Shanahan's math. The rest part of it is a secondary benefit. Let me read this part from the Ringer here that got a lot of traction yesterday. And this, I think, also is affecting people's evaluation of Kyle Shanahan's decision in the moment, is that the two sides, if we're to believe Justin Reed from the Kansas City Chiefs, former Texan, and many 49ers, is that the Chiefs had been ready for this overtime in the Super Bowl since training camp. They'd been talking about it. Here's what it says. Kansas City safety Justin Reed told The Ringer the Chiefs had first discussed the new overtime rules as far back as training camp. Defensive lineman Chris Jones told me players were prepared for what to expect if the Super Bowl went to overtime. Jones said, "We went through this for weeks." Meanwhile, the 49ers did not do the same. Multiple Niners players said after the game they were not aware the OT rules were different in the playoffs than the regular season, and strategy discussions over how to handle the overtime period didn't occur as a team. Eric Armstead, D lineman, said he learned the details of the postseason rules by looking at the Jumbotron during a TV timeout in the stadium. Fullback Kyle
That sounds
Juszczyk,
efficient to me.
Here was fullback Kyle Juszczyk of the 49ers after the game on how much of the overtime rules he was aware of.
You know what? I didn't even realize that the playoff rules were different in overtime, so I assumed you just want the ball because you score a touchdown and win, but I guess that's not the case. So I don't totally know the strategy there.
Okay, I mean, look.
No. No, we haven't talked about it, no.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's the big one. We haven't talked about it. You get a picture painted from various players talking about this, that the Chiefs were very well prepared for it, especially when it comes to the actual Super Bowl situation, where it's a little bit different. The big difference, as Tony Romo explained ad nauseum during the broadcast, was that the time doesn't expire after the first quarter. That, you know, it's the Super Bowl. You keep playing. You go on into a second quarter. I guess the first question I would have is, all right, does it really matter if the players know the situation or not?
That's my question.
You said, all right, well, we're just going to go down and score. I think that it does for a couple reasons. One is just that, like, any level of uncertainty about anything in the game management can kind of, especially if it's a guy, if it's one of the skill players, I think, can maybe weigh down how quickly and how efficiently you function mentally in the moment and how you're thinking about everything. The second part is, I guess, that same point, except it goes triple or quadruple so for the quarterback. Remember Donovan McNabb famously not knowing the overtime rules? That was a pretty extreme example.
While playing for Andy Reid, by the way.
Yeah, that's where Andy Reid learned his lesson. I'm seeing so many parallels between young Kyle Shanahan and young Andy Reid.
Yeah.
I say young Andy Reid. Well, like the first iteration of Andy Reid with the Eagles, where maybe he's destined to have all these very close but not quite getting it, and ultimately he learns his lessons, and there he goes. But Shanahan's now blown double-digit leads 3 times as a coach. Now, one as a coordinator, obviously, but these last 2 times in the Super Bowl, he's done it 3 times as either a coordinator or a coach, and he was very much involved in blowing that lead in the Super Bowl because he just kept passing when they didn't need to. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm honestly kind of flabbergasted that Kyle Shanahan didn't have his guys better prepared for that moment.
I am too, because they're maniacally prepared for everything, it seems like.
And it makes me wonder and question just exactly how prepared Kyle Shanahan himself was for the moment. If you haven't been going through those situational moments in practice, like, okay, he cited analytics, and I cited him citing analytics yesterday. Yeah. He cited analytics as one of the reasons that he decided not to possess the ball with the first possession.
And said they'd talked about it before the Super Bowl, the analytics people. It wasn't like he was calling up to the booth in the moment. But
meanwhile, I mean, between, like, Andy Reid works with their game management strategist. I saw at least 2 anonymous game management people say that they 100% would not want to possess the ball first. I don't know.
Let me ask you this. As a former player, you're going to have a way better opinion on this than I will. So I'm curious, what would have been different about the preparation? Just actually going through, being in the moment, feeling like it's overtime? Or is there anything different? Do you run more 4th down plays in practice? Because you might be.
I think the biggest thing might be I would say on the offensive side of the ball, I think the big thing that matters is knowing that, okay, you're not going to be going for it on 4th down, because there's a matter of, okay, getting back up to the line or like all that other stuff.
Yep.
Defensively, likewise, I think it's just the knowledge that on 3rd down, the team may or may not be going for it on 4th down.
This is what it feels like. You're running situational stuff.
Just being prepared for that, like thinking one snap ahead with the quarterback.
Yep.
I guess that's probably the biggest difference.
That makes sense.
But again, I don't know. It's not. They're not gigantic. It's just the overall preparedness is what jumps out.
Yeah, and I'm not. To be clear, I'm not dying on a hill with Kyle Shanahan that it was the right call. I just don't think it was as dumb a call as people are making it out to be. I think there's an argument to be made in the way that game was playing out that you could feel like, okay, this thing could still be tied at the end of the first, after each of these 2 teams have had the ball. We're each going to go down and score. Now, Kansas City, the other thing that was real quick, Seth, is that Chris Jones said they would have gone for 2 if San Francisco had scored first a touchdown and that Kansas City came down and scored a touchdown. They were ready to go for 2 in that situation.
Without getting too deep into the weeds on this, I think a lot of times the way some people think about it is, okay, what's the total number of scenarios? And only a couple of the scenarios hurt the 49ers, and it's if the Chiefs can go down and score a touchdown second, and then if they go for 2. But there's 2 other scenarios that include the Chiefs not scoring, includes the Chiefs kicking a field goal if the 49ers have already kicked a field goal. So, in the total number of scenarios, our guy Michael yesterday.
Michael Beckman, yeah.
Beckman was very fixated on, I think people kind of get fixated in on really the belief that, well, it's Mahomes, of course he's going to score a touchdown. Right. And they proceed that way, where I think Shanahan just might be more uncomfortable with the uncertainty of the moment.
He'd scored 1 all day, and it was on a 1-play drive after a fumbled punt.
Yeah, and I think that's where the hindsight reasoning comes in, is it's very easy to think, well, of course Mahomes is going to score a touchdown. Mahomes hasn't scored a lot of touchdowns in the playoffs in general.
No.
The field goal kicker scored more points than Mahomes did in the playoffs.
The second half of the Ravens game and the first half of the Super Bowl, he basically went a full game without scoring a touchdown. Yeah. A full game plus without scoring a touchdown if you add those 2 together. All right, we're off and running on a Tuesday. Man, we still got some good stuff left from the Super Bowl. All right, the other big thing with the Super Bowl, the final call. Did Tony Romo step all over the final call of a memorable Super Bowl ending? And we'll touch on what Seth talked about. Losing Super Bowl players stay off of social media the day after the game.
No,
that is next.
Don't ever stay off social media.
For your own good, stay off of it.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'll be honest, the final play, we're going to hear the call on CBS of the final play. Got a lot of run yesterday. Full disclosure, because we've been very critical of Tony Romo on this show, there was nothing going on in the moment where I was like, boy, Romo is ruining this moment right now, because I was so disappointed that the Chiefs and Mahomes won another Super Bowl, because I was rooting for the 49ers in this game.
In the moment, I was very much frustrated with Tony Romo.
Okay, good.
Call. I was really because earlier in the game, Nance had done a really good job on a 4th and short of setting up just how big a moment it was.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, good job, Tony. You sat back and you let Nance really set the stage.
Right.
Good job. So now when the Chiefs were down ready to score on 1st and goal, Tony Romo explained something that could have taken 5 seconds, but he went right up to the snap.
Well, he just real quick to further set this up. The MO is to just, if there's a play that ends the Super Bowl, be quiet for 20 seconds. Yeah. Let it breathe. Maybe drop a tiny comment in there, that kind of thing.
And then it's up to the play-by-play guy.
He's the leader. He's steering the ship. He's in the one chair there. So here is the call on the final play, the Mecole Hardman touchdown to win the Super Bowl.
Can only feel the number of people out there being like, what's going on?
1st and goal. Mahomes flings it. It's there! Hardman! Jackpot! Kansas City!
And this was the Andy Reid special. We talked about he was saving all day.
They're celebrating
He's going to fake a motion to go across. And at that moment, he turns and goes back. Hardman, who they didn't have, right? And they go get Hardman and bring him back. And the game-winning drive of Mahomes' career, he's been waiting for. He's won Super Bowls, but he's never had it in an overtime. He is the best. He is the standard. Your Michael Jordan wins it again.
Okay, so that's, keep in mind, Tony Romo is blathering on and on while this celebration is going on the field. He's describing a play as if there's a telestrator going on. That's the Andy Reid special. They went this way and then that way and then back and forth, and the guys are jumping on each other on the field.
It's one thing I've picked up on that he started to do now that he doesn't try to call plays out, or sometimes he tries to call a play out beforehand and he's wrong a lot of the time. He calls back to earlier moments in the game when he predicted something would happen. Earlier they love coming up when in red zone situations say, Andy Reid's got something special here. So that was.
I don't know how Nance does it, man. I don't know how he does it, but you can hear Ben play the beat. You can hear Tony Romo when Nance is calling the play, literally calling the touchdown pass. You can hear Tony Romo muttering Super Bowl underneath it. Did you hear that? Let's play this one more time.
Just only feel the number of people out there being like, what's going on?
1st and goal. Mahomes flings it. It's there! Hardman!
Super Bowl. Let's shut up. Be quiet. And I'm not even saying just stay silent for the whole 20 seconds. Certainly don't be describing the play when nobody's watching a replay of it while they're celebrating a Super Bowl. I think if Romo just dropped in, this guy's the Michael Jordan of football. Just drop a sentence in. You know what I mean? That's fine. Do that. And then be quiet.
I didn't think there's a thing with Romo. I think there are a lot of people that just, like my wife for some reason, that think Romo's just fine. And she enjoys watching a game where Romo's broadcasting because she feels like he makes it fun. And Brandy's very smart and astute about watching football. She knows her crap. But she doesn't mind Romo's mistakes. The problem is, once you start picking up on them, it's like that. It's that annoying person where anything they say is going to annoy you, and there's nothing they can do. Even if you sit back and rationally think about it, you're like, okay, all that guy asked is whether I wanted breakfast or not. But my God, it annoyed me when he asked if we wanted to go get breakfast. And what's he doing in my bed anyway? So.
That's really annoying.
That was the most annoying part of it.
In my bed. I wasn't expecting you here. So you may be asking, okay, what would a good call sound like? Well, just so happens Chris Fowler, a very accomplished play-by-play guy, and Dan Orlovsky, who I think does a nice job when he's on color for football games, they were calling this game for ESPN Australia and New Zealand on Sunday. Here was their call. Here was their call of the final play.
Clock running inside 10 seconds. They have 2 timeouts. Can they win it right here? Mahomes on the move. Throws. Touchdown!
City wins. Mecole Hardman.
Unbelievable.
He's the best player I've ever seen in my life.
Unbelievable.
Mahomes magic cements his own legacy and his team's legacy. A third Super Bowl victory. He sprinted over to the Chiefs bench.
That's good, Ben. That's good. I thought that was a really good way to do it. Silence might be best, but if you're just going to drop things in, Louis Riddick was on the call too. He was the one going unbelievable.
Who's the? I wonder now. Who is the play-by-play?
Chris Fowler.
I wonder why they have a different crew for ESPN Australia than they're just the three Yanks themselves. It's not. They don't have like an Australian dude on there.
I don't know.
Like, what do they do? I don't know. I get maybe they pull in different like Australian people or something along the way.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
But you need to have an answer for me.
Yeah, like that's the outlet that's providing the game in Australia.
I'm really intrigued by. Okay, what is different about that English language broadcast than the other English language broadcast? Maybe they really hate Tony Romo there in Australia.
I think or CBS. Maybe CBS has the domestic rights to it, and ESPN has the international rights to it.
Oh, because it's ESPN. I see. Okay, that's what it is then.
Yeah. Okay, that's why I was so confused. I would submit that this is a better call than Tony Romo's call on the final play. Here's the Korean call of the final play. Even they're silent. Even the Korean guys who can't help but scream. You can take it down, Ben.
I like the North Korean broadcast is good too, because in that one Kim Jong-un both throws and catches the game-winning touchdown. They do. Our sacred leader. How come Orlovsky couldn't do the Korean broadcast?
I don't know. It seems.
Why the hell are they incurring all these expenses?
Dan, can you do the Korean broadcast? Sure, I guess. I don't know Korean. Well, it's okay. All you need to do is go when they score. Oh my God.
I like the Koreans. Boy, the Korean broadcast might be better than even some of the Spanish language broadcasts when it comes to sheer elation and excitement.
It seems like every broadcast not in English has license to just scream their guts out when a big play happens.
It seems like they have a lot more fun than us.
Yeah,
all right? That's the feeling I've gotten. These guys are feeling the joy of victory.
You know what? Tony Romo's probably maybe getting down to, who knows, maybe kind of getting down to being on double secret probation here with CBS. Who knows? He may just need to start screaming like that after touchdowns just to switch the gimmick up a little bit. Jimmy! I think that's what he needs to
do. Boy, is there anything, man, South Korea is killing it. Better broadcasts.
Yep.
Making phones for John Lopez.
Yep.
They just do everything.
Everything. A good lesson here in maybe staying off social media after a game, the day after a game. This Jonathan Feliciano story. Jonathan Feliciano, offensive lineman for the Niners, who left the game injured, right, Seth? He was
the right guard that left the game injured.
Yep, and he was.
And somebody after the game, one of these 49ers bloggers, a guy with a pretty formidable following on Twitter. Blamed the right guard, the backup, Colton McKivitz, because he blamed the tackle, the right tackle. Blamed the right tackle for that unblocked Chris Jones play, the final play of the game for the 49ers, where Chris Jones just went completely unblocked. Jonathan Feliciano, this blogger said Colton McKivitz has one of the best players in the game, Chris Jones, lined up in front of him, and he decides to give him a free rush to Brock Purdy. Sickening. Yep. So Jonathan Feliciano, the injured right guard who wasn't in the game at the time, said, "I know you know all, so you should know that's not Colton's guy." And then he says a quick chop. So the blogger says, well, how about just a quick chop before he goes out to the right? Which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, if you're starting, offensive linemen don't like freelancers. They're going on their pass protections. Feliciano responded to this quick chop suggestion and said, a quick chop is not needed if the guy that was supposed to block him blocks him. That guy would be Spencer Burford, the right guard who came in to replace Jonathan Feliciano. Spencer Burford yesterday morning tweeted out, yesterday evening, I opened up my app to get this. Get well soon, bro.
To Feliciano.
To
bro,
Feliciano.
You threw me under the bus, man. What the hell?
Feliciano basically said, hey, that wasn't the right tackle's fault. That was the right guard's fault.
My replacement.
The guy who came in for me, But the more drama, too, is that Spencer Burford had been the original starter, got injured then earlier in the season. Then John Feliciano was the starter for the second half of the season. So, Feliciano.
Wow, he took his job, huh?
Yeah,
Feliciano took his job. Okay.
Feliciano, a few hours later, late last night, replied, I'm sorry, bro. I woke up hungover and being a B-word. In trying to have one's back, I hurt you. It's effed up and I apologize. You got nothing but greatness ahead of you. I'm sorry, bro. Where does that fall in our apology meter?
I would say I would say he went a little too far. I'm sorry, bro. Explaining why it happened. I woke up hungover. Being self-deprecating, say he's being a B-word. Yeah. I messed up. I think he's really good for the first 2 or 3 sentences. I think he went over the top when he said, you got nothing but greatness ahead of you. Like, don't patronize me, man. Like, you replaced me and took my job. How great can I be?
That's true.
I
think Feliciano's a free agent, so maybe he figures that. And he replaced him because of injury. Burford was injured with a neck injury.
Yeah, I think people throw the word great around a little too easy. Do we really feel like Spencer Burford has great... Yes. Greatness and dog. Thank you, Seth.
They replace, by definition, 50% of your team can't be dogs.
Yeah.
It has to be a special designation. You can't be calling everybody a dog.
I think he should have left out, you got nothing but greatness ahead of you.
He should have left out. He should have left out, I woke up hungover and being B.
Oh, is he making excuses?
It's an explanation. The old saying, don't ruin an apology with an explanation.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, okay. Ideally, whether you're hungover or not, you don't
shouldn't be doing that.
I guess
shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, stay off.
And he was trying to. The biggest problem is he was trying to win that unwinnable war, which is I was going to explain to angry and upset fans exactly what was supposed to happen there. 49ers fans have been downright. Just they've gone crazy. I can't tell you how many videos I've seen of that play and others where a blitz came completely clean. Brock Purdy has a guy in his face immediately, and they're pointing out that some guy on the other side of the field is wide open. I can't believe Brock Purdy missed this guy. Meanwhile, the guy's open as Brock Purdy is getting careened. It's amazing.
You think the Niners are in the QB market this offseason?
No, I think that if you look at that game, one of the biggest issues was just simply pass protection versus a team that blitzes a lot. That comes down to two people. It comes down to Kyle Shanahan, but it also comes down to Brock Purdy just being a young quarterback. I think over time, and it's one of the hardest things, is for everything that a quarterback has going on, it's when he becomes a pass protection expert that he can really take things to the next level.
Yeah.
And I think in that game, it really was as much about the pass protection schemes. It was the calls as much as it was the actual physical performances. That play that we've been talking about where Chris Jones came completely clean. Yeah, the right guard screwed up, but they were also asking the O-line to do a lot. The center was pulling on that play, which means the left guard should have come down and replaced. Meanwhile, there was a blitz coming on the right side, which meant that the right guard should have had both kind of dual duty. I think they thought the back was going to chip. There was a lot going on in that play that didn't necessarily need to be that way. And I think that ultimately goes down to Shanahan. Yeah. Over time, Brock Purdy gets more involved in it, and maybe they hem that up. But versus that defense, it wasn't going to work out in Brock Purdy's favor that day.
We've still got some Super Bowl leftovers in headlines. Rockets get a win last night against the Knicks in super controversial fashion. We'll have that for you as well in headlines next. Before we get to that, I want to tell you about the Men's Tea Clinic. I love telling you guys about the Men's Tea Clinic.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start out with a few nuggets, leftovers from the Super Bowl. News we got about the Super Bowl from yesterday. We've dug into the Kyle Shanahan decision-making in overtime. I guess the biggest reveal with all this, with Kyle Shanahan choosing to take the ball at the beginning of overtime, a lot of people super critical of that. I guess the big reveal, Seth, is the lack of preparedness that his players had in that situation. A lot of the Niners players reportedly not even knowing what the postseason overtime rules are, where both teams are guaranteed at least one possession. Meanwhile, the Chiefs are at the polar opposite end, where, according to Justin Reed, they'd been talking about it since training camp. They'd been game planning and working overtime scenarios. It paints an awfully rough picture for a head coach who's being criticized for the decision to take the ball independent of how much his players knew about the overtime rules.
Right, yeah. And I guess my knee-jerk reaction is that it should be two separate topics. There's one, okay, was Kyle Shanahan prepared for it? And then two, were the players prepared for it? And does it matter as much that the players weren't prepared for it? I think the image I get in my mind when I think about it is, okay, well, part of being ready for those situations is actually going through it in walkthroughs or in practice situations, the situational football part of it. And that's where I think that even as a coach, even if you've had discussions about it, if you haven't really played it out with your players, are you genuinely prepared for it?
Right.
And I think that the Chiefs were just simply more prepared for it in that moment. And asking, like, okay, how much should it matter if the players are prepared for it or not? I think some of it comes down to, all right, let's say theoretically you let the Chiefs have the ball first. Then in that moment, gosh, when I played it on my mind, I keep thinking about, all right, if the 49ers have the ball first, let's say they score a touchdown, then when they go out on the field, they know, okay, the Chiefs are going to be going for it on fourth down. So it's important in that moment for the players to be aware of it, because, all right, if it's 3rd and 10, it's not the same as normal where, okay, we're just going to try to keep them short of the sticks.
That's right.
You got to be more aggressive than typical on 3rd and 10 if they're in 4-down territory. Yeah. And if you've scored a touchdown, then you know that. So I think that's an argument in favor of taking the ball first. Yeah. But that's if it works out in that scenario. So I just there's just way too many variables on either side, depending on what happens on that first drive, that there's no perfectly right decision.
Yeah, I just can't get with that decision blew the Super Bowl for them. Would he like to do it differently? Yeah, probably, because of the result. Like if he knew now that he was going to lose the Super Bowl, would he have done it differently? Yeah, maybe, because of what the result was. I just don't think it was. I think it was way closer to a coin flip than people are making it out to be.
I think a lot of people that are really angry over it, they know what Pat Mahomes has done, A, in overtime. He's the very reason for this rule to be changed. And B, historically. But, yeah, is Shanahan supposed to look at the entire history of Pat Mahomes, or is he supposed to look at these most recent games and that current game where he hasn't really scored a lot of touchdowns?
Scored one in that game on a 13-yard drive.
Right, yeah. So it's a field goal game. Yeah. And was that his flaw? Did he disrespect or not respect Pat Mahomes enough? Yep. I understand the reasoning behind, we've done a pretty good job limiting these guys to field goals. Let's just plan on that.
Yep. Few other nuggets from the Super Bowl. Andy Reid will be back next year. He's not retiring. He'll be back as the Chiefs head coach. This was the most watched telecast in history, Seth. Not the most watched Super Bowl, the most watched television show in history.
Most watched any kind of television show? The most watched
telecast in history with a total audience delivery of 123.4 million average viewers across all platforms. That would be CBS, Paramount Plus. They had the Nickelodeon broadcast, Univision, CBS Sports, digital properties, and so forth. 123.4 million. It peaked at, it didn't peak. More than 200 million unique viewers watched all or part of the Super Bowl. That's 2/3 of the country.
Damn it. You've got you're reading off the CBS press release.
Yeah.
I had the ESPN article in there which pointed out that, all right, listen, they've changed the way they measure this a little bit too. So
Grinch.
I don't know if what's
Grinch.
That? Yeah. Are the numbers juiced a little bit? I don't know. They've had to change the way the numbers are measured because 10 and 20 years ago, almost nobody was watching it via streaming. Yep. So you've had to change that. I think also because of the streaming, they've been able to get a little bit more of an accurate gauge of how many people at sports bars have been watching.
Yeah.
And I mean, like some of the way they figure out sports bars has there's at least there used to be there's some old-fashioned going around a check to be sure, who's playing the games and if they're paying the royalties on it they're supposed to. But yeah, so it's doing well at least.
Either way,
the streaming's going to keep it more and more accurate the more people stream.
Yeah, the point remains, business is good right now for the NFL. Business is good for sports books too. In Nevada, $185 million just in Nevada alone wagered on the Super Bowl. That's a record. The books made a little over $6 million, so it was a profitable day overall for the books. Would have been even more profitable if the game had not gone to overtime and if the Chiefs had not won, because most of the public was on Chiefs in the over, and that's what it ended up hitting because of overtime. But degenerates unite, man. You're generating a lot of business for the economy right now. $185 million in Nevada alone. Let's get to the Rockets. The Rockets, good win last night. They beat the New York Knicks. Knicks are a good team. They're a playoff team in the Eastern Conference. Rockets controlled most of this game. They were up by 14 at halftime, took a few punches to the face in the third quarter, but were able to extend their lead. Wound up being a close game in the end, and the Rockets get the benefit of a very, very controversial foul call to close out the game. Basically, it ended the game. Aaron Holiday threw up a prayer. Jalen Green was ISOing. The game was tied. He dribbled into the middle of nowhere, and the ball wound up in Aaron Holiday's hand somehow. And Aaron Holiday just, in three-point land, just chucks the ball up a prayer, and Jalen Brunson gets called for a foul.
Yeah, he football passed it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just gunned it with his right arm towards the rim.
He did at the rim. Jalen Brunson gets called for a very ticky-tack foul on a three-point shot. Aaron Holiday makes the first two, misses the third one. Intentionally. Knicks grab the rebound and call timeout. They get the timeout, but then they review the clock the referees do and say, nope, you didn't even get the timeout in time. Game over. Tom Thibodeau, Jalen Brunson, Brunson's old man, Rick Brunson, who's on the staff, they're livid. They're screaming at the referees. The pool report after the game, basically the referees admitted they screwed up on the foul that put Aaron Holiday on the line to go get the winning points in this game.
Yeah, Brunson was flying at him as the ball left Holiday's hand, and they called lower body contact, right? And so they corrected it afterwards. This was if this was a playoff game or something, this would be pandemonium, I think.
It would be.
And it was made more dramatic because you had two situations there where you had to have the clock reviewed as well as that foul. You did have to review the clock. There was a heads-up move to miss the third free throw because what the Rockets expected to happen, what did happen, was they weren't going to have enough time to both rebound the ball and get the timeout in.
They reviewed the play, the Brunson foul, but they didn't review it for it being a foul because Tom Thibodeau was out of challenges. They were reviewing it to see if Holiday released the ball, to see if the contact took place before the buzzer, and it did. And Holiday got to go to the line. So anyways.
That was right. Yeah, the review was for, to show that there was still 0.3 seconds left.
Yes.
As opposed to whether or not there's a foul. Boy, that's got to be a tough one as an official. Put yourself in the official's shoes where you're like, oh, crap. I gotta judge when this foul that didn't occur occurred.
I can see with my own eyes we screwed this up.
Like, wait a second. Yeah, but now, okay, you can't review the foul specifically, but if you can see that the foul didn't occur, then does that not change how you judge whether or not the clock ran down?
Well, maybe it should, but it doesn't.
This is one for Aristotle more so than sports radio hosts in the morning.
Right. Yeah, Seth and I are just going to get back to critiquing Tony Romo.
If a foul never occurs, can the clock have actually stopped that time anyway?
And a tree fell at the same time.
Yeah.
All right, so those are your headlines. By the way, Mike Zimmer will be the DC in Dallas. There was some...
is it true?
We'll get to that later in the show. Yeah, Schefter may have jumped the gun a little bit.
Big day for Shefty.
Yeah. And on Sunday may have jumped the gun, and Rex Ryan literally corrected him on Sunday, like, no, I'm still kind of a candidate for that job. But all's well that ends well. Mike Zimmer ends up getting that job
Who's a better
Dallas.
self-promoter, RG3 or Rex Ryan when it comes to getting back into the league?
Rex Ryan's less annoying, I think, than RG3. RG3 doesn't deserve to be in the league.
Well, he's more valid, I guess, because he is actually being considered for jobs.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we got them. They're out. Where are the Texans standing? Way too early. Power rankings for the upcoming season. Where do the experts see your Houston Texans? Where do they see the other teams in the AFC South? And what exactly did this power ranking say about the Texans a year ago today? How valid is this? We'll talk about it next. I want to tell you first, power ranking, sleep doctors. I'm going to power rank Dr. Ben Salento number 1 all day, every day, because he fixed my sleep about 6 years ago. That was me right there snoring, by the way. That sound, right? That hideous sound where you're like, make it stop. Yeah, but go ahead, Ben, make it stop. There are probably spouses out there thinking about their significant other snoring and going, yeah, that's what my wife or husband sounds like. Well, then make them an appointment with Dr. Ben Salento, and it gets fixed, and you get a great night's sleep. Both of you do. Because it's not just the quality of sleep you're getting. It's not just the quality of sleep your partner is getting. It's the sleep apnea that normally comes with it that can kill you. I mean, literally bad sleep can kill you. It's so bad for your health. Go see Dr. Ben Salento at Texas Sinus and Snoring like I did.
Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I'm a little disappointed in the power rankers out there. I was, the season's over on Sunday, going to all the different outlets. Like, okay, here they come. Seth, you know how I love power rankings. It was Christmas for me. And the only outlet that really accommodated me, the only one that got me a Christmas present, was ESPN.com. Way too early power rankings for next year. So in power ranking the power rankings, as we do 9 o'clock every Tuesday during the season, I power rank one, and it's ESPN.com, and they're number one in my heart and minds because they're the only ones that did one. I was pleasantly surprised with how they are viewing your Houston Texans heading into the year. The power rankings for ESPN have been viewed a little more favorably than the odds makers do. The odds makers have
the odds makers for the Super
middle
Bowl,
of the pack. Yeah.
I guess, you know what, at least part of that, though, too, is kind of, the odds for the Super Bowl also bake in, okay, what's your likelihood of actually winning the Super Bowl? What's your who would you run into in the playoffs? All of that.
Yep.
So
good point.
Maybe they're more consistent. You could be the 9th best team, but only be ranked 13th, whatever. They're in the top third.
Yeah.
They're in the top third in the power rankings for a lot of these places.
Yep.
And I judging from the response that we saw towards C.J. Stroud, but also Will Anderson at the Super Bowl, I think that there's a certain exuberance about some of the players on the Texans. D'Amico Ryans, obviously, people are very bullish on him. There's way more positive vibes from people outside of Houston towards the Texans than there have been maybe since Deshaun Watson's rookie year. Perhaps?
Yeah, probably the last time I can remember. That was Deshaun Watson, ironically, coming off a 4-12 season because Deshaun got hurt, J.J. Watt got hurt. Whitney Merciless, back when he was still good, he got hurt. They had a lot of injuries that year. But, yeah, you're probably right. Going into 2018. 2018, there were good enough vibes about the Texans for Tyrann Mathieu to come here and sign for his prove-it deal.
That's right, yeah. So. Yeah, I think that's Romeo Crennel got caught up in the wash with a lot of between being interim coach and everything else like that I think you forget that he had very respectable defenses during that time.
Yes. As far as where exactly the Texans fall in the way too early ESPN power rankings, 9th. They are 9th.
Nuevo.
They and the theme for these power rankings is what the offseason should be in 3 words or less. So offseason in 3 words. DJ Bieneme did this one because he's the beat writer for the Texans on ESPN.com. Offseason in 3 words, overturn the roster.
Overturn the roster.
Overturn the roster. Here's what he says. The Texans hit on their
quarterback. I feel like you got 4 words in 3 right there. Good job, DJ.
Good job.
That's economical. That's like getting the most bang for your buck.
Is overturn one word? I think it is.
It is,
Yeah, good job. The Texans hit on a quarterback with C.J. Stroud and have $61 million in cap space, so their window to maximize Stroud's rookie contract is now. The organization also has the most free agents entering the offseason, 30, and all of them were at one point on the active 53-man roster. I think that's worth mentioning as well. These aren't just – it's not that there's 30 of them and 10 of them are either practice squad or reserve. These are guys who played games. While eight of them started at least 10 games. I think that's even a bigger key right there. You got 8 of the 30 free agents are guys who figured prominently into your starting lineup. Just finishing up here, 2024 Texans definitely will look different. Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans must build correctly to continue their momentum after winning the AFC South.
This is where I think you can get excited going into free agency as a Texans fan, because I think the dose of reality that you're getting from a lot of people, and understandably and rightfully so, is that, yes, they've got 30 free agents they have to replace. Hey, the cap space actually shrinks up pretty quickly if you just re-sign the guys you currently had on one-year contracts like Sheldon Rankins or what have you. The thing to remember is that the Texans are in really good shape with the cap for the next couple of years. So really what's feasible is that instead of just signing maybe just as many one-year contract guys as you did last year, you're starting to move into the category of, hey, guys on 2- and 3-year deals that are worth it. We can afford that. We can spread it out over these next few years. So whether or not you get the big marquee Chris Jones type of contract, I prefer Matabike myself, but whether or not you get one of those guys, I think you're still going to have a higher caliber of mid-tier free agents, which usually over time, even though they're not as exciting in that first week of free agency, those are the guys that end up being the bread and butter of your team. And those are the guys that good teams spend on more so than the marquee guys. So I think they can still, despite the fact that this year's cap is not as huge as the cap space isn't as huge as some people thought at first, they're still going to be more aggressive than they have been in the past.
Yeah, and they should be. Look, ninth. And you may be going, okay, ninth. I mean, they were at the end of the year. That's where they were hovering around. Yeah, no, they were. I'll read to you, though, where they were. These very same power rankings, Seth, a year ago, February 12th, 2023. All right? So maybe this is something that dampens your enthusiasm for where they are in the 2024 power rankings. They're ninth. In these very same power rankings, you have to go all the way down, scrolling, all the way down. Bears, Colts, Cardinals. There they are. 32. The Houston Texans.
Did they only give DJ Bieniemy 3 words in this one?
They did. The same thing. Offseason in 3 or fewer words.
Okay.
Get a quarterback.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Get a quarterback. I would say
that's interesting. That reminds me. I saw Jeremy Fowler at Radio Row.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't recognize. Like, I kind of was walking past him trying to see if the bagels were out yet. And the thing about these TV people is that they always, when they're wearing their makeup, it's kind of jarring at first because they look like people on television. It's almost like because they got that heavy TV makeup on. Yeah. It looks like you're looking at a painting or something. And I kind of got stunned and I kept going towards my bagel. And then I remembered, I got to take that bastard to task for what he had said last year when he quoted the unnamed source who said, nobody knows what the Texans are doing.
So how did that go when you confronted him about this?
Oh, I didn't. I had to go get the bagel. Get the bagel.
Okay.
Yeah. I wasn't, I did genuinely not want to confront him about it, but ask him about that because I felt like that quote, nobody knows what the Texans are doing. I felt like there was a good chance that coach, that anonymous coach that told him that, if he texted it especially, genuinely meant like, man, the Texans aren't leaking anything to anybody. It's just radio silence. But Fowler interpreted it as like, nobody knows what the Texans are doing.
Yeah.
That was back when there was white-hot speculation that the Texans would not take a quarterback.
That's right.
So DJ Bieniemy nailed it with that last year.
February 12th, DeMeco Ryans was barely 2 weeks on the job. Get a quarterback. You want to hear what DJ wrote about the Texans last year at this time?
Yes.
Davis Mills logged a QBR of 33.2, third worst among starters. Let me stop right there.
Third worst?
God, it is so good to have a good quarterback. I need to breathe for a second. Davis Mills logged a QBR of 33.2 and was benched for backup quarterback Kyle Allen for 2 games. Allen threw 4 interceptions in his brief time as a starter. Holy smokes. Kyle Allen, this is me talking now. Kyle Allen threw nearly as many interceptions in his 2 starts as C.J. Stroud threw in the entire season in 2023. 4 interceptions in 2 starts. Continuing. So it's a clear upgrade needed at quarterback. After hiring DeMeco Ryans, the Texans could look to get a quarterback in April's draft with the number 2 overall pick. Alabama's Bryce Young, Ohio State's C.J. Stroud, and Kentucky's Will Levis are all options. The Texans must leave the offseason with the new face of the franchise to accelerate their rebuild. Good job, DJ. Nailed it. Get a quarterback. You need one of these guys. We need a new face of the franchise. Boom.
You know what I think that last year to me represents in some ways was a trend, the draft with the quarterbacks. What the draft with the quarterbacks represents is, I think, a little bit of an evening out of just how valuable the quarterback position is. In that I think teams are realizing, like, look, we can't just continue to be so desperate and chase. I'd rather spend money on a wide receiver and then maybe spend a second-round pick on Will Levis. But I'm not gonna spend a top 10 pick on Will Levis. I'm not gonna be so desperate that I spend a pick on somebody I'm not enthusiastic about. Yeah. And I'm starting to see this opinion more and more from different people. I saw Lance write something about it, which, like, Lance is pretty plugged in with league people. I think it might be a reflection of really like people stepping back and saying, why the hell are we wasting top 10 picks on quarterbacks we don't feel good about when there are like Like, can you imagine taking a Will Levis when, like, this year's version of Will Levis when you could have a Marvin Harrison Jr. or something like that?
Yeah.
Like, I think last year was the first year where teams are starting to pull back a little bit.
And yet I feel like we could see 3 quarterbacks go in the top 5 still, you know?
Right, but I don't know. Like there were so many concerns about Will Levis.
Yeah.
It was it was really odd that there was any kind of fervor or support. Because remember, Sean, I did that thing where I went back. I was seeking out a former NFL coach, player, or scout who was genuinely excited about Will Levis, and I couldn't find one.
Yep.
I did all former NFL quarterbacks. I went and did Kurt Warner's breakdown of him, Dan Orlovsky, like all these different quarterbacks, and a couple receivers, including Steve Smith Sr. Not a single one of them thought Will Levis was any good.
Nope.
And yet I think a lot of the mock draft people were kind of operating on the old rules of like, oh, yeah, nobody likes him, but he's going to get drafted that high.
Were you surprised to see the Baltimore Ravens number 1 in these power rankings? Or is it one of those things like, yeah, if we're just power ranking them for the regular season for 2024, they very well could be the best again when they're not having to face Patrick Mahomes in a playoff game.
I think if you look at what they did and what they did down the stretch, I think a lot of people are probably just writing off that playoff game as either Todd Monken maybe panicking a little bit. Like they talk about being unprepared for game situations. The Ravens were down 10, which was a situation they were rarely in during the regular season, and it looked like they just completely panicked.
Yeah.
Like they forgot that they had such a potent offense and that 10 points shouldn't be that big a deal. Like remember then when the Patriots were down in the Super Bowl versus the Falcons and they were still running the ball? Remember? And people were wondering, like, what the hell are they doing? And the explanation by Tom Brady and Bill Belichick afterwards was like, well, I mean, we'd been moving the ball in the first half. There was time, and we were just going to keep doing what we'd been doing because it was working. And these other teams, they'll be down in the first quarter, and they act like all of a sudden they're in a 2-minute drill. It's amazing.
Yeah.
So I think they look at just the sheer dominance of the Ravens in so many regards and figure, yeah, okay, well, maybe they'll figure it out in the playoffs, but in the regular season, for sure, for all intents and purposes, through the first 18 weeks of the year, they're going to be the best team.
Dude, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. The Ravens and the Chiefs are going to open the season in Kansas City because they play each other in Kansas City this year. The Ravens are going to win that game, and there's going to be a narrative going into the playoffs that they finally solved the whole thing. The same thing that was happening with Josh Allen when he was beating Mahomes in the regular season the last couple of years.
Yeah. I don't think there will be. I don't think that'll be. They're in James Hardenville now. They're in the way we were as Rockets fans, where no matter what they did in the regular season, you're kind of like, I mean, all right, cool. Nothing really matters. Now the NBA, it's an extreme version of the regular season not mattering. But I think people have been given permission again to doubt Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. It was almost like people were being shamed out of it for some reason during the season this year, and now all of a sudden it's like, oh, they crapped the bet again. Okay, yeah, we'll just go ahead and wait and see what happens in the playoffs.
Yeah. As far as the rest of the AFC South goes, in case you're wondering, again, Texans 9th in the ESPN Power Rankings, Jacksonville 14, Indianapolis 15, Tennessee 28th. Feels high for Tennessee, I'm not going to lie, at 28th. I think Tennessee is going to be awful this year. I think they're going to be terrible. Well, 28th is terrible, I get that, but so there you go. So I
know nothing about Callahan. Like, I have zero feeling about it. I mean, I got to develop a feeling about Brian Callahan and whether or not he's going to be a good head coach or not.
Before you bury them like I did?
It sounds almost a little too much like Dennis Allen, Brian Callahan, Dennis Allen. Yeah. There's almost
phonetically.
There's just like an egg profile at the head coach position there. Yes. You know? Like, all right, I guess you got a human. Good job for you. Yeah.
Hey, you want some bonus MLB power rankings?
Give it to me.
Yeah, here it is. Matt Snyder, well-respected CBSSports.com baseball writer. Astros, he's got his first set of power rankings out for baseball, as long as we're doing power rankings. Braves 1, Dodgers 2, Astros 3. So he's got the Astros, the top-rated AL team, in his power rankings. And he says this, that Josh Hader signing was a pretty nice stroke as the bullpen was looking a bit thin. The road to the AL pennant still goes through Houston. I mean, I guess kind of went through Houston last year.
Yeah.
And Texas
right through Houston.
and in game 6 and 7.
We're in a little fantasy game that the Astros like to play every odd year.
Yeah.
Where they just don't
suck
win
at
games
home
on the road.
Yeah, they suck at home. So Baltimore 4, Rangers 5. Yeah, I mean it's
where they don't win at home.
Yeah. Braves, Dodgers, top of these power rankings, and then it's just a slew of AL teams. Baltimore, Texas, I should say Houston, Baltimore, Texas, and the Yankees. The Rays are in the top 10. The Twins are in the top. Wow, the Twins are in the top 10. Good for you, Carlos. Good job. Pitchers and catchers tomorrow, Seth. Pitchers and catchers tomorrow. Baseball is here.
Hey, you want to talk about word count on blurbs for power rankings?
Yeah.
And we were just talking about whether or not, last year's Texans were allowed even more than allowed 3 words.
Right.
Okay. In this power rankings that you linked, the Dodgers by far have one of the longest blurbs. They had a lot of activity this offseason.
Sure.
But it's even worse than that because the first blurb about the Braves is actually also about the Dodgers. So the Braves are number 1, then the Dodgers. Here, I'll read from starting with the Braves. The Dodgers have more megastars, but the lineup and rotation are both deeper on the Braves, who have plenty of star power on their own.
That's it.
Dodgers number 2, continued from the introduction. It says that in parentheses. Continued from the introduction. Of course, Los Angeles is still totally loaded and will make the playoffs with relative ease. It isn't too difficult to picture a stout playoff rotation either, such as Kershaw, Buehler, Yamamoto, Glasnow. The front office is just going to have to be creative in working through the starting pitchers during the regular season. That's a problem that the Astros have found themselves in at times.
Yeah.
Remember the days of all the hand-wringing over the fact that there's too many good starting pitchers?
Embarrassment
You got 7 pitchers. What the hell are you going to do with 7 starting pitchers?
Yeah. Turns out those were good times. That'd be a nice problem to have right now. And maybe they do.
Of course, they were good times. Yeah, I used to that was the whole the hilarity of the situation.
Yeah. But it looks like McCullers. I saw an interview with Dana Brown where he said McCullers and Garcia second half of the season. He sounds pretty confident. Of course, the second half of the season could mean the last week of September. Who the hell knows?
Dude, Garcia. When did Garcia get injured last year?
Early.
It was because remember, ever since our conversation with Clemens, when Clemens pointed out as we were griping about the World Baseball Classic. And he was pointing out how devastating it was for pitchers, especially because they have to be ready to pitch a month earlier than usual, and that's coming off of a playoff appearance.
Yeah.
But you think about Luis Garcia, who also, because of the renewed emphasis on how many steps you're allowed to take before your windup.
Oh, it's rock the baby, yeah.
Yeah, that he had to change his whole motion too. So you're ramping it up a month. You're changing his motion, and then lo and behold, he ends up getting hurt. The absence of a World Baseball Classic is a huge win for the Astros.
Big win, yeah. He started 6 games last year, so he was gone by May. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday, 713-572-4610. A lot of texts rolling into the show as well. One thing both these teams in the Super Bowl had, game wreckers on defense, particularly on the defensive line. Is Will Anderson the Texans game wrecker? And we'll hear from Will. Will was on with the guys on In the Loop on Radio Row on Friday. Some really good stuff. We love listening to Will Anderson talk. We'll have that for you coming up next.
He's in.
Turf.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the two teams in the Super Bowl on Sunday, both obviously very good defensive teams. They both had at least one game wrecker in the defensive line. Nick Bosa, one of the best for San Francisco, and then Chris Jones, who is a free agent. He's the game wrecker for the Kansas City Chiefs. He wants to stay in Kansas City, by the way. Quick reminder, we're giving away Blake Shelton tickets to the Rodeo this segment, so be listening.
Super Bowl performer Blake Shelton?
Yes. Outside the stadium, party, Super Bowl performer Blake Shelton, yes. Yep.
Yeah, I like Blake Shelton better than Gavin Rosdale. Former, he's Blake's
what? I have no idea. I have no idea who Gavin Rosdale is.
They're married. Oh, they were both married to Gwen Stefani.
Oh, gotcha.
That was Gavin Rosdale, lead singer of Bush, who is a strikingly handsome guy who was married to Gwen Stefani for a while. And I always like to think of like those other two dudes in No Doubt who probably both had crushes on Gwen Stefani forever. And then all of a sudden, like one day, Gavin Rosdale comes along. And like how much they must have hated Gavin Rosdale.
Yeah, for being handsome. I gotta go look him up now.
No, I once Gavin Rosdale. We were at Brandy and I were walking through someplace, and Gavin Rosdale, like not in like a creepy way or anything. He just kind of like Brandy was walking in front of me, and I saw him sitting down at that blues place downtown.
House of Blues.
No, the different one. But anyway. He's just kind of like was watching Brandy walk through, and at that moment I was like, yeah, I'm going to lose this one.
You felt pretty threatened.
Yeah, but it wasn't even like I wasn't going to fight about it or anything. I was like, I get it. It's I get it. I'd be disappointed in her if she didn't take him up on it, frankly.
Right. What are you waiting for? Get up.
Whereas Blake Shelton, I feel like Blake Shelton would be more like, hey, let's go have some beers.
Guys guy. I would say that too. At any rate, we are giving away tickets to see Blake Shelton at the end of this segment. So be listening for that. It'll be a typical caller number 5. Caller number 5, Ben? Caller number 5. All right, so I guess the question, Seth, if we're going through the ingredients of Super Bowl teams, it feels like not only based on these two teams, but based on a lot of the teams that make deep playoff runs, some sort of game wrecker on defense is ideal. And I think that's why the Texans traded up to get Will Anderson, thinking he could be our Nick Bosa. He could be our Chris Jones. I know Chris Jones plays on the interior, but the effect is still the same, which is he's the guy that keeps offensive coordinators up at night. Here's my question to you about Will Anderson, and we're going to hear from Will in just a second.
Okay.
Those guys are $30 million a year players. I know the price of poker is going to continue to increase for players like this, but let's just pretend it's $30 million. If you had to make the decision now to give Will Anderson $30 million starting in like year 4 of his career, right? So you still get the rookie contract, but you got to decide now whether he's that guy.
Right, this moment you got to decide. Versus like signing Chris Jones right now?
Well, just Will Anderson in a vacuum, is he that? Yeah, I mean maybe.
That makes it tougher. It's like, okay, you're gonna have to let go of Will Anderson when he becomes a free agent, and you signed Chris Jones now, or you give Will Anderson $30 million.
I'm just saying, do you feel like Will Anderson is on the track to being that guy in 4 years?
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, I'm making it even more emphatic that yes, I think that he is on that track. This is the thing. With Chris Jones, there's still a question in my mind as to what he's going to be like after he gets his big payday. And, these last couple of years, he's been on the brink of free agency. And he's not a guy that seems to particularly care about defending the run consistently. And yet he shows up big in big moments. He's very, very effective. When it comes to giving out big money, I go with the guy that I know is going to play his ass off no matter what. Like Will Anderson. If all of a sudden we had a civil war and the NFL was no more and Will Anderson were going to go play for like $20,000 somewhere, he would play just as hard for $20,000 as he would for $30 million.
I get that sense too.
That's where I would say yes. Yeah. And in his production and the course that he's on, the fact that he definitively improved in the second half of the season also makes me feel really good about his future.
Here is Will Anderson on In the Loop on what he plans to work on this offseason.
Yeah, it's really just keep building my game and building my craft, and it's just that 1% better,
And I was talking to Quentin Williams, and he just sent me a good message. He was just saying, like,
he's a positive dude, man.
Yeah, he's been like a great role model for me. Like, we didn't even play together. Off subject, I'm sorry, but like,
that's good.
We didn't even play together at Alabama, but he stepped into my life, and he's been like a big help, a big brother to me. But he sent me a message this morning just saying, like, Aaron Donald had told him something like, it's going to be hard to find that 1% because you're great, you're talented, and you're smart. So find that 1% you can get better at. My whole offseason just dedicated to pass rush and just keep building my craft and keep building my arsenal, man. Regardless, I know I can pass rush. I made it to the league. Like, I know what I can do, but how can I get that 1% better?
I think that as far as, like, what he needs to work on, a lot of it with Will Anderson is he needs to continue to hone his technique on his get off. And he's very fast getting off the ball. Like, he gets across the line of scrimmage very, very fast. But he doesn't have the pure athletic speed of, say, a Micah Parsons. What he needs to do is just get down his outside speed rush. He needs to get it down to like clockwork, kind of the way Nick Bosa does, where Nick Bosa isn't a track star, but his approach angle and his footwork is so good on his edge rush that it sets up all his power moves inside. And you saw that in the Super Bowl at times. Will started to get a better feel for that in the second half of the season because his power stuff is really good, but not when he just tries to go straight at a guy. You know, like guys in the NFL are just too big and strong and they absorb him, and that's when he kind of gets locked up. So in some ways he's got to learn to be less physical to set up the physical stuff.
I guess he's got spin moves. They asked him about his spin moves. Here's Will Anderson on his spin moves.
So my biggest thing was confidence and like I do moves like that in practice all the time, and it's crazy because my D-line coach Rod, he gets some all the time.
Do it in the game.
Literally, no, literally. He was like, "Bro, you do it in practice all the time. Why do you get to the game and switch it up?" And I was like, "Bro, like my nerves start setting in, and then
seriously?
Like I just like forget when I get to the game sometimes because
that one play, you know which play I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly which play.
All right, let's go.
it's just been a confidence thing. Like I can do it. Like I do it all the time, and like I think the most exciting is I showed spurts throughout the season of me doing it, and that's why I'm really excited to just keep building my confidence this offseason. Like, bro, like you made it here. Like you're good. Like you can do this, bro. Like you're here for a reason. Like just go do it.
Seth, I need to see these spin moves. It's like
I wonder if this is what happens with the spin move.
Yeah,
I think a lot of times in high school and then in college too, like D-line coaches get so sick of inferior dudes thinking that they can do it, hit a spin move, and it just takes them out of the takes them out of the play
basically
completely.
Turning your back on the
yeah. Then a lot of high school coaches just have a simple no spin rule, like you're not allowed to spin, and they just don't let anybody spin because more times than not they spin out of the play or they get destroyed or whatever. So I wonder if somewhere along the line Will Anderson had a no spin rule on his defensive line, and now he still has that little knee-jerk, like, oh, the cops are going to get me or something. You know, like when you first turn 21 and you don't feel comfortable buying beer.
Yeah.
It takes like a full year to like actually like be confident walking up with the beer and buying it in the convenience store. That's where he is right now. He's 21 years old in 3 days and trying to buy a 12-pack.
Yeah.
When he tries to hit a spin move.
I feel like I want to blame Nick Saban. I feel like Saban might have been the guy like, hey, Will, enough of the spinneroonies, okay? Enough of this. And I also feel like, but the way he describes it, it's like he's been out there with a bow and arrow and he's got a bazooka sitting in the closet over there. Like, dude, just use the bazooka.
No, yeah, and he'd be really good at it because he's he uses his hands very well. Like when I was telling you, when he gets kind of caught up sometimes and locked up with guys, in a lot of those situations, a spin move would be perfect because I think people think athleticism when they see that because of John Randall and Dwight Freeney. Obviously, we're freakish athletes, but it takes a lot of technique to do a spin move properly. And like a lot of guys, this is what high school kids do. They just end up spinning in place. Like so they go and they think they're going to hit a spin move, and the offensive lineman is like, okay, this makes it that much easier.
Yeah.
You're just spinning around in front of me with no power at all. Yeah. So it takes a lot of coordination with your hands and feet and everything. And I'm sure he's very, very technically sound with it.
Here's one more from Will Anderson. We know that he had the sack in the opening game against Baltimore. Then he went several games without getting another sack. I think he got his next sack against Baker Mayfield in like week 9. So he went a couple months without a sack. Meanwhile, we were being beaten over the head with pass rush win rate stats and run stop stats. And even in the end of this year, he finished 3rd in pass rush win rate, according to one website. Here is Will Anderson. Are people too obsessed with sacks?
As an edge rusher and as a guy that, knows football and people that know football, it's as the defensive end, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. It's sacks. Like, we crave sacks.
Yeah.
But when you look at the bigger picture, it's bigger than just sacks.
Okay.
It's about how much you're really affecting the game, whether you're making the play or not. Like, how much disruption are you causing? You know what I'm saying? I feel like as a defensive end, it shows a lot. Like, if you're a guy that's causing disruption, wrecking havoc, constantly in the backfield, constantly getting pressure on the quarterback, everything, like constantly always around the ball, I feel like you're a top defensive end in this league.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes you look at some sacks, you be like, bro, I can go out there.
Yeah, it's just wide open.
You feel like I can go out there and get
I
that.
did.
I think when people talk about this sack stat being overvalued, they're exactly right. It is generally overvalued by most people, but it's kind of like saying that Apple stock is overvalued. It's still really valuable. It's still, like, they are very important. The danger is in when people start to use it as the only stat that they're using to judge a player by. And it's usually like within a season, and especially over the course of a few games, it doesn't tell you much at all on its own as to whether a guy is having a good year or a bad year. Over time, they add up and they matter. And they do, like, a sack. A sack is about 4 or 5 times as valuable as a pressure on average. Yes, a pressure can cause an interception or all these other things, but sacks on average are just that much more valuable in terms of the outcome of the game. But they are overvalued if that's the only thing you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Like, disruption is production, is what Will would tell you.
Yep.
And he's very, very good at that part of it. The fact that he really gives a damn about stopping the run, and that he makes a lot of plays in the backfield in the run game. Those are, tackle for a loss is just about almost as good as a sack. You get a sack for 8 or 9 yards, but you get a tackle for a loss for 4 or 5 yards, you still end up third and 14, third and 15.
Behind the chains, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, let's give away those tickets right now. There you go. There's old Blake Shelton right there. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5.
You won't hit on your wife.
Caller number 5 wins unlike Gavin Rosdale. Caller number 5 wins a pair of tickets to see Blake Shelton live, Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. The show is on February 27th, so it's coming up pretty soon. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. We will do this again in the final hour of the show. So in the 9 o'clock hour, be listening. We're doing it all day long. Blake Shelton tickets, and then I believe Carly Pierce tickets on the afternoon show. Is that right, Ben? Yeah, Carly Pierce on the afternoon. So Blake Shelton tickets for Payne and Pendergast and In the Loop. You want to get to the rodeo? Keep it right here. Next chance to win in the 9 o'clock hour. We're doing it all day long today and on Thursday as well. So Tuesday and Thursday are rodeo giveaway time.
According to one of our listeners, Gwen Stefani had relationships with all of her No Doubt partners.
Good for her. You only live
once. So they
once.
were either jealous of Gavin or they were kind of giving him that eye of like,
me too.
I was there first.
Yep,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
The word on the street is Patrick Mahomes is going to take a, quote, Brady-like approach to keeping this Chiefs team together. So here's my question. Will C.J. Stroud, when the time comes, approach it the same way? I've got audio from Radio Row that might concern you a little bit. We've got that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
For D'Amico's rookie season,
available in all states.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Got texts from a couple of people real quick. Sean, if you like the ESPN power rankings for next season, in which the Texans were 9th, way too early power rankings, you're going to love theathletic.com. Oh, guess what I was doing during the break? Scurrying on the internet to theathletic.com. And Seth, you do not have to go very far to find the Houston Texans on these set of power rankings, my friends.
Are they number one?
They're not number one, but they're a hell of a lot closer to number one than they might have ever even been under Bill O'Brien.
Okay.
Maybe not under Gary Kubiak. I feel like if the Athletic didn't exist back then, but I feel like if these sorts of power rankings were being done back then by certain outlets, the Texans were probably a top 3 or 4 team at one point or another.
I'm going to tell you that the two guys who do a podcast that I really like, which is Nate Tice, son of Mike Tice, and Robert. Oh, why am I blanking on
Mays?
Robert Mays, yeah. Those guys are probably involved in these power rankings. Those guys are just absolutely in love with C.J. Stroud.
Are they?
Yeah, well, Nate Tice is the one. A lot of people listening have seen one of the breakdowns that C.J. did of a couple of his plays. He was doing those with Nate Tice. He's a really bright guy, and Nate's just kind of blown away by how advanced CJ is at a lot of this stuff.
It's remarkable.
The S2 test said CJ could never do.
It's remarkable. Right. All the things this test said he would be the worst at.
It really is. It's like they're sitting down with a guy that he scored 800 on his SATs or something, and now he's doing advanced calculus for them.
Yep.
You know, like it's the test has been proven to be complete bunk and garbage.
You want to take a stab at where they are in the athletic power? Like, what's the highest you would put the Texans in a Seth Payne power ranking of the NFL for next season?
Without even really thinking through it, my knee-jerk reaction would be 6th.
6th, okay.
Yeah.
They're higher than 6th.
Really? Okay.
Here we go.
I'll have to click on this moho.
Number 1, Kansas City Chiefs. I can deal with that.
I guess, yeah. Oh, whatever. All right.
Number 2, San Francisco 49ers. Sure. Number 3.
Bias.
Okay. Number 3, the Detroit Lions.
Oh. Did they acknowledge at the beginning that there's some projection going on here, I guess? Obviously?
Yeah, I'll give you the headline of the article is Early NFL Power Rankings for 2024. Chiefs reign supreme, but who's next? That's the headline, yeah. So it's looking ahead to next season. It's not based on last season. So Detroit is 3. Baltimore 4. Houston Texans 5th. You want to hear what they say about the Houston Texans, Seth? Your football team?
It would be an odd answer if I said no.
It would. The Texans are one of the big movers since the last publication of these rankings. Rookie quarterback C.J. Stroud put 45 points on one of the league's most aggressive defenses in the playoffs. Let me hit pause right there. They did have 2 pick sixes. He did put 31 on them, but 14 of those points were pick sixes. Beating the Browns 45-14 in the wild card round. He was named Offensive Rookie of the Year. His OC, Bobby Slowick, is back after taking head coaching interviews, and Houston has $57.4 million of cap space. There's if you find 4 different places that put out the amount of cap space the Texans have, you'll get 4 different answers. On this show alone, I've given out 3 different numbers this morning as to what they have.
They're all around there, right? They're all around $57 million.
57's the lowest of the ones we've had so far.
60-something is
60-something, and then there's a graphic I saw earlier that had them with 70-point-something million. So, yeah.
So what we talked about earlier is this, that, okay, a lot of Houston fans will accurately say, well, actually, yes, they have a lot of space, but they've got the most free agents in the league that they have to replace. They've got 30 free agents, 8 of whom played serious play time. They played more than half the games in the season, started more than half the games in the season. So they've got a lot of starters to replace. The thing that you can still be optimistic is that the Texans are in good cap space relative to other teams for the next 3 years. So they're going to be able to spend on, like, let's say, okay, Sheldon Rankins last year had a 1-year deal. They can maybe up it a little bit to where you're getting guys like Sheldon Rankins or Sheldon Rankins Plus on 2 or 3 year deals, I think, and be a little bit more confident doing that, knowing now that, all right, we're in that realm of We're trying to put cherries on top of this thing. We're trying to get it to the point where you're a genuine playoff contender.
Yep. Easier to do these next couple years because C.J. Stroud has not gotten paid yet.
Yeah.
He will get paid at some point.
I think the sorry, go ahead.
No. I've got a longer point to make. If you got something you want to toss in there.
Is my point better than your point?
Probably
not.
Yeah.
Just go for it.
Okay. And this is what we teased into the segment here. So Jonathan Jones is an NFL writer, and he tweeted this over the weekend. The Chiefs are aiming to restructure Patrick Mahomes' contract to lower his cap hit. They've been working on it for a while now. Mahomes is trying to take a Tom Brady-like approach to having a lower cap hit to help bring in and retain other talent. So as a Texans fan, you look at this, you go, okay, someday C.J. Stroud will be in the spot that Patrick Mahomes has been in for the last several years. He will be in position, at least, to become the highest-paid player in the sport of football. If he keeps playing the way he did his rookie year, he's got to keep playing well, got to stay healthy, all those things. But he will be one of those 55, 60, hell, by the time C.J. signs, probably $65 million a year guys if it keeps going this way and the cap keeps going up. Will C.J. Stroud take the same approach? Keep in mind, his agent is David Mulugheta, who negotiated the big, fully guaranteed contract that for Deshaun Watson with Cleveland that no other team wanted to even get close to. It's starting to creep closer to it now, but it's taken 2 years. Here was David Mulugheta on the Pat McAfee show last week, and they brought up the big contract that Mulugheta was able to get for Deshaun Watson.
We were hoping that would be the case. But unfortunately, a couple deals that came in after that didn't kind of fall in line with what we did there. So, hey, we got a couple more quarterbacks, so it's not over yet.
Okay, so that is the conversation. Are you going to continue to push for that, I assume, as you go forward? That is how business is going to be done?
There's a contract in the marketplace that says as such, so that's our plan.
Thank you for changing the game. Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Mulugheta.
Okay, applause.
You're a legend, dude. Thank you. No, thank you.
The phenomenon they're referring to there is Deshaun Watson, 5 years, fully guaranteed at a market salary.
And Lamar Jackson got close to that, or a lot closer than anybody else has. I think the biggest difference really is that Deshaun is also the closest thing there's been to a premier quarterback in free agency.
Yep.
Kirk Cousins was people don't think of him as having the same upside, but he did get a fully guaranteed contract. Yeah. It just wasn't a marquee one when he was a free agent. So I think Deshaun Watson was, for all intents and purposes, the closest to being an unrestricted free agent as a quarterback.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson was not unrestricted. And it was because he had that tag on him, and that gummed things up a bit. But he still did get pretty close to Deshaun Watson. So I think the big advantage the Texans will have with C.J. Stroud is, I don't anticipate any kind of issues that Deshaun Watson had because those were unlike any other issues that any quarterback's ever had.
It's a better run team. Better run team these days, yeah.
Well, no, I'm talking about the actual off-field issues.
I thought you meant him demanding the trade. Gotcha.
No. Yeah, and as far as demanding the trade, that part of it too. So I think they'll probably figure something out. It is related though too when you ask, well, okay, how can the Texans in this power ranking be fifth? Okay, these are the teams immediately after them, and some of these same named quarterbacks come up. Immediately after is the Green Bay Packers at sixth. I think right there you can say Jordan Love is very much on a good trajectory, and yet he's got a few more years of age underneath him, if not experience. But I don't think people feel as good about Jordan Love, even though they feel pretty good about him.
Yep.
But the Buffalo Bills are seventh. The Buffalo Bills are the opposite of the Texans. Buffalo Bills do not have a guy on his rookie contract. His cap hit, Josh Allen's cap hit, goes from $18.6 million last year to $47 million this year. And it's going to be $40 million plus for the next 5 seasons.
Yeah.
They also have a bunch of free agents that they're not going to be able to retain. So on paper, they look worse already. The Cleveland Browns, first sentence of their blurb at number 8, Deshaun Watson is back, but we're all still trying to figure out if that's a good
And they're 8th.
Yeah.
They're 8th.
Yeah.
That's how good the defense is.
And then, 9th, the Miami Dolphins, similarly.
Yeah.
What the hell is Tua Tagovailoa?
Yeah.
Is he an MVP candidate, or do I actually hate him? I don't know.
It's interesting because, as you point out, because the Packers at 6, are going to have to figure out Jordan Love's contract situation this offseason. So he's going to be some sort of issue contractually. While he's a good player, issue contractually. You point out Josh Allen, issue contractually. Deshaun Watson, major issue contractually. I'm just going down the list. Tua with the Dolphins at 9. 10, Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow's contract kicks in.
Cowboys at 11 right here has probably got some people up north really, really angry.
That they're 11th?
Yeah.
Well, they've got a cap situation. Dude, they've got to figure. Dak Prescott has a $59 million hit right now, and they got to sign CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons to extensions.
Exactly. They're over the cap right now.
Right.
They're sitting in a position. It's like a Mario Williams plus version where Mario Williams was a good player. And like the Texans just couldn't retain him because they had so many other good players on their team. Where with Micah Parsons is a defensive MVP caliber player, and it's going to be really, really painful to retain him. His agent, by the way, David Mulligan.
That's right. Yeah, you look at the top 14 teams, Seth, and in this power ranking, and the only 2 teams that don't have some sort of issue contractually with their quarterback, whether it's, hey, they're good, but they're super expensive, or we don't know how good they are, but we might have to pay them. Or, in the case of Deshaun Watson, he hadn't been good in 2 years, and he's got the biggest cap hit out of all of them. The only 2 teams that have good situations right now contractually with their quarterbacks, situations that allow them to build around them fluidly, are San Francisco and the Texans. That's it. San Francisco's got Brock Purdy, a 7th-round pick on a rookie deal, and the Texans have C.J. Stroud, a 2nd overall pick on a rookie deal.
I guess the only other thing is if you count in the dead money from Garoppolo, like
then maybe
the total money spent on quarterbacks for San Francisco is still pretty high, I think, relative, but only for 1 more year if they're still paying that dead money.
Yeah. I'm not sure, but it's crazy. And then you get to the Colts are 14. They got a rookie contract deal. And the Eagles are 15th. I mean, that's a cautionary tale right there. They gave Jalen Hurts the highest contract in football for like 2 weeks, and then Burrow or Herbert or one of them surpassed them. But how are you feeling if you're an Eagles fan right now watching the way Jalen Hurts played the last 8 games this year, and his contract probably hasn't even kicked in yet? He's signed it, but he's probably still relatively, I don't know. But man, dude, those second there are way more cautionary tales with these second contracts.
Yeah.
With quarterbacks right now than there are. I mean, I haven't even gotten down to Kyler Murray, who knows where Arizona is on this list. Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
Herbert's,
Kyler Murray,
the Chargers
right,
are 20th on here. They paid Justin Herbert.
I think the 49ers are free and clear of Garoppolo. I should have known that. But they still have just so many good, well-paid players that they're currently over the cap right now. They got to do a little bit of maneuvering. It would be impossible without Brock Purdy.
Yes.
Obviously.
Yes.
So, like, Brock Purdy has to get to the point where he's worth that money. It can't be one of those like, well, all right, yeah, might as well pay him next year because.
Yeah.
Like he absolutely has to be worth that contract.
Dude, Jacksonville at 21, and they've got to figure out if they're going to pay Trevor Lawrence or not. Like he's at the same stage chronologically at least that Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow, and Jalen Hurts were at last year.
I think Trevor Lawrence is that he's gonna suffer by being too nice of a guy. I think they'll be able to guilt him into taking one for the team. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe if he comes in, if he cuts that hair of his, this is a weird one. He needs to cut his hair to look a little bit more like a rebel. Long hair does not make that guy look one dude metal, man. That makes him look like a little fancy prince.
It does.
He cut that hair so you can look like later stage James Hetfield or something.
I think he'd look even goofier with the short hair. That face.
No, long faces, it's better with short hair.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Hair, yeah.
Okay. I have no hair, so I don't know.
Can't you just put one of those fancy Prince hats on him? Like not Prince the musician, but an actual
like
Prince.
A crown?
Those little poofy ones, yeah. Not a crown, those poofy hats that the royalty wear.
I know what you mean. Are you, I guess, you hear David Mulligetta talking about there's a contract in the marketplace that says that this is what it's supposed to be. Are you concerned at all? I know this is 2 years out that we're even going to have to worry about something like this, but we just played audio from the agent who's going to negotiate this deal someday. Do you get concerned or any agita over the possibility of David Mulligetta and, by proxy, C.J. Stroud digging in for a Deshaun-style deal?
No, I don't worry about it just because it's not like every deal that David Mulligetta does ends up being a contentious deal. And I think, like, if you just look at Scott Boras and what his reputation is versus how the Astros negotiations with Jose Altuve have gone. It's ultimately the agent works for the player. CJ has demonstrated, going back to his NIL days, an ability to kind of, I think, see the big picture and understand that first and foremost, like, you're keeping the main thing is performing well as a player and as a team. And then I think that I don't want to paint him out as a saint or anything, even though I totally could. But I do think that CJ very much understands the give and take of everything, and that you got to get a deal that's fair, but at the same time one that you can work with the team to make it as feasible as possible to fill in people around you. I'm not trying to say that he needs to take a Tom Brady style pay cut or anything, but I think he's going to work with them, and I would envision that there might be a lot more negotiating around maybe some of the terms of the contract and everything, more so than the total dollar amount.
I think the biggest difference, this team's going to be good. That Deshaun Texans team, I know that by March of that year, the Deshaun Watson story had changed drastically because of the legal troubles, but purely based on football, because I don't think CJ is going to have those same issues that Deshaun had, purely based on football. This is just a better run football team where he's in line with the coach and the GM.
You know, the one thing that might be an obstacle for the Texans is that I think CJ does a pretty good job of separating the BS from the stuff that matters in football and in life. And I think sometimes as a team, it's actually easier to negotiate a team-friendly deal if a guy is really hung up on being the highest paid, because there's 20 different ways that you can make a guy look like the highest paid player.
Yes.
So you could sign a guy to a $2 billion contract that's actually pretty team friendly.
Yeah.
But if he's a guy that's like just wants to have the biggest contract ever and doesn't actually worry about all the guarantees and everything, that'd be easy. That'd be super, super easy.
That was Mahomes. It felt like Mahomes. Remember Mahomes' first deal his first extension was a 10-year, $500 million deal. I feel like he signed that super team friendly. But I feel like he signed that so he could say, "I'm the first $500 million player." You know,
I think it was I don't know how much it was that. Although you're right, I think he has more ego than we originally thought. But I do think that in his mind, remember, he had just won a Super Bowl. There was no reason for him to anticipate anything except, frankly, what's happened annoyingly since then. I think it's very easy in that moment to be like, look, I got it good here. I know I got it good, and I expect to be awesome forever.
Right.
So what's the big deal? And let's call it $500 million.
$500 million.
And I'll go buy a couple sports teams in the area.
Let's $500 million between. You're right. I'm going to buy some soccer teams. All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. The 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 stories to get your day going.
One.
Let's start with some Super Bowl leftovers here on a Tuesday. The Kyle Shanahan decision to take the football to start overtime still continues to fall under massive scrutiny, and it reached another level yesterday. There's certainly plenty of debate going on as to whether or not under the playoff overtime rules where each team is guaranteed a possession, should you take the ball to start out with, or should you take the ball second, because then you're going to know exactly what it is that you need in order to win the game or keep the game going, whatever the case may be. What has added more fuel to the fire, Seth, is the reveal that on the Kansas City side of things, they had been coached up on these new overtime rules in the playoffs going all the way back to training camp. This was something that they accentuated. They stressed this. This was a point of emphasis for them, whereas literally the Niners had players finding out the rules for the first time. Eric Armstead said it. I found out the rules for the first time by looking up at the Jumbotron in the stadium in Las Vegas on Sunday night.
These two things, both Kyle Shanahan's decision and then his lack of preparing the players for that situation, they don't necessarily have to be connected and related. They could be two independent things. The thing I wonder about is, okay, if as a coach, if you haven't actually gone through and rehearsed it with your players and gone through that whole process or put them in that situation at practice, are you genuinely prepared for it itself? The other part of it, too, is I come up with different ways to defend Kyle Shanahan on this, mostly because I just feel bad for him because of just the narrative now. But I think that if you're a team like the Chiefs and you have a genuinely awesome defense, then I think letting the other team have the ball first, there's a good chance that you're going to have an advantageous outcome. I think with the 49ers, that defense is not as good as the Chiefs' defense, no matter what it says statistically throughout the season. They just weren't as solid. I think that there's something to be said for perhaps maybe you take the ball first and then you give your defensive coordinator a little bit more certainty about exactly what's going to happen on that second drive. You know, if you score a touchdown on that first drive, all right, you know for sure that Kansas City's going to be going for it on fourth down. That can affect your third down decision-making. It actually makes things a little bit simpler for Wilkes, the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, like they're perfectly happy probably even on 3rd and 10 deep in their own territory going and eating up 8 yards to get it to a manageable fourth down because they're going to go for fourth down anywhere on the field at that point.
2.
Andy Reid will be back in 2024. So any dreams that the Texans or other AFC teams have of the bricks starting to fall out of the wall with the Chiefs, because at this point, that might be the best hope, is to hope for retirement of Travis Kelce, Andy Reid retiring, Patrick Mahomes getting abducted by aliens, or the aliens that put him here in the first place coming back and getting him like E.T.,
well, what about the option of Travis Kelce at some point all out assaulting Andy Reid? Maybe next time he throws an elbow to his poor head, you know?
Yeah.
Like he bulldozed the dude that's got an artificial hip. We're really going to act like he might not actually punch him in the face next time?
Romo got a lot of criticism. Romo and Nance both got a lot of criticism for not making a bigger deal out of the shove by Travis Kelce. Like they were kind of just going, hey, Travis is telling him he wants to be in the game. You know, he's mad he's not out there. And I think a lot of people wanted to know, is that okay, though, that he shoved an old man like that?
Yeah, like, is this something that happens routinely or regularly?
Yeah.
No, it's not normal at all.
I texted.
It's like, this is the reason why people disliked Travis Kelce long before he endorsed the vaccine or long before he dated Taylor Swift.
Right.
It's okay. Everybody, it's okay. You don't have to act like people only dislike Travis Kelce for very specific and somehow politicized reasons. Travis Kelce has always been annoying, and he remains so to this day. An awesome football player, yes, but incredibly annoying.
On the country station on 100.3 The Bull, they were talking about it yesterday, asking if Travis Kelce's behavior was a red flag for Taylor Swift. Like,
that should be the topic.
Does Travis Kelce have rage issues? So I texted my daughter, who is a card-carrying Swiftie, who likes Travis Kelce by proxy because it's Taylor's boyfriend. And I said, Judy, did you see – and she's also a coach, I should point out, by the way, too, so she can kind of maybe see Andy Reid's side a little bit.
Has any of her cross-country players
shoved
ever come up to boat up
any of the girls on the Tennessee women's cross-country team boat up on Judy because they didn't coach me up enough. I said, did you see it? And she said, yes, I did, LOL, because she says LOL after everything. Were you okay with it? And she said, I like his passion. She said he was very,
that's how it's going to be framed.
He's very passionate about what he does.
It's an aggressive sport.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
3.
A couple more Super Bowl nuggets here. We'll get to these quickly. The most watched telecast in the history of telecasts was Super Bowl 58. Across all their various platforms, both streaming and over-the-air TV, regular TV, 123 million viewers on average, and 200 million, we'll call them unique viewers, throughout the course of the telecast. But on average, throughout the broadcast, there were 123 million people watching this thing.
That means that, man, that means that when people tuned in, they tuned in for a long time.
They stuck around.
Which makes sense. I mean, yeah, most people aren't just like, I'm going to catch the first quarter and a half of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's destination viewing.
Yeah, the overall number, that 200 million number I gave you, is up about 10% over last year.
I'll tell you what. I don't know if the NFL is ever going to have full-time officials or what have you. I do think, or I do suspect, that having all those extra officials wearing the all-black, if you notice on the broadcast, any of the listeners, if you notice all those officials wearing the black shirts, those are the extra ones they bring in for the playoffs. It felt like they brought in more than they ever have before, because there were a few times when there were skirmishes on the field where all of a sudden they were like, it was like there were 10 security guards out there. It was all these 10 officials in black shirts breaking things up. I do think that it helped move things along, and perhaps it kept there from being, when there were miscommunications or coaches were angry about calls, things didn't get slowed down as much. I felt like it flowed really well.
Maybe this is revealing the level of alcohol I've consumed in previous Super Bowls.
Yeah.
I've never noticed those guys. Have they been there for previous
Yes.
Super Bowls?
It happened. Remember the Texans situation where somebody called for a fair catch on a kickoff in the end zone?
The Buffalo game.
Yeah.
The Buffalo. Yeah, the win over Buffalo. It was DeAndre Carter.
It's DeAndre Carter.
Yeah.
That's right. That was one of those extra officials consulted on that.
Okay.
I remember.
So this is not just a Super Bowl thing; it's a playoff thing.
That's the only reason I knew about it.
Okay.
But yeah, so I've kind of noticed it before, but I never noticed as many as there were in the Super Bowl. And I do think so. As far as the viewing experience goes, I think there were maybe not as many little hitches and whatnot. It felt like the game flowed really well. I remember thinking like, at the beginning of the fourth quarter, holy crap, this is a Super Bowl, and this feels like it's moved along pretty well.
And then we got another whole quarter of football dropped on us before I could go to bed. Yeah.
4.
All right, this will be...
You're upset about a really good Super Bowl.
I know. I need to go to sleep.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, real quick.
Yeah.
Was it a good Super Bowl, or was it a sloppy Super Bowl?
No.
It was a very close Super Bowl.
Yeah, it satisfied me. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Is that an easy one? It was sloppy
I wish there hadn't been so much sloppiness, but other than that, it was competitive.
Yeah, and the fourth quarter and overtime were super compelling.
Yeah.
And we have storylines for days here afterwards. This is a real quick one. $185.6 million bet on the Super Bowl legally in Las Vegas. Hundreds of millions more bet around the country legally. Hundreds and hundreds of million more bet illegally, I would imagine. Not that I know anything about that. But I say all this. This bullet point is for you, degenerates. Good job wagering your hard-earned money on the Super Bowl. Profit, $6 million in Vegas.
5.
All right, the Rockets.
$6 million?
They made $6 million. On 185. It's a good day's work.
Wait a second.
What?
They only made $6 million total? That's like an industry?
That's no. On the $185 million that was wagered in Vegas, $185 million total wagered, the books made a total of about $6.8 million.
That doesn't seem like that much money to support like the huge casinos and everything.
But it's one. Well, they do other things too. The slot
sports wagering. Well, no, that's why. Okay, no, I know that sports wagering doesn't actually bring in that
very
much
small
money,
thing.
right?
Yes,
it's a little bit of it. Not a loss leader, but it's just something.
A vanity item.
Helps get people in. Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Rockets. Let's get to the Rockets here. The Rockets got a win last night. Controversial. We will take it any way that we can get them. But the Rockets, a game that they were leading for most of this game against the Knicks. Knicks are a good team. They're a playoff team in the Eastern Conference. The Rockets get a very controversial call to close out the game. Aaron Holiday, a prayer heave from about 30 feet on a completely janky, misplayed final possession by the Rockets.
It was a scrappy offensive rebound he got. The one that just got caromed directly into his hands off of a blocked Jalen Green shot.
Yeah, like it was right. It was
his first rebound of the evening.
Dude, as soon as Jalen started ISOing with 8 seconds left, I'm going, oh, this is not going to go good. And it wound up going good. Aaron Holiday gets a ticky-tack foul called on him from three-point land. He makes 2, intentionally misses the third. The Knicks get the rebound. They call timeout, but not in time. And the Rockets' 4-game losing streak is history.
Boom.
Yes.
Evaporated.
Yeah.
The interesting part of that is that after the game, the officials admitted that it shouldn't have been a foul call on Brunson when he flew past Holiday.
Yep.
They reviewed it, but it didn't come from Thibodeau, the Knicks coach. So they were only reviewing whether or not there was time left on the clock when Brunson fouled Holiday. But the officials would have realized in that moment that there was no foul, and yet they still had to rule whether or not there was time on the clock when the foul occurred,
which
didn't actually occur.
Don't burn through your challenges, Thibodeau. Keep one in your back pocket, Yeah. It's, it's not, can't challenge it. Can't turn it over. Can't overturn the call.
6.
All right, Mike Zimmer is the new DC in Dallas. There was a little bit of
faux show?
Faux show. It's happening.
It's one of Zimmer's favorite sayings.
There was confusion over this. Let's get to this bit of audio here. There was confusion over this on Sunday. This is on the NFL, or on ESPN's NFL Countdown show on Super Bowl Sunday. Adam Schefter saying or backing up his report from earlier in the weekend that Mike Zimmer is indeed going to be the defensive coordinator in Dallas.
This past week, the Dallas Cowboys went ahead and hired Mike Zimmer as their defensive coordinator. He rejoins the Dallas Cowboys after serving in Dallas as their prior defensive coordinator from 2000 to 2006 before becoming the Vikings head coach later on. Obviously, they talked to a wide number of candidates like our own Rex Ryan, and I can tell you this, they loved Rex. They were highly impressed with Rex. Rex made quite a mark on the Jones family, and I'm a little surprised they didn't hire him with as much as they loved him, but we're quite happy that they did, and we're happy to have him here, and this will be a big year for the Dallas Cowboys without him. Mike McCarthy on the last year of his contract, so Rex has got security here. He doesn't have to worry about a head coach on this set being in the last year of his deal.
Let me point out a couple things there. Rex and Schefter, they weren't on the set together. Schefter was being brought in via Zoom, but Rex was one of the analysts there as Schefter is laying out that report, again, on Sunday morning, that Mike Zimmer is going to be the DC in Dallas. 10 seconds later, they go to Rex to get his opinion on this, and this is what he says.
I can honestly say right here, first off, I'm not so sure that Zimmer's got that job right now. Not real sure about that. I can honestly say I don't believe that's a fact right now.
Okay, and the reason Rex was saying that is because the Cowboys were in the process of circling back to Rex because they were having a hard time getting a deal done with Zimmer at that point. Now, eventually, they did get the deal done, but we don't have time for the audio. Schefter had to go on McAfee and backtrack from his report. It's like, no, Rex was right. Like, they did go back to Rex to talk to him a little bit.
One thing Cowboys fans should be excited about with Zimmer, I saw a chart yesterday of Zimmer versus Kubiak Shanahan system coaches has been extremely good defensively, including his most recent years in Minnesota where the defense wasn't that good, versus Dan Quinn, who's just been very, very mediocre versus Kubiak Shanahan system.
So in the end,
the Cowboys just lost to a Shanahan system and Matt LaFleur.
Well, they lost to a Shanahan system and Matt LaFleur, and the road goes through actual Shanahan in the NFC also. Right, with San Francisco. So that's interesting. I didn't realize that Zimmer had that kind of success.
I'll send you the graphic.
Thanks, Seth. This will be a quick one. Mitchell Trubisky cut by the Steelers. Can we stop it with Mitchell Trubisky signing deals with teams, please? He sucks.
I saw that you put this in here.
Yeah.
No, remember his time spent under Josh Allen up in Buffalo a couple years ago was going to be what turned him all around.
He never played. He played like 5 snaps the whole season. Like, boy,
it turned him around.
He's been through the car wash here in Buffalo, and he's come out squeaky clean. Last one here. A soccer player in Indonesia was struck by lightning during a game and died on the field. And it was a wild. If you're into people
never
getting
happened before COVID.
I've never. Have you ever seen? I bring this up. COVID.
I'm going to blame the vaccines on this one.
You know, now that I look at the video,
players getting killed by lightning.
Now that I look at the video, have you ever seen an actual lightning strike? I don't mean like out in the sky, like way out there, like
close up. Freaked me the hell out.
What happened?
It's
what
very
happened?
bright.
What happened?
It's very bright and very loud. We were driving like past some old barn on like in the middle of a bunch of fields, and it just It was out of the corner of my eye. Yeah. It hit something on this barn, and it's just so like immediate and loud and everything that I thought there was like a transformer that had exploded or something. Yeah, it's scary. I can't imagine when it's you yourself.
Yeah, dude, the video's crazy. It's on TMZ. Like it looks like God is shooting a laser gun at a guy. Like it just comes down and fries the guy on the field. Septane Raharja was the player's name. He was just playing in a friendly. Over there in Indonesia, just a friendly soccer match, and he's walking around on the field.
35 years old.
Yeah. It's crazy. That is crazy. Ugh. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a ending the 8 at 8.
How many people die by lightning strike every year in America?
Good question. Good amount. Yeah, good question.
I bet what's the over-under?
The number of people in America that die via lightning strike, I'm going to put it at 552.
A year?
A year, yeah.
No way.
You think it's more?
Yeah. No, I think it's way less.
I think it's like several thousand people?
552.
You think it's like several thousand people?
There would be a move to ban lightning if it was 500 people. Lightning kills about 20 people each year in the U.S.
Oh, okay.
hundreds more injured.
Okay, so I was way too high then. I thought maybe I was
way too high.
There's lightning like every day, everywhere, you know?
If it was 500 a year, then you would know somebody who'd been killed by lightning.
I do know
like you
somebody.
Would, like a couple degrees of separation. What's it? You know somebody?
I know a friend of mine from high school, his brother was struck by lightning like 15 years ago and was killed.
What was he doing? Was he out on a canoe on a lake in the middle
It's a
of
good question.
thunderstorm?
Yeah, I don't know.
I used to live on the beach, and frankly, I'd be like, you idiots. Like, it'd be like lightning off in the like on the horizon that you could see. And they're out there taking pictures of the lightning and everything in couldn't be a more wide open space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A division rival, actually a couple of them, one that kills the Texans, has the ultimate respect for C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell. This is good audio. You're not going to want to miss it. It's next. West Point, Lincoln to Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza.
why. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. All right, this age that we're in now with players, current and former players having podcasts is really fun for content. I know they're in the same division as the Texans, but this Trenches podcast starring Zaire Franklin and friends is kind of fun.
Second time we've used this one.
Yeah.
They do a really good job.
They do.
It's Zaire Franklin and EJ. Is EJ Speed his permanent co-host? Was he on this one?
I don't know. I don't know if he was on this one because this one had T.Y. Hilton as a guest.
Oh,
so
okay.
The audio we're about to hear is largely T.Y. Hilton.
Okay, it's Zaire. He probably brings on different guys. All the
but
time.
he did have. Zaire Franklin was sitting on a couch.
Yeah.
With two other players next to him to his right, and to his left was T.Y. Hilton sitting in a chair on his own, kind of.
Oh, is that? You know what? That might be his permanent co-host that I didn't realize. Has T.Y. Hilton gained a little weight?
Not that I could tell.
I hope he gets fat as hell.
I do too.
I hope he gets.
Type 1 diabetes,
morbidly obese to the point where he can never attend a football game in Houston, Texas ever again.
I wouldn't say that about most football players, but ones who basically were the equivalent of Jerry Rice on steroids against your team. It's okay to not rooting for death, just obesity. That's all.
Honestly, the Colts are kind of dumb for not bringing him along to every Texans game.
Yeah.
They should have him on the bench. He's some kind of – this is the second part. I'm not superstitious except for two things. One, the the Chargers franchise in general.
Cursed.
And two, T.Y. Hilton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had some really nice things to say, much to the chagrin of his former Colts teammates, about C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell. He makes a comparison that I'm guessing T.Y. Hilton views as the ultimate compliment.
I'm going to tell you a receiver and a quarterback that reminds me of me in 12. It's still early, but I'm telling you right now, I'm going to make some of y'all mad, but it is what it is. I'm going to speak facts. They're a part of the city that I own, right? CJ and Tank Dell, bro.
Is that it? CJ and Tank Dell? Yeah. Well, I had to remove. There were parts of that clip.
Zaire Franklin gets pretty. Zaire Franklin has a love-hate relationship with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
He very much respects how good he is, but Zaire Franklin's old school. He wants to hate his opponent.
Yeah.
And I respect that about him. He really tries to foster a hatred for the guys he plays.
Big time.
He gets angry when he's confronted with reasons to like them.
And what it turned into on that clip was there were parts of that. That's why I was a little caught off guard that it ended, even though I was the one that told Ben exactly how to cut it up. There was at least 30 seconds where all four guys are just yelling over each other. Just literally, it would be the worst radio. They're just it's a fun podcast.
You wouldn't know exactly what to bleep out or not.
Yes, that's the big thing. They're talking over each other and they're dropping all kinds of bombs. Here's one more from T.Y. Hilton, and then we'll share thoughts on this. Marvels at the off-script stuff that C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell do.
Bro, I was watching one of the games, and C.J. scrambled and just threw it to Tank.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Back right corner.
Yes, sir. Exactly just threw it to Tank. I say, I got on my phone, I tell my homeboy, I say, yo, that look like me and Luck, bro. No cap. That's different. Mm-hmm. And as I kept watching them, they kept going off script. And then when they get on script, it's just man, how are we going to start these two? And then Tank got hurt. And I was like, dang, they might struggle. But then Nico picked up. And I'm like, bro, if Nico could play like this with Tank, they gonna be a problem.
All right. I like that. I like a division rival acknowledging that the Texans are going to be a big problem. Is a tandem of Nico Collins and Tank Dell, both healthy, obviously, is that enough to go against teams like we saw on Sunday in Las Vegas?
Yeah, it makes a big difference. They still, if they're going to run this offense, they need to figure out how to run the ball still, because that's what really just unleashes everything. But I think that, Tank Dell brings an element to playing against a team like the Chiefs that the 49ers don't really have.
Yeah.
There's very few people as slippery athletic as Tank Dell in the NFL. And that's a nice thing to have. I think for one, he's not a slot receiver, but he's slot receiver size. And there's a lot of, people a lot of times think, well, these Shanahan offenses don't necessarily need a slot receiver. Yeah, they don't technically need one, but it's not like they turn them away. Like David Anderson was getting playing time with Gary Kubiak and Kyle Shanahan for a reason. And he brings an element against an opponent like the Chiefs that maybe the 49ers don't really have. I like that it's T.Y. Hilton giving Tank Dell that love too, because T.Y. Hilton wasn't as small as Tank Dell, but he was a 5'10" guy.
Yes, yeah, he was smaller. He's on the small side.
He's thicker, but still short.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm curious about Tank Dell, if he comes back a little bit stouter. Not that I don't need him to or anything, but I'd be curious to see if he tries to bulk up a little bit. He doesn't have a frame where he's ever going to be. He's not going to be like Steve Smith Sr. or anything, but I could see him being a little bit thicker.
He's got like tiny little bird legs, man. Like he's a skinny.
You can muscle him up though.
Yeah. Boy, I can't wait to get him back.
Jalen Hurts' frame isn't that big. It's just that he's been squatting 600 pounds since he was 14 years old.
Yeah, wasn't he like on the weightlifting team or something?
He was like a state weightlifting champion.
Yeah.
So he's just, and Tank Dell's not going to do in one offseason what Jalen Hurts did over the course of 10 or 15 years. But I think he's got a little room to grow. I worry about guys putting on weight or taking off weight when whatever they're doing is working. But I think just on the down in, down out, week in, week out grind that is the NFL, it might help Tank to be a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I think so too. It was cool to hear, man. T.Y. Hilton, Texans killer.
I also I'd like to see Tank Dell at some point pull a Travis Kelce and butt up D'Amico Ryans on the sideline.
Oh, yeah?
Just because he's upset that he's not in on goal line. I want him to. Okay. I want Tank to be like, D'Amico, put me in. D'Amico's like, it's all right, Tank. Just stop, stop trying to Kelce me.
Does Tank's injury affect when and where they use him on the field next year?
I think it might. I don't think that you need to. You don't want it to be in a situation where he's only going in on passing plays,
right,
or he's only used on the outside, because that takes away some of your versatility. I think on that play, Tank Dell was looking for work that he didn't need to be looking for.
Yeah.
I don't think he wasn't supposed to be that far down inside on that play.
He went into business for himself, is what we call that. Which is admirable if you don't get your leg broken.
It's got to be tough. So I was watching this thing about Alexander the Great last night on Netflix, and he's going up against Darius, the big old Persian king, And in the first battle where they face off, Darius is on his chariot, and he sees Alexander face to face. And in that moment, Darius's advisors are like, nope, we got to get the hell out of here. We can't lose the king. You got to get the hell out of here. And, Darius doesn't want to go. It's not because he's a coward or anything.
Right.
It's just he's that vital and important. They got to get him the hell out of there. Meanwhile, Alexander was an up-and-comer. He's trying to make a name for himself. I think Tank Dell needs to realize that he's not an up-and-comer anymore.
Yeah.
Everybody knows you're tough enough. Everybody knows that you're not scared. All that. You don't need to prove yourself by riding your chariot into danger on the goal line.
Yes, you are in the best ability is availability category now. We got to have you out. We got to have you out there now. That's interesting. So was it Alexander the Great, you said?
Alexander the Great.
Was it a movie or was it one of those
docudrama?
Docudrama, with actors playing them?
It's a mini series of So it shows Alexander, and it's not. You know how these things go. I got 1.5 episodes into it, and now I've read 29 articles about it. And so now I'm being the well actually and picking out where it's not historically accurate and everything. But it's good. It's good. Yeah.
Chancellor Johnson from Channel 2.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw this on social media yesterday.
I did. Yeah, they did a reenactment.
They did a docudrama style of the Texans offseason with actors. It turned out to be, spoiler alert, Ari Alexander playing Nick Caserio. You didn't notice till the very end because the shots were always to the back, but...
Well, I knew it wasn't Nick Caserio.
We knew it wasn't Nick Caserio, but that turns out it was Ari. I was always curious. I'm like, ooh, who's playing Nick? He's doing a really good job of wearing a vest and banging the table. Yeah.
That's how they knew. That's how they showed you that it was Nick. He was facing away from the camera.
Yeah.
And he was wearing a vest. And you could tell who the various other people were because they chose a black guy. It was like, oh, there's a black guy and a guy in a vest, a white guy in a vest.
Someone playing Nick, shaking hands with not as good a shaped version of D'Amico.
That's where it was. Then who was the player they were having him sign?
I think it was Sheldon Rankins.
Sheldon Rankins.
Yeah.
I was a little offended on behalf of Sheldon Rankins because they do that thing where I get offended on behalf of linemen in football movies where they just take a big dude and they're like, yes, this is an NFL lineman.
Right.
Minus the actual ass. Yes, this is the...
To be fair, they probably don't have 310-pounders just floating around the building at KPRC.
That's true, yeah. Like extremely fit.
Central
and like
casting?
Out. I need a fit 310-pounder.
Yes. It was fun, though, because I watch a lot of a series called Dark Side of the Ring on Vice, and it's a lot of documentaries about like sad or evil things that happen in the world of wrestling, and they've got a lot of like actors, like kind of blurry screened actors, like a guy as Vince McMahon pounding a table. You can't really see his face, but you can tell that's who he's supposed to be, and he's pounding the table. And I'm looking at this video that Chancellor dropped. I'm like, this is Dark Side of the Ring, but a much happier version. Nick and D'Amico.
Fun. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
I liked it too. I want more.
It reminded me of days back with Pablo Alsina on KHOU when Pablo would do little skits before Sports Extra.
Yeah, you love that.
To the point where I walked off set.
Off. Amy and I, okay, let me just tell you real quick. That was the worst part about changing cable providers for us was Amy and I had, this has to be like 2015 or something like that, Seth, where Pablo Alsina was one of the sports anchors over at KHOU. He was unlike any of the other sports anchors at KHOU. He came from like the entertainment world. Right?
He came from the entertainment world, but also a little bit of like Spanish language television too. Like where it's a little bit more theatrical.
High energy.
And yeah. And it was good for me ultimately, but like he was big into doing like these intros that were like planned out skits and everything. And I had to kind of swallow the inner like dumb jock in me every week. And
the one where you tapped out was the one that where you tapped out. Was the one where it was just the two of you doing the show. He's the host, you're the athlete, and the Texans cheerleaders were invited into studio. And they had a virtual disco ball hung up in the studio. And at one point, Pablo's like, let's go over here and dance. And starts doing this. Like Pablo goes first and dances under the disco ball.
Going through the line, the disco line.
Right. HTC Caitlin goes next. HTC Victoria goes next. And Seth, you had this look on your face where you just jumped out of the screen. You didn't even dance. You jumped out of the screen.
I walked through and jumped through the screen, walked out the door, went to my car, and drove home.
Didn't even go back for the close of the show.
I didn't.
Amy and I, let me tell you right now, Amy and I are maniacal about cleaning off our DVR. That episode of Sports Sunday, no, not Sports Sunday. What is it? Sports
Extra.
Sports Extra. That episode of Sports Extra stayed on our DVR until we changed cable providers. That was on there for another 5 years. When I needed a laugh, I would go watch that.
It was it was cool. Pablo and I had a chat about it, and Pablo was really cool. Like we still keep in touch a little bit, and I tell Jason Bristol all the time now. Like, Jason, you need to get me dancing more. I just don't be scared. Don't be scared of the incident I had with Pablo. What this show needs is more dancing.
I point you to October 21st, 2015, Jason. Go back and watch it.
Yeah, I guess you had sent me. I don't know. I used to have it saved too, and I got rid of it.
Oh God, that was
every now and then. If you go to Pablo Alsina's Instagram, he posts a few of those old ones and like the intros. And I'm actually kind of impressed with my acting skills at times. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotta go.
I might have to put together a reel and send it out to
sizzle reel.
You know, our listener Joan. Her son is an agent with one of the big time Hollywood agencies.
Okay. Well, there's your
probably just a matter of time until I land a leading man role.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure. Now I got to go to Pablo's Instagram and go watch some of this stuff. All right. Hey, speaking of acting, we've got our top three. The commercials from the Super Bowl this past week. We scoured them. We found them. We've got them. Did they match up with your list? That is next.
It's February 13th.
Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, still sifting through things from the Super Bowl. On the field, off the field, on TV. I think we've narrowed down our big three on the commercials here on this show. We take a little extra time to kind of scour through them and make sure that we've got a suitable list.
There were a lot of really good commercials. I thought it was a pretty good year for commercials. The problem is that most commercials, like the visual component, is huge. So yesterday I went through and looking through various lists of, the best Super Bowl commercials. I found the ones that also were the best for radio.
Translate.
Since this is just, since you guys... You can't see us unless you're watching on the YouTube stream.
Yeah, but we're not holding up an iPad playing the commercial on the YouTube stream either.
Yeah, you get to see we're doing a reaction video on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly.
So the Christopher Walken one was good because I felt like it was the most real life scenario, which is Christopher Walken probably has a lot of people coming up to him and doing Christopher Walken impressions. It's kind of like De Niro. Like a lot of people think they have a good Christopher Walken, or a lot of people think they have a good De Niro. So this was Christopher Walken going about his business while driving his BMW. That's what the ad was for. We're just going to play a little snippet for you. But it's first him getting coffee, him walking his dog, him talking to his tailor, and then him getting seated at a restaurant. All these various people doing impressions of him.
Thank you.
Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Careful, it's hot.
Thanks.
Your dog's so cute.
Yeah.
Ooh, so adorable. Wow.
Right. We both know it's the man. Makes the clothes.
You know, you look nice.
Okay.
We done?
Hello, Mr. Walken. Does this table work for you?
Yeah.
Some of those were pretty good.
They were pretty good. The coffee guy was pretty good at first. And the guy that's seated, actually the first guy that does a Christopher Walken impression was like good but awful at the same time.
I like the females. I like the females that do it.
I'm always impressed that like Christopher Walken, I'm guessing when he was a young man, had a lot of people try to get him to stop talking the way he talks, and yet it became his signature.
It's a good thing he kept talking that way. Annoying as it may be sometimes, yes.
Did you see the Arnold Schwarzenegger State Farm commercial?
I did, yeah.
So we'll play a little snippet just at the very beginning when Arnold Schwarzenegger is playing a State Farm action hero, and he's walking out of a burning house carrying 2 puppies and handing them to a grateful homeowner.
Thank you, Agent State Farm.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Cut. Hey, Arnold, I'm hearing neighbor. It's neighbor.
That's what I said. Neighbor.
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 Hey, let's go again.
That one has Danny DeVito in it, too, at the end.
Twins!
Yeah. Arnold calls him a backstabber, and Danny DeVito, I almost felt like there could be like a Riley Cooper edition of this, too, but they were wise not to go with it at this stage of
State Farm
career.
does not... They do not spare any expense as far as the stars they go get for their commercials.
No.
Patrick
they had
Mahomes.
Jake from State Farm correct him in there, too.
Oh, did they? Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Arnold's having a bit of a resurgence.
Yep.
He's been in a lot of stuff lately.
Good for him.
There was a documentary about him. He's been. I think it's because Sylvester Stallone has been in some stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that old rivalry. Maybe I know they're friendly now and they like each other, but I bet there's still a rivalry there, and now each of them is committed to
outdoing the other one.
Yeah. I'm worried that it's going to end in one of those two guys doing their own stunts and dying. Of course, you know what? If you got to go, if you're an action hero, if you reinvented the action hero in Hollywood, then might as well go out that way.
Yes, die doing what you love, being an action hero. All right, this third one here is the one that I think got the most buzz out of any of them.
This one, I think because Tom Brady was in a couple of funny commercials. Tom Brady was in the MGM Grand commercial in which he was banned from appearing, but he showed up as a funny, trying to be an imposter pool player. This is the Dunkin' Donuts in which Ben Affleck is trying to prove to his wife, Jennifer Lopez, that his Boston rap group, the Dunk Kings, should be on their next album. So you're going to hear him talking to Tom Brady and Matt Damon as he's performing for Jennifer Lopez.
Touchdown, Tommy on them keys. Player coach.
Got it.
I'm open. And needs no introduction, my partner.
Sometimes it's really hard to be your friend.
You said you were going to support me.
Don't go away. My heart.
Why you dunking me, girl? Why you dunking me?
My heart.
How do you like them donuts? I'm so sorry.
You had to see it, but I forgive you.
Yeah. So,
Matt Damon
I
is
like Matt Damon. Yeah, how you like them donuts is a good one.
Matt Damon stole the show in that commercial. Like, so when that part where he's sometimes they throw it to him, he goes, "Sometimes it's really hard to be your friend." To Ben Affleck.
Yeah, at the very end. Yeah, that's when he says, "Yeah, it's very hard to be your friend." Oh no, he said at the very end. He said, "You remember when I told you I'd do anything for you? This is it.
Yeah.
This is that. This is the anything." Yeah.
Oh, those are good. Those are good.
Fat Joe was in it. You know what I thought? I thought it was Casey Affleck dropping him off.
I did too.
It was actually Jack Harlow. Jack Harlow looked a little. Yeah, I thought it was Casey Affleck, but it was Jack Harlow, the musician.
Okay,
yeah.
I thought it was Casey Affleck. Oh, and then for those who didn't see it, Jack Harlow, as it turns out, is dropping Ben Affleck off at the studio at the beginning of the ad.
Yeah.
I thought it was his brother. Yeah, okay. Well, thanks for the clarification.
They look kind of similar.
Very similar. Similar enough to where I thought it was Casey Affleck. I haven't seen Casey Affleck doing anything in years, so I was like, oh, who knows? He's got the same kind of moppy hair and, you know.
Casey Affleck was like, in a weird way, he was like the lesser of the Afflecks fame-wise, but I felt like he had more chops as an actual actor.
Yeah, Ben was better at getting himself over, I think, than Casey was, for sure. Hey, let's drop one in here. Larry in Stafford is on the line. What's going on, Larry?
Well, welcome back, gentlemen. Long time no speak, and just wanted to get in and just chop it up with y'all on a couple things, man. I know Vegas was off the charts, Sean, because I was following you, man, and you were like, yeah, it's time for me to get my ass up out of here, man. Because that's how Vegas is, man. You can only stay for so long before it starts looking like you just become a citizen. But look, I'm a big fan of your daughter, and she is absolutely right. I love the passion that Travis Kelce had, man. I understand that everybody want to blow it up. There was plenty of times during Andre Johnson's career, I wanted him to go bump Gary Kubiak's ass for having him on the sideline when they was down there in the red zone, man. Travis just wanted the ball and he wanted to play. He could have probably handled it a little way, but I don't see no big deal about it, man. And the fact of the matter is this, all these people that continuously hate on what Taylor Swift is doing for the NFL or being at the games, man, y'all need to get a life, man. I mean, I don't know her music like that, but it's not that big of a deal, man. She adds something to it to give y'all something to talk about, and I can appreciate it. They should have the Super Bowl in Vegas every single year, man, because, look, if you could bring 300,000 people into a city, gamble your ass off all night long, party all night long, that's where you want to be. I'm not sure if I ever want to go back to Minnesota for a Super Bowl or nothing like that, man, because you can have so much fun in that desert. Fellas, I know y'all had a good time, man. Now it's time to get serious about what them boys on Kirby going to do, because the next Super Bowl is in New Orleans, and y'all know we can turn New Orleans out. Them boys got to get there in our hall.
Yeah, Larry, appreciate it. You got to get to Canton first, Larry. I know that's going to happen. Larry's going to be in Canton, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Come August for old Andre Johnson's induction.
You know, the one thing about the Super Bowl being in Vegas, I think you and I are both correct in our thoughts on this. We saw a lot of people before the Super Bowl, like Joe Buck and others, say, there will be an incident. Oh, you can't go to Vegas without there being an incident. There were no incidents. The only incident was a Las Vegas Raiders player got arrested for a DUI like the week before the Super Bowl, when I'm guessing he was already in Las Vegas because that's where he lives. So that wasn't even, I don't even count that as a Super Bowl incident. It's kind of like the whole New Year's Eve thing, where the people that cause the most issues on New Year's Eve tend to be the people that don't actually go out all that much. They're not professionals at it. I feel like that's what most Super Bowls are in various other cities.
Yes.
It's like a bunch of amateurs out on New Year's Eve. Whereas with Vegas, this is like industry night at the club.
Yes.
This is just a bunch of professionals out there doing what they do. Like, they know how to handle a big event like this and how to keep things. And it's so set up for the opposite of issues, because it's so easy to get a cab.
Yep.
It's so easy to get an Uber everywhere you go, or just to walk, that I think all the DUI incidents and what have you, or other potential issues, just don't, like, they don't A, happen maybe, or B, they don't see the light of day because those casinos are also really good at squashing things.
Yeah, I never felt like the town was being overrun like you do
No.
at some Super Bowls. Like
there was a roofing convention going on the
they
same
can
week,
handle
a
it.
huge one.
Yes,
Yeah.
there were plenty of hotel rooms. It was really, really good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We head into the 9 o'clock hour. Mike Sando, the Athletic, he talked to an executive about the Kansas City Chiefs. The biggest thing for the Kansas City Chiefs and the reason they won this Super Bowl, is this something that we can say about the current iteration of the Houston Texans? We'll run it through the filter next. Who am I talking about? West Point Lincoln? Regular West Point Lincoln, right, Ben? Yeah, the one Katie Freeway exit Kirkwood. You got West Point Lincoln in Sugar Land, and you got
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Mike Sando of The Athletic. You guys know how I feel about Mike Sando and his Pick Six column every Monday. I think it's one of the best summaries of the weekend that was in football. And this is no disappointment here with this. It's a really good recap of the Super Bowl. Mike Sando talks to a lot of people around the league. He's at the forefront of the ability to get anonymous executives, coaches, scouts, players, and such to speak on the record with him.
And he also, and you can believe that he's giving the actual quotes.
Yes.
He's not sketchy. He's
Nope.
not a sketchy dude.
Here's something that an executive said about the Kansas City Chiefs in the aftermath of the Chiefs winning their third Super Bowl in 4 years. And talking about this version of the Chiefs, maybe being a little different than the previous ones, where offensively this one wasn't quite as explosive as past versions, says this executive says this, quote, "Yeah, it looks harder for them on offense until Mahomes finds Kelsey on every major third down, every major 2-minute play, every major touchdown. Kansas City has the luxury of their best players being their toughest players," okay? So he calls that a luxury. Chris Jones, very tough player. Kelsey, very tough player. Mahomes, very tough player. You wonder why they win games? Because the games are won by the toughest teams most of the time, end quote. Toughness is not a statistic you can measure. It's something you observe, and it's very subjective.
Yeah.
My question is, do you feel like, Seth, that the Texans' best players are their toughest players?
I guess, for one, by the way, I don't know if I agree with that assessment of, the 49ers versus the Chiefs, especially in a game that came down to the second possession of overtime. But are they like the Chiefs when it comes to their level of toughness? I think the important thing is that they're very good young key players seem to be genuinely tough dudes.
Yes.
And I would start with Tank Dell. Just by virtue of, if you take size into account, then he's got that junkyard dog that he's a Chihuahua who thinks he's a junkyard dog. He's tough as hell. He'll fight anybody anytime, and he's got a chip on his shoulder to prove it. Without having that chip on the shoulder outward personality, you can tell that he's still trying to prove. Sometimes to his detriment. He doesn't need to be in there on goal line way up in there.
Get his leg broken. We know you're tough. You don't have to break your leg. It's all good.
But I think C.J. Stroud, plenty tough. Obviously, I think you and I, in the weeks leading up to that Jets game when he was concussed, it was really obvious how much pain he was in and how beat up his body was.
He's getting hit a lot, yeah.
The biggest thing, too, Sean, was him after he came back from the concussion. Somebody had asked him about whether maybe it was good that his body had gotten a break. Well, he was also recovering from the concussion. And he mentioned that his shoulder needed time to rest.
Yeah.
And that was, remember, week 2, right, when he separated his shoulder?
Yeah.
So he'd been playing with the lingering effects of a separated shoulder the entire season. So I don't think anybody doubts his toughness. I think the same thing for Will Anderson. He's out there playing on a high ankle sprain and producing really, really big in the last game of the regular season on a high ankle sprain. So, yeah, I feel fine about all those guys.
Okay, so the executive that was making that point said their best players are their toughest players. This is a team that's very tough. I agree with you on C.J. Stroud. I agree with you on Will Anderson. The Texans had 3 guys make the Pro Bowl this year. Those 2 and Laramie Tunsil. And now we start to get into a conversation about not just Laramie, but the offensive line in general. And I hate to question toughness. I wouldn't question Laramie's toughness when it comes to maybe injury, pain tolerance.
He had to play through injuries all year long.
Played on a bad knee all year long.
But I think if you look at Trent Williams, the left tackle for the 49ers, all right, that's a dude. That dude's a certified badass.
Yes.
And he's, he did have 2 bad penalties at the beginning of that game. It was a big hit for me as somebody who brags about Trent Williams a lot. But Trent Williams, he's a badass. And, he's especially a badass in the run game as well as in the pass game. Or when he goes out on screens, he looks like he's out for blood. And I don't think Laramie Tunsil's that same type of player. Laramie Tunsil's just more of he's incredibly athletic and very, very good at pass protection. Doesn't always seem that interested in run blocking, and that's just who he is. So I don't think he's not like the guy that you send off the bus first because he's a big, scary dude or anything like that.
You might visually, but he doesn't play like that at times. You know what I mean? Like, boy, he sure looks scary.
Yeah. I don't know. Does he look scary? This was CJ Stroud on the pivot. Channing Crowder, one of the hosts of the pivot, chimes in. But this is CJ Stroud talking about, I believe it was the Bengals game when in the huddle he could tell that like the offensive line was engaged and ready to go. They were no, it was either the Bengals or the Bucs game, one of those two games that they were ready and they wanted to win.
It was like, what's the play? Like, we rocking what you see. You know, like the main dude was LT. Like, you know, LT, like he a vet. Like, he not doing nothing extra at practice. Like, you know, like y'all sat with him. He's the coolest O-lineman in the world, and like he will call your bluff. He knows real. He knows fake. But every time I know we gonna score is when I look at LT. He like that's his look he gave me. Like, look at me with his eyes all big. He shake his head. Right. And he got like diamond teeth, like it's like he got the whole thing going.
He big and cute. I gave him a hard time when he came on. The big cute dude. Bro. You can't beat 350 with the diamond teeth and with the.
He got his own swag. I don't call no. I don't know swag.
I guess, you know, like toughness takes on different definitions depending on your position on the field. I think CJ Stroud is tough because A, he's very tough-minded, and B, he can take some pretty good licks. You know, Will Anderson, you know, pain tolerance, obviously, motor. You know, I'm talking about Will's motor, not motor Singletary. Like, Will's, like, nonstop. Just, Will fights through three guys on every play, it feels like, at times. That's the one, man. Like, that's the, like, is Laramie Tunsil, is this offensive line, do they have enough dog in that offensive line to do what we know? I know we're comparing them to Kansas City, but I think we can just as easily compare them to San Francisco and look at their offensive line and what they do in the run game and whatnot. And I think if you're talking about Laramie Tunsil, hey, man, he's the one that wants to be compared to Trent Williams. He's the one that's saying I should be a first-team All-Pro. He's the one inviting those analogies, not us, you know?
Right.
So I think you make a good point, which is, man, like Trent Williams is a killer. Is Laramie Tunsil a killer?
No. He's really, really good at what he does.
Very good.
Like, it's not even an insult or anything, but yeah, in terms of like that part of it, or like what kind of, you know, the part that CJ's calling him a vet. You know, he doesn't do anything extra than he needs to do. Like, he's not that old. Like, he was in his 8th year this year. Right. He's not even 30 yet. That part of it, I question and I wonder, like, why? And he's been like that for a couple years now. Like, there are guys that get a little too excited about being vets long before they're genuine veterans. So, it's not bad. It doesn't have to be a horrible thing or anything. I just don't think he's necessarily going to be the bell cow for toughness for the team compared to like a Will Anderson or a Tank Dell or a CJ.
That's my biggest concern. I haven't sat down and jotted down my list yet for the Texans. I guess one of my biggest concerns is the fact that this is the offensive line they're committed to. They are committed financially to Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, Shaq Mason. They're very committed via draft capital to Juice Scruggs.
Yeah.
Whatever Kenyon Green is at this point. I mean, I don't even know what Kenyon Green looks like at this point and how much he's been in a gym or whatnot, but he's coming back from injury. I'll throw Jarrett Patterson in there because he played a lot as a rookie, and he's going to be part of this thing. If you want to draft offensive linemen with your high draft capital, knock yourself out and do it. If you want to go sign one, knock yourself out. But it is going to come at a major cost.
The whole thing about this though, too, Sean, like the whole premise is kind of bogus. Like, somebody's sitting there. Are they actually telling us that the reason Travis Kelce is so good is because he's so tough? No, he's an awesome receiving tight end. He's not. He can't block for crap. Like, when you compare him to Gronkowski in terms of toughness, like Gronkowski was a badass tough dude. Like, Kelce is awesome, and he's one of the best tight ends of all time. But I would never call him like the toughest guy on the team or anything like that. I just don't think that's who he is. So, like, I think I disagree with the whole premise. Like, if you can't, Laramie Tunsil, in some respects, in terms of just like what type of a player he is or anything like that, I think there's a little bit of Travis Kelce to him there. Mm-hmm. And I would so I don't worry about the fact that they're not the most blue collar of guys, because as long as they're just good at football,
good at football is more important than some executive's definition of toughness.
Yeah.
Payne,
Isaiah Pacheco, that dude's a badass.
Yes.
Yeah.
He had a rough one. He had a fumble in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't able
so
to.
did Christian McCaffrey though, but he's plenty tough too.
He did. Yeah. No, but I just remember Pacheco. They had a tough time kind of getting things going with him. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. You know what I watched? I know you were watching Alexander the Great, Seth, yesterday. I watched. I don't know if you've seen it yet. The NFL Network put out it's like a 2-hour special, but of them going, maybe an hour, of them going and knocking on the door of all the guys that made the Hall of Fame. And so I watched, and Andre Johnson was one of them.
Yep.
It was really cool. It was.
Yeah, it's really Andre gets emotional.
Super emotional.
Mm-hmm.
Like crazy.
It's Chris Carter with an interesting haircut. I didn't recognize him at first.
No,
which I feel like that might have been what Andre was getting emotional about. But he did. Yeah, Andre got.
Dre, it's all right, man. Yeah, it's not all right until you cut that thing.
Yeah, Andre kind of put his hand on his face and did looked up, and you could see he was overcome with emotion and excited. It was really, really cool.
Yeah,
to see.
I would say go find it. As they were going through all of them, I was thinking like, okay, if this is how they're going to do it, they used to do it where they'd all be at a hotel. And that guy David Baker would come by and knock on the hotel door.
Yeah, that big goon of a human.
He's gigantic, yeah. But then now it appears as though they're going to the homes of all these guys,
mm-hmm.
which is cool to see. Although I was thinking about this, like they went to Andre's home, and his home is super impressive. Devin Hester's house is incredible. These guys all have. And then I'm thinking, boy, what if somebody who gets into the Hall of Fame is kind of down on their luck? Because that happens,
maybe they would do it. Maybe they'd rent a house out or just have them do it in the backyard of somebody.
That's why I got thinking about Patrick Willis, because with Patrick Willis, they went to his sister's house, which was nice enough, But didn't you say Patrick Willis had like some financial problems?
He retired early because he was involved in some kind of Silicon Valley investment.
Yeah,
I don't know if he lost his shirt. He got screwed over by. For a bunch of money, but I don't, that doesn't mean necessarily that you're destitute or anything. Yeah. So I don't know. The fact that he didn't try to make a comeback is probably, I feel like maybe he was all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like he had his conservative investments and he had his aggressive investments. But they were, well, remember though too, Sean, this is what Hollywood does. Remember during Hard Knocks, they showed Kevin Johnson and his family on that boat, and they made it look like it was Kevin Johnson's dad's boat. And I was kind of like, you know what, frankly, I don't like seeing. I don't want some kid who grew up rich, because it was a big ass boat. Remember?
Yeah.
And then Kevin Johnson told us no, that was all staged.
Yeah.
They just took us out to this boat, and we were out on this boat. And they made you look soft, man. They made it look like your daddy had a big ass boat.
I got no privilege, man. It's all good. I don't have a boat. This is this theory. This text page. This is from Lou. If the Texans had bombed this past season, would Andre Johnson have gotten into the Hall of Fame? I've seen that theory floated around by people, that the fact that the Texans became such a feel-good story this year and were much more a part of the tapestry of the NFL in 2023, that somehow elevated Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame case.
Yeah.
It's an interesting theory. I'm sure if McClain were sitting here, he would say it's the dumbest thing he's ever heard. Because he's the one making the sales pitch to put Andre Johnson into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, he hates theories like that, where I'm a lot more open to the irrational side of human behavior.
Yeah.
And how people make decisions isn't nearly as often as rational as they like to think they are. Because I remember the angriest John ever got at me, and John's had plenty of reasons to get angry at me. It was when I suggested that teams that put out really nice buffets in the press box know what they're doing. That it's gonna, that those teams tend to be written about as they're a first-class organization. They just do things the right way. And John thought that was the dumbest thing he's ever heard.
I think it's a delightful theory myself.
I think it's the dead-on accurate theory.
Yes.
Sports writers are the worst for calling people and/or organizations first class based on how they get treated themselves personally.
Yep.
If a guy is polite to the media, he's just a stand-up individual, just the salt of the earth. This guy. I heard that he liked to kick puppies on his way to work. Not this guy.
Super
Not
nice.
this guy. He's very polite and uses proper diction when he speaks.
I've been to every one of his press conferences, and he has not kicked a single puppy in any of those press conferences.
He's never sneered at me when I've asked an incredibly stupid question.
Right. All right. Hey, a reminder, we're giving away Blake Shelton tickets to the Rodeo in the next segment, so be listening for that. We're doing that all day long. In the Loop is going to do it as well a couple of times. I believe the afternoon show's got Carly Pierce tickets for you.
Ooh.
So be listening throughout the day. We're going to get you guys to the rodeo for a good time, which starts in just a couple of weeks here. It should be a whole lot of fun. All right, up next, some couple Super Bowl leftovers. The biggest controversy, or at least decision, that is still being discussed at this point. And did Tony Romo step all over Jim Nance's Super Bowl moment? We will hear and discuss next.
Mo Karam Law is who you want on your
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Kyle Shanahan still catching a ton of heat today for his decision. Catching a ton of heat for two things, and I think people are conflating these two things a little too much, that one affects the other. He's been getting criticism since the end of the game on Sunday of taking the ball to start overtime. The new overtime rules for the postseason, which have been in place for a couple of years, but this is the first chance we've had to really test drive them, is that both teams get a possession in overtime. And Kyle Shanahan, the 49ers won the toss. They took the ball. I think the ironic thing is that if the Chiefs had won the toss, then they would have chosen to go second, and Kyle Shanahan doesn't get any of this smoke.
He could have lost the game just as well.
The decision would have been made for him.
Thanks a lot for picking tails, Fred Warner.
Yeah. So Kyle Shanahan, we know what happened. They kick a field goal on their first possession of overtime. Chiefs go down, score a touchdown, game over. I don't think it was as crazy, stupid a decision as some people do. I really don't. I can see Kyle Shanahan's argument of the most valuable entity in that whole sequence of things being the ability to have the first possession that is sudden death in overtime. Yeah. I was kind of feeling that while the game was going on, that as it looked like the Niners are going to go down and get some points there, that if their defense could just hold up, they'd either win the game or at least get the first sudden death possession if they held the Chiefs to a field goal. They didn't. Patrick Mahomes did Patrick Mahomes things. The big thing now that has kind of impacted people's opinion on all this, because I think there were people that already thought it was really stupid for him to take the ball to start overtime before this came out, is the fact that the two teams, the players, were prepared at completely different levels, according to an article in The Ringer, for overtime in the Super Bowl. Justin Reed, Chris Jones, two Kansas City Chiefs, both said that they've been aware of the rule change since training camp. They've been working on it. They've been internalizing it. This has clearly been part of their preparation, according to those guys. So much so that Chris Jones said that if San Francisco had scored a touchdown to open overtime and the Chiefs were to have gone down and matched that touchdown, the Chiefs would have gone for two to try to win the Super Bowl, which would have been one of the most incredible Super Bowl moments in the history of the game. But the problem for Kyle Shanahan is that not only are there a lot of people out there that disagree with his decision, he literally has players saying they didn't know the rule. They didn't know that overtime was different in the postseason. Eric Armstead saying that the first time he learned of the overtime rules format in the postseason was looking up at the Jumbotron at the Super Bowl. Here was fullback Kyle Juszczyk after the game revealing that he didn't know the overtime rules.
You know what? I didn't even realize that the playoff rules were different in overtime, so I assumed you just want the ball because you score a touchdown and win, but I guess that's not the case. So I don't totally know the strategy there. No, we haven't talked about it, no.
It would be weird to find out for the first time that that's the rule. That would just be strange.
That's the part where, I know that it on the surface of it, you might think, okay, well, what's it really matter anyway, whether the players know it or not? Like Juszczyk said, we're going to go down and score. I think when you're not totally comfortable and aware of everything situationally, there's a certain amount of stress there, and that matters, especially in a situation that's already pretty damn stressful, overtime of the Super Bowl, that you add that extra element of uncertainty. And that can slow and gum things up just enough. So that's a very hazy and vague argument about it, and yet I feel like it's real.
Yeah. I don't know what would have been different if the Niners, what would have been different on the field on Sunday night if the Niners players had known the rules were as they were going.
Yeah, I don't think in this situation it ended up mattering. I do think that it might speak to how much time or energy the 49ers actually put into the decision. Because, or lack thereof, because you hear Andy Reid talk about it, and they'd gone over it with their game strategy analyst. They talked about it with the players. They'd rehearsed it to some level or degree. Yeah. Where with Shanahan, maybe he knew how they were going to do it, but they didn't care about it or worry about it to the extent that they actually discussed it with players, apparently. That's where I wonder, and I guess I question the decision-making. There's that part, too, where, look, the two previous Chiefs drives had been for field goals. The Chiefs were not just, running down and scoring at will yet in that game. Is there a part of you that has to factor in not just what's happened in that game, but what Patrick Mahomes has done historically in the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Like, do you almost have to say, look, all right, listen, can the stats. There's a better chance than not that Pat Mahomes is going to score a touchdown on this drive because that's what he tends to do in these moments.
I was feeling that. The word I used yesterday was an inevitability to it, and it wasn't like an inevitability throughout the evening. It was an inevitability once it got to overtime, like, okay, like this is Mahomes' time now, and there's plenty of evidence that backs that up, that in these types of moments, he's the best right now.
I mean, the part where it really, really mattered is simply this. Okay, let's say if it's 4th and 1 on the Kansas City 34 and the Chiefs had the ball first. Do you think they're going for it, or are they punting there? Because that was the situation that they had on that drive in overtime.
Yeah.
It was 4th and 1 on their own 34. So if Kansas City gets the ball, score is 0-0, and they know that San Francisco, if they can hold them to not scoring a field goal, then they'll have a chance again. What do they do?
I think they go for it. I think Andy Reid goes for it. I think he goes for it on 4th and 1. Yeah. And I think he might go for it in any situation in the game, regardless, on 4th and 1 on their own 34, unless they've got a 2-touchdown lead in the last 5 minutes and punting it away. But
4th and 1 on your own 34. I mean, if you don't make it, you're losing the game.
Probably.
Yeah, it's a 40. It'd be a 51-yard field goal at that point if the 49ers can't move the ball at all.
A 51-yard field goal for a kicker who had made 2 over 50 but had an extra point blocked and had been very inconsistent throughout the season.
You got to assume the 49ers are going to gain some yardage too.
I agree,
even if you hold them to not getting even if it's a 3 and out, it's probably going to end up being a 40-something yard field goal. But yeah, I think you do it. I think you go for it.
I think he goes for it, and I think he runs that play that the Niners had no answer for, where Mahomes just fakes the handoff and rolls to the right and goes and gets 8 yards.
I mean, you look at that drive that the Chiefs had. I mean, they converted a 4th and 1. They converted a 3rd and 1. There were moments in there where knowing exactly what you had to do probably helped them in their decision making.
Yeah. I still don't think it was the no-brainer that some people do for Shanahan to take the ball second instead of taking the ball first. I think there's arguments both ways. The other big thing coming out of the Super Bowl, it was funny. I forget who said it, but the 2 people with the most pressure on them, might have been Stephen A. that said this, 2 people with the most pressure on them, Brock Purdy and Tony Romo. And maybe
Romo's got that Pujols pressure, though.
Yeah,
he got his contract based on what his employer was hoping to get out of him.
Yeah,
they're not getting it out of him, and yet he's going to keep getting paid on a 10-year contract.
The Pujols thing is a great analogy. Like the pre-big contract Romo was Cardinals Pujols. They're getting Anaheim Pujols right now with CBS. This got a lot of criticism after the game, certainly the day after the game, because everything gets dissected the day after. Did Tony Romo step on Jim Nance's moment here? Now keep in mind, as we set the scene, this is the final play of the game. They score a touchdown. All the analysis you're going to hear from Tony Romo in a moment where most people would say, just shut up and let the moment speak for itself, especially on television. There's no replay going on as he's describing all this stuff. Nothing. It's the Chiefs celebrating. Take a listen.
Can only feel the number of people out there being like, what's going on?
First and goal. Mahomes flings it. It's there! Hardman! Jackpot! Kansas City!
And this was the Andy Reid special. We talked about he was saving all day. He's going to fake a motion to go across. And at that moment, he turns and goes back Hardman, who they didn't have, right? And they go get Hardman and bring him back. And the game-winning drive of Mahomes' career, he's been waiting for. He's won Super Bowls, but he's never had it in an overtime. He is the best. He is the standard. Your Michael Jordan wins it again.
Even the thing where he goes, the thing about Hardman, where he's like, and Hardman, you didn't even have, but you go back and get him. Like, there had to be people going, what are they talking? He was on the Jets earlier this year, and they went back and got him from the Jets. Like, that's what Romo's referring to.
He started off with a pronoun. He said he, so you didn't know who the hell he was talking about.
Right.
He corrected himself and said, I don't worry as much about the stepping on and all of that, where I know that that's a broadcasting no-no that seems to start falling by the wayside. In that whole exchange there, what bothered me as a football fan was him over-explaining why the Chiefs weren't in 2-minute drill there. There was going to go. There will be. All you needed was a simple reminder that, remember, they're going to keep playing this thing until there's a victor. It's the postseason. It's the championship game.
Yeah.
But he kept talking about it right up until the snap, to where Nance didn't have any time to really frame or set anything up himself.
Yeah, that was it was rough. And we had a few people confused about that. Like, guys, the clock was winding down. They basically, in overtime in the playoffs, start a new game. So that would have been.
People were asking, like, why do they even have a clock at all? And because, okay, if it doesn't matter and you're just going to keep going, the simplest answer is you're gonna switch directions going into the second quarter.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter as much in an indoor stadium, obviously.
And I guess
but that's the structure of it.
Presumably, if it made it through 2 quarters worth of overtime, then they go to some sort of halftime facsimile there.
I looked for that and I couldn't find anything. Yeah. Would they go to a halftime or would they just keep playing?
Well, I don't mean would they go to the locker room. I mean, I'm sure they keep playing, but would you treat it like halftime where you get to the end of the second quarter and you better score because wherever you are on the field doesn't carry over to the third quarter, right?
Yeah.
The half ends. I wonder if that's the case. We'll see. So that was Tony Romo. I thought that the ESPN crew that did the game for Australia and New Zealand, which is Chris Fowler, Louis Riddick, and Dan Orlovsky, I think this is a really good template for what it should have sounded like.
Clock running inside 10 seconds. They have 2 timeouts. Can they win it right here? Mahomes on the move, throws, touchdown! Kansas City wins! Mecole Hardman!
Unbelievable. He's the best player I've ever seen in my life. Unbelievable.
Mahomes magic cements his own legacy.
See, that was good. Just little droplets of comments there from Orlovsky and Riddick.
It's hard for me, Sean, because I know a lot of our listeners. I turned the game off immediately. I did as close as you can come to not destroying your television as a non-fan of the team. You know, if it were my own team, maybe I would have tried real hard to go viral by smashing my own television or something, because it sucks all of a sudden anyway. But what percentage of those smashing the television videos?
That's what I was just about to ask you, the same thing. Because when I saw one,
it's definitely people that are watching their crappy television, right? That they're about to replace anyway.
Maybe I guess if you've ever been part of a viral television smashing video, text in 713-572-4610. But I saw a great one. Keep in mind, I'm a wrestling fan, so I'm able to suspend disbelief on almost anything. So I choose to believe they're all real, and thus I'm entertained by them. And I even told my Twitter audience yesterday, please tag me on any of these that you see, which they were kind enough to do. But I did have a few people reply you do know those are all fake, right, all these videos? And I'm like, first of all, I don't think all of them are fake. And secondly, I can suspend disbelief enough to assume that they're real and enjoy them just as much. So take your wet blanket viral video self somewhere else, all right?
Yeah, it's the other thing too is when people will say well, why is there a camera running? I don't know, man. There's cameras running all the time everywhere these days. So I'm always, you know me, Sean, I'm pretty skeptical about anything, and I usually assume something is staged before I believe that it's real.
You're definitely
but it's not like you can say that they're all staged all the time.
Right.
There are people that do just have cameras run. At any given time at a party these days, there's probably 19 active video cameras going in the form of cell phones.
I agree, especially in the last play of the game, because that's what people do. They film reaction videos. All right, let's give away some tickets here to the old rodeo. Blake Shelton, that's who you're hearing right there. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 wins a pair of tickets to see Blake Shelton live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, February the 27th. Caller number 5, get in, 713-572-4610, and keep listening all day long. In the Loop will have Blake Shelton tickets. The Drive will have Carly Pierce tickets. 2 more chances to win on each of those shows today. Here on Sports Radio 610. All right, up next, chances that the Texans play in the season opener. Where are the experts? Where are we ranking their chances of being the team the Chiefs open up against? And what do Texan fans most want to see out of one of the potential mega road games this year? I've got that. I polled the people. I took it to the people yesterday. That is next.
I know what you would love to see.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. So the big one of the other big topics coming out of the Super Bowl yesterday was who's Kansas City going to play in the opener. That was something we actually discussed on the show yesterday. I put a post up on the Houston Press this morning that was kind of power ranking the 8 potential opponents for the Chiefs in their season opener next year. For those who are unfamiliar, whoever wins the Super Bowl hosts the season opener on Thursday Night Football. We know that here locally, the Chiefs won the Super Bowl back in 2019, and in 2020, the Texans and Deshaun Watson played the Chiefs in Kansas City in the COVID season, and 4 games later, Bill O'Brien was fired. But the Texans have some potentially juicy games on the road schedule. They got a ton of good home games. Like, next year's schedule is going to be awesome. It's going to be hard, but if the Texans have the offseason we hope they can have and C.J. Stroud takes his next step and health is good and everything else, it could be a really fun season. But they've got 4 games that could potentially be specialty-type games. They won't all be, but they could be. And we brought up this possibility yesterday, and I was curious what the people want to see. Not what game you would go to, but just what game you would want to watch them play in. Of these, and these are the.
Can I guess?
These are yes. Let me read the 4. The 4 potential, I'll call them specialty games that the Texans could play in: the season opener at Kansas City, Thanksgiving at Dallas, and then 2 of the London games are hosted by one by Jacksonville and one by Minnesota. Those are both teams that the Texans have road games against this year, so they could potentially play either Jacksonville or Minnesota in Dallas. So my question that I asked the people Seth, was. The Texans could play any of these games. Which one would you most want to see them play in?
I think the answer, and I'm going to guess this was by a wide margin, after I thought about this yesterday after the show, Thanksgiving at Dallas, for multiple reasons in terms of Dallas versus Houston, whatever, but also because a lot of Texans fans will think, oh, that'll be nice. I'd rather do that on Thanksgiving than spend time with my in-laws. I want to go up to Dallas. I'm going to go see a Thanksgiving game. Yeah.
Let me be very clear, because my in-laws listen to the show.
I know you never shut up about how much you hate Thanksgiving.
That's not true. Like, That's not true. I was just about to give you some love for a great answer while caveating that I really enjoy my in-laws and going to their house on Thanksgiving. I think it's a funny point.
No, I would say even my laws, not just my in-laws, but my laws themselves.
Your laws is actual family members?
Any kind of relative whatsoever.
Yeah.
Look, if it involves human interaction, I'm generally not into it. Okay?
You know what? That's pretty. That's actually. Fortunately, the humans that I spend Thanksgiving with are ones that I enjoy, but I could see that being a factor as well. 2/3, 67% of the people, Seth, say Thanksgiving at Dallas would be their preference.
I know that's when I wonder with the TV networks. Okay, I think they get big numbers no matter what on those games, it seems like. Obviously, you want a good matchup, but I almost wonder if it's kind of like in the NBA when teams are load managing. They're like, well, why bother playing my best players against this really good team when there's only a 50-50 chance of winning? I'll just save them for the crap opponents. I feel like they might. I feel like they might look at that Thanksgiving Dallas game and say, like, well, yeah, sure, the Texans would get a big pop, especially because they're 2 potentially good teams. But why don't we people are going to watch on Thanksgiving anyway. We'll put one of the lesser teams out there.
They played Washington this year, for sake of reference, which is a division rival. But, Washington has some blue blood qualities to them. It's been a while. I think what's interesting about your take there is that you're basically saying that the Texans are a draw by having the take you're having, which is, do they put the Texans on there? Do they waste having a good game like that? Or, do they burn a lesser team since 100 million people or whatever, 50 million people are going to watch anyways, whatever the number is.
I would like that game just to see all of the different graphics that the TV people come up with for stereotypically Texan stuff. I don't think you'll have ever seen as many Spurs and barbecues and oil derricks as you will in that broadcast.
For an all-Texas game?
They're going to Texas it up,
Yes, good
point.
Like
every cliche Texas thing they can that some intern from New York City thinks of with Texas, they would have it there.
By the way, second place season opener in Kansas City. That was 24%, 25% of the people. And then the 2 London games are basically just mice nuts. 4% for one and
Mice nuts.
3% for the other. Yeah.
Does that mean like mice testicles or nuts that a mouse would eat?
I use it as mice testicles, but you can use it however you want.
I don't think people get excited about going to London. I don't think people get excited about like, oh, awesome! Finally, I get to visit London and watch American football on a soccer field, which usually features some of the worst examples of American football ever. For whatever reason, these are 6-3 affairs over in London.
Those are games where if I change the question, if I added 2 simple words, I think the results would change drastically. Pick the one you most want to see them play in person. If I added in person, then I think the London games shoot way up the board.
Think so?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
It'd be a kind of a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
I don't think they win. I think Dallas would still win. In fact, maybe even more people vote for Dallas because they're like, hell yeah, I'd go jump in the car and I'll go to a Cowboy game and yell at some Cowboy fans. That'd be great.
Would that be a genuine once-in-a-lifetime experience, or would that be like Steve Francis going to the Super Bowl once-in-a-lifetime experience?
Which one, London or Dallas?
London. Going to Dallas, you can do that anytime.
Yeah.
I think most people would only go to London to watch an American football game once in their lifetime.
Yeah, I think so.
Remember, Steve Francis explained that he had to miss the team plane because he wanted to attend the Super Bowl in Houston, which was a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
That's
right. I feel like if you're a starting point guard in the NBA, you have the option of going to the Super Bowl every year if you like. Yes.
As long as your lifetime goes for a little while, you're going to be fine.
Yeah,
you can go to any Super Bowl you want to. Hell, Steve Francis was probably in Vegas this past weekend at the Super Bowl.
Once in a lifetime,
Yeah,
Sean.
once in a lifetime. So you pointed this out to me earlier, Seth. Jonathan Feliciano, an offensive lineman for the 49ers, he was their starting right guard in the Super Bowl, went out of the game with an injury and was replaced by Spencer Burford. Mm-hmm. One time himself was the starter, and Feliciano replaced him. But there was a Twitter account from somebody named Coach Yak, who is one of these accounts that posts film of plays and gives his opinion on what happened on the play. And the final play from scrimmage for the Niners in this game before kicking a field goal in overtime, Chris Jones just came on a free run right at Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
And this Coach Yak tweets a video of the play and says, Colton McKivitz, who's the right tackle for the Niners, has one of the best players in the game lined up in front of him, Chris Jones, and he decides to give him a free rush to Brock Purdy. Sickening! Jonathan Feliciano sees this, retweets it, and says, I know you know all, so you should know that's not Colton's guy. So Chris Jones was not Colton McKivick's responsibility. Jonathan Feliciano says a quick chop is not I guess this Coach Yak said, well, what about a quick chop, right?
Basically still tried to blame the right tackle, even though Jonathan Feliciano said that's not his guy.
Right.
So he said, what about he should give him a quick chop.
Yeah. And Feliciano says a quick chop is not needed if the guy that was supposed to block him blocks him. Basically threw the right guard, his replacement, under the bus did Feliciano.
Yeah.
Spencer Burford yesterday afternoon tweets, sheesh, I open up my app to this, get well soon, bro, to Feliciano. Basically saying, Feliciano, man, you threw me under the bus.
A little bit of a passive-aggressive get well soon there.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Here was Jonathan Feliciano's reply a few hours later in his apology. I'm sorry, bro. I woke up hungover and being a biatch. I'm trying to have one's back. In trying to have one's back, I hurt you. It's effed up, and I apologize. You got nothing but greatness ahead of you. I'm so sorry, bro. Or I'm sorry, bro. So Feliciano apologizing, and rightfully so. He did throw Burford under the bus by saying it was his responsibility, not the right tackle's responsibility. How do we feel about his apology, Seth? I've got the elements right here in front of me.
I'm going to say he did that classic thing where you ruin an apology with an explanation. I woke up hungover and being a biatch. So, but he said I'm sorry twice, so he said the actual words. Yeah. That's important.
Yeah.
I think he acknowledged that he hurt him, showing empathy. That's one of the checklist items.
Yep.
But the biggest thing is that he should have left out I woke up hungover and being a bitch. I know that from I think one time I apologized to Landry, and I think I cited being hungover as an excuse for it also, while still apologizing. And Landry basically did not accept the apology.
Okay.
I don't remember what it was over or what it was about.
Mm-hmm.
I said probably once every 6 months I apologize to Landry about something. But this one was not accepted by Landry which is true. It's fair. I learned that lesson. Like, oh yeah. If you do something wrong, you do something wrong.
Yeah.
You don't make excuses for why you did something
Number
wrong.
4 on the list of the elements of a good apology: don't make excuses.
Yeah,
so there was that. Yeah. I would also add to this particular apology, he didn't need to mix in "you got nothing but greatness ahead of you" to Burford. Feliciano replaced Burford. Like Burford might not be on the team next year. What do you mean you got greatness ahead of you? Like he's Will Shields.
He has a little bit like telling your wife's ex-husband who's like down in the dumps and like living in a gutter. Like, hey, things are gonna be awesome for you moving forward. I'm sure.
Yes.
I'm still doing your wife though. That's not gonna change. But other things will get better.
Right. Same exact thing. Same exact thing.
She always talks about how little sex you guys had. It's weird because we haven't had that problem.
Looking for this on the filter of the apology. Say why it won't happen again. What steps? It's if it's relevant, make reparations.
Say why it won't happen again. In the case of the actual football thing here, I guess the whole thing there is because I see a lot of people responding to this saying like, well, if it's true, it's true. The old crew of humans who think that as long as something's true, you can say it loudly.
First Amendment
to many. Yeah. But it's like it's good conduct to say it out loud.
Right.
I would just explain the offensive line especially is very, very strict about not selling people out.
Yeah.
Like you don't sell the guy next to you out to a coach. Like I've seen guys, you know what the O-line will do too? They'll ostracize people.
Ooh,
they'll
really?
have a kangaroo court, and it's one of the. It's like it's a good sociology experiment.
Okay.
It's kind of freaky how much it affects people. So like if you're an offensive lineman who routinely sells out your teammates to the coach and like blames them or whatever, they'll ostracize you where they give you the silent treatment for like a week.
Yikes!
It's devastating.
Be better, O-line. John Lopez is here. Man,
That's
John,
awesome.
you came in strong yesterday.
Guns a-blazing.
The beginning of your show.
Yeah.
Like Yosemite Sam.
About how ridiculous
El Paso Lopez.
How ridiculous Kyle Shanahan's decision to take the ball at the beginning of overtime was.
I have
it
not
lost
changed,
the game.
I have not changed my mind.
Here's my question for you.
Yes, sir.
I think I know what the answer is going to be. Were you screaming at your television at the beginning of overtime that he was doing the wrong thing?
Screaming might be a little long, but I was talking to the television. Absolutely.
You were?
Absolutely. What are you doing?
Okay.
What are you doing? I think of the words, and I said this on the air yesterday. That's Patrick Mahomes over there.
No, right.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes, who had scored one touchdown the entire game on like a 10-yard drive.
That's Patrick Mahomes over there.
Yeah. No, where are you on this, Landry?
I didn't think it was like egregious of a decision. I didn't think it was that.
Yeah, I can see both sides.
Yeah, I didn't think it was too bad. I didn't think it was.
Well,
I wouldn't do it.
The explanation was, well, we were really hoping for the third possession. The third possession. I mean, that's not exactly good planning when you.
That actually made sense to me. I don't know what this says about me. Maybe I've got a overtime analytics blind spot that I need to work.
Everybody has different. I mean, it is opinion. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But mine is very strong. Like you don't do that.
Thanks for making it clear that's opinion. John.
You don't.
I
do that.
thought it was fact for a minute.
I'll tell you when it's fact.
Even when it's opinion. Even when it's opinion.
I'll tell you when it's fact.
When it is fact.
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, I heard y'all talking. Seth, I think he's missed the conversation we had about the hungover. I was actually standing up for Seth because we were talking about the Radio Row incident, which I know you don't like to bring up. And I said that you've been like overly accountable for someone else just being a complete slime ball, and you being hungover, like that had nothing to do with why that happened.
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. Yeah, like I was transgressed upon for that. No, this was like a long time ago. Like it might have been even like when you were still like when we were on the same show together. It was something where I apologized, but I kind of also at the same time explained that I was really hungover or whatever. And it was and then it was valid. It was valid.
Well, the thing is, I was probably hungover when you were apologizing to me. So I was kind of like speaking on it.
So the whole thing is a God blessing.
Everyone's hungover.
Basically, I apologized, and then like later on, I had said like, "Hey, I apologize," and you said, I mean, kind of, I guess. And that's when I realized like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it. So I've always tried to be better about my apologies since then. It's hard though, man. It's hard to swallow big pride.
It is. You got to read the elements of a good apology before you actually apologize.
The art of the apology.
The art of the apology. All right. Hey, we are done. We are out of time. This was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Antibodies, and I'm sorry for anything I ever did while I was sick or ill or hungover.
Yeah, or just
a genuine apology, although, it was also.
Indeed. Yeah, but I did drink a lot the night before. All right, we're done. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they are up now.
All right, Landry Locker, along with Al Borland here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig. Holding it down. So
I don't think so, Tim.
Don't be jealous.
Let's
this is a world-class flannel shirt.
You ready to have your mind blown? You ready to have your mind blown, sir?
Blow my mind.
We're less than 4 weeks away from free agency.
How about that? I saw your calendar and I copied and pasted it onto my page. I was so excited.
Less than 4 weeks away from free agency.
We got tags coming and everything else.
Unfamiliar territory around here, at least in recent history, because this is going to be a different type of free agency. This isn't going to be just churning the roster just to churn it.
Thank you.
This is going to be trying to take that next step. Mm-hmm. And I dare wonder. Can we officially say goodbye to the Texans tax, and could things actually be on the other side of things? In other words, are people going to want to play for Houston? When you see those top 4 teams, normally you see Baltimore, Kansas City, the contenders. Are the Texans going to be on that list? Things are different. We got less than 4 weeks. We're not talking about quarterbacks. We're not talking about a new head coach. We're talking about taking the next step in less than 4 weeks.
Don't even wonder. I mean, we're there. That's exactly where the Texans are. And, there are variations of that we're going to talk about today. But the number one thing for me is, like, you have to realize that if you're going to play at that level, the level we saw on Sunday, you have to go for it, so to speak. Not to be trite, but you really do have to make those moves that are not just churning the roster, as you said. I used to call them just rental players, just guys that are looking for one more paycheck. Those days are done, man. They are done. You got to get to another level.
And I'm not even looking to the draft yet. Like that's what's crazy is free agency right now. It's almost like steps. Because in the past, we're looking at the draft. Like the last couple of years, it's the draft. What are they going to do with these 2-1s? And now it's just, okay, what are they going to do in free agency? Who are they going to sign? Who are they going to bring back? Who's going to want to play here? What are the pieces going to look like on offense? What are the pieces going to look like on defense? How are they going to handle this Jonathan Grenard situation? It's pretty relaxing, honestly.
Did Figgy give you the password?
Pretty relaxing.
Did Figgy add you to my personal doc?
He did not.
Because you just almost verbatim recited one of my confessions that I have coming up at 10:20.
12:20. So Vegas time, bro.
I care more about free agency than the draft.
Do you?
I do.
Okay.
I care more about free agency.
At this point?
Yes. Right now, today. Well, actually, for the whole offseason, I care more about free agency than the draft.
Is it because it's in front of you, or is it just...
No, I think it's more important.
Okay.
I think free agency is more important than the draft, and that's what we're talking about here. You kind of just referenced it right there. Let's think about this. The draft, you have the number 23 overall pick. Awesome. That's going to be a very impactful player, hopefully. Then you got a second. You have a third. You have 2 fourths and 3 sevenths. I don't care. I mean, those are going to be...
You don't care?
I mean, no, the 3 sevenths?
Well, Casario likes those sevenths.
Well, he'll probably churn those a little bit.
He likes moving around.
The 2 fourths are nice. The 2 fourths are nice, but you got to be dang good in terms of evaluation, in terms of obviously the interviews and everything else you do, and breaking it down and finding the player of need. Really, the free agency is a lot more important than the draft this year. Is that wrong? I don't think that's wrong.
I think they're equally as important. I mean, I think there's different opportunities in different ways. I'll always lean towards the draft if you can find impact players, specifically with those those first couple of picks. I think it can put your team over the top. So I lean draft, but I'm not looking ahead to draft. Like there's a lot of people who put up these damn pro football focused mock draft things, and I'm like, man, I'm not. That is a scroll through for me. I'm not even interested.
But if we're going to sit here and say, and I'm not picking on you. This is a general discussion here. This is a general thought. If we're going to sit here and say we're not in that league anymore, we're in the league of finding the pieces that get you to another level. You're already at a high level. You got to get to another level. Well, you can't count on draft picks to do that, right?
You can.
I mean, they can.
Lions did.
It can happen.
The Lions did.
It can, but they had 2 high picks there. With Laporta and Gibbs.
Laporta was a second-round pick.
That's pretty high. That's pretty high. But what I'm saying is, you can't count on that. Like, we're going to draft the next Sam Laporta and Jahmyr Gibbs. You can't say that's going to happen.
No, you're going to have to find guys in free agency.
Yeah.
They're going to have to get creative. They're going to have to figure out.
I think they got to find people like in the second and third round, those hidden gems. I think that's where they can really eat up.
But that's projection, and that's fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Whereas in free agency, you're going to have a really good gauge of guys playing in this league at this level of who can help you, and they can help you a lot quicker.
Yeah, and sometimes it's going to be guys that we don't see it happening. Maybe they're looking extra close at certain guys. I'm really intrigued. I'm excited about this, and it's right in front of us. We're less than 4 weeks away from free agency picking up, business picking up around here. Time's a little bit different for the Houston Texans. The aftermath of the Super Bowl, the Kansas City Chiefs and the 49ers. Seems like, I don't want to say it's unraveling in San Francisco, but you got Brandon Ayuk's girlfriend saying, I don't know if he's going to be here anymore. You got his brother. Someone said brother/best friend. Does that mean it's his best friend that he calls his brother, or is it his brother and his best friend?
I have no idea.
They showed the Instagram, and it said his brother, parentheses, best friend. And I was like,
I think that's his best friend.
That he calls his brother?
He calls his brother.
And why don't they just say his best friend?
Because it's more like a brother.
That's just confusing.
I know it is. I'm confused.
He could have just said my brother.
But yeah, I saw the girlfriend. I saw the girlfriend, and I was like, okay, what's going on? The other thing that I kind of like about the Texans right now, and look, eventually you want to inherit these problems because I think the elite teams, typically they have more problems. I mean, you see drama. Yeah. I mean, you can go back to the Cowboys in the 90s, Belichick and Brady towards the back end. Now you have Kansas City with all the off-field stuff going on, all the extra. San Francisco's got all their drama. So those types of things happen with the elite squads. It happens quite often. I don't want to say it's still like a honeymoon phase for the Texans, but I think while they had a lot of success and they were a half away from getting where they've never been before, the conference championship, it does feel like they're not to the point now where they're just going to be inheriting all of these extra problems. And I don't know if those problems ever come. I mean, I don't know. I would think eventually there's going to be some sort of drama once you get to a certain point and egos and all that. But I don't think they've gotten to the point where like there's just going to be some massive distractions with the Houston Texans. They haven't quite gotten there yet.
I think that day will come because once you get to a consistent high level, you mentioned egos. I think ego becomes a part of it. Like they want to either get their money because they've helped you win, or they want to get you. They want to get their glory, their touches. Be more involved. I think that'll come into play. One thing about the Niners that is interesting to me, I didn't think that them not knowing the overtime rules was all that big a deal.
Yeah, I didn't really.
But it's huge in San Francisco right now.
Yeah, what's the problem?
They're talking about it being like a reflection of like
Kyle Shanahan
and preparation, and Andy Reid had them all ready, but you didn't. I mean, I guess we'd be saying the same thing here, but once you got to overtime, I thought, okay, just play. You're not going to all of a sudden change things around, but it's becoming a huge deal over there.
I'm trying to look at it and give it its proper attention. I don't know. Mm-hmm. And maybe this is me being an idiot. I'll just be fully transparent. Did they really explain it on the broadcast?
The graphic did better than they did.
Okay, I had a lot going. I was going back and forth, and I was just kind of chilling, just enjoying the ball game, and I was probably getting some chicken or something like that by then. I didn't even really.
The graphic was better than Tony Romo, but of course, SpongeBob was better than Tony Romo in this game. So
I mean, I would assume the referees explain it, right?
They did right before the coin toss.
Yeah.
But the graphic is what I was really like. Okay, that's it. Just to make sure everything.
Do you like these overtime rules?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
I like the old ones.
Me too.
Really?
You score, it's over.
Yeah, score a touchdown, it's over. If you kick a field goal, if you hold them to a field goal, you get your chance.
Yeah.
Well, this is because of the Buffalo game.
Well, that was stupid.
It was feel like they shouldn't have changed it because of that.
Yeah, just leave it. I mean, that's Buffalo's fault.
I kind of like it. It just like because there's no
because Kansas City would have accomplished what they wanted to accomplish because they stopped them from scoring the touchdown.
But there's no what ifs this way. Because there's always going to be the what if Josh Allen had gotten the ball again.
I don't care about that.
But I mean,
but it could have been the what if they stopped them on defense.
But
and
it's
held
still
them to a field
there.
goal.
But it still would be there.
I think it was an overreaction changing it.
Maybe, but I like him. I like the fact that everybody. Okay, you get the ball. You get the ball at least. No excuses.
I think it's good if your team was in that position.
Yeah.
I think that benefit if your team was in there. But I like the old one better.
Screw Buffalo. 11:20. I have the top 5 guys on the roster. We're talking about free agency. We're less than 4 weeks away. 5 guys that are most on the hot seat on the Texans roster right now. Different layers. Some are fighting for their life. Shout out to R. Kelly. Well, dump that. Some are fighting for their life, and some are just fighting to take that next step.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't mean to shout out R. Kelly. That was a little much. Right there. I apologize.
It's okay.
Yeah,
nobody minds.
Hey.
Well, some people mind.
Hey, it's all good. Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Some people.
It was a good interview. I just quoting that. Lopez has good news, bad news coming up at 11. Also, good Lord, rodeo season 2 weeks away.
How about that?
Good God.
Yeah.
That came up quick.
We got a giveaway at 11-1. Blake Shelton.
All right.
How about that? Blake Shelton.
Gwen going to be here?
True icon. I'm not sure. Are they still an item?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Figgy, are they still an item?
You asking the wrong person.
Are Blake Shelton and Gwen Stefani still an item? 713-572-4610. Let us know on the YouTube and the Twitch as well, where you can see our faces. Man, she went from that bass player in No Doubt to Blake Shelton. Man, that's a 180 right there.
She can bring it though, man. She can get whatever she wants.
She's not washed.
Oh, no.
As far as looks, or
I don't know.
on stage.
I can't remember the last time I saw Gwen Stefani.
Looks.
I don't remember her.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember her with No Doubt.
Yeah, no, she's
Holla
strong.
back, girl. Now it's good.
What do you say, new rope?
Strong as new rope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
No idea. Christina Aguilera is washed.
Oh man, no way, no way. Have you seen her?
Wee.
Hey, is it Ozempic? Is Ozempic the weight drug?
Man,
she is the Ozempic poster child. She looks fantastic.
Oh my,
she looks fantastic. She is like the poster child,
man,
for Ozempic.
Show me this.
I got it on my Instagram. Let me go there because I do follow her on Instagram. She looks fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Man. Yeah. I got you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Don't be.
She didn't overdo the Ozempic.
Maybe a little bit, but that's okay. She looks really, really, really good. Is that too over the top?
It's all
Do I sound like a creeper?
All right. So I guess they're married, Blake Shelton and Gwen Stefani. So, there we go. The 832 says, "Guys, be honest." This is a hell of a claim by 832. Okay, yeah, she worked it.
She worked it.
Guys, be honest. Had that been Dusty Baker not knowing the role, y'all would have been all over him.
See, I think that's what's going on in San Francisco. I think that's what it is. That's why
because it's closer to home.
Yeah, because it's closer to home. Because at first I was
I mean, if it were D'Amico, I can't tell you that I would feel the same way that I do about Shanahan.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, okay, who cares? At least they're playing. They got it now or whatever. But boy, they're going nuts up there.
Do you think that? I was wrong about Christina being washed. When you can buy all the drugs you want and just inject
everybody's
yourself and
everybody's
turn into a model.
doing
Okay.
Ozempic.
I was wrong. All right,
everyone's
my
doing
bad, people.
Everyone's doing Ozempic.
Might as well wipe Hollywood clean.
I didn't know she could just at least completely change her look in 12 minutes.
Well, she did.
Okay,
she did. She did.
Like the photo before that, she looks like Anna Nicole Smith.
Mm-hmm. She was a little thicker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now there she goes.
Yeah. I'm still lamenting the fact that I didn't stay one more night and watch her in concert.
Yeah, you probably didn't miss much.
I was ready to get home.
You probably didn't miss much. Someone says on the 281 that college has the perfect OT rules. I disagree.
That's a lot. Can you imagine if that were the NFL?
They need to start at the 50.
I'd like that.
Yeah, because college kicking is hard. They need to start at the 50 to where you at least have to put together somewhat of a drive or something like that. Start at the 50 instead of the 35.
And you have a tough decision to make on a long field goal versus going for it.
Yeah,
that's a good idea. Why don't you send a memo to someone?
They don't listen to me. As good as my ideas are, they don't listen to me.
Yeah.
Although I do feel like I had this overtime rule proposed before, and then Shareem Williams quote tweeted it, and then next thing I know, like a week later,
Which one?
Were entertaining it. Where if you stop them to a field goal, you get a chance on the touchdown. This was receded. Like I said it, and then Mother Football, who's pretty powerful in football, she quoted it, and I'm just wondering, did I have a impact on this?
Dang, that's a little shots fired right there.
Well, I just think you should start at the 50 in college, but this 30, I mean, it was cool in the beginning, like the whole at the 35, but now, I mean.
Now you're going 7 overtime.
That 2-point conversion crap's so dumb.
That's the only thing they could do.
Let's rotate 2-point conversions. No, again, this is an overreaction, John.
No, I understand.
Because it's one game. Like, one game happens where they go 7 overtimes, and it's like, well, we got to change the rule. No, just appreciate that it was a one-off, just like that Buffalo KC thing.
Yeah. No, the NFL I do like. Just get the ball, man. Each team gets the ball. Gets the ball. I like that.
I mean, D'Amico took the ball first against Baltimore to go 3 and out.
Yeah. And?
Didn't go well. Wasn't that upset with him, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blake Shelton, I got it. Blake Shelton and Gwen Stefani married. I got it.
Okay.
It's a solid marriage. Good for them.
Good for them.
Yeah, good for him. Good for Blake Shelton.
They've been together about 20 years? What?
No, not that long.
How long?
Because he
was like they've been together for a minute.
No. She was the other woman, right? She broke up his other marriage.
I don't know. That's your claim. I have no idea.
I think she was.
You're the reality star expert, man.
Yeah,
you should know
reality. This is like I don't know what she did. I don't know if she was the other woman. They might have been separated.
That's the hot rumor.
They might have been sleeping in separate beds. Who knows, John?
Well,
I don't know.
So she pulled the Alicia Keys.
You can see Blake Shelton at 11-1. We'll give you a chance to go see Blake Shelton, the alleged cheater, according to John Lopez.
Yeah, I think she did.
All right,
according to People Magazine.
So what's it say?
Right here. Did Gwen Stefani break up Blake Shelton's marriage?
Oh wow.
Apparently it all started.
Doesn't say yes. That's
apparently it all started 2014 when they met while they were filming The Voice.
Okay.
And he was still married.
Okay. So there you go.
There you go.
So there you go. You can see.
You need any good Hollywood gossip? You just come to me.
All right.
This was a sports station.
11-1. Your chance to see everyone's favorite adulterer, Blake Shelton, live at the Rodeo here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, C.J. Stroud. Man, I thought the days of controversy involving Texans quarterbacks were done. They're not. C.J. Stroud has found himself in the middle of a controversy, but it might not be a bad one. That's next.
What's better than one award win?
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Quarterback controversy surrounding C.J. Stroud. It's a good one, though. Don't worry about it. It's nothing to do with happy endings, allegedly, and all that type of stuff. It's nothing like that.
Okay, thank you.
It's a good controversy. We're less than 4 weeks away from the start of free agency. Jamar Chase, who caught the touchdown from C.J. Stroud in the Pro Bowl skills competition, the flag football portion. Jamar Chase, after he caught that touchdown, said, C.J. Stroud, come play with me.
Mm-hmm.
Come play with me. Pause. Here he was with Kay Adams, Jamar Chase, addressing the controversy or lack thereof, or a good thing, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, Jamar, do you want to clear up the C.J. Stroud thing?
Clear
so basically, at the Pro Bowl, everyone freaked out because you said, come play with me. So what happened?
Nothing. That's just me being messy, man. I know you. I like messing with the crowd. I like messing with the teams, the fans. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot going on in the NFL, and we don't know. So
yeah.
I mean, CJ is young. I'm young. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean I'm gonna play with him now. You know what I'm saying? I don't plan on leaving Joe. So I mean, all that's gonna take care of itself.
All right, there you go.
Did that answer it?
No, I don't know. I kind of feel like he wants to be on C.J. Stroud's team after that, if we're being honest. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
But the thing that I think is interesting is this leads me to wonder, like, even if Jamar Chase is joking about this, and he has Joe Burrow as his quarterback, and they've won national championship together, they've been close to winning a Super Bowl. When it comes to talking about guys like Mike Evans or Saquon Barkley or, some other guys where the price might not be right, is the price going to be lower for people to end up in this situation? I think if CJ continues doing what he's doing, continues putting off the vibe that he's putting off, there's going to be a time where, whether it's an elite receiver like Jamar Chase or something like that, guys are going to want to be on CJ Stroud's team. And I'm specifically looking at Mike Evans here, less than 4 weeks away from free agency. When we look at free agents, we automatically assume like the max price.
Yeah.
And the reason the price matters is because it's not baseball. There's a salary cap. And once you start investing so much into player X, then it prevents you from adding player Y.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're Mike Evans, your entire career has been played in a place where there's, wait for it, no state income tax.
Yeah.
You've won a Super Bowl. You've already set yourself up to make the Hall of Fame, and you're from here. Could the price be lower? Like, could you get Mike Evans on a 2-year deal, whereas a team like the New York Giants or a team that needs a receiver, the Tennessee Titans, would have to give 3 or 4 years? Is there already a sense here that maybe the Texans' tax is not only gone, but guys like Mike Evans, especially in his situation, are going to take less to play here?
Yeah, this is the epitome of case by case. Like a Jamar Chase, he wants to get paid, and he should. Still finishing up, his first contract. That's kind of off the board right now if he were, a free agent. But Mike Evans, I've kind of done an about face, a 180, whatever you want to call it, on Mike Evans. I think that is in play. Not only do I think that is in play, I think it's a play that should be made, at least attempted, to try to get him for that reason alone. You call it the Texans tax.
Used to be you have to pay more.
Yeah. That's not the case anymore. That's just not the case. So yeah, this is a great example of don't ask, don't get. And maybe you're gonna have to massage the negotiations a little bit to get Mike Evans here, but he's gonna be interested. He's won a Super Bowl before.
If you are.
Yeah, and he's going to be interested. So I think that's absolutely in play. It's a case by case.
Now, we've heard, and we'll hear some love for Tank Dell and Nico Collins a little bit later on in the show. Did what you see from them two make you feel any less of a need to add receivers? Because I would say yes and no. Like, do I feel okay with Tank Dell and Nico Collins? Sure. But I think it's very dangerous to assume that the best is yet to come with players, specifically skill position guys, specifically Tank Dell, who ended up getting hurt. We don't know how he's going to come back from that injury. I think those guys, the arrow is high. I think that I put Nico Collins in like the Brandon Ayuk tier. I think he's like that type of player, that type of impact. Although if he takes the jump from year 3 to 4 that he did 2 to 3, then all bets are off. And clearly CJ likes playing with him and Tank. But while I anticipated that the Texans would be taking a receiver in the first round no matter what before the season last year. I don't think that's a need, but I do think they need to add wide receiver depth, whether that means putting a guy that's clearly your number 1 like Mike Evans or putting a guy who is an unquestioned 3 behind Dell and Nico Collins.
Not me. I don't want a 3.
No. I need a 1 or a 3. Like yeah. I need that range to where your top 3 receivers are Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and someone else in no particular order, because right now one of the Texans' biggest issues is wide receiver depth. Like John Mechie's not a number 3 receiver.
Right.
He's just not.
No.
And he doesn't do enough extra stuff like some of the guys on San Francisco, like we saw in the Super Bowl, to where when he's not catching passes, he's contributing in other ways. So I think the Texans need to improve 1 through 3 on their receiving core, whether that means adding someone who's clearly the number 1 or adding someone who's clearly like 2B or 3.
I think the first thing the Texans have to do, Cal, Hannah, D'Amico, and Nick Caserio, is they have to decide what do we want to be in 2024? Do we want to take another step, or do we want to take a big step? I think that's very important, because if they want to take another step, then you tweak, then you lean more heavily on the draft. I don't think they're there. I think they're ready to take a big step, and what that means is then what are you going to add? Let's start with the wide receiver room, because that's what we're talking about. If you have to ask, is Nico Collins a number 1 wide receiver?
Well, some people on the text line are saying, yes, you guys are crazy.
But here's the thing. If you have to ask, if there's an argument whether he is a number 1 wide receiver, then he's not a number 1 wide receiver. Because you know a number 1 wide receiver, and nobody will doubt you. You know? And so that's the answer to your question. Is he, if you're arguing with your buddies at the bar, the barber shop, the whatever, that is he, and you're going back for it. He is, and he isn't. Then he's not. Because you know a number 1 wide receiver when you see one. There is no question. There is no argument. And so that's why I feel Mike Evans should be in play.
Yeah.
Because he comes here, is Mike Evans a number 1 wide receiver? Get the hell out of here. Of course he is. Whereas if you're arguing about Nico, then he's not.
I just don't think you can have enough in this situation with where the Texans currently sit.
Yeah.
Like with Mahomes, they've had to make decisions because he's getting a larger chunk of the pie. With where CJ is, your 3 has to be better than when Tank Dell gets hurt. We're sitting here asking ourselves, man, is John Mechie going to break out for us?
Yeah.
Answer's no.
Yeah.
Answer's no. Like, could John Mechie play his way into being really like a contributor for the team? Sure.
Mm-hmm.
But am I going to bet on it? And then I heard Seth saying this morning, and I was like, okay, well, that kind of makes me feel weird.
Mm-hmm.
I heard him talking about John Mechie, and Seth knows this system more than anything. Like when Seth starts breaking down this scheme and all that, like sometimes you roll your eyes when people are talking scheme, but like he knows this offensive scheme. He said he doesn't even know if the slot receiver is that valuable in it. He said you can use it, but I don't know if it's that valuable in it. If that's the case, what is John Mechie doing here? Right? I mean,
yeah. I actually,
am I being too harsh?
No. I'm kind of thinking about that because Seth does know the system, but I disagree with that. So whatever. But let's translate this to other positions, and I think you have your answer on the Mike Evans question. Is Saquon Barkley elite? Of course.
I think so. When
of
healthy,
course.
Yeah.
Is Derrick Henry elite? Of course. Is defense? Is Chris Jones elite? Yes.
Oh, you're throwing that out.
Any position. Any position at all.
Going Chris Jones, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Is Sam Laporta, I'll go a little younger. Is he elite? Yes, he's elite. Is Nico Collins elite? I don't know. Well, then that's your answer. So, yes, the answer is to Mike Evans, bring him in. The answer at the slot receiver is you will have options. Tank Dell can play the slot. Those are things that can help this team.
Coming up, what heartbreak sounds like once the red light comes on, and sign or decline. Derrick Henry next.
So the weight loss plan.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sign or decline? Derrick Henry. Sign or decline? The biggest Texans killer of all time. We'll get into that in a sec, but we asked the question yesterday after the San Francisco 49ers lost to the Kansas City Chiefs in the big game in OT. Man, what would that feel like once the red light came on? What would it feel like if we had to host a show and the Texans lost the Super Bowl like that? Fortunately, we have a sister station in the Bay Area. Fortunately, we have a morning show called The Morning Roast at 95.7 The Game. You want to hear how they started their show yesterday?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Well, they're both in their San Francisco 49er jerseys, and this is how they handled the heartbreak.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Somehow, some way, we'll try to get through this as the journey ends with a thud. The 49ers lose Super Bowl 58 in overtime to Kansas City, and it may be one of the most excruciating, painful losses in 49ers franchise history.
Bay Area sports history.
Bay Area sports history. I almost put a poll up last night thinking about what's the biggest losses in Bay Area sports history. I don't know where this one stands, but I know last night, folks, people who sat up there at the bars last night, watched the game, everybody at home. I could not watch the game back last night. I cannot do it to myself. It's the first time in a long time I've been able to say that, where I shut the laptop down, maybe after the first drive.
5 a.m.
Yeah, don't even worry about that part.
Yeah, what do you mean I couldn't watch it back?
I would never want to see it again.
No, but the game ended. The game ended at their time. I don't know, 10.
No, it ended about 10 our time, so 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then they're gonna watch the game back.
Watch it again.
All
Why?
Right. All right.
Why?
Just sat there in darkness in my hotel room, Shasky, in complete darkness, thinking about what could have been. But the drought continues, and we got to go through this again. Another offseason, another draft, another training camp, another season, and all the stars align for this team. All the stars align for this team. But as we said on Friday, premium players have to make gold jacket plays. Well, the Chiefs' premium players made gold jacket plays. The premium players and the premium head coach did not make premium plays and gold jacket plays for the 49ers. And they're going to have to wear this one for a very, very long time. This is going to be a tough one to get through.
It's one of the hardest games to stomach. I'm never going to get over this one, ever. I already know it. To your point about, watching it back. Couldn't even watch it back. It was just...
Why?
It's devastating.
All right, there you go. Well, I mean, they wanted to win, man. And the reason I found this because Philadelphia is making fun of the 49ers.
I'm sure they are.
They said checking in on our friends in San Francisco. So they put this clip up. How do you think you would start it off if the Texans lost that way?
Well,
you would have said D'Amico choked.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, you would have said D'Amico choked because you've been saying it about Shanahan, right?
Yeah, probably. But there's a little bit of context here that we have to take into account. That they've been waiting for 30 years, for was it 2030, whatever, to get back and win a Super Bowl. If the Texans lost their first,
they said the drought continues. We haven't won since Steve Young.
Yeah,
boo-hoo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If the Texans got to
that's a long drought, though.
It
man.
is,
and a long drought. And I mean, hell, I remember I was in grade school watching that Chargers 49ers Super Bowl.
And they've got a deep history, and they've won Super Bowls and all that. But if the Texans got there,
Harbaugh was a Colts quarterback that year.
If the Texans got there and it was their first Super Bowl and they lost like that, I don't think I would be quite as despondent. I wouldn't be happy. I'd be sad.
Oh, God.
I don't think I'd be quite as
Don't tell me you're going to do that.
No. I would
Oh, my God.
They made the Super Bowl, guys.
I hope I'm not hosting with John if that's what we're doing.
Hey, man.
Oh, my God.
They made it this far.
Why'd you hear something?
No, I didn't hear I didn't hear anything. I just don't know how long. I don't know how long it's going to take. You're going to play the we made it card if the Texans make the Super Bowl?
Somewhere in between that.
Oh, my God.
Somewhere in between that and
no, hell no.
Hey, we never got to one before.
Once they get to the Super Bowl, we're all in.
Well, like I said, I'd be disappointed.
It ain't at least we got
I'd be upset.
No, hell no.
I'd be upset. I would call out. If D'Amico did the same thing, I would call it out. But there's also a sense of that was the first.
Hell Hell no.
You would still be building.
Hell
We got
no.
beat by the best. We got beat by the best.
You cannot, no way.
Yeah.
You're telling me if the Texans get to the Super Bowl and they lose like that, first time or not, you're just, at least they got there.
No, I'm not going to say that. I said somewhere between that and
the AFC champions.
Somewhere between that and what the Niners, what we just heard from the Niners, a home of the Niners. Because I wouldn't be like, at least they got there. No way. Because I'd be upset about D'Amico if he made that decision. I'd be upset about the loss. I'd be down about the loss. But if the Texans get there, let's say next year or the year after, you're still climbing. You still feel hope. You still feel hope that you'll get there again.
Sometimes you don't get back, man.
Well, obviously, I know. But in terms of like big picture, you'd still feel like you're ascending as an organization.
Once you get there,
you'd want to win it. Don't get me wrong.
There ain't going to be no, hey, well, they gave a good fight. Once you get in that ball game, you better win the game or it's going to be.
I would never do that.
The ultimate heartbreak.
I would never be, shucks, good job, fellas. I would never do that. But I also wouldn't be what those guys are. Those guys sound like they want to kill themselves.
He said he sat in a dark room.
I know.
Timeout Houston on the YouTube. John has a loser's mindset.
That's because you're contaminating the opinion that I'm trying to make.
I'm contaminating.
Yeah, you're saying that I would say good job, fellas, and I would not. I would be disappointed. What I'm saying is I wouldn't be like trying to kill myself like those dudes because I would feel like this organization is still on the rise.
If they lost a Super Bowl like that, you wouldn't sound like those guys.
I would not.
That got to hurt, man.
Of course it would hurt.
Doesn't it hurt more if it's the first time?
Well,
shouldn't it hurt more?
It probably would.
Because the opportunities are so few and far between.
It's kind of like the Lions lost.
I wouldn't feel lost like these guys. Maybe that's the best way to put it. Like they feel lost. Like we may never get this chance again.
Because they know how hard it is.
I would feel like
we know how hard it is.
I would feel like the Texans would get that chance again. It'd be awful. It'd be sad. I'd be disappointed. I'd be mad. But I would feel. What's a good example? Maybe like someone who gets to the Super Bowl and you can see them, they're ascending. So you're disappointed, but you know that better things are coming.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it seems like a lot of times guys just take advantage of that first opportunity. Like once you catch lightning in a bottle in an NFL season, it seems like it just.
Probably like Kansas City.
But they won their first time.
Yeah, that's why I didn't use
the first time.
Yeah,
okay. They won.
Like that's why I didn't use that example. But
like the Rams won. Like with Kurt Warner, like the Cowboys won their first time.
Maybe the Bengals. They got there, they lost, but
you think that feels good right now?
No, it don't feel good.
Because they probably assumed the best was yet, and they never got back.
Yeah,
not yet.
Burrow's second year.
But don't you think they felt like they were ascending? They still had confence.
I would just
maybe that is a good example.
Yeah, you got the quarterback that can get you there.
That's kind of where I would be.
So you didn't. I don't think you ever played Mario Brothers or anything like that.
Only with my kids occasionally.
But like you're telling me, like when you're playing Mario Brothers back in the day and you get to the last level and Bowser kills you, you're like, oh damn, I'm so close.
Nah.
No, you're pissed.
No, you're mad.
You got to put
you got to start from the beginning.
Yeah, you got to put the controller away, man. I don't feel good about that.
You're mad, but
I came all this way and I lost to Bowser and he beat my ass.
Yes, but you got all the way to the final level.
But it sucks.
It sucks. It sucks. But you're like, you know what? Next time, I'm gonna beat his ass.
No, but I almost feel better. But I almost feel better if I lose in like level 2 or something like that, and something flukish happens than I do.
No,
then I do losing to Bowser at the end.
I 100% agree with that.
So you would So if you would feel better, like you would feel awesome if the Texans lost the Super Bowl like that.
No, I
as
wouldn't
opposed
feel
to
awesome.
going out the way they did.
No, I wouldn't feel awesome at all. Like I said, you're contaminating my opinion here. I would feel awful. I would be mad. I would be disappointed. But I think Figgy gave the best example. Like when Burrow got there, you sensed, all right, that sucks. But we got the guy. We've been there. One more step to make. Whereas the Niners right now they're throwing their hands up. And they're like, man.
And they're probably questioning the coach a little bit, too.
Questioning the coach. I'm wondering if they're ever going to get back. That's the difference between that and what I would feel.
Sign or decline Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry is going to be a free agent. All-time Texans killer, 30 years old. Sign or decline King Henry. I would say decline only because I think there's an elite running back market. But if they decide that they like Derrick Henry, then I would be okay with it. That might sound like I'm kind of on the fence. I'd rather have Saquon. I'd probably rather have Jacobs. There's some other options. But if D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick and Nick Caserio love Derrick Henry, sign me up all day.
Heck, even Eckler. There are 4 guys at that position, and I do have them ranked in my mind's eye. I think I might have Josh Jacobs 1, but Josh Jacobs or Saquon 1, one of those two guys, then Henry, then Eckler. If they sign Henry, it's not my preferred choice, but I'd be, let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's see what he's got left. But it has to be one of those. They've got to come up with one of those guys.
Have to get it back.
Yeah.
Have to get it back.
Got to.
Absolutely. Make Singletary the complimentary one. Coming up, chance to see Blake Shelton at the rodeo. Be listening for the cue to call. And good and bad. John Lopez, less than 4 weeks away from the start of free agency. He has some good news, and he has some bad news. In the Loop continues next.
We knew it.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, good news, bad news from John Lopez. Less than 4 weeks away from free agency. Chance to see Blake Shelton. I call him a good musician and good host. Lopez calls him an adulterer. Regardless, you can see him February 27th.
You want to see the adulterer? We got your tickets.
11 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
We got you covered.
To win right here.
I don't know if that's going to be the best promo, but
cheater.
Allegedly.
Cheater.
I got the whole story from all our loopholes.
Allegedly, yeah. They're Blake Shelton
They're
experts.
with Miranda. And then yada, 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 he's with Gwen Stefani.
So let's get the good news, bad news about the Texans less than 4 weeks away from free agency here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Off-season starts when?
The offseason starts today.
Today, baby.
Today.
Today, the offseason begins. You want good news, bad news? I'm going to alternate. So let's
start with the good.
Good news. Going into the offseason.
Okay.
The rest of the division is in disarray.
Yeah, there is a possibility that this division is not good. In Kansas City, they've kind of benefited from a mediocre division. We thought it was going to be really good a couple of years ago. There's uncertainty at the quarterback position in different layers from all three other teams, and you think you're good with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, the Colts. I went to every team, and you can add or argue whatever you want. Can they keep Michael Pittman Jr.? That's one of their questions. Does anyone know if Anthony Richardson is good? Like, the Colts have big questions, and who knows where that is. Titans, new coach, rebuild, bye-bye Derrick Henry. That they're in disarray.
Will Levis, too, by the way.
And Will Levis.
Yeah, he's a quarterback.
Jaguars, what are you going to do with Trevor Lawrence's contract?
I mean, they're going to sign him and make him one of the highest-paid quarterbacks in the NFL.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Josh Allen's going to be tagged. I don't know how that's going to go over. Likely.
Yeah, they're going to have to pay him.
Tagged. And what are you going to do with Calvin Ridley?
They're going to sign him.
Okay, good. No, seriously, good.
Because they got to tag either Allen or Ridley, you think. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do.
Bad
news.
Bad news. This is by far the toughest Texans schedule in years, maybe ever.
We always say that. It ends up kind of.
Let's go through this.
It ends up kind of equaling out.
It can.
Let me hear this schedule. I'm drinking Kool-Aid right now.
Home games against Baltimore.
Win.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a dub.
Wow.
Yeah,
Biggie.
they're on the decline.
Dub.
Buffalo.
Dub.
Oh, you guys are just playing with me now.
No, dub.
No, you guys.
Buffalo's not good on the road. Buffalo's not good on the road. Keep going.
Detroit.
Big dub.
Wow.
3-0.
Yeah, Goff's coming off a cliff. That's 3-0. Keep going.
And Detroit and Miami.
That's a dub. That's 4. That's a dub.
So it's not bad news. You want to go to the road?
Now, it's Texans All Access.
Cowboys. At the Cowboys.
Dub.
At Green Bay.
Loss.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they lost.
Look at you, fair and balanced.
Yeah.
And at Kansas City.
Dub. Dub.
Has Kansas City played recently?
Dub.
Yeah. All right, I guess that is not as bad as I thought it was. Good news. You got money to spend. You can find the right pieces if you choose to.
Yes.
You have money to spend. It's a very rare position that the Texans are in. Bad news. We don't know if they're going to spend it. Will they spend it?
I hope not. Don't be reckless.
I hate when you do this.
No, don't be reckless. Spend it out. Evaluate the players. Evaluate the players. Don't do John Lopez's EA Sports crap.
See, here you go again. Like nobody is
evaluate.
Nobody is sitting here saying you got a lot of money, just spend it recklessly.
Evaluate.
No one is saying that. Will Cal and Hannah give the go-ahead for what I've been calling smart big money? Smart big money.
Well, you're throwing out Chris Jones now.
No, I'm not.
You said the name Chris Jones earlier in the show. Don't think I didn't.
Well, just
I didn't
because
hear that.
I said Gwen Stefani too, it didn't mean I had signing her.
I heard. Yeah, well, Gwen Stefani was topical because we're giving away Blake Shelton tickets in about 10 minutes. But
nobody here said sign Chris Jones.
But you said his name.
I said you need a guy like that.
What's going on with Chris Jones?
I don't know. What's going on with you? Bad news. I mean, good news. CJ, obviously, we don't have to elaborate on that. Bad news. There doesn't appear to be anything you can do with this offensive line. And that could and that could haunt. Those are your words too.
We'll get into that in 20 minutes.
And that could haunt CJ not just this year.
You're stuck for better or worse is what you mean. Yes.
Could haunt him not just this coming year, but for a couple of years to go.
Chris Jones, 3 years, $85 million.
Yeah.
713-572. 3 years, $85 million. Chris Jones. That would be right when CJ's rookie deal expired. I mean, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Look at you.
Hey.
Now who's bucking for CJ?
I'm playing EA Sports, brother. If we're going 3 years, 85, hey.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
The good news. The draft is loaded at positions where the Texans definitely have need. Wide receiver, offensive tackle,
running back,
cornerback,
day 2 tight end,
edge rushers. It's loaded. Bad news? Outside of the number 23 pick, the Texans probably would not be able to draft a premium offensive lineman for obvious reasons. Top wide receivers could be gone, and there are big drop-offs, according to the experts anyway, including John Harris. I was looking at his thing. Big drop-offs at tight end and running back. So you're going to have to prioritize running back with your first or second round pick. I mean, do you want to do that?
No, not first. That's for damn sure.
Well, not first.
Not second either.
That's what I'm saying. There's a drop-off.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you got to be in this market.
Texans have 2 fourth-round
picks. Got me thinking about Chris Jones now.
I didn't even say anything about him.
385. Be a leader.
Texans have 2 fourth-round picks and 3 seventh. That's not going to help you. That's not going to help you, get better immediately. That's why I said earlier, the smart big money is the way to go. Like one of my confessions, and you'll hear it again at 12:20. I care more about free agency this year than the draft.
Yeah. Okay.
Flat out.
Okay.
Flat out.
All right.
Because that's where you can get them. That's where you can go over the top.
All right. I mean, I don't know what smart big money means.
I'll give you some names. You know how I feel about Gabe Davis. That's smart big money.
Yeah.
And if you can get Mike Evans at a discount.
Okay.
Even just a relative discount.
Okay.
That's smart big money.
What about Chase Young?
Yeah, Chase Young, I mean, tell me the price.
I was talking with Stoots yesterday about this, and Stoots was like, this is the most Stoots thing ever, where he said, he has get paid and quit written all over him.
Based on what? the draft profile coming out?
I don't even think he had that as a draft profile coming out. That's just, I don't know what he was saying.
Yeah. There are guys that do that, but I don't know what makes you look like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
To me, smart money is like, hey, Clowney on a 1-year deal now. Like something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's smart.
Smart big money.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have to pay him.
Although I'm still thinking about Chris Jones now.
Let's go. Chris Jones. You can't say you don't want him.
No, I mean, look, the thing that the Texans have that other squads don't. Now, the Chiefs are keeping a Super Bowl window open, so they're probably going to do whatever they can to get that done. I don't question that. But you don't have to pay C.J. Stroud for 3 years, 2 or 3 years. So a position where even the most mediocre of quarterbacks, like Daniel Jones is making like $35 million, $40 million.
Yeah.
He sucks.
Yes, he does.
So even like if you're going to have an average quarterback, you have to invest that much. The Texans aren't going to have to do that for 3 years. So when we start throwing this out there and you're talking about like guys like that, it's okay. Well, I mean, basically you're paying Chris Jones and C.J. Stroud the same thing that it takes for Daniel Jones on the second contract. That's why this is a crazy case. So maybe you're talking me into smart big money. Maybe you need to go bigger.
That's why I'm so adamant about the free agency over the draft. Because if we're being honest,
I mean, if it's a 3-year deal, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That's the projection right now. I'm not pulling this out of anywhere. I'm pulling a spot rack is very, 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 very hit or miss. But 3 years,
they
85?
tend to lean toward the conservative side.
3 years, 85?
Because if we're being – so are you with me? Free agency is more important than the draft this year?
I think they're both equally important.
I think it's more important, and here's one.
But I also think hitting on draft picks is more important because of what we're talking about with these deals.
Well, sure.
Like right now, the Texans have their 3 best players on offense are on rookie deals right now.
Mm-hmm.
If you keep like churning that and keep that going, then it's very beneficial.
If we're being honest, you really have.
Why would we not be?
Why would we not be honest? Just an expression. You really can only count on C.J. Stroud for 2 more years on a rookie contract.
Yeah, they're gonna have to probably extend him after 3, especially
if he gets to the AFC Championship and then does it again, or
but the
Super
contract,
Bowl.
but the contract is still there. You can move it around, but there's still a year of
But
that.
you're gonna have to
pushes
pay
back.
it.
Yeah,
you
don't have to pay him, but you can push it back to like
like in 2025, 2026.
Yeah.
It won't count against you.
And that's actually smart because if you look at like inflation and stuff, especially in the NFL, sometimes it's like a bargain.
Yeah, it won't count against you until 2027.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to pay him
For
after
sure.
2 years.
For sure.
If he's still the
That's
same
cool.
guy. Yeah, that's cool.
Chris Jones will be on his final year.
Big bonus, who cares? Now you're in on Chris Jones?
Nah, he ain't leaving.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Well, they got to do something.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah. I don't know. But I just feel like right now, whether it's Chris Jones, like top free agents, who would be the dumb money?
The dumb money?
Yeah, the dumb money. In
like T. Higgins or something like that.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, which, by the way, there's a report from The Athletic that Cincinnati might franchise tag him. Okay. Have fun with that.
Yeah.
T. Higgins.
That's not going to go over very well.
Average of the top 5 wide receivers, cool.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just trying to negotiate. But, yeah, there's a report that, like, I think T. Higgins would be dumb money.
You know what? I got a list.
Okay.
Let's play this game.
Okay.
I'm going to go through the top 15 available free agents.
All right.
Dumb money or smart good money? Chris Jones, 3 years, $84 million.
Smart.
Kirk Cousins?
Dumb. I mean, he didn't even fit in.
Josh Allen, Jacksonville, 5 years, $108. They're going to tag him.
5 years, 108?
Yeah.
Dumb.
T. Higgins is the 4th ranked, 4 years,
Dumb.
66.
Dumb.
Jalen Johnson, cornerback, Bears, 5 years, 78.
Dumb. Corners, the highest paid corner always falls off. It never fails.
Yeah.
The high paid corner falls off.
Dumb money or smart big money? Brian Burns, God, I like him. 5 years, $108 million.
Dumb. You got Will Anderson.
Probably dumb. I like this guy a lot too. Justin Madubuike, Ravens, 4 years, 81. You know what? No, hold on. Hold on.
What are we doing?
Hold on.
I feel like I should be ripping the bong and
hold
trying
on.
to skunk you
this
right
is the
now.
top 15 free agents.
Goodness gracious.
Would you rather have Chris Jones?
We're playing EA Sports in the dorms.
This is from CBS Sports.
What have we done to ourselves?
EA Sports.
Would you rather have Chris Jones, 3 years, 84?
Yes.
Or Justin Madubuike, 4 years, 81?
I would take Chris. I'll take Chris. You're taking
He's
him from
better,
the Chiefs too. Yeah.
But Madubuike is
Give me Chris.
pretty dang good.
Crazy Chris.
Number 8, Christian Wilkins, 4 years, 80, defensive tackle.
Dumb money.
Antoine Winfield Jr., safety, 4 years, $74 million.
Smart money. Smart big money.
You know I like him too.
Petrie, you're a nickel linebacker now, sir.
He was on my list last week when we were doing this too. Michael Pittman Jr., 4 years, 90, dumb. We got 4 more players or 5 more players here. Danielle Hunter, edge rusher, Vikings, 3 years, 60. 3 years, 60.
Man, dumb money.
He's 29.
Yeah, dumb money.
L'Jarius Sneed. This is something to look at. For me, I don't know about you. For me, this is one that has kind of been on my radar a little bit. Super Bowl champion, cornerback, 26, 4 years, 47.
That's brilliant.
That's
money.
good.
I like
That's
that.
brilliant
I like
money.
that.
And if they have to sign Chris
Actually
Jones,
seem unreal.
Yeah, that is brilliant money. You put him opposite Stingley.
Yeah.
Brilliant money.
Yeah, L'Jarius, I'm glad to hear that because L'Jarius Sneed's been one of my
Dude,
list.
he's an opportunistic fool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the Chiefs do with the Chris Jones and that, but they're going to have to decide between one of those.
Yeah.
Sign me up for that.
Mike Evans, 30 years old, 4 years, $96
I'm not
million.
giving him 4. If you want 2, you can come through, but I ain't giving you 4, Mike. I love you.
2 more. Leonard Williams, defensive tackle,
Next.
3 years, 44.
Next.
And Chase Young, 24 years old, 2 years, 27.
Yes.
Biggie?
Yes. Yes. Unrealized potential, man.
24 years old,
Just
man.
played in this defensive system.
He's 24,
That's
man.
crazy.
I don't think
I would give him more than that.
I don't think he's getting a 2-year deal, though. I think he's probably going to get a little bit more. But, yeah, I like Chase. Now, they traded him for a 3rd rounder, so who knows. But, yes, like, kick the tires. Like, that fairy dust, like, I think the like.
That'll work.
I think, like, the fairy dust type of cats, I think Chase Young is, like, a ultimate. Like, with Matt Burke and with D'Amico Ryans, I think he could be fairy dust. Put him opposite Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Figure some stuff out. Yeah. Sign me up for it.
I'm all about Snead right now when I saw the money.
Yeah, I don't know what that's going to cost. I mean, they're going to have to figure out corner. I think they got everything, and God bless him. I think they got everything they can get out of Steven Nelson. I think they need to find the next Steven Nelson.
Yes.
Like, they need to find one of these corners that's, you know, established veteran, not expensive, but you can put him opposite of Derek Stingley.
Yeah.
Steven Nelson, salute to you for playing hurt. Salute to the guts, all that. Hell, maybe Steven Nelson ends up being really cheap. But I would proactively try to find someone that you can put opposite of Derek Stingley and find the next Steven Nelson.
Yeah.
Because you get in trouble when
and a better.
Yeah. Yeah, you got that 2-year contract you signed with Steven Nelson.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Good job. Handled it perfect. Got everything you can get. Now, prove that your organization can continue to do such things.
Yeah. No, I totally agree.
These are some nice names, man.
Yeah, I like
I'm
this.
getting pretty excited about
I like this game. I'm going to leave that up on my screen just so I'll always be able to look at it.
Get a
little excited about it.
The funniest thing about the free agency, and we're less than 4 weeks away, the legal tampering.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
Why don't they just say negotiation period? Why do they call it legal tampering?
Legal tampering.
But it does kind of put off the illusion that something like scandalous is going on.
No, you know what it tells me is that there is illegal tampering. Like when you say, okay, now we can have the legal tampering. Well, what have you been doing for the last 2 weeks? The illegal one?
The 719 asks, is there any update on Dylan Horton? For what? I mean, what?
That's kind of random.
What do you want to know? He's alive.
Figgy, what do you know on Dylan Horton?
Yeah, he's alive.
I don't know.
Yeah, what
He's
about
alive.
him? 281 says, are y'all watching his play? He's terrible. Chase Young, ? I thought he was pretty decent. I mean, look, it's unrealized potential. It's an elite talent that you kick the tires on and you hope that D'Amico can get the max of. Like, we didn't think there was even a possibility. They didn't pick up the fifth-year option in Washington. Washington was a bleep show organization. They've established themselves as that. They're a joke. Mm-hmm. Their owner just had to get run out of town. Ron Rivera has basically been a dead coach walking for 3 years. Year before that, he was defensive rookie. Or his rookie year, he was defensive rookie of the year, and then he had the torn ACL.
Yeah.
It's not about, hey, Chase Young is elite. It's about the fact that he's cheap, that he's half the price of what his talent is. Maybe that doesn't pay off, but you hope that D'Amico can get the best of him. That's what it's about.
He's got that.
Yeah, we're watching his play, Stevie Wonder.
He's got that Jadeveon Clowney syndrome. People are just going to expect more. You know?
Yeah, I mean, he was a number 2 overall pick. Hell, there was a conversation about him or Burrow.
Yeah.
Let's give you a chance to see Blake Shelton, the great Blake Shelton. How about that? February 27th. The Rodeo. The season is back. Blake Shelton. Seems like he's there every year, doesn't it?
He's worth it.
Yeah, he's a regular. So go check out Blake Shelton. Caller number 10, 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. Caller number 10, you're going to get to go see Blake Shelton. Next chance to win coming up at 1 o'clock. Coming up, the top 5 Texans currently on the roster that are most on the hot seat. Different layers. Different levels of heat next.
All right, guys, let's talk about getting you that new vehicle.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
All right, top 5 guys most on the hot seat currently on the Texans roster. 5 guys, 5 different scenarios on the hot seat in different forms. We'll go 5-1 here. We've talked about free agency, which is less than 4 weeks away. What about the guys actually on the roster? We start with number 5.
Number 5.
Titus Howard. Look, there's no scenario where, at least I don't envision, where Titus Howard's not on the team. I think he's going to be on the roster. They're paying him like he's an elite right tackle. Last year he was at guard. He wasn't very good at guard. Titus Howard, look, he needs to validate the front office's belief in him. He needs to be a key asset in protecting the most important asset that this organization has in C.J. Stroud. He needs to be as good on the field as he is at searching his name and arguing on Twitter. So number 5 on the hot seat, going from okay to really, really good, Titus Howard.
Can he get really, really good from here? That's a question that we're all going to ask and wonder about. And, you know, we've heard things that one of the reasons that, he had to play guard is because his right hand was hurting him, so it was hard for him to play at right tackle and help with the pass rush and all that stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's a factor. I think a lot of guys have injuries and such. I think Titus Howard is going to be one of the biggest stories of the year next year.
Número 4.
Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce, last year, there were big things expected from Dameon Pierce. Then they brought in Devin Singletary to kind of be like a change of pace guy. He was more than that, in large part because of his own doing, but also because Dameon Pierce's ineffectiveness running the football. Don't even know if Dameon Pierce makes this team, to be honest with you. I do know that I'll be rooting for Dameon Pierce, but Titus is going to be on the team no matter what. Dameon Pierce could very well not be, although I like his attitude, I like his makeup. This was Dameon Pierce after the Cleveland game. He was talking to Clint Stoerner and Sean Pendergast. This is what he said.
To be honest with you, bro, I'm a long time, bro. I think about stuff like this. It may not be the best year of my career, stat-wise, but honestly, I think this is the best year of my career mentally. It's giving me time to look at the game from different perspectives. It's teaching me life lessons. I'm like, okay, so how do I handle adversity? Because I really never had adversity up until this point. So how do I handle adversity? And, speaking on that, how do I respond to adversity? I still come in, do I come in gear down? No. Still respond the same way. Keep working, keep chipping away. And, I'm surrounded by, I got a great circle surrounding me, keeping me confident, coaches and players, everybody just keeping me calm, composed and just there for me. So just being on this team has helped in that department tremendously. And I appreciate Slow Light, man. Slow take his time with me, bro. He ain't giving up on me. And my way to, pay him back for that is me, just playing how I'm playing, making plays when I can, making the best of my opportunity when I'm out there. And I've gotten better gradually. It's a gradual thing, but Coach DB, he was my coach last year. He kind of knows how to approach it with me. Motor, great asset in the running back room. He keeps me motivated. Just at the end of the day, bro, this year too really has been my best year, I guess, as a football player. In terms of developing as a football player and developing that. Okay, this is why we're doing this. This is why we're doing that. Because last year was, I wouldn't say simpler, but it was like we was in completely different scenarios. You know what I'm saying? Just a lot of stuff was different than last year to this year. So, like I said, it might not be the best year, stat-wise, but to me, mentally, physically, and where I'm at as a football player, this is definitely one of my best years of recent memory.
All right, I mean, that's easy to root for and everything. I think Dameon Pierce knows what's on the line next year. I wouldn't shock me if he's not even on the roster heading into camp.
Yeah, first of all, that's very impressive. That was a very in-depth.
And that was in the mix.
Yes.
That was in the mix of the playoff chase there.
Yeah. Very impressive, kind of different layers.
He's easy to root for.
He talked about the professionalism. I think that's what he was looking for when he said as a football player. I think he's talking about being a professional, learning other systems and all that. So that's very impressive. But the other part of this is I think we have to change expectations on Dameon Pierce until he proves otherwise, because they're going to have to bring in another running back. You can't just roll it back and expect a different result until you start to see it, until he can adjust. So I think you change your expectations. He would be a number 3 guy. a special teams guy. They had him returning kicks and stuff.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's going to be something they're going to do next year.
Well, I mean, he's going to have to be more versatile to until he proves otherwise.
Yeah, he's going to have to figure something out. It'll be interesting. Dameon Pierce, number 2. So we have Titus Howard trying to get to that fringe elite status. Hot seat, number 5. Number 4, Dameon Pierce just trying to fit in. To fit in. Can't. I think one snap in the playoffs was what he played. Number 3.
Número 3.
Friend of the show. John Mechie, man. John Mechie. This was John Mechie at camp last year, and he said this to us twice over the course of the season. John Mechie's kind of tired of the feel-good story. He wants to be evaluated like a football player that was a second-round pick.
There ever a time where you kind of get tired of talking about it and you just want to focus on, hey, I'm ready to play some ball?
Yeah. I would say I'm locked and loaded. It's definitely a part of who I am. I understand that. That is now my story, and I'll always be a part of who I am. But the fact that I'm able to be back on the field, I'm ready to go 1,000%.
Yeah, and as much as, he said that, and we're going to do that, he has to be able to do more. You can't be a gadget guy that's on the field for 4 snaps. You have to be, much like Dameon Pierce, to be honest, you have to show that you're more versatile. You have to do more in special teams. You have to do more in scrimmage plays. You have to be a better all-around player, or else you might not be on the squad, man, for very long.
So John Mechie, he's trying to make the squad.
Yeah.
And I was watching, and maybe I'm just a prisoner of the moment, but I'm watching San Francisco, and we compared D'Amico and Bobby Slowick and what they're trying to do to San Francisco in the big scheme of things. Their 2 top wide receivers, Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel, they speak for themselves. That's all you need them to do is play receiver, make plays, all that. They have Jennings as their number 3, and they had Conley out there as their number 4 or 5. Both of those guys were in on special teams. Both of those guys, Conley made a couple of huge special teams plays, and Jennings nearly blocked a punt. John Mechie is going to have to do to validate the production that he had last year and what we saw, and the 3 for 44 was as good as it got. He's going to have to do more stuff. I think he's fighting for a spot on the roster as well. I think you need to proactively try to bring in some competition with John Mechie. And if the cream rises to the top, the cream rises to the top. If not, I mean, this could be the end of John Mechie. I'm going to treat him like a football player, like he's asked us to do multiple times.
Absolutely.
Número 2.
Number 2, Kenyon Green. This could have easily been number 1, but Kenyon Green, he's playing for a roster spot as well. It was painful to watch Kenyon Green his rookie year. It was even more painful in camp. He was out of shape. Seemed like he had a shoulder injury. Maybe a year off gives him some time to come back. He's going to have some competition on the interior. Also sucked watching guys who they decided not to choose with their original selection, like Kyle Hamilton, Linderbaum, do their thing with the Ravens. Add Karlaftis in the mix. Kenyon Green, it would not shock me if Kenyon Green is not on this football team next year.
Well, he's been passed by multiple guys in the offensive line rotation. And it doesn't matter if you're the number 15 overall pick or whatever, and you're in year 3 and you've been passed by guys like not just Shaq Mason, but other players as well, Dieter. Then you're playing for your job.
And some rookies.
You're playing for your job.
So Titus Howard is obviously safe on the roster. Pierce, Mechie, and Green, I think these guys they're fighting for roster spots at this point. That's just where we are. Number 1.
Número 1.
I don't think this guy's fighting for a roster spot, but this guy needs to get to where many believed he was after year 1. Like sophomore, you look up sophomore slump in the dictionary, you see a picture of Jalen Petrie. D'Amico Ryan shouted him out at his press conference. He said, Jalen, 5 interceptions, that's great. We got to keep doing that. He went through a season where he got benched and didn't have a single one. It was a rough year for Jalen Petrie. I'm not writing off Jalen Petrie. Like, do I have confidence that Dameon Pierce, John Mechie, and Kenyon Green are going to be solid contributors on this ball club in the 2024 season? No. But I'm not writing off Jalen Petrie. He's got the makeup. Now, there are some limitations, but I'm not completely writing him off, and I know he's going to give it his best shot. Here's what Nick Caserio had to say about Jalen Petrie last year when talking about him at the peak of his struggles?
Yeah, Jalen's a good football player. He's made a lot of good plays. You know, there's always plays that we can improve and get better, but his energy, I'd say his playmaking ability, you know, the tackling has been a little bit up and down at times, but I would say he cares a lot about football. He's a very instinctive player. He's very aware. You know, I think there's some growing pains that every player goes through, and, you know, I think sometimes everybody's kind of, you know, wants to nitpick and look for things. There's always things that players can do better. There's always things that we can improve. They can improve them on. I certainly can. But love having Jalen on a team, love his personality, love his mindset, the way he prepares, his focus. We'll take Jalen Petrie in this building. We'll take 1,000 Jalen Petries on this football team any day of the week. There's no question about it.
Well, here's the thing, though.
I don't know that I would take 1,000.
But yeah, here's the thing. We talk about changing expectations for Dameon Pierce. This is when we're going to have to decide the same thing with Jalen Petrie. He has everything going for him except production. Like, you just heard it. The energy, the support of the front office, the support of coaching, the baseline of production from his rookie year, his approach. Like, that's 5 things I just rattled off that he has going for him. He's got everything going for him except production.
Yeah.
And this is a production-based industry.
Yes.
So are you going to change expectations? We'll find out.
Yeah. I mean, and then it's a big third year for him, to say the very least. And we'll see how they address that position, too. You think that Jimmy Ward's going to be back. They definitely got to improve the depth. But Titus Howard, Jalen Petrie, I think their roster spot is safe. Now, the level at which they contribute, TBD. But Dameon Pierce, John Mechie, Kenyon Green, they're fighting for their jobs. Coming up next, the hits are lit. C.J. Stroud is a world traveler and a fallout in San Francisco following the Super Bowl. The hits are lit next. First, though, I want to tell you about Texans Turf.
Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. 29 days from signing period, 27 days away from negotiating period.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
A lot of decisions to make, some money to be spent, an exciting offseason ahead, but the players, they do need to rest. They've been through a lot, especially C.J. Stroud. Here's C.J. Stroud with Pat McAfee talking about his plans, including a little world travel.
You know, it's been a grind, and, you know, I need this time off right now. I've been trying to just get my body back right, let my shoulder rest, and probably go on vacation here soon and just really just take some time off to myself. But right when I'm actually really excited to get back to work, too. Yeah. But I know I need some time off just for my mental sanity.
Vacation is beach? Will you in beach? Is that, that the play?
I'm doing beach, hopefully soon, and then I got Japan and Morocco. I'm actually doing quarterback camps out there, trying to teach people out in other countries.
In Japan?
The sport of football. They love football.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I've seen the leagues over there. Huge market.
Oh, yeah.
In Morocco, you're doing camps as well?
Yes, sir.
You know any French?
I do not.
All right, there you go. So C.J. Stroud taking football to the global stage.
This is a good thing, right?
Sure. I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah.
Cool.
Just get away, man.
Yeah, go teach.
It's been a grind.
Football in Morocco.
Get away.
Yeah, it's good for him.
Morocco, Japan.
Yeah, enjoy it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not. Whatever. Be fine. I mean, there's going to be some substance to his travel. I mean, he's not like going to be, going to Clemson and just taking pictures of the Louis Vuitton bags and private jets and stuff. I think there'll be some substance.
Figure out who you're talking about.
Yeah, who you talking about? Who would do something like that?
Yeah, I think there'll be some substance there.
Sound too familiar.
Yeah.
Spiritual substance. I mean, it's all good.
Do we wear sunglasses?
Who could that be? He was at the Super Bowl.
Who?
Deshaun.
When?
Was he? Yeah. I saw a picture on his girl's Insta from the Super Bowl.
Well, I know it makes sense because Mulligetta and Bernie were out there. Bernie's actually the one who set up these trips, doing a good job for CJ.
Yeah, he's helping CJ.
Yeah, helping Micah with the Bleacher Report all day. He's got his he's got his stuff going on. Oh, so Deshaun was out there. He didn't make the radio row rounds?
No, he didn't want to do that. I think he had a thing. I think he had a thing that day.
Something popped up.
Yeah.
Well, his girl's watching him in Vegas.
Oh, God. Yes.
No people asking for massages in the casino.
Man, come on, Fig. Why'd you have to take it there? San Francisco 49ers, not only did you lose the Super Bowl, but now the speculation is swirling that you could lose one of your better players. Brandon Ayuk, he's on a fifth-year option in San Francisco. Only 3 catches, I think, in the big game, and there was his friend, it's his good friend, who was talking about him leaving San Francisco on his
brother?
Instagram. They said brother/good friend. It's his friend. That might be like a brother. Could have just still said friend. And then his girlfriend went on TikTok and posted this while heading to the stadium in San Francisco.
This might be our last day. I mean, not our last day. This might have been the last day we touched foot on Levi Stadium, me and Braylon, because we might not be out here next season.
Wow. Well, that's pretty bold. That's breaking news. Might not be out here next season.
Brandon Ayuk went on Instagram and said, "Don't forget what got you there, too." So he's adding like some.
So he's mad.
Fire. I mean, I'll just be honest, man. Like, look, players they possess skill sets that are very, very valuable, and they can figure out how they want to handle things and how they want to force their way out. And we actually we joke about Deshaun, but we actually supported Deshaun's decision to want to get out of here. But I mean, I just don't know that I would have time to entertain Brandon Ayuk starting this type of drama after we lose the Super Bowl in overtime. That's a lot for me.
It's not the right time. And why do it so publicly or whatever, right? Yeah, I get it.
You're Brandon Ayuk, man.
Yeah.
You're good. You were a second-team All-Pro this year. Hell, Cole Beasley was a second-team All-Pro at one point. I don't know what's going on there.
Deshaun.
Are they at a strip club?
That's at the Super Bowl. They're in a casino.
Is that a casino or a strip club? NFL, I don't think.
It's a Sports Illustrated party.
Oh, okay. So he's at the SI party.
Yeah, he was at the SI.
Brittany Mahomes?
I guess.
Brittany Mahomes is going to be on Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue.
Yeah, what happened to the girl next door? I saw the preview picture. I was like, dang.
What do you mean the girl next door?
Isn't she kind of mostly known as just like the girl next door?
Dude, she's been doing fitness for a while.
Yeah, but that didn't. I mean,
yeah.
But not,
girls next door can't wear bikinis.
Of course they can't.
The hell's that mean? She's not.
When did I say that?
Well, she's not in Penthouse. I mean, you can be a girl next door and be on a swimsuit issue.
Of course.
Maybe you're making it sound like I said she had a porn or something. So you're not a fan of her on?
No, I was very impressed. Very impressed.
Okay, you want to add another very there?
Very, very impressed. I will. I don't care. Extremely, very impressed.
Pittsburgh, they could be looking for a quarterback. Now, there's talk that Chicago is going to take Caleb Williams with the number 1 overall pick, which would mean most likely that they would deal Justin Fields. Adam Schefter was on the McAfee show on ESPN yesterday. He was asked about the Pittsburgh quarterback situation, and he had the internet going nuts with this.
We know that Pittsburgh's going to go out and get some type of quarterback, whether that's Ryan Tannehill, whether that's Russell Wilson, whether that's Justin Fields. Justin Fields, I know Mike Tomlin's a big fan of Justin Fields. We'll keep that in mind during the offseason in the coming weeks.
Wow.
But they're not just going to leave it as Kenny Pickett, his starting job. Mike Tomlin made that very clear.
We can't, right? I could see Justin Fields there.
With Arthur Smith?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I can tell you.
That's going to go?
Well,
are you a Justin Fields guy? It seems like there's a lot of really big Justin Fields
I'm not out
fans.
on him. I don't know how much better he can get, but I'm not out on him yet. He hasn't been in the best of situations by any stretch. But I can tell you, Mike Tomlin is going to give up. He's going to change the offense. He's realized his old style, as much as he likes to run the ball, has got to change in today's NFL. So I think that's why they're going to be looking at these guys. He's going to change the way things are done offensively.
He has to.
Yeah. No, he's realized that. He's committed to it.
I mean, is Arthur Smith really going to try to run it back with Tannehill? Like, is that every time? It's funny because I know that they went to an AFC Championship game in 2019. They were the 1 seed. But, I mean, it's been a while.
Yeah, no, he's not.
Hey, Ryan Tannehill, come save the day.
No, I don't. I think it's going to be one of those guys that he just mentioned. I think Tomlin is ready to make a move here.
But sometimes you're kind of handcuffed. I mean, the Pickett thing was. I mean, that was just drafting a quarterback just to draft a quarterback.
The best of an average lot.
But they kind of handcuffed though because they're not the worst team in the league where they can have the pick of the litter.
They're on the mediocre treadmill.
So they got to pick all these. What could be quarterbacks.
I guess Fields would be the best option.
Yeah.
Of all these, right?
Especially the most dynamic if you can have an upside, like if you're going to change things around.
Super Bowl was the most watched TV program ever. 123.4 million viewers across television and streaming platforms. That beats last year's mark of 115.1 million for Kansas City's victory over the Eagles, and it was a 7% increase.
We mentioned this yesterday. You could see this.
You did.
Yeah, you could see this coming a mile away. The combination of a great game, the Mahomes factor, and then put Taylor Swift on top of that. I'm not going to say this record's never going to be broken because it will be, but I think it's going to be up there for a while. The only thing that might break it next year is if the Chiefs run it back and Taylor Swift and Kelsey are still a thing. That's the only way this record will get beat next year.
I think it can keep going. So you're giving Taylor Swift the credit for this.
Huge credit.
Okay.
Huge credit.
Okay, so all right.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think that's a given.
Yeah, she added to it for
Yeah.
sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the ratings were up throughout the year.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. The combination of the Mahomes and trying to go for back-to-back and a great game through the fourth quarter. Like this, the ratings peaked at over 200 million. At one point, 200 million people were watching this game. That's ridiculous.
The NFL is just so perfectly run.
It's
like
ridiculous.
For as much as Goodell gets crap, like it's just perfectly run.
Yes.
It is a true business. Players can still benefit from it, but they don't run the league like the NBA and the MLB. And I think the most important thing, it's magnitude.
Yeah.
Week to week magnitude. Fantasy football, I think, increases it. But it's just It's just perfectly run.
Yeah,
It's
200 million people watching this.
What's
game.
crazy is I felt like out of all those people was watching it for like 3 different things. Some people was actually watching the game. Some people watched it because of the Taylor Swift stuff. And some people wanted to see the halftime show.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's like all of that in one.
God, the Super Bowl's a good day.
Oh, my gosh.
Such a good day.
Roger Goodell is having a good morning after he got those ratings.
I think they should have it where they have the conference championships, but it's basically 3 straight Super Bowl Sundays where the team with the best record, they get a bye. I'm overthinking this. Like have the NFC Championship treated like a Super Bowl, then have the AFC Championship treated like a Super Bowl, then have the Super Bowl.
You just want all these Super Bowls.
I want
That's
3
what
Super
it
Bowl
is.
Sundays,
Super Bowl Sundays.
I want 3 straight Super Bowl Sundays, even if it doesn't make a damn lick of sense.
I could
Have
tell.
them all play in Vegas, too.
I could tell as you were talking.
I realized how stupid
you
that
were
was.
thinking, boy, this is stupid.
Yeah, but like the team gets the bye week. Yeah,
No, that's how much you like Super Bowl Sunday,
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
because it's a good day, man.
It's a great day.
It's a great day. You just turn on the TV. You got all these like A-game like attempts to bring the news to the folks. It's sick. Rockets beat the Knicks last night, 105-103. A little bit of controversy. Aaron Holiday was fouled with 0.1 seconds left. The NBA later said shouldn't have been a foul. He hit 2 out of 3 free throws, and the Rockets improved to 24-29.
You see the play?
Bad call.
Awful call. Did you see it, maybe?
Yeah, I seen
He
it.
like ran by him like a Superman, and then the guy just falls, and oh boy,
Bad call.
Bad look.
Rough.
Bad look.
Not bad yesterday for Wemby. Wemby with 27 points, 14 rebounds, 5 assists, and 10 blocks.
Oh, the old triple-double with blocks.
So he had the triple-double with blocks. 5 assists away from a quad-double. I would say he looks as good as advertised.
Yeah, I think so.
Is he going to be the first to get a quad double?
Well, no, they've
No,
been
it's
a
happened.
few. There've been 3, I think.
Akeem got one.
Akeem got one. David
No, I'm
Robinson.
talking about the first in a long time.
Yeah,
Like right now.
I think there's only been 4, like 3 or 4.
I mean, I don't know. Like the assists are tough when your teammates aren't as good.
I think he will.
Yeah.
Because he's going to get.
If I had to bet on somebody, I would bet that.
Because
man
assists
to
are
do it.
easier than blocks.
Did you see that fool do a sham god last week?
I did.
What the hell? Most 7'5" guys can't even walk and chew gum at the same time. This dude's out there doing sham gods.
Yeah, he is.
Goodness gracious. Tillman Fertitta, your prayers were worth it. They might not have paid off, but those are valid prayers. Mi amigo. Coming up, less than 4 weeks away. What has changed? What has stayed the same? And are you more excited about free agency or the draft? We'll cuss and discuss with you as lunchtime begins next.
What's better than one? Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Draft or free agency? Which are you more excited for?
Yeah, I'm going to have to eliminate that one from my confessions because I thought I'd be throwing a real big curveball at you during confessions because I realized this as I'm going through stuff. I am more excited about free agency than the draft, and I can explain very simply.
Okay.
You can hit the draft. Like, you can be Detroit. That's the best, most recent example.
Laporta and Gibbs taking them over the top.
Yeah, and they get to the NFC Championship.
Yes, sir.
You can do that, but you can't count on that. You can't count on that. Like first-round picks, you're counting on them becoming starters unless
Unless they're Kenyon Green.
Kenyon Green. That's I was going to say the same thing. But not first, second, third round pick when you're close to what you believe could be a championship run, or at least the start of a championship run. So I'm excited about the draft. Who's not excited about the draft? I already have it on my calendar. I was just looking at it the other day because I was planning my vacation the week before, but that's neither here nor there. So you can do it, but you can't count on it. You can count on what I always say, big, smart money to pay off. And in free agency, you can get there a lot quicker.
I think the Texans need to lower the ifs. Whether it's in free agency or the draft, they need to lower the ifs and push them further down the pipeline. And I'm talking about like the John Mechie's, the Jalen Petries, the guys we spoke about earlier. Like I don't want an if to be if John Mechie can be the number 3 receiver.
Yes,
I want the ifs to be the 5th guy on the roster. Like maybe this guy will make the team. I want to push the ifs back. Dameon Pierce trying to make the roster instead of, well, if Dameon Pierce can come back and figure it out. That's what they need to do. That's what the Texans need to do on top of other guys taking like significant steps and significant strides. That's what I want. I'm more excited for the draft because I just feel like free agencies. I feel like they can figure it out in free agency. I don't feel like it's as difficult. I also don't feel like the long-term importance of it is as high as the draft. You got to hit that first-round pick.
It depends. See, the long-term importance of it to me, and maybe this is why I'm more excited about free agency, the days of one-year contracts and guys just cashing a check, as I always used to say.
Yeah, I like those, though.
Those are over. But,
I like them,
but you can't count on them. I mean, they can fill some specific needs, but you can't count on them to put you over the top. You're not playing that game anymore. Like, would you rather sign Mike Evans, and I know this is an extreme example, but it's an example, sign Mike Evans or draft a wide receiver at 23 overall? You're damn right. With this team, I'm talking about with this team.
Yeah.
I'd rather sign Mike Evans. I mean, I think that's where I am, why I'm more excited about free agency. Now, let's just keep going with the first-round theme here. Would you rather sign L'Jarius Sneed or draft a cornerback at 23 overall? You know what you're getting is what I'm saying, with free agency.
And you've also seen the coaching staff be able to elevate guys. That's why I was talking. I just the Chase Young possibility where, there's people who say, well, he's not that. Yeah, but do you have a good coaching staff? Mm-hmm. The answer is yes. So good.
And see, that's why it's so scary whenever Kyle Shanahan get people like that, because it's like, oh, he pairing them with Kyle Shanahan, so he about to be good now.
Just look at how San Francisco has functioned. Like, look at their roster. Like, Christian McCaffrey was supposedly damaged goods. He wasn't healthy. He could never stay healthy. All that. They traded for Christian McCaffrey. They've knocked on a Super Bowl, winning a Super Bowl twice since they did that.
Yeah.
Chase Young, Washington didn't want him. Mm-hmm. So they trade for Chase Young. Like that, once you build a solid enough core, solid enough foundation, and you hit on guys like Kittle, you hit on guys like Debo, you hit on guys like Brock Purdy, you can start kicking the tires on guys like that.
Yes, that's where I am. So you get my point. I'm wondering if, like, okay, let's use another example here. I'm still using the number 23 overall pick. Now, obviously, you can't use one pick to draft 5 different players. But just as an example, would you rather sign Antoine Winfield Jr. or draft a safety at number 23? I think the answer to all these is you'd rather sign these guys. Now, you're not going to sign them all. But, like, if you pick your spots and you know what the production is from these guys that you're going to pay, that makes me more excited than, well, maybe he will, maybe he won't at number 23,
Nick Caserio, man, he's in familiar territory, familiar yet unfamiliar. This is like no offseason that he's had. It's the first time he's not trying to get to know a coach.
That's another factor. That's another big factor.
I mean, and that has to make it a little bit easier to draft, one would assume, because, hell, last year at this time, we're excited about D'Amico, but you're trying to figure out where you're going to be philosophically. I don't even think Slowick had been hired at this point.
I don't think so.
In the process. So you're trying to figure out, we want a quarterback, but what do we think about philosophically on offense? How do we feel about this? Or the old defense, like, what do we want? Like, the coaching staff's coming back. The coaching staff's intact. So you don't have to do the extra stuff.
I think the big thing is Caserio and D'Amico. Like, they were still just trying to learn about each other a year ago. Now they know everything, and they know they work well together.
Do they, though? Because this is a different situation. It could be more intense. Like, don't you think they're still kind of filling each other out?
Feeling each other out? No. I don't think. I think they have a good, after everything that they've done, all the moves they've made, the decisions they've made, I think they know exactly where each other stands on these things. Now, more intense? Absolutely, because there's more on the line. Like, you're trying to get to another level. Yeah, it's more intense, but I think they're way ahead of the game in terms of, like, just kind of getting to know what each other is all about.
Andrew Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Derrick Henry. His name's been brought up on the market. I know Baltimore was linked to him last year at the trade deadline. Could end up being a Baltimore Raven.
Mm-hmm.
Where does Derrick Henry stack up for you when it comes to free agents?
He's the
running backs.
Yeah, at the running back position, he's the I will be so excited if they sign him, but he's not the first guy I want to sign. That's the best way I could put it. I think any of these guys I'll be excited about. Whether it's 4 guys, it's Eckler, it's Josh Jacobs, it's Saquon Barkley, and it's Derrick Henry. I prefer Josh Jacobs, and I can't really explain why. Maybe it's an injury thing, although he's had some, but not the ACL like Saquon. I think my 1 and 1A are Jacobs and Saquon. Then Henry, then Eckler. And I'm not exactly sure why I'm not as high
Does
on
Eckler fit?
I'm not exactly. Maybe that's it.
I don't know. I mean, like, when system fit, that seems like a guy who would be either they really love him or not. Here's what I think about these running backs. And this is not a cop-out. This is the same thing I said last year when they brought in D'Amico.
Mm-hmm.
I said, if they want to take a quarterback, I trust D'Amico to do the right thing.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty chick and bleep, but that's what I said. If they want to take a quarterback, then I trust D'Amico to do the right thing. Same thing with Derrick Henry. If they love Derrick Henry, then let's go.
Yeah,
maybe that's it. I do think this though. About these guys, whether it's D'Amico, whether it's Slowick, whether it's Caserio. Couple of things about Derrick Henry. First of all, if this were the old Texans regime, Bill O'Brien, Derrick Henry would be here. Because anybody who kills, like Lamar Miller, all that, anyone who killed his squad, he was going to bring in.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry, 180-plus yards. Nick Caserio's last game in New England when they went to the AFC Championship game. And we saw what he did to the Texans and Caserio there, also an Alabama guy. But I think these guys are going to love, and I mean love, one of these running backs. I'm not saying they're all going to like the same one, but they're like, whether it's Eckler, whether it's Jacobs, whether it's Henry, whether it's Tony Pollard, whether it's Saquon, like, I think everyone in that room is not only going to like, but they are going to love the idea of bringing in one of these running backs. I can't tell you who, but they know how important it is to run the ball, and they know that they have to upgrade. And that means bringing back Devin Singletary, too, because Devin Singletary's not going anywhere else and starting.
Right.
That's not what he was brought here to do. He had a nice year last year, but you don't want to overreact to that. Bring Singletary back in the role that he was supposed to be in.
Yeah.
That means 12 to 15 touches, whatever. That's great. But they're going to love one of these guys. I have zero doubt they're going to love one of them.
I think you're right, and you got me thinking about who that might be.
Jacobs, I think. I think they're going to like Saquon.
Jacobs.
I think they're going to like Saquon and Jacobs because these guys can do it all.
Yeah. Eckler can kind of do it all.
Eckler's one of the better like receiving. Like, if they like Eckler, that'd be great.
Yeah.
You can do a lot with him. Now, do they think he's too much like Singletary?
He's a little bigger.
Well, he's wider.
Well, yeah, he's thicker.
Yeah.
A little more production.
Little?
Yeah, a lot more production. Yeah, Eckler might be one of the guys. I'm just trying to, like, project who they would fit their system, like Bobby Slowick.
I could see them loving Jacobs. I could see D'Amico loving Henry. Just because of the big physical nature. But they're going to love one of these guys. I don't even know if Saquon's going to hit the market. That's going to be the other interesting thing is you have the franchise tag situation. Like, is Saquon going to hit the market? Hell, is Jacobs going to hit the market? That date is a week from today.
They can
How about that?
Yeah, they can start tagging guys. Now, it usually drags on to the end
March
of it.
5th.
Yeah.
So you have a week from today into March 5th. So 3 weeks from now will be the deadline.
And then that's when it gets real interesting.
And that's when you know, okay, Saquon's going to be on the market, Jacobs is going to be on the market, this guy's going to be on the market. That's where you figure it out.
Yeah, and then
they're going to love one of these backs.
Then that's when free agency starts. So, no, I agree. If I had to guess, it's Jacobs or Eckler that would. I'm thinking Bobby Slowick because they're going to trust Bobby Slowick on this. Who fits best?
So you think it's Bobby's call?
No, I think he's going to have a big influence. It's D'Amico's and Nick Casario's call, but I think he'll influence them. I think he influenced them on the quarterback.
Well, I would hope so.
Yeah. So, and that looked pretty good.
Well, I do think that of all the sweat equity, like when it comes to making these decisions, these free agent decisions. By the way, we're less than 4 weeks away from free agency here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. I think D'Amico might have had more say last year than he does right now. And let me clarify that. That's not to say that he didn't have a lot last year. It's just last year Caserio was we remember Neuter Nick press conference.
Yeah.
There was, a notion that maybe he was kind of nudged in the direction of D'Amico, and I think it was if D'Amico was going to outlast Caserio, let me put it that way. Now, I think they've earned each other's trust. And it could be the same, but I do think that they know how to work together. Bobby Slowick last year hadn't called an offense. We didn't know what the hell this guy was.
No.
Now he might have had an influence at quarterback, but it's not like they were just sitting there like,
oh, whatever Bobby says.
Tie goes to Bobby.
Yeah, no.
This year I do think, because we did see that, because he interviewed for head coaching jobs, because he's kind of proven that he has CJ's trust.
And his opinion worked out pretty well.
Yeah. I think of all the guys that have more sweat equity and more say in that room, I think Slowick has his increased more than either of those two guys.
I totally agree. You also said something that I think is interesting and actually true, and I hadn't thought of it. There's blind squirrels and nuts finding each other all the time. No, and that is that D'Amico may not even have as much say as last year. I think that might be true because of D'Amico, because D'Amico trusts Nick Caserio, and Caserio, that relationship has built a little bit. Like last year, frankly, if I were D'Amico and I knew I had probably the most power in the building, I would have leaned toward my own opinion more than his. And I think now he understands all their opinions. I think they probably are a little bit more balanced in terms
aligned.
Of aligned.
Don't say that.
It's funny how many of these terms have just been.
I know they buzzwords
they've been
now,
killed.
man.
Like we can't even use them anymore.
Bill O'Brien killed it.
Yeah.
Aligned.
They are aligned now.
Yeah.
I mean, they're a good duo, man.
Mm-hmm. And I think last year, D'Amico would have. I called him Miko. D'Amico would have.
Gonna hit him up at the break. Or something?
D'Amico would have trusted his own instincts more last year. Now he gets it. I think they work well together.
Do you subscribe to this notion? Because this is like one of my pet peeves when it comes to like discussing a new coach. And last year it was, well, can Dalton Schultz be used like George Kittle, and who's the Debo and all that? Like, do you subscribe to this notion that because San Francisco had a good D line that D'Amico is going to be obsessed with drafting a D lineman? Like, I hope he doesn't function like that, because that's where you start drafting for need.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of, and I mean, you got to balance need and want and all that, but like there's not like some sort of formula where they're like, oh, well, we had Nick Bosa
and Armstead
and all these guys and Buckner, and now, we really just got to draft a D lineman.
That's how you reach. That leads to reaching.
Like how?
Do that. I think D'Amico's too smart for that. To answer your question,
I don't think this front office is stupid.
Yeah, they're too smart.
And if this front office approached with the layout of this roster, with the opportunity ahead, if this front office approached this draft saying, well, we got to draft the best D lineman no matter what, then we're screwed.
That's how you get in trouble. Yeah. He's too smart for that. I mean, I think he also trusts and understands that CJ needs all the help he can get. Back to how we started the show. Like CJ Stroud, getting the right receiver, don't worry about paying a little more, that type of thing. I think he gets the big picture more than a lot of coaches would. Well, we need a defensive tackle. You got to build there. Well, and then you're reaching for a defensive tackle, and someone else slips through the cracks,
Yeah, I'm not into that whole, D'Amico did this in San Francisco, so you do that, zigzag.
Yeah,
on. It's just, it's a true best player available year.
Boy, it's been a long time. because usually it's just like whomever.
Well, there's like a dart at the.
Yeah.
There was a dart you could throw last year.
Yeah, we need everything.
You feel better about certain spots, but this whole draft of D-line, nah, no thanks.
Yeah.
Good on that.
Mm-hmm.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Brown Chubby Bear is responding to the Derrick Henry question, and he put up a graphic of Derrick Henry. I mean, I know Derrick Henry's jacked, but I mean this is taking it a little bit too far. Look at this.
Let me see.
We look like an Avenger.
Oh God. Come on now. That's like a comic book. It's like a comic book. It looks like a leg.
What is
his
this?
bicep?
I mean, what are we doing here?
It's a superhero.
Leave the AI alone, Chubby Bear.
Yeah.
What is this? Good Lord. If I saw the real Derrick Henry after seeing that picture, I'd feel like I got catfished.
Hey, little fella.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So sign or decline when it comes to Derrick Henry. It's going to be an interesting market. The running backs. We got less than 4 weeks till free agency pops off, and then we got the draft. Coming up next, it is time to confess. Little lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop.
All right, ability trees right now. Ability.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I got a couple of personal ones that I'm interested in y'all's opinion on. The first one is this. I got nothing when it comes to Valentine's Day. I'm cooked. I have no idea. I mean, when you're married as long as I've been and, you know, you've done.
Well, sure, you are in separate rooms now, right?
No, we're not. We're not in separate rooms. But, like, there comes a point, I'm sure you guys can relate to this, and you haven't been with your girls as long as I have. Like, I literally, all right, here's the second part that's a little embarrassing. First of all, I got nothing.
Yeah.
Flowers, card, boom, whatever.
Yeah.
That's going to happen. I'm taking her to the fishing show tomorrow for Valentine's Day. Hand to God.
Okay, well,
I'm taking my wife
fine.
to
It's
the
a made-up holiday. She knows it.
No, we talk about that all the time, and she's not one of those.
Yeah, she knows.
Look at this slime ball.
She's not like into the whole, oh, you didn't, you know, whatever. Yeah. And she actually, I told her, I said, I've got to do a seminar tomorrow with Captain Scott and Captain Dean at the fishing show.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, we can do something after. She goes, it was kind of her idea. She goes, I want to go. So we're going to go to the fishing show. I'm going to do a seminar, and then we're going to grab something to eat.
Oh, no.
Is that a sign? I got nothing.
Slime ball nomination.
I feel like you might be screwed, man.
I got nothing.
I want to go. Has she been to one of these before?
She went a long time ago.
Okay.
Yeah, but she wants to see, like...
Is that our birthday?
It was Christmas. No, yeah. So that's Valentine's Day. Taking my wife to the fishing show. 713-572-46.
I do think after a while, man, you kind of run out of ideas.
You
man.
think? I ran out of ideas 20 years ago.
We've been together since 2009, and I'm out of ideas, man. But the good thing, my wife like the regular personal stuff, like if I cook or something like that.
Well, that's good.
If you cook, what are you cooking?
I could grill a nice steak.
Okay.
There you go. What are you
I
doing?
do something like that.
I know it's better than the fish. Well, she actually likes she was like in.
We're doing the most basic thing ever. Like it's borderline high school, but she's
out to a restaurant?
Dinner.
She's been wanting to do it.
Dinner and a movie.
She's been wanting to do it. So
yeah. Dinner and a movie?
We're going to hibachi.
Oh, that's good.
That's cool.
Did you get reservations?
Yes.
Better.
And I was about to say, man, don't even try to walk in the restaurant with no reservations.
Yeah. It's kind of different though. We're kind of just as excited about seeing the baby's reaction at the hibachi table.
Oh, that's cool.
Wait till they light the fire.
Yeah. So that's kind of like it's. I mean, we're like family face. So
fishing show, yes or no? She was actually okay.
I would say
with
no,
it.
no matter what. But yeah,
she was actually okay. And we are going to probably get something to eat after. But
okay, where y'all going?
I have no idea. maybe the concession stand.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I started entertaining the possibility of Chris Jones on a 3-year deal.
I could tell. I could see your face.
Yeah. I mean, you said I saw the projection at 3 years, 80. And I started thinking, Chris Jones. Well, if the Chiefs want to sign Chris Jones, maybe the Texans can grab Snead. I started playing like Super Bowl champion ping pong with two of the Chiefs' most important players, a.k.a. playing a little bit of EA Sports. Didn't think that's where my head would go, but it went. Mm-hmm. And I started thinking, hey, C.J. Stroud, rookie deal, Chris Jones? Huh. Oh, can't get Chris Jones? How about Snead? It's just where I was.
I'm not. That's a lot of money, man. And I think it's going to be longer-term deal. That's why. But I think there's some defensive tackles to have there for sure.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, here's the other more personal one that I'm interested in y'all's opinion. I think the term Karen, and it's
being misused. Oh, this is funny that you bring this up. It's being misused very, very, very.
Well, let me give you an example.
Frequently,
I think the term Karen is scaring people off from doing the right thing.
Yeah.
I actually had to call a manager yesterday, a director and a manager yesterday.
From where?
Well,
just like what kind of
a
service?
hospital.
Okay.
That might be in Kingwood.
Okay.
So my daughter-in-law had to go back into the hospital after having a baby. There's some issues, with this, whatever. I'm not going to get into too much detail.
Gotcha.
And the nurse's assistant. Well, I'm telling too much information here. Anyway, the nurse's assistant.
Jesus.
Accidentally.
Firefighter man gonna call in again.
It's my daughter-in-law. Yeah. There's holes in your story.
Holes in the story.
Anyway, she overheard something, and I'm not going to say what, because the nurse's assistant left her intercom on. That was really inappropriate. Like, I'm not going to say what it was, but like really inappropriate. Like someone at the nurse's station said something, and I was hesitant to call, but then I said, screw that. If they call me a Karen, they call me a Karen.
Like, was it something personal?
Yeah,
or health related?
It was personal thing that the woman said. So I called their aide, the administrator or whatever for nursing.
Yeah.
And then I called the director and just basically told her, I said, look, maybe you don't care. Maybe you're going to call me a Karen. But if I were in your place, I would want to know this. And went through it. And as it turns out, I actually said also, I'm not trying to get anybody fired or anything.
Got them fired.
No. As it turned out, they were all very, very like, really? And like you could tell they were going to address it.
Yeah.
So,
sometimes
but the thing is, I was hesitant
they get tired,
to call.
Man. They get tired, grumpy, all that.
I was hesitant to call because I'm like, well, because of Karen.
Yeah.
So what was your story?
Speaking of,
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got some HOA drama.
Uh-oh.
And so I've just discovered that we have a board. And I
a lot of insurance agents on those boards,
or old people with no life. But they sent out an email on behalf of the person who oversees everything, and they basically sent out something that says, the board approved a new towing policy effective 1/24/24. The copy is attached. Residents are required to register their vehicles, blah, 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 blah. And basically there's like 8 bullet points where it says all visitors, guests must register through the smart parking app.
So if I come see you?
Dude, it is the stupidest thing
Why are they doing that?
Dude, it is so much and it's so dumb. And they're like laying it out to where basically they're even like saying like it's insane. So there's like a Facebook group where everybody's complaining because it's the dumbest thing that's.
So like if I'm in the neighborhood and I say, you know what, I got some OG sauce I need to drop off at Landry's place or whatever.
Yeah.
I got to go on an app.
That's what they're trying to make you do.
So do we got to go in there, or you got to go in there to register us?
They're like, it can go either way, but either way it's a pain, and it expires in 3 days, and then you can go through special permits, and you have to say who's there. My thing is this:
that's not an apartment complex.
Yeah, that's what I said. And these people are nosy as hell. Like, I don't want you knowing everyone that's coming into my house. I don't want I don't need that. Okay. Then they're trying to say, I think it's just basically a couple of weasels that have decided that they want to be able to tow someone no matter what. So my wife goes on the Facebook page, which is getting blown up. Like, it is getting blown up with how stupid this is. And I think she suggested something relatively rational that they do in neighborhoods all over the world. Yes. She said, how about parking stickers for residents, and we each get 1 to 2 hanging tags for visitors? Something easy.
So like I show up at your house, hey, put this on your car.
Yeah.
That's easy.
This lady, who's obviously on the board, replies to my wife. This is all my wife said right here. This is it. And this is where I sent the email to the.
You
to
were
the
a Karen
lady
too?
Oh, like a mofo.
Figure you got to be a Karen.
Oh, dude,
you got to figure something out to be a Karen.
I sent a strongly worded letter. So all she said, and this is on top of people calling them like the fuzz, the 5-0, all this stuff. All she said is, how about parking stickers for residents, and we each get 1 to 2 hanging tags. This is what this lady said. Quote. And I looked it up, and I guess she's on the board. If you're going to be talking down to people, identify yourself as someone who's on this board.
Absolutely.
Identify yourself as one of these idiots.
Absolutely.
Listen to what this rude lady said, Kim. Do you really believe that residents that continually park in guest, even after being stickered for illegal parking, would put a sticker on their vehicle? ?
You make them do it.
My answer for that would be yes.
Yes.
Like, if they could, yes. My answer would be yes. So that's a dumbass question, Kim. Then she says, instead of everyone being mad at the HOA for this, we should be upset with the residents that defied the rules and abused guests.
Oh, get out of here. Abused guests.
Let me read the original email again, too. How about parking stickers for residents and we each get 1 to 2 hanging tags for visitors? Where in that response from my wife does it sound like she's mad?
Right.
So she says that. And then she said this, and this set me off. I've lost sleep over this. I'm going to the next board meeting. No, I'm going to the next board meeting. You've seen me in action.
Oh, yeah.
You've seen me in action.
Oh, yeah.
I almost had the news over at my old apartment complex. I just didn't want to do it. But you've seen me in action. This one killed her. She's dead. She will not be on this board.
I got to hear this.
No, she will not be. Whenever I find out how she gets off this board, I will take it upon myself. She will not be on this board, and this is where the Karen stuff goes.
I love this so much.
She said the following, quote, "A few ruined it for everyone else." What is this, second grade? So you're admitting that it's a small problem, and then you're admitting that it affects everyone, and you're talking to me like a damn second grader.
My goodness.
So I sent the head of this place a letter.
Yeah.
I sent her a letter. And this is what I said. Blank. I know you're really busy, and I appreciate your time. This is Landry Locker from blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand this new parking policy that makes even the most intense parking rules at apartment complexes look sane. Questions. Number 1, what is the reasoning? Number 2, what created this? Number 3, why is it necessary? Number 4, is this just original residents trying to lay out the law of an expanding community? Even the nicest neighborhoods in the state give out stickers and guest pass, and it works. My wife suggested this and got talked to like a second grader, so I pasted that lady. I said, even the long wording of this email came across as impulsive, wordy, and irrational. The whole tone created stress. It was also confusing and had multiple contradictions, along with an app that isn't easy to use. I love that we have people looking out for us in this neighborhood, and this is just the beginning of this awesome community, but this seems like a little much. If there's a problem, then the solution appears to be creating more of those problems. Let me know when this next meeting is.
I will be there.
And I will be recording it so that I can post it on the neighborhood Facebook page.
Look at you.
I know you have a lot to deal with, but I'm just trying to make sense
This
of
guy
this.
need to be the next president.
This is Landry 2024.
I am going to. Have you ever seen when senators like print out Facebook comments? That chick is going to be responding to everything that she said in layers, man. You effed with the wrong person. And you're trying to get me to have people register at my house? Hey, Lopez, Figgy, come over and let's watch the game. Oh, by the way, use this app that we don't know all about. They're pretty much probably going to give you cookies. Like, do you know if this app has cookies? Oh, by the way, if someone's coming to stay with you for Christmas, dude, nobody cares about this. This is just these weasels, these losers, sitting here trying to be able to tow someone's car. And by the way, if you can sleep at night having someone's car towed, you're a scumbag.
This is
You're a scumbag. That is the worst feeling in the world. That's $300.
That's awful, man.
If you can sleep at night towing someone's car, especially in their own neighborhood or as a guest, you belong in hell.
Yeah.
You belong in hell.
This is
people that parked in my spot a bunch of times.
And you don't say nothing. I ain't gonna
I never
get you
call a
towed
tow
for
truck, man.
$300.
No.
That's crazy.
And this is a money grab. That's all this is. Their HOA probably is looking for some other way to make money. They decided this. It's dumb. Look at that. We had 2 big Karen moments yesterday. How about that?
No,
you got to get mad at someone.
Look, I'm Karen, C-A-R-I-N. She's Karen. I'm C-A-R-I-N. I'm Karen about this. This is an absolute disgrace. And I just got a message from one of my neighbors. She's a big listener. She's listening right now. She sent an email to her brother lives in the community. Quit messing with people just because you've been there for a long time and the community's expanded. Be rational. Don't create more problems. Don't be a jerk. Don't talk down to people. And if you're going to be on the board, don't go on the Facebook group arguing with people. And oh, by the way, you picked my little sweet wife to talk down to. There were people calling y'all Nazis and cops. You didn't say a damn thing to him because it was a big guy.
Yeah.
You weasel.
Text of the day. Kim sounds like her husband takes her to the fishing show for Valentine.
Man, Kim is the worst, man. Screw Kim. I don't think this is going to go through, man. If you saw all the comments and stuff.
Yeah.
But
there's no way it can.
But really, I don't even think they want to enforce it. I just think one person wants to be able to tow someone's car.
You can't have that.
Bro, you can't have that. You're telling me you can't park on the street ever?
That's in your own neighborhood.
A Super Bowl party. Like, you know how many people were parked on the street the other day? And you know how many people cared? 0.
Yeah.
The board has voted. Vote on these nuts if you want to vote. The board has voted unanimously. Come on, lady. Goodness gracious. I'm going to the next one. I'm recording.
You got to keep us updated on this, man.
Oh, it ain't, this is embarrassing, man. They got to figure this out. Coming up next, a much more sane human being than I, Will Anderson. We had an exclusive visit with Will Anderson. You'll hear it next.
We knew it was coming.
I know CJ's the face, but Will Anderson, man, what a couple of fine young men the Texans have on this squad. We got to exclusively talk to Will Anderson the night after he won Defensive Player of the Year. It was a good conversation. I think you'll enjoy it. Starts off with the obvious question. Will, long time no talk. It was training camp last time we talked. I guess this isn't as simple as I said it was. How you doing, man?
It's good to see y'all again. Thank y'all for having me again. But it was just an unbelievable night, man. Just to be around my loved ones, Coach Ryan's, Nick, ownership, and then just getting to spend that moment with CJ, man. It's just like a full 360 all over again from draft to here, man, and it's just wonderful.
You guys have to recognize, because we've been talking about it today during the show. We talked about it last night on y'all's awards. D'Amico, I think I finished second as Coach of the Year. We're like, this is almost like validation for me, and I've been covering this team since the day one of 2002. Like, it's really happening.
Yep.
Y'all feel that too, right? Like, it's happening. Like, this is just the beginning.
Yep.
And where do you go from here?
Just keep going. Just keep building. I think the biggest thing that the message was all season is just like, the time is now. Like, we got everything that we need. We got the pieces that we need. Let's keep building on it, and let's get guys in the locker room that want to be a part of this organization, that play hard, that have that type of mentality, you know what I'm saying, that come to work every day, prepare the right way, and then go out there and have that swarm mentality, man. And that's the next step, to just keep going, is just getting the right group of guys in the locker room.
What's the next step for you? What do you want to work on specifically? Because, look, we have the conversations. It seems like people are obsessed with sacks, and then you hear the advanced stats and all that. What's next for you?
Yeah, it's really just keep building my game and building my craft, and it's just that 1% better, And I was talking to Quentin Williams, and he just sent me a good message. He was just saying, like,
he's a positive dude, man.
Yeah, he's been like a great role model for me. Like, we didn't even play together. Off subject, I'm sorry, but like,
that's good.
We didn't even play together at Alabama, but he stepped into my life, and he's been like a big help, a big brother to me. But he sent me a message this morning, just saying, like, Aaron Donald had told him something like, it's going to be hard to find that 1% because you're great, you're talented, and you're smart. So find that 1% you can get better at. My whole offseason just dedicated to pass rush and just keep building my craft and keep building my arsenal, man. Regardless, I know I can pass rush. I made it to the league. Like, I know what I can do, but how can I get that 1% better?
How hurt were you at the end of the year? You seem pretty bad. No. I mean, look, I'm not trying to give you an excuse, but I mean, I saw you walking around the locker room. I saw you on the field. Like, I don't know, like, you played 12 snaps and had 2 sacks against Tennessee. How injured were you? Yeah, you could tell you were hurt.
Yeah, I had a high ankle sprain against the Jets.
Yeah.
And me, like, I have to be on the field. So I was trying to do anything possible to get back on the field, to play with my brothers, and to help my team win. And it was just like one of those things, to just go out there and just show that you're a warrior. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Texans took good grade on me. Like, it was like, it's no pressure. Like, you don't have to go out there. But for my mindset and me, I'm like, I'm good. God got me. Like, he going to watch over me. He going to make sure I'm straight. I was battling through some stuff, but, I love this team to death, man, and I would do anything for these guys.
You mentioned that 1%. That's exactly the question I was going to ask you. Over the course of the year, now, maybe you've had these moves in your pocket all year long, but maybe you just got more comfortable. Like, it might have been the Tennessee Titan game. You did that spin move and got to him, and I'm like, okay.
Back-to-back sacks there.
I said on this show, it's okay. We haven't seen that before. So are you already developing? Was that something that you were working on?
So my biggest thing was confidence, and, like, I do moves like that in practice all the time, and it's crazy because my D-line coach Rod, he gets some of you all the time.
Do it in the game.
Literally. He was like, bro, you do it in practice all the time. Why do you get to the game and switch it up? And I was like, bro, like, my nerves start setting in, and then
seriously?
Like, I just forget when I get to the game sometimes
but that one play, you know which play I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly which play.
All right, let's go.
it's just been a confidence thing. Like, I can do it. Like, I do it all the time, and I think the most exciting is I showed spurts throughout the season of me doing it, and that's why I'm really excited to just keep building my confidence this offseason. Like, bro, like, you made it here. Like, you're good. Like, you can do this, bro. Like, you're here for a reason. Like, just go do it.
Yeah.
Did you know you were going to win the award yesterday? Did you have an idea?
I've been doing this thing where, like, I don't let my anxiety and, like, all that stuff get to me, and, like, I've been, like, on this spiritual journey where I just give it to God. So, like, yesterday, the whole time, I was a little nervous, but I was like, bro, like,
what are you going to do?
Whatever happens,
happens. Award doesn't define who I am. Like, I'm a winner regardless. I'm a great person regardless. I'm good regardless. Like, everything's going to be fine. So
I thought I think it's interesting because you're like season. It's weird because I was saying, like, The crazy thing about it is you have a good season from start to finish, but it's like I think those 2 sacks kind of put you over the edge. It's like you played 12 snaps, had 2 sacks, and then that's what puts you over the edge. But do we obsess too much over sacks sometimes?
As an edge rusher and as a guy that, knows football and people that know football, it's as the defensive end, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. It's sacks. Like, we crave sacks.
Yeah.
But when you look at the bigger picture, it's bigger than just sacks.
Okay.
It's about how much you're really affecting the game, whether you're making the play or not. Like, how much disruption are you causing? You know what I'm saying? I feel like as a defensive end, it shows a lot. Like, if you're a guy that's causing disruption, wrecking havoc, constantly in the backfield, constantly getting pressure on the quarterback, everything, like constantly always around the ball, I feel like you're a top defensive end in this league.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes you look at some sacks, you be like, bro, I can go out there.
Yeah, it's just wide open.
You feel like I can go out there and get that.
I did.
He choked in the high school district champion.
We're not getting into that.
He choked. He choked.
It was a good run.
Yeah, he didn't come up. He didn't make big plays.
Nick Saban on television.
It's going to be great.
You think?
Yeah, I feel like this is finally a chance for him to show the personality that we got to see a little bit of at Alabama. Like, I think this is a great opportunity for the world to actually see Nick Saban, like, no football, relax, don't got to worry about a game.
Can he relax? You think he's going to handle retirement okay?
I ain't gonna lie, I just seen a video of him at the beach getting swept by some waves. So I think that he's handling it pretty well.
You think Miss Terry's going to get tired of him now? She's going to have to spend more time with him?
I think she got him out of there, man. You need to come home.
He's got charisma.
Yeah, he does.
He doesn't show it all the time.
And that's what I'm saying. I think this is a great opportunity for him to show it. Like, I'm excited for him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Is Miss Terry as legendary as they hype her up?
She runs the Alabama football program. I tell you, like, she's the boss lady in charge. I'm telling you, like, I remember he used to be coming up to me telling me, like, Miss Terry told me to tell you all this, man. I'm like, Miss Terry not playing no games with us, man. So, but she's phenomenal. Like, when I tell you she's very hands-on with all of, like, when we was there, like, great relationships, everything, cared about us, coming to the house, eat, have a good time. It was phenomenal.
You got to I felt sorry for you the most when you sacked Bryce Young, because I was talking about, man, because you told us, man, I'm not going easy on Bryce. I don't ever get to touch him. And then they took it back, man.
Yeah,
that was probably be the worst flag you ever got thrown on you.
Bro,
it wasn't on you, but.
Yeah.
I was like, bro, what's happening? You know, coach was like, are we doing something wrong? We just looked up. He's like, bro, why is this happening to me? And I really wanted to sack Bryce so bad, man. But
you know he's going to tell you never sack me.
All the time. Yeah. You're never going to hear it. He's never going to let it die.
Yeah.
But many more to come.
You still think he's going to be all right? Because we were Bryce guys coming up to the draft. We won't lie. You think he's going to be all right in the NFL?
Yeah, he's going to be fine. Like, bro, like, I played with Bryce.
Yeah.
I seen Bryce from our freshman year to like, leaving. And his freshman year was kind of the same. Like, didn't start, you know what I'm saying? Didn't have the best start. And you see what happened there. You know what I'm saying? And I'm excited for him, man. Like, he's the type of guy, bro, like, you would love playing for it, bro. Like, he's serious about business. He loves the game of ball. He's smart. He could get a locker room together. So I'm excited about what they can do there.
How about 1 year in, or almost a year in the city of Houston? The city loves you. What are you thinking right now? How comfortable are you in Houston now?
I'm very comfortable, man. And
places to eat, places to do, things to do, that type thing.
Yeah, I just got to give a shout-out to the fans. Thank y'all so much, man. We appreciate all the love and support this year. But I love the city of Houston, man. Like, food, I ain't going to lie. When I first got there, I was like, "Wow, this is not going to be good." This is the heaviest I ever weighed when I first. I was like 260 when I first got there because I was eating out all the time on TikTok, trying to find different restaurants, eating smash burgers, turkey leg hut.
See, you know it, man. You're in.
But I love Houston, man. It's phenomenal.
Do you like number 51? Did it grow on you?
Yeah, it was the same. I just feel like it was the same like in college, like with 31. Like, I'm going to ask y'all a question. Which one is worse, 31 or 51?
I think 51.
I'm not going to lie. I was looking at, I was like, Will needs to get like a single digit like number or something like that.
I wanted to, but then they would put me in the classification with linebackers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So.
I was like, man, I don't know. 50, I guess it's growing. I mean, I don't know.
It's growing on me, but you asked.
Because 31 at Bama, too, you just had, like, that was just a monstrous number. Let's take it. Will, we appreciate you, man. You're very easy to root for, and we look forward to seeing you as thing goes from training camp to now, man. 1 year in, so far, so good. The best
go-to
is yet
interview.
to come.
He's going to be the go-to interview in that
that's
line.
what he said. He said that before you came here.
Before you came up, I said
there.
his personality is going to blossom more because your personality is already big.
Yeah,
but it's going to blossom.
Like
you're going to be,
squad.
you're going to get that award from CJ next year.
I appreciate you, Will. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you.
Great young man, Will Anderson. I think he's changing his number.
Oh yeah,
I think so. I think he should.
And he should.
New uniforms, new start.
100%.
Go get him.
100%. He's changing it.
No thanks.
The question is, what number?
Let's get.
I don't think he's into the 90s.
Let's get him like a teenage, something like that.
Like 11.
Yeah, 11 through 30. Hell, 31 might be there. Damian Pierce.
It might
That's
be.
what I said.
It might be.
Just hold off, man.
Yeah.
See what's available. Figure it out. Shop around. Coming up, a guy, we've talked about the Texans potentially adding one of the biggest Texans killers in Derrick Henry. Another Texans killer has a lot of good things to say about your squad. Let's go around the league next.
He's
T.Y. Hilton. He was on Zaire Franklin's podcast. We know T.Y. Hilton. Talked about Derrick Henry possibly joining the Texans. Him and T.Y. Hilton are in the Texans Foot and Butt Hall of Fame, which I think is located down Westheimer. Not sure where the exact location is, but
the Foot and Butt Hall of Fame.
Foot and Butt Hall of Fame. Derrick Henry and T.Y. Hilton. Peyton Manning's in there too. They're in the Hall of Fame. But T.Y. Hilton's kind of a fan of the Texans right now. This is crazy. So he was talking about the combination of C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell, and our guy lit up. Here was T.Y. Hilton with Zaire Franklin.
It's still early, but I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna make some of y'all mad, but it is what it is. I'm gonna speak fact. They're a part of the city that I own, right? C.J. and Tank Dell, bro. Bro, I was watching one of their games, and C.J. scrambled and just threw it to Tank.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Back right corner.
Yes, sir.
Exactly
just throw it to Tank. I say, boy, I got on my phone, I tell my homeboy, I say, yo, that look like me and Luck, bro. Like, no cap. Like, that's different. And as I kept watching them, they kept going off script. And then when they get on script, like, it's just like, man, how we gonna start these two? And then Tank got hurt. But then Nico picked up. And I'm like, bro, if Nico could play like this with Tank, they gonna be a problem.
Interesting thing there at the end. If Nico can play like this with Tank, they're going to be a problem. That's pretty impressive from the guy who does. It is his city. He does. If we're being honest, it is his city, no doubt.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader Sports Radio 610. So Jamar Chase found himself in a controversy. He drugged C.J. Stroud into it. NFL honors. Jamar Chase said, "Come play with me, C.J." Kay Adams, up in Adams. Mm-hmm. She asked him about it. Here's what Chase had to say about it.
Yeah, Jamar, do you want to clear up the C.J. Stroud thing?
Clear
so basically, at the Pro Bowl, everyone freaked out because you said, "Come play with me." So what happened?
Nothing. That's just me being messy, man. I know you. I like messing with the crowd. I like messing with the teams, the fans. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot going on in the NFL, and we don't know. So
yeah.
I mean, CJ is young. I'm young. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean I'm gonna play with him now. You know what I'm saying? I don't plan on leaving Joe. So I mean, all that's gonna take care of itself.
There's a lot of contradictions in his answer there. I'm happy with Joe, but that'll take care of itself. I'm young, which means kind of like, you never know. He didn't answer a dang thing with that answer. It's like, yeah, I mean, the thing is, everybody is impressed with C.J. Stroud, and everybody wants to if they get a chance, they would play with it.
He's got Joe Burrow, though.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I love Joe Burrow.
Once he get paid, he'll shut up.
Yeah, well, maybe. Yeah.
The Jamar Chase dynamic is funny. I think he's just very frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
Because last year they came up short because of the penalty against the Chiefs. The year before they beat them. All he does is talk crap about the Chiefs, and there's really nothing he can do. Like, Browning's not going to take you to a Super Bowl. I just think Jamar got a little frustrated this year. We'll see how it goes. Speaking of frustrated, this was Brandon Ayuk's girlfriend on the way to Levi Stadium, where I guess Ayuk was going for exit interviews.
This might be our last day. I mean, not our last day. This might have been the last day we touched foot on Levi Stadium, me and Braylon, because we might not be out here next season.
Okay. What's wrong? What's your problem?
She just probably got ahead of herself.
I mean, what's his problem?
Yeah, she got ahead of herself.
He's got his friend saying stuff like, "What's the deal, dude? You lost the Super Bowl."
That's what happens,
that's
though.
Big.
I mean, some guys just ego gets in the way of
3 catches, 6 targets.
Yeah.
What's wrong, man?
I think he's frustrated.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're Brandon Ayuk. You're a second-team All-Pro because you're in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm. But ego gets in the way. That's what I'm saying. Like you get more, overvalue yourself sometimes, and you think you can do better.
Like if this were Jamar Chase or this were Tyreek Hill or something like that, I would just be like, Justin Jefferson, it comes with the territory.
Mm-hmm.
If the Texans lost a Super Bowl and Nico Collins is talking like this, what would you say?
I say you're Nico Collins.
Yeah, you're a good player.
And you're benefiting from being here.
Like you're not helping.
Yeah, you're benefiting.
We might want to leave. Where do you want to go?
Yeah.
But where do you want to go, Brandon?
You know this happens. You get success.
I get it, but it's whack.
Yeah, it's whack. Yeah, you get success. You know, people telling you how awesome you are and integral you are, and you start to think that you're more important than you really are and see things blindly. And then your girlfriend says, "We out." This might be it.
Patrick Mahomes. He says Andy Reid is the best coach of all time. This was Mahomes after the Super Bowl.
I believe he's the best coach of all time. I mean, I know he doesn't have the trophies yet, and I have a lot of respect for some of those great coaches. But the way he's able to navigate every single team he has, continue to have success no matter where he's at. And for me, he brings out the best in me because he lets me be me. I think that's important. Is he doesn't try to make me anyone else. I don't think I'd be the quarterback that I am if I didn't have Coach Reid being my head coach. Other than that, he wants you to be the best person you can be, and that's something that I think is truly special.
Kind of hard to argue at this point. Doing it in multiple places. 2 in a row. I mean, he's got to be in the discussion.
Does he?
Yeah. I mean, the Philadelphia thing alone puts him there.
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
You don't think he is?
You don't seem convinced.
In the conversation?
Nah, Belichick's the GOAT.
No, Belichick is. But Belichick did it one place with one quarterback at that level.
Mm-hmm.
Andy Reid's done it in a couple of places.
Yeah, I mean, he went to the NFC Championship 4 times.
Yeah.
Lost in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's very good.
Yeah, but come on.
He shouldn't be in the conversation?
I don't think there is a conversation right now. I think there's a Mahomes-Brady conversation. I don't think there's a conversation between Belichick and Andy Reid. Is there?
I think we're going there.
That's where we're at?
We're getting, yeah. What has he been to? 5 Super Bowls altogether?
Yeah, 5
won
Super
3?
Bowls. 5 Super Bowls, yeah. He's won 3. He's great. They're trying to minimize him. I just didn't even know
he's
this
all right, Figgy.
No, he's good.
Yeah.
I didn't know that's where we were going, though.
No, I'm just saying he's got to be in the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Pat. I didn't know we were there yet.
Pat.
No, I mean, I think, I'm not going to simplify it and just say that he has to win 7 rings or whatever. I'm not going to say that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take it that far. But, I think what the Chiefs have done 2 times in like a half decade with like completely changing their identity and what they do, I think Belichick basically did it 4 times.
Mm-hmm. With the same quarterback.
Yeah, and Andy's going to have to do it with the same quarterback too.
Yeah. But he's done it.
But you're going with the Philadelphia thing.
Yeah, he's done it with more than one quarterback getting to the Super Bowl. I'm not making any declarations here, but you got to put him in that conversation now.
Okay, he's there. There you go. y'all talk. We'll go get a drink of water or something. The Pittsburgh Steelers, they're done with Mitch Trubisky, and now they're linked to another quarterback. This was Adam Schefter with Pat McAfee.
We know that Pittsburgh's going to go out and get some type of quarterback, whether that's Ryan Tannehill, whether that's Russell Wilson, whether that's Justin Fields. Justin Fields, I know Mike Tomlin's a big fan of Justin Fields. We'll keep that in mind during the offseason in the coming weeks.
Wow.
But they're not just going to leave it as Kenny Pickett, his starting job. Mike Tomlin made that very clear.
I actually like that, and I think it's going to happen. I think they're definitely going to Fields would be their number one priority. And I know Mike Tomlin is adamant and committed to changing the offense. And he's clearly done that already with the coordinator hire.
Speaking of coordinator hires.
This got bizarre yesterday, didn't it?
This got really weird.
Yeah.
Over the weekend. So it seemed inevitable, based on dialogue, based on reports, that Mike Zimmer was going to be the defensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys. Now, they had reportedly spoken to Rex Ryan,
And this was actually during Super Bowl coverage. I was actually watching it live when it happened. Adam Schefter with Rex Ryan, Sam Ponder, Randy Moss, Teddy Bruschi, all them on the set. Adam Schefter came in and broke this news, and you kind of see Rex Ryan getting a little bit awkward as this news is getting broken. This was the initial report by Adam Schefter.
The Dallas Cowboys went ahead and hired Mike Zimmer as their defensive coordinator. He rejoins the Dallas Cowboys after serving in Dallas as their prior defensive coordinator from 2000 to 2006 before becoming the Vikings head coach later on. Obviously, they talked to a wide number of candidates like our own Rex Ryan, and I can tell you this, they loved Rex. They were highly impressed with Rex. Rex made quite a mark on the Jones family, and I'm a little surprised they didn't hire him with as much as they loved him, and this will be a big year for the Dallas Cowboys without him. Mike McCarthy on the last year of his contract, so Rex has got security here. He doesn't have to worry about a head coach on this set being in the last year of his deal.
All right, so he said that.
He's like, what?
And then here's what Rex Ryan had to say after the report.
I just keep getting offended because everyone tries to take you away from us, okay?
Nobody does.
It's hard. We love having you here.
Hey, I know we a fight, don't you? Oh, ain't no question. And I can honestly say right here, first off, I'm not so sure that Zimmer's got that job. I can honestly say I don't believe that's a fact right now.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
So he thought he was still in the mix.
Well, Adam Schefter was on McAfee yesterday, and this was his clarification on the report.
We have meetings. We go over, what the topics are going to be. People know. There's no surprises. Now, I knew from speaking to various people in Las Vegas this week, the Cowboys, they didn't like Rex. They loved Rex. They loved Rex. Jerry Jones, when he got done listening to Rex, was like, I was ready to run through a wall with that guy. Okay, so what do we want to say here? Well, I'm going to be fully transparent. So Rex said what he said. He opened it up. I'll finish it up right now. And I love Rex. Mike Zimmer's deal is not done yet. So they have reached out to Rex subsequent to that, and they reached out to him about 15 minutes before that segment just to say, hey, any shot of this. So that's where the confusion came. They're not done with Zimmer yet. The deal's not done yet, I should say.
It got done shortly after, but what a weird. I think the deal was done.
Really not till this morning, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
They said Rex talked to him during the commercial break.
Why not?
Hey, I got a chance.
Yeah. Hey, what's this Schefter's reporting,
what's up, guys?
man?
Yeah. And then Rex Ryan's going up there like breaking down the soup. Now, when I'm a defensive coordinator.
Yeah. Let me tell you how we're going to do it next year with the
Cowboys.
Cowboys.
Schefter comes in there and just kicks him in his nads. Tickets, by the way, to see Blake Shelton coming up. Rodeo season is upon us. He's going to be performing on February 27th. So we got your tickets. Just be listening in the next few minutes. We'll hook you up. Emmitt Smith was asked about Mike McCarthy, the man who will oversee Mike Zimmer as we go around the NFL. This was what former Cowboy Emmitt Smith had to say.
Why is Dallas bringing back Mike McCarthy next year?
Because I'm not a GM. And to be honest with you, I thought that move would have been made because of how bad it looked.
That's Emmitt Smith, man, saying that. So Cowboys are a mess right now.
Yeah, they're weird. They're weird. They're the same team they've been for years.
Yeah, Emmitt Smith looked good on Radio Row.
What do you mean?
He looks in good shape. Looks real good. Looks good. I'm not trying to imply anything. He looks good.
Okay, as opposed to what?
As opposed to not.
Have you seen him not look good or what?
I just say I hadn't seen him in a while. I thought
who didn't look good on Radio Row?
You did not look good.
Right, who else?
Clint. No, I'm just kidding.
Who else?
You talking about like celebrity types?
Yeah, who didn't look good to you? Because I'm trying to get a grasp of what you're trying to say here.
I'm just saying I haven't seen Emmitt in a while, and he looked good.
How did Anthony Munoz look?
Look good. He look real good. Trying to think who didn't
Joe
look
Montana.
Good? I didn't see him on Radio Row. Did you see him?
Yeah.
I missed him. Carrot Top did not look good.
You know he's a lot older than you think.
Yeah, I know that, but he still didn't look good.
He's old as heck, man.
He looked like there's been all kinds of stuff going on physically.
John,
Let me guess. How old is Carrot Top?
He's 3 years younger than you.
Okay. So he's 48.
3 or 4. It's 3 or 4. Nah, I don't know. He might be older than you. I don't know. He's 58 years old.
He's 3 years younger than me.
58, man.
Yeah.
He looks pretty good for 58.
I look better than Carrot Top.
Do you? Do you?
I do. I look better than Carrot Top. I haven't had as much work done on my face. That's for dang sure. That's what I was talking about. Boy, he's had some work. Not that there's anything wrong with it. If it makes you feel better, fine. But boy.
But he's got to maintain a look, bro.
Yeah, well, he is.
Like, he can't go gray.
Yeah.
He's called Carrot Top.
Gray Top.
Yeah, so it's naturally going to look weird. You can't be called Carrot Top and go gray. You're going to have to keep something maintained.
Red Skelton let his hair grow.
And the other thing is you have to brighten your face if you're Carrot Top. You can't just go pale. You can't go the natural pale route.
He did more than brighten it.
He was in a suite in Vegas, man. He got a special, actually.
On what?
On the CBS pregame show. They did a
I missed that
feature.
Yeah.
It was about a minute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's a Las Vegas legend. I don't know about legend. He's been there a long time.
He's got one of the longest residencies ever.
Yeah. I don't know if that makes him a legend.
The longest is Penn and Teller.
I thought it was Wayne Newton.
Penn and Teller said they've done more shows than anyone.
Okay, maybe Wayne Newton just does fewer shows now.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Because Wayne Newton started like in the 60s.
Do Penn and Teller interest you?
Not really. I like him like in small doses.
Why?
I like him in small doses. Like, I don't know if I could sit through a whole hour and a half or whatever. You know, like when they do a little bit on television.
You think the guy's funny?
Yeah, I think
You think the big guy's funny, Penn and Teller?
Yeah, I think they're funny.
You
I think
do?
they're good. Like they were on that. Weren't they in Modern Family a couple of episodes?
No idea.
Like that's funny and that's good, but I can't sit through an hour and a half.
You could sit through a Wayne Newton show?
I didn't say that.
I'm just asking because you keep mentioning Wayne Newton. You think Wayne Newton can sing?
I don't know if I've mentioned Wayne Newton that much.
You mentioned him a few times.
He would probably be more of a novelty too, like small doses.
Okay.
Yeah. Now Christina, I could sit through the
What
whole
about
show.
an Adele concert?
I'd probably get down with an Adele concert.
Oh my gosh.
Why? What's wrong with Adele?
I just don't think I could sit through a whole concert.
She's got a lot of hits, man. She's got a lot of hits.
Man, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That girl can sing.
Yes, she can.
Good for her, man, but I just don't think I could do it.
I think I could do Adele, small doses on Penn and Teller, small doses on Wayne Newton, just to see the legend.
About Elvis back in the day?
Oh, I'd sit through the whole damn show.
Even when he was fat?
Fat, skinny. I told you that's the first concert I ever saw.
Would you rather see Elvis fat or skinny?
I saw Elvis transitioning to fat.
Would you rather see him washed?
No, he was good, but you could tell he was already wearing the little coverall thing.
He's basically getting like Adderalled up by the Colonel.
Yeah, it was like 1974.
Colonel was shooting him up.
Yeah. Colonel, did you see the movie?
Of course.
That dude was something, man.
Yeah, I think they probably overdid it a little bit.
I don't know.
I mean, I feel like Colonel kind of looked out for Elvis and then just became
obsessed with the money and control.
Well, and his gambling.
How the heck did he get?
He had a gambling addiction.
Yes. How did he get 50%? Was it 40 or 50? He got like an ungodly percentage of Elvis's money.
I went back and watched real Colonel interviews after that. Man, he did come across as a little bit of a slime ball.
Yeah.
But there would be no Elvis if it weren't for the Colonel.
Would there?
Colonel's not alive anymore, right?
No.
I kind of thought he woke from the dead Sunday.
Why is that?
Shot up Debo Samuel with what he used to shoot Elvis up with.
I'm still amazed
those
at that.
8 shows a night or whatever.
I am still amazed at that. How the hell? That dude snapped the hammy, man. And he's out there running a 4-4.
I think I saw the Colonel out there telling him, hey, get out there and sing
I don't know what the heck
Heartbreak
happened.
Hotel or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah. That was wild, man.
You hear that music right there. Some would say he's one of the biggest stars in country music and TV. Others, like John Lopez, would say he's an alleged adulterer. Whatever you think of him. You got a chance to go see Blake Shelton perform February 27th at the Houston Rodeo. The rodeo is back. The lineup is more stacked than ever. We got your giveaways throughout the week. Blake Shelton, caller number 9, 713-572-4610. Caller number 9. You're going to see Blake effing Shelton. Coming up next, the internet goes nuts.
Get my gun. Riddle heavy treat for the morning crown.
Payne and Pendergast.
For D'Amico's rookie season, there were startlingly few game management errors. D'Amico has turned being
with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
Man, this dude works his butt off. My goodness. Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Shannon Sharp.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
Shannon Sharp goes from morning sports hot takes to interviews on the couch to podcast with Ocho Cinco to calling out Mike Epps, saying he's basically going to pull up on him. Mm-hmm. In between that, he had an opinion about Brock Purdy's performance in the Super Bowl. Here's what he was talking about with Dan Orlovsky after the 49ers lost the Super Bowl that had the internet going nuts.
Purdy prove he's a top quarterback to you yesterday?
I got more questions.
Oh, my gosh.
Because he just said, you had a 10-point lead, 3 of 12 on third down, 25%. Oh, he's going to silence all the critics. Oh, all this goes away. I said, Dio, if he doesn't win this game, you will still have more questions about Brock Purdy. And with that team, you had Debo, you had Ayuk, you had C-Mac, you had Trent Williams, you had everything that you needed. If I put Patrick Mahomes on San Francisco, how many championships do they win, Dio? If I gave him that, don't do this.
Mahomes.
Whoa. With that roster, if I give Josh Allen that roster, if I give Lamar Jackson, if I give Joe Burrow that roster, because that's what you're saying. That's what, no. You're saying he's top. What's top? Top 10, top 12, top what? Top what?
He's firmly top 10. Brock Purdy is firmly a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Absolutely played himself into top 7 conversation.
Sure about that?
I mean, I can rattle off 7, 8 names off the top of my head that I would take instead of him. And if I put those guys in that same offense, they would be better than him. That's just me.
All right, there you go. Shannon Sharp, hot Brock Purdy takes. I don't think that's
kind of fair, ain't it?
No, after all this time.
What was Orlovsky saying he's going to dig himself in a hole? How?
Orlovsky would look like he was rubbing his face, and he was like
Dude,
disgusted.
Orlovsky, for as good as he does at breaking down the game, he's all just trying to get a GIF.
Yeah.
He's worse than Mina Kimes at that.
Mina Kimes is the queen of trying to
He's just trying to be a GIF.
Yeah.
Like the whole time on TV. Yeah. Like put a little bass in your voice and talk to Shannon Sharp. He's not going to beat you up.
Yeah.
Like talk to him like you debate the other people, man.
Yeah. No.
I know he's intimidating as hell. Good Lord.
Man, you see him on Radio Row.
Dude, he's jacked. No, I told him I said the meatloaf joke to him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the meatloaf joke.
Yeah, I saw you do that. Yeah. After all this time.
Yeah.
And all this discussion, Brock Purdy is exactly where he was going into the game.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's really good.
Good player.
Is he an elite?
No.
I don't know.
Mike Epps, by the way, be careful, man. Be careful, sir.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Super Bowl ratings. This is wild. It was expected. And I think this is going to be a number that stays up there for a long time, unless Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce stay together.
She might break up with him and date someone else.
And that's what I'm saying. And
she might start hopping around like the Kardashians. This should be her new thing.
Oh, no.
No, where she just goes with the front runners.
Wow.
No, seriously. Like, once Kelce gets out, like, let's say that Joe Burrow's there. She'd start dating Joe Burrow or Jamar Chase.
Who should Taylor Swift date next? But this number, it's going to stay there for a while. Like, the Super Bowl ratings always get beat. There's always a new high. But this one's going to stay there for a while. Unless the Chiefs go back, it's another competitive game, and Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce stay together.
What do you think she argues like? Like, because her and Kelce, they've been able to be distant. They're going to be spending more time together. It's inevitable that eventually a couple's going to have a disagreement and argue. What do you think Taylor Swift argues like? You think she's like real
I'm
crazy?
giving this a lot of thought.
No, you should. This is right up your alley.
Yeah.
You think she's like real crazy and yells? Do you think she's just irrational? Do you think she's just like takes the side? Like, what do you think Taylor Swift argues like?
I think she lie argues. Now, let me explain that. Like, I was going to say women, but it's not just women. But
generalizations.
For the case of a Travis Kelce, or the guy in a relationship, like, this happens so many times. Like, I did blah, 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 or you said blah, blah, blah. And she knows that's not true. And you know that she knows that's not true. And she knows that it's not true. But they still stick to the story. Like, that, I think she's one of those that just kind of just picks and picks with little lies, little exaggerations.
And Travis yells, right?
Yeah. He would never hurt a fly when it comes to a relationship, I don't think.
Okay.
But I bet you he slams his fist on the table.
Maybe
he slams the door.
Maybe he bumped somebody.
You think he's a door slammer?
Dang it! I gotta go for a walk.
Probably throw something.
I gotta go for a walk. Who should Taylor Swift date next? Like seriously, give it some thought. Figgy, who's like a good? Now Travis Kelce is not like any other guy she's dated in terms of looks, appearance.
Yeah, I don't think she ever dated an athlete before.
I don't
she
think
usually
so.
stick around in musicians and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
but if she were to stay in the NFL, and she were to
stay in the NFL,
yeah, stay in the NFL.
I don't know who's married and who's not.
Oh, just for the sake of argument,
Josh Allen.
He's not married. I think he's single.
Yeah, he's dating some.
I can see that.
Dating some model.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, something like that.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, something like that.
Sorry, Travis.
She need to date somebody in the NBA. Maybe get them ratings up.
Oh boy, they should be paying her.
I would.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
So there was some potential drama involving the Super Bowl halftime show. Swiss Beats is married to Alicia Keys.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw
I saw the
you saw
memes.
Usher go up there.
Yes,
I mean, that was a hell of a
I
throw.
mean, both arms around her.
Speaking of Blake Shelton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was kind of doing his thing there. Well, apparently Swiss Beats did not care. He told people they need to find other stuff to worry about. Usher can dance on stage whenever he wants. What are your thoughts on that? Because I do get that there's some art going on and the songs are there, but I mean, he's basically.
Oh, he was mugging her.
He's doggy styling it.
Yeah,
up
he
there.
was mugging her.
I mean, I don't know.
It was.
Yeah, that was.
Hey, what did Usher say in the song? Don't leave your girl around me. Keep playing for real.
I'm the wrong person to ask because I just can't relate to, they're just acting or that's just him on stage. I can't, I can't relate to that.
She might not be a waitress, but she got a tip. That's for sure.
Oh, my God.
And that's why.
I got the internet going nuts.
I fancy myself as a amateur marketing person, amateur PR, spell the name right. I always do that. I like spell the name right.
You're an amateur marketing guy?
I'm an amateur critic of things, logos, brands, stuff like that. You ask me about it all the time. Sunday Red.
What?
Tiger Woods launched a new brand today.
Oh, he's not Nike anymore.
The logo,
what the hell
the
is that?
name.
Is that a tiger?
Figgy, did you see this?
I didn't.
I'll probably rock it. It looks like a nice fit hoodie.
No. I think
it's not going to be cheap material.
No. I think the gear is going to be top notch. The logo and the name, Sun Space Day Space Red.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't hit, man.
No, because Tiger's Nike. But my concern is that hoodie's gonna be like $120.
That's fine. I'm
That's
sure the
too
gear.
high,
I'm
bro.
sure the gear is going to be
hoodie?
good.
I bet you.
Man,
I bet it's gonna be in the 90s at least. Did you see Kanye did his little Instagram Super Bowl ad?
Yeah.
Yeezy.com.
Yeah.
You can get some of his gear. $20 each, man. Everything. Not shoes. Figgy, where are you going on the computer over there?
What you mean? What you talking about?
Over there at Yeezy.com just because I said that.
They probably sold out now.
Man, it's going to be awesome. The logo and the name.
How's it going to be awesome?
No, because it's Tiger Woods doing it. They're going to mail it in. You like that?
No, I don't.
Yeah, it's not.
But I'd support it if we can keep the hoodies in the 70s, we can talk.
I'm kind of curious to see how it's going to do sales wise.
You see that, Figgy?
Yeah, because I feel like if it's successful, I could see other people going that same route, try to start their own.
It ain't going to be no bad material.
No, again, I'm not doubting the product. I just think they fell a little short on the name.
You probably hooped in Starburys, didn't you?
No, I hooped in.
Oh, God.
I hooped in Converse.
Chucks?
Yep.
Low top?
High top. High top.
Okay.
Tie them tight, baby.
Man. Okay, John Wooden.
You got to tie those Chuck Taylors tight.
Yeah, I heard in the John Wooden book.
Mm-hmm. No, that was a thing.
Today, Seth
you had to almost cut off your circulation.
Today, Seth was talking about he was watching something on Netflix. It was I think it was Genghis Khan or...
Mm-hmm. He was not a nice fella.
It was either Genghis. Is there a Netflix Genghis Khan or?
I haven't seen that yet.
It was someone like that, and it's going to be like way off.
Yeah.
I don't know, but he was talking about he was watching that, talking about like his dispute. Oh, 713-572-4610. A lot of you are 6A to 6Pers.
Oh, watch Mongol.
What's that?
I think that's about Genghis Khan.
Oh, that's what he was watching?
I think. Let me double check here.
It's a Netflix thing he said he was watching.
Yeah. Watch Mongol.
I started watching the #1 movie yesterday, and my wife was like, I don't want to watch this before bed.
What is it?
I don't know, like some creeper who like does online dating and then becomes a stalker. It's like a 1.5 hour documentary. It was #1 movie yesterday on Netflix.
Really?
Yeah. By the way, have you watched Curb Your Enthusiasm yet?
The first two were good.
You watched the second one?
No, not the third one. I haven't watched the third one.
The third one's not out yet.
Yeah, it is. It was on my DVR. I think they did 2 one day.
Really?
Yeah.
Got to catch up now.
Yeah, I think there's the third
So
one.
you watched the one with the lawn thing? You watched that?
The lawn jockey?
Yeah, so that was your last one?
Yeah.
And there's one after that?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah, there's another one.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, the lawn jockey one.
He never disappoints.
The hair dye?
Yeah, he just never disappoints.
What is with HBO Max's movies?
Like what?
Like, can y'all try a little bit harder? Go look at their top 10 movies. It's literally like a video store from 04.
I saw, and maybe this was because of the anniversary, I saw they had Blazing Saddles.
What is this?
I think what it is they usually get the top premiere movies like that be in movie theaters.
Yeah,
and
like
they
Barbie
can get
and
those.
stuff?
Yeah, but they're not like Netflix where anybody can make an independent movie or anything like that.
I mean, give me like some 80s classics or something like that. I don't need
Or
this.
new stuff.
Yeah, give me like they're doing the movie selection's awful.
Yeah, it's a little dated.
They started out on fire though, but
I got the internet going nuts.
So Ben Affleck, his Super Bowl commercial, the Dunkin' Donuts commercial,
the one with the orange jumper,
it's created a problem for Dunkin' Donuts.
And that is?
It's a good problem. Apparently they sold out of the Dunkin' Donuts tracksuit minutes after the commercial, and now they're struggling to restock so that they can sell these Dunkin' Donut tracksuits.
Yeah, well, Darren Ravel got one.
He what?
Darren Ravel got one. He just posted a picture.
The business guy?
Yeah.
Deshaun and Seth, they don't have him on anymore, right?
I think they do.
Still?
Do they not? I don't think regularly.
I don't think so.
I don't think regularly.
Yeah, I thought they punted on that.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, they punted on that.
That's just a
That was right
novelty.
before
You'll be
us.
able to get all you want. It's not.
Why would I want that?
I'm saying if you wanted, you'd be able to get whatever you want.
When's the last time you went to Dunkin' Donuts?
In Las Vegas every morning. There was one right at the bottom of the
What'd you
stairs.
get, coffee?
I got a coffee and usually the croissant with the egg sandwich on a croissant.
When's the last time you ate donuts, Fig?
Donuts?
I didn't get donuts. I got that.
Probably a couple months ago, to be honest. I don't really eat them like that.
Is there anything that puts you on your ass more in the morning than donuts?
Man.
Like, I can go to Avalon Diner and I can get, I could eat the damn chicken fried steak omelet that they got. And I can function at an okay level. Still feel a little bit heavy. But, man, you ever just like...
If you eat more than one donut,
Dude,
sometimes
yeah.
even if you eat one donut,
You'll be stuffed.
you can't move.
Start eating 4 donuts.
And you'll still be hungry.
You can't move. Yes.
You'll still be hungry.
Yeah, and you still have like that heavy feeling like all the... Oh, man.
Yeah.
I don't know how people do it with the donuts.
And I love them, but golly, as soon as you
I
get
don't love them, man.
that last bite of the second one,
I got no love for donuts.
that first bite of the second one.
Those ones, and I won't name specific brands or anything. I'm not trying to disrespect anyone. But those thick donuts all over the place, like the fancy ones, man, I can't mess with them. I can't even look at those without getting sick.
I have them occasionally. Well, I don't even really eat donuts that often, but it's like they put voodoo on your stomach.
It's the internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the good news, the bad news, and the alarming news when it comes to free agency for the Texans. Next.
All right, guys, rodeo time. Rodeo time, and if you're in the mood to barbecue, you know what I'm talking about here. Get that...
disease.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, good news, bad news. Houston Texans free agency edition. Less than 4 weeks in, man. We're less than 4 weeks away from the start of free agency. Something that John Lopez says he's more excited for than the draft. To each his own. But here is John Lopez's good news, bad news when it comes to the Texans free agency. We'll start with the good news.
Yeah, let's go through the good news. And I am more excited about free agency than draft just because I think you can get there quicker with free agency. So here's the good news when it comes to entering the offseason. Today's it. Today's the day you enter offseason. And that is the rest of the division is in disarray. Starting with the Colts.
Nobody else has the arrow pointing up.
Yeah. I mean, you can maybe argue a little bit with the Colts, but it's an unknown.
New quarterback.
Yeah. Well, that's part of why they're in disarray. Is Anthony Richardson good? I don't know. Are they going to keep Michael
Does
Pittman?
it matter if he's good? Can he stay on the field?
That too. Titans rebuilding. New coach. Bye-bye Derrick Henry. Jags. Trevor Lawrence contract and Josh Allen being tagged and maybe a contract for Calvin Ridley. They're going to be in cap hell, and you still don't know if you have a good quarterback. I mean, you have a good quarterback, but you don't know if you have a quarterback that can take you there. Bad news is this is by far going to be one of the toughest schedules the Texans will have ever played. Home games. Listen to these home games. Good to go to, but, I mean, how many of these would you predict to be absolute dubs? Baltimore.
It's tough.
Buffalo.
It's hard.
Detroit.
Difficult.
Miami-ish.
Yeah, that's hard. That's a lot of speed.
Now, road games. Cowboys.
Okay.
Packers. Kansas City.
Yep.
Dude, this is going to be a fun season, but it's a tough schedule, man. That's the bad news in terms of the division. Good news, and this is the most important question of the offseason that we're going to be hearing from. We're going to be trying to answer, and we're going to find out when and if they go in. You got money to spend. Been a long time coming. You've got money to spend. It's been smart building up room space in the cap. You can find the right pieces if you choose to spend, say it together, smart, good, big, smart money or smart, big money, whatever you want to call it.
That would have been hard to say together.
I know, yeah. Bad news is, are they going to spend it? Are they going to get the green light, the let's go, let's do this, let's go?
I mean, of course they have the green light.
From Cal and Hannah.
They've never been cheap.
No, they haven't, but they've never really spent a lot on free agents either. Not a lot.
Oh, they have.
Not a lot.
Oh, they have.
Well, not in a while.
But they've always had max cap space. Like they'll spend the bread.
Well, the last few years they haven't had any cap space. They've been trying to build it
because they've maxed it out.
Yeah, but now it just hadn't been smart. Now you have a chance. Good news, obviously, CJ, you've got to do everything you can to protect him and to help him. Bad news, how are you going to protect him when you're kind of handcuffed with this offensive line?
Titus Howard?
$1 million question, $30 million question. There doesn't appear to be anything you can do with this offensive line.
No, I mean, you've invested all you're probably going to invest in it.
So at least for the next couple of years, this is it. And you got to get better.
Well, hopefully they get good.
Yeah, you got to hope.
Hopefully they perform at a high level.
Now, here's the other part that's interesting. Good news, bad news. The draft is actually loaded, top heavy, but loaded, where the Texans definitely need some help. Wide receiver, offensive tackle, even though, as we just talked about, they might be handcuffed there. Edge rushers and cornerbacks. Bad news is you have a first-round pick, second-round pick, and the talent level falls off where you really need help at places like tight end and running back. The top-heavy tight end, top-heavy running back. So you're going to have draft picks, but at those two – and we think it's imperative they get a running back, and I think it's important that they get a tight end. There's a drop-off there. So do you prioritize tight end and running back higher than you normally would and try to get one of those guys with your second-round pick? That's the question.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
What are they drafting in the first round? What more important, what are they drafting in the second round?
Need, man.
Like?
Need.
Like?
I think wide receiver could be a second round value. It's gold mine, man.
I think running back.
There's no second-round running back.
I mean, there's going to be running backs that fall.
I don't even know if any go in the first 2 rounds.
Really?
They're crappy.
That's what I'm saying.
Running backs are crappy this year.
There's a steep fall off at a position you need the most.
Well, I think they would have already signed one of the top guys by then.
That's the hope.
With the back.
Yeah, that's the hope.
That's what they need to do.
And tight end has a couple or 3 good ones high, but then there's a big fall off. Like when you look at the scores and ratings numbers of these tight ends, it's a pretty steep drop off. So do you prioritize that earlier?
You think they're trying to put the puzzle together. I think free agency will make it more clear. You know, like answering these questions about the draft, we don't know. If they sign Mike Evans or something like that, then it obviously changes.
Then who cares?
Things. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's that's why I'm not even looking draft right now. You send me your mock draft, go mock in the corner.
Yeah.
I'm not into that today right
mock
now.
D's?
Yeah, mock D's. I'm trying to focus on free agency and
Thank
then we'll
you.
get to the draft.
I'm more excited for free agency than
I'm excited because it's next. Like if the draft were 28 days away, 27 days away, then I would be more excited for that. But I'm excited to be able to take steps.
I just think that you can get there quicker with free agency this year than ever before, and you've got the means to do it. You have the money, you have the motivation, you have obviously the team that you can bolster and help. I'm excited about it.
Excited about it too, and I do wonder what Titus Howard is going to look like at right tackle. That'll be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Right tackle is the story right now.
Your guy, Titus Howard.
How is he my guy?
Your guy.
When did he become my guy?
It's your favorite ball player, Titus Howard.
Of all the things you make up about me.
You already got that customized brand new Texans jersey, Titus Howard, number 71, coming to the doorstep.
I think he's misunderstood. No.
Okay.
You're just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Searches his name on Twitter and argues with folks.
Yeah.
And can't even
He's
talk
gonna
trash.
hook you up with some tickets.
Can't even talk trash. Yeah, if you subscribe to his lame Twitch.
His lame Twitch.
Hey, all I need is 35 subscribers, and I'm going to give away tickets to the game.
Figure, you looking forward to tomorrow as much as I am? Not so much for the show, but to get the update on Landry's HOA thing.
Nah,
I low-key want to hit him up on the side. Like, hey, did you talk to Kim yet?
Kim's having a bad day. I guarantee you that.
No, we'll see how it goes. I just don't think it goes.
That's
through.
a rough look for Kim, man.
Yeah. I don't think it goes through. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Oh, we got to know. The world wants to know.
Tomorrow's tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'd be worried more about yourself tomorrow, buddy, with the slimy crap you're pulling off.
What am I pulling off? I'm taking my
your
wife
to a fishing show.
I'm taking my wife to the fishing show for Valentine.
God,
that is a fact,
man.
Is she excited about it?
She's not anti-fishing show.
No.
She's relatively excited.
No, she's not.
No, don't listen to him. So I flat out told her I got to do a seminar at the fishing show with Captain Dean.
So you're working?
Well, just for an hour. I'm going to do a fishing seminar with them, Q&A, that kind of thing.
Nothing says love like a country sausage fest.
And then, see, that's a misconception. God. The fishing show is really for everybody. All kinds of booths, all kinds of cool stuff. So I said, hey, I got to do this. I got to do this seminar. Obviously, I want to go too, but you can go with me, and we'll go. Go somewhere afterwards. Hand to God, she said.
Concession stand.
Yeah, hand to God, she said. No, let's just go to the fishing show. That sounds like fun.
So
what's wrong with that?
Well, I mean,
do you feel like she's given too much? Do you feel like you're giving as much as she is lately in this relationship? Like, let's really evaluate this tomorrow.
Lately.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I think J-Lo married a giver.
Yeah,
lately.
And I think he did it on purpose, and I think he's riding that train until he takes that dirt nap.
I think you need to start.
Keep in mind,
elevate your game right now.
Keep in mind, we're going to be married next month. We better not forget that either. This is 2024. We're going to be married 39 years next month.
Oh wow.
39.
And you're going to the fishing show.
Going to the fishing show. For
all right, where are you going to surprise her? Where are you going to surprise her at? You got to do something. You got to stop. You got to stop for a pop.
40's got to be huge next year. She's taking this fishing show.
I'll tell you,
I'm big at 40.
I listen to the way Lopez acts, and I'm not throwing stones in my glass house or anything like that. But then I listen to the way Clint talks, and he's like, it's just like a spark up when he's talking. Every time I hear Clint say, I'm going on a date with my bride. I'm like, man, I can feel that energy. My man is like, my man is like bringing it right there. I'm taking my bride on a date.
Yeah,
Did you not hear me say I'm taking her to the fishing show?
That's why I married that heifer. Because I got to invite every time we went. It's something simple, boy.
Yeah,
it gets me amped up.
I think the fishing show is a date.
You're over taking to the fishing show. Where are you going? Where are you going afterwards?
It's a hell of a fishing show. Though.
It's a great fishing show.
J-Lo, you got to go get some kind of fancy pop or something afterwards, man.
Yeah, we'll do something. She likes julep, that real fancy.
I know where you at.
Yeah,
I know where you at.
That's a real good cocktail bar. Maybe we'll go to julep.
Yeah, afterwards. You know what? Small world.
Mm-hmm.
That was me and my bride's first connect right there.
That's half a mile from my house.
Really? I couldn't.
It's around the corner.
I couldn't
figure.
figure.
You said connect.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if we were legal at that point.
Yeah, we live about half a mile from there.
I couldn't find it if I the mint julep.
Washington Avenue.
Yep.
The julep. Yeah.
Yep. I'll be damned.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
See there?
Old wooden
now that's
chairs,
a date.
small tables, old wooden
that's
chairs.
That's a date.
That's a date.
Damn.
Fishing show, seminar, and a cocktail.
Yeah, slide by there for me, man. Slide by. Baby, I appreciate you watching that seminar and supporting me.
You know what?
Let me get you one of these fancy drinks.
We got a sitter. Me and Courtney. Maybe we'll join you at the fishing show.
You're dang right. You ought to come.
You got a sitter this weekend?
We got a sitter for Valentine's Day.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
That's tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Slid into a sitter.
Where are we going?
Fishing show, didn't you hear it?
Got a couple of reservations.
Oh, you don't need reservations at the fishing show. That's
I know
the best thing
that's
about
what I'm
it.
thinking, so I can just get in there.
And they got concessions.
Yeah.
You made a couple.
Got a couple. Just in case,
Is this Ron or is this Courtney?
It's Ron. Just got a couple.
You want to let
Ron and Courtney.
You want to let the cat out of the bag? Where's that? What's? Is it a surprise?
Not until they pay me. One of our spots, Nobi, great spot. It's around the corner from here. One of our favorite spots. They allow me. I never thought I would taste like beef tartare.
Mm-hmm.
Never thought I'd do that.
It's good, huh?
Yeah. He got me onto it.
Yeah.
A little spice to it, a little hot sauce. Woo, got me on it.
Okay.
Spot.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. I don't know, Tyler. Maybe we ought to shut this down and go to that fishing show and take Megan.
Sounds like a good time.
Have you found a sitter or?
No, I'll just put the kids in their kennels. You know.
That's right. Your kids are old enough to watch.
Yeah, they can take care of themselves. They might lick their own butt here and there, which I try to tell them not to.
How old is your oldest kid?
You don't
13.
Oh, 13's old enough.
You don't even know their age.
13's old enough to watch yourself. I won't tell how old Teresa left me in the house by myself.
The julep, Lopez. I'm gonna take my bride to the julep one of these times.
We got a julep in Kansas City.
Do you?
Yeah.
This was, if it's the same place, it's kind of
whiskey. It's like a whiskey bar. This what it was in Kansas City.
Well, it was pretty empty because of the time of day. Me and Lo were in there.
Yeah. To yourself.
I mean, looking back on it, I was not living here at the time she was. Looking back on it, I think there's a reason she took me to an empty place. To be completely honest with you,
she was ashamed.
No,
I don't think she was real proud. To be completely honest with you,
You're a good-looking dude.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Tyler.
What do you think? It was an age thing?
I'm having a good hair day today, huh?
What do you think? It was an age thing? Why do you think she would?
Well, the age. I'm not real sure. You know what her status was at the time. I'm not real sure that her parents would have approved of.
Want anybody in?
Not real sure that her parents would have approved.
The age difference.
I mean, go back to the age difference. Yeah, I mean, there's several reasons why I think she may have not at that point in time been sold on you, boy. But you know, it didn't take it didn't take me long, bub.
Maybe they knew about the old partying Clint, huh? They knew about the old.
Well,
Clint.
now that's part of the problem was that's Clint. All they knew.
Yeah,
Buttery nipple.
That Clint, yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
That guy.
That's the only Clint they knew, right? I mean, it took a little time. It took Hurricane Harvey, and
it took a natural disaster.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. I mean, it took a natural. I think that went a long way. You know, I mean, it took some.
If one of the worst natural disasters ever hit this city, didn't hit this city. Maybe
just
Clint,
took the worst flood in Houston history. That's it.
Maybe Clint's in-laws would not have been sold.
Man, had a lot to do with it, boys. Had a lot to do
That's
with
right. You had to risk your life, right? You had to go around and drive and pick people up and drop people off.
One, I drove into the hurricane from Little Rock. Just. I mean, we've all done it. I mean, I've never done it. Yeah, you've got a lady on the other end, and maybe you're not thinking straight, and you just drive. So I drove straight into the hurricane, and then I drove over to her grandmother's and picked her up.
That done it right there. Before that, boy.
Yep. And then when the flood actually hit, their house got hit pretty hard, and I was gung ho though. I was helping whoever, whenever, however, and we were getting things done, son. Getting it done. I mean, when it came time to demo homes, I ain't real handy, but I can tear some stuff up.
You can tear up some stuff.
I can tear some stuff up.
Yeah, I've run through a
We
wall.
demoed some things now.
That's good for that. Good for you. Thank God.
Called my hard head, my goons, and we just went to work, man.
I damn near about said thank God for Hurricane Harvey, but I stopped myself. I'm going to say thank goodness for you're all getting together. Now you're happy as hell.
And I don't wish that on nobody.
I don't either.
I mean, it hit my family as hard as any. I don't wish that on nobody. However, I bet you I'm not the only one with a true love story that was heavily impacted in a positive way by Hurricane Harvey. I would imagine there are many.
Tyler, would you have driven
many marriages and relationships out there, Ron, that are stronger today because of Hurricane Harvey.
Tyler, would you? Because you all were just dating at this point where you drove into the hurricane from Little Rock. Right?
It was dating, but I knew what I had my hands on.
Tyler, you driving into the hurricane dating
for love?
Dating
for love? Anything?
Dating Megan?
Yes. I don't care who it is. Love's worth dying for, man.
Well, now I will be completely transparent. I had no idea
Did
what.
somebody write a line for you? Love's worth dying for. Is that what
I'm sure it's country music.
You're
song.
rolling on it today, baby.
Area 45.
Okay.
What the hell happened there?
I'm not sure. But Area 45, you can catch at 7 o'clock.
You better stay their ass out of the 2 o'clock segment, I'll tell you that.
And they will also understand that love, it's worth dying for.
Hey, I bet you them two old boys. I bet you them two old boys. I bet their marriage is stronger because of Hurricane Harvey.
I bet it is.
I tell you what, if your marriage still exists and made it through Hurricane Harvey, you're better off. I mean, if you were on the edge, I imagine Hurricane Harvey pushed you over.
Text line, they're with you. Preach, Clint. I licked my wife up on the side of 290 in Cypress.
Licked.
They meant to say picked, but they didn't say
you
that.
dirty
I mean,
dog.
I guess if you're ever going to do that on 290, it's during Hurricane Harvey because there wouldn't be much on the highways. I wouldn't think.
Someone changed their life, left my ex during Harvey.
Damn.
Well, like I said,
go either way.
I mean, it's either gonna make you. Ain't no staying the same now. Hurricane Harvey hits. Ain't no staying the same. You either gonna get better and stronger, or you gonna get single. I mean, it ain't. Yeah.
Oh boy, that's good. All right. Listen, something else that can help your relationship stay stronger, baby. We got some rodeo tickets to give away.
What?
It's that time, baby.
Who we got?
It's time. We got rodeo tickets to give out Tuesday, Thursdays. That begins today. Each Tuesday and Thursday, we will be hooking.
I was fixing to say we ain't doing it today then, huh? But it's Tuesday.
It is Tuesday. Tuesday. We will be hooking folks up with a pair of tickets to the Houston Rodeo. Be listening in the 3 o'clock and the 5 o'clock hours today, and be listening in the 3 and the 5 o'clock hours each Tuesday and Thursday for your chance to win. And today, who we got, Tyler? Who we hooking people up with?
My girl, Carly Pierce.
Go get him. Carly Pierce. I know you said my girl. I said it to you.
I like her.
You said you really like Carly Pierce.
I bet you do.
Oh, yeah, dude.
She ain't real hard to look at.
No, she is not.
I'm not familiar, so let's take a look.
Fun fact, the first ever shift I worked for Sports Radio 610, back when I was on promo team, very first shift I ever worked here was for a Carly Pierce concert down in Galveston. Never forget it.
That's a good one. Who did she marry?
Oh yeah,
I think Carly.
Michael Ray.
That was a singer.
That's it, Michael Ray.
That was a singer. Is she not married? She's not married to him anymore.
No, she's not.
I don't believe so.
I believe he ran around on her pretty quickly.
Freaking slime ball.
Somehow my wife.
Hey, you can really make it sound. I believe he ran around.
Somehow my wife knew that story. I may be telling on her here, but somehow my wife knew that story. There's a tie there. There's a tie to Baytown somehow with that story.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, she was. Old Carly Pierce was at 10-Man Jam a few weeks ago as
looks
well.
like she moved on to a minor league baseball player by the name of Riley King.
There you go.
That's ended, though.
That's ended, too. No, so somebody else in. She's newly with somebody that's more famous than Riley King.
I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah, she's
shout out to Riley King.
She can sing, too, now. Woo,
I'm not familiar with. These are good. These are solid artists. She's gonna put together a nice show.
Yeah. I would say Carly Pierce, and when it comes to the rodeo, this is a big step for her, bro.
Oh, it is. This a big one.
I mean, this is a big stage for her. The Houston Rodeo is. I mean, you better be a huge artist with big time hits, and that you can afford to just kind of get through it.
Does she have that?
Carly does not have enough to stand up there and just get through it. There's going to have to be some entertaining. There's going to have to be some talking. There's going to have to be some payoff other ways. I mean, she may. I'm trying to think if Carly has any.
What's your favorite one, Tyler?
Does she have any duo?
Yeah, so this one I'm playing is my favorite. It's not technically her song, but it's by Josh Abbott Band called "I Got a Little Drunk Last Night," and she is the artist on that track with him. Very good tune.
All right. Well, your chance to win Carly Pierce tickets. 3 o'clock hour, 5 o'clock hour. So stay tuned right here on The Drive on Sports Radio 610. Remember, it is rodeo season, and this is every single Tuesday and Thursday, twice a show. Your chance to win, at least on this show, 2 times on The Drive, 3 and 5 o'clock each Tuesday and Thursday coming up. Your chance to win a pair of tickets. So stay tuned and be listening for that. Tell a friend or 7 so you can have a chance to either, if you don't win them, tag along with somebody because you helped them out. All right. You know, normally you all put this on me. You see, normally, I don't know why I'm going into preacher mode, but
hold on, so
why not stay with it? See,
hey, if you feel it, let it ride, man.
See,
amen.
Normally, you put this on me. And when you hear the word concern or nervous or a little scared about something, you always say, look at scary-ass Ron on this, but it ain't me this time. No, it's my man Clint Stoerner. Clint Stoerner is nervous, and he's nervous about the number 1 athlete here in this city, C.J. Stroud. What the hell are you nervous about C.J. for? Amen.
TMZ got me. TMZ got me.
Damn it, that is the best. That is the best moment in the history of this show. 900 and I don't know how many episodes he tried to slide in. Damn, man! In the break, I'm gonna have to show you my Uncle Al. Let you see him preach. I love it. There you go.
Yeah, man.
Damn, that was good.
TMZ got me, bro. I thought this was been my one concern about C.J. Stroud from jump. You asked me, I mean, after he had I don't know, what week 2, week 3, had a couple good. What's the concern? And I half-heartedly said my only concern is if and when he gets tangled up with the most powerful thing in the world. It's untied and it's undefeated.
Oh,
you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Not C.J.
C.J. Stroud. I'll be damned if the first Super Bowl since he gets to the league, y'all get ready now. C.J.
Really
Stroud chooses to take in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he was there. Is there all week.
Guess whose suite he was in?
Nice to hear from him. Whose suite was he in?
The Kardashians.
Get that ass, C.J.
No, God!
Everything they touch goes to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, well, for them,
everything they touch goes to hell in a handbasket.
Also to gold as well and rich. They have a lot of success there. But if you're meaning,
I don't care about his pocketbook. I care about what he does with the Houston Texans. That's it. That is it. That is it. I don't care how much money you make. I don't care what you do off the court or off the field. I care about your success with the Houston Texans. And I'm just telling you. And if you look at the picture that I saw, one, CJ got a little something in his hand, which is cool. I'm good with that. But CJ's sitting next to a dude that appears to be passed out, like straight up asleep, and CJ's looking at him.
Couldn't handle it.
So that leads me to believe, like, okay, well, CJ, you ain't really talking to that dude. Like I mean, clearly you're in that. You ain't in that. If you're in the booth to hang out with that dude, what the hell are you? What kind of decisions you making? That dude's clearly passed out. So you're in there rubbing elbows with the damn Kardashians, and it scares the hell out of me. I am dead serious too, by the way.
He's dead serious.
The only concern I have for C.J. Stroud's career being derailed is that he gets tangled up with the wrong gal. That's it.
How he get in that suite?
Well, I mean, he's running with Ruben and them boys, and they are celebrity. I mean, celebrity.
Yeah, look at Lala
front
down
row.
there.
I mean, it is. You see, look at the guy sitting next to him.
I see the guy's out, man.
The guy the guy is knocked out, and CJ's looking at him like they're carrying on a conversation, like he knew the camera was there or something. Look,
what a rookie.
I just don't want.
Go ahead, CJ.
I don't want him within a mile of the Kardashians.
I just hit it once.
Can't do it. That's the problem.
Can't stop.
That's the problem.
Because I see Kylie down here on the front row.
That's the problem. Something like that right there. There ain't just one time.
This ain't one time.
There ain't one time. There ain't no. Let me get a little taste, and then I'll
dabble in there. Let me
and then I'll move along. Now, unless it's her, unless it's
she'll break his heart.
Yeah, I mean, unless she just decides that you are subpar.
Walk off like Big Poppy.
Yeah, and she just moves on, and then that you don't have a choice. But if it's up to you, which rookie of the year, guys on the verge of within a couple of years being the highest paid player in the NFL. I mean, I would imagine you've got to have an epic fail one evening with one of the Kardashians for them to
text
not want to
line,
call
man.
you back.
Clint, just let CJ live his life.
Nope, I ain't doing it. Ain't doing it.
I ain't laying down for nobody.
I would
Better
say
not just nobody. Better not be them four, however many there
I
are.
would say that would not be the ideal crowd. I would like to see a bitch's wagon.
First chance he got. First damn game televised that he ain't playing in, and he's in a Kardashian suite. I mean, you got to be kidding me.
When you saw it come up, what was in your mind?
I thought it was a joke. When I saw it on that TMZ ticker, I thought it was a joke. I thought, you got to be kidding me. And then I zoomed in on that picture. That's how I found out. That's how I knew old boy was passed out next to him.
Out. Yeah,
I zoomed in on that picture to make sure it was CJ, and I'll be damned if it's CJ. And he got his hand. He got something in his hand looked like some yak. I mean, because it is a short stem.
He don't even know how to hold it.
It's a short stem. Well, hell, he's got hands that can palm a basketball. It ain't like me and you holding a damn cup. But yeah, he can live his life. Go hoop. Go work out. Go hang out. Go to LA and get out in them streets. Go do whatever the hell you want to. Go hang out with Brady and all that comes with Brady and everybody. Just stay away from that one group.
I'm going to be honest with you.
I mean, they derailed one of the best college football players I've ever seen in my life, Reggie Bush. He never was the same once she put that thing on.
Who all the Kardashian group? Who else they derailed?
Look at Lamar Odom.
Man, Lamar's, man, we almost lost Lamar.
Kanye.
God, you watch him in that college hill?
Yes.
Oh, my God. He's one of the nastiest human beings on the face of the earth.
He is filthy. She ruined him.
Yes.
She ruined him.
Ray J. Kanye.
Kanye's not in a great spot. We lost Kanye.
What about the basketball
Chris
player?
Humphrey, I've just never seen him.
There you go. There you go. That's what I was talking about.
How's Travis Barker doing? Right, he's with the tame one.
Yeah, I think he's good. He's been in and out of the hospital, but other than that, I think they're good.
Out of the hospital.
I think their relationship is okay.
I tell you, she really came out of her shell, didn't she?
Is Courtney?
That's the one that is. No, it's not Courtney. It's the one that was with the squirrely looking dude that was on the Kardashians.
Yeah, that was with Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Courtney, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's Chloe.
She was really what I remember.
Kylie's the one I want him to stay away from. That's his age range. Because did she have the little run with Devin Booker? Now she didn't ruin him. One of them's with Travis Scott, wasn't she?
I think so. Yeah, I think Chloe was with Travis. Nick Cannon was with one of them.
No, I think Kendall was with Travis.
Well, look here. I mean,
someone said this makes me nervous to think he's going to go Deshaun on us. And Deshaun as in not the massage thing, but the guy who was kind of turned into a social media guy.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
I don't think he's going to do that. I am surprised that's the box he's in. That one did catch me off guard.
It's those.
I wouldn't have thought that.
It's that group of women. It's the Kardashians. That is exactly what I when I said it 10 months ago or however long ago it was, 6 months ago, is exactly what I was referring to.
I thought he'd been up
And
there
here
with
we
LeBron.
are.
I thought he'd been up there in that LeBron suite, up there with LeBron and Beyonce and Jay-Z.
Anybody's sweet, Ron. I don't care. Any sweet.
I gotta get the understanding of how that even came about. You said Ruben. I just want to get. If we get CJ, we won't ask him that. Probably won't get him on if I say that. I would like to know that off air what it is. Hey, how you get swept up in that box? What was that man next to you drinking, CJ?
Hey, look, and CJ looks at you and goes, how would you get swept up in that box, Ron? Well, I mean, all I needed was somebody to suggest they may have an extra seat in there, and I believe I'm going to ease on in. But, I'm not saying if I were in his shoes I wouldn't be there. I'm not saying that at all. I don't know that at that age and at that point in my life I'd be a strong enough man. I just want C.J. Stroud to be stronger and stay out of that.
That was quick though. I am, like I said, I'm surprised that is the group he was with, and that he was cool to be seen with. At least he wasn't sitting by one of them at that moment.
Well,
and I got to say, he probably ran into him.
I mean, at the first opportunity to meet him, you don't sit next to him. You sit next to the guy that's passed out, that probably paid for your ticket in there, and then you wait for whichever one you're interested in to get up and go to the back in the bar, or maybe go to the restroom, and you just so happen to bump into him.
I hope he had a good time. A real good time.
I hope
Coming
he had
up,
a good time, too. I hope he just steered clear of them four.
Pitchers and catchers, they report tomorrow, which means to me the biggest storyline of the Houston Astros season kicks off. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. Look, every season is big at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Why? Because they got prices that you'll love, and they got a little something for everybody, no matter age, no matter man, woman. They got a gift or they got something that you need. But check it out. February, March, we're talking about Valentine's Day. We're talking about rodeo. We're talking about spring break.
presents The Drive with
that there ain't but one reason why he'd be in there.
Oh, yeah.
There ain't nobody you see that goes, that's why, except for the Fab Four.
That's right. B. Scott, you said, who are the ones that you said had the venom? Who'd you say that the ones you got to really be concerned with?
Kim and Kylie.
Kim and Kylie.
Those are the ones that got the venom, got the poison in there. I'm sure.
Alleged. Well,
I'm sure it's poison.
We've seen their work.
They all spend a lot of time together. I'm sure they all got a few career ruins in there. But I'm with you. Those are the ones that we know.
Another notch to the belt. And that one, the other one's a young one in his age range. All right. Remember, coming up 3 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets. First time, 2 different opportunities on the show today. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Carly Pierce. All right, Clint, it is upon us. The Super Bowl is over, and that means we are jumping already into baseball season. All right, pitchers and catchers, they report in Florida tomorrow for the Astros, and that means this thing is getting kicked off, and I'm sure they're not the only ones that are going to be down there. Probably other guys, position players probably there as well, but we know pitchers and catchers get started on Wednesday tomorrow in Florida. And, Clint, that means to me, fellas, the number one storyline for the Astros and their quest to get back on top of baseball, to move back past those guys from 45, the Texas Rangers or the Arlington Rangers or the Oklahoma, whatever thing else people call them, to get back and take over this division, take over this league, and take over all of baseball. To me, the number one storyline, Clint, is Framber Valdez. Listen. I look at the Astros, and you got to like a lot of what they have there. But to me, the key is this season, Framber Valdez is the good Framber Valdez. To me, I find it hard, at least right now, I find it hard to see them having a path to winning another championship if Framber is not Framber. And I think we've talked about Kyle Tucker a lot, fellas, but I think Framber is right there, if not at the top, of the reason why this team could not get past the Rangers, because they just couldn't get anything out of who they thought was going to be, I think, their best pitcher going into the season. And I'm sorry, how old is Verlander? Is he 41?
I believe 41.
I mean, you just can't depend on Verlander all year long to be able to hold up and pitch to that. At some point, man, Verlander, you think it's at least going to slow up a bit. And Framber Valdez has to be this team's ace, in my opinion. And I just think he is the biggest storyline of this season. They have to get good Framber Valdez for them to have their best chance. I think them to have a chance.
Look, there's no doubt about it. And I think, to me, is the reason, one reason Framber is so important. You mentioned the Verlander, the starter above him, if you will, or equal to him. I'll mention the guys below him. So while last year we watched Hunter Brown, J.P. France, we watched all these guys come in and pitch well during the regular season, put up some good numbers, exceed expectations kind of deal. But at no point in time were we ever confident that whoever 3 through 5 or 6 starter was going to give you much in the playoffs, was going to be a guy that you felt really, really, really good about in the playoffs, right? And so to me, Fromber's important for both reasons. Like, you don't want to put too much on Justin Verlander. You don't rely too much on Justin Verlander, but you also don't know what the hell. You got a bunch of arms below him, but you don't know exactly who they are.
You got some guys that look good on paper, right?
Yes.
And you've seen some, but the consistency that you're going to need, you don't.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the guys that are electric, when you talk about Hunter Brown, Christian Javier, even Lance McCullers, Lance can't stay healthy, and the other two guys, for whatever reason, you're just not real sure what they're going to bring on any given game day, right? There's not a level of consistency there yet with those two. So anyway, the point is regardless of whether you look at Framber Valdez as an ace or the one or the two, either way it goes, when you look below him, still not real sure what the hell you got in terms of when we get to the playoffs, we can rely on this guy to go out and at least have a chance to give you a quality start, or the wheels may come off, right? And then you look ahead of him, you've got an aging Verlander who's great, but he is an aging Verlander. So I agree with you, man. When it comes to pitching, Framber Valdez is the story number one storyline of the season.
What did you say about Derek Stingley when he was drafted?
He was the key.
Yeah, I think Framber is the key to this thing. I think for the Astros, for you to feel really good to me as a fan about your team moving forward, I think by the All-Star break, by the middle of the season, Framber needs to arise as this team's number one starter. Right? Like, as you said, he needs to, because, listen, this division is not going anywhere. Like, the Texas Rangers are in this thing. Like, you're going to have a battle. Like this, and some may not want to hear this, and I'm not saying that it won't happen, but it's not the confidence level of, the Astros will just get in, is not as high as it has been before, because you got the defending champions in your division who I think got better with just getting healthier from last year. The Mariners were there to the end almost, and that's a team that was in the playoffs 2 years ago that fought with you. Like, it's not just, and I think they'll get in, but I'm just saying it's not like they have that big a gap where they can fool around and just have Framber and Christian Javier and Hunter Brown go through swoons, all three of them, during the regular season, and then just think everything will be all right. They got to have that cat to be the guy, because I think everything you made, as I knocked the phone off, everything you made, every point you made there is behind them. Like, I saw somebody just text in, they need Garcia and McCullers to step up. Hell, those are the two you chose? Hell, is Garcia going to be back? Or is Garcia Tommy John? And McCullers, hell, you don't know.
Bury me in the H.
Yeah, look, it'd be nice to have two more guys beyond Framber and Verlander emerge as guys you can rely on. I think Christian Javier is close. I think Hunter Brown is close. Obviously, is Jose Urquidy and JP France, are those guys that you really want to start playoff games for you right now? I don't know. I'm just not convinced. For me, with Framber too, Ron, it's because you look. I mean, the numbers 2 years ago were great. They slid a little bit this last year, but the numbers were still decent, top 15 starter in the league kind of deal.
And but a lot of that was like the early part, man.
Right?
That late, as you said.
Well, that's where I'm going with it. That's where I'm going with it. Right? For me, it's there appears, and I said this a long time ago, and I think it was blatantly obvious late last season. Like there appears to be an issue with Framber Valdez in terms of mentally handling the ebbs and flows of a game. He seems to get flustered, and you're just simply not going to be an ace if you get flustered mentally while you're on the bump, whether it's the first inning or the third inning, or like he has got to figure that part of it out. I know he's worked on it over the years, and he's trying his damnedest to figure it out. But to me, that's the biggest concern is I think Framber puts up over a full season. He'll put up good numbers. I mean, the end result is going to be top two starter worthy.
I hope so.
It's in those moments can he keep a cool head and bear down. To me, that's the key.
That's what someone texted in is I'm not worried about the regular season for me. I'm worried about the playoffs with Framber Valdez. I just think he's got to set the tone up top. All right, coming up, I am certain that Tyler is – I don't know if Tyler is doing this as as a hidden value or something, but Tyler, I'm certain, is writing for The Athletic because someone put a very Tyler-like aggressive ranking for the Houston Texans going into next year. I mean, I don't even know if Tyler has it in him to say something like this. Wait till you hear where people feel the Texans will be from The Athletic next year. We'll discuss that coming up next. Hey, soda, weight loss. It changes lives. It changed mine. I was a guy that was huffing and puffing, just going normal speed up the steps until
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue rolling on. Clint, this feels, I like it, but this feels real Tyler Miller night. Like right here, baby. This is
must be feeling good.
This is your type of confidence right here. The Athletic, they do their way too early NFL power rankings. Way too early. Just, I mean, where would you think they would have the Texans?
Well, I
understand you all know. All right, so it's in the rundown. We don't have to.
Right. No, I would.
What in your mind when you would think about it? Where would you have felt like? All right, this is where the Texans would be.
I thought 7-8 range. I thought 7-8 range would have been good.
Yeah, top 10.
I thought the back half of the top 10. I would have thought 9 or between the 8 to 10 range.
Mm-hmm.
I got him at 5th.
Let's go.
That's a
The arrows
Tyler
pointed
Milner.
up.
That's a Tyler Milner range right there.
I like it.
That's a Tyler Milner, the guy that said, boy, if it all goes right, I think they can get 10 wins in that Lovie Smith team. That's it, Tyler. I'm never going to let you down. In person, you didn't even have that many drinks yet to have gotten you to that point.
Ultimate optimism.
What do you think about this? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Is that aggressive? Is that too high? Do you think right now in where the Texans are to be ranked that high? 5th in the league, not in the conference, in the entire NFL.
Well, to add some more context, it was Chiefs, 49ers, Lions, Ravens, Texans.
So
those are the 4 teams.
Them.
The Packers were behind the Texans. Bengals were down the list. Cowboys and Eagles were both down the list, well down the list. So, as they sit right now, I can't put them no higher than 7, 8, 9-ish in that area, and that's with knowing that they have the cap space and knowing that they're going to go out and sign some guys, re-sign some guys that are in house, as well as go out and sign some guys. But Ron, if I wanted to get real frisky and say, hey, I think they're going to go out there and they're going to sign a marquee defensive tackle, and they're going to sign a top running back in free agency, I could get to 5.
Yeah, it most definitely. The Athletic has to be assuming that the Texans are going to do something. Because I understand they laid it out about the amount of money they have to spend in the draft.
C.J. Stroud, D'Amico, good young core of guys, and then they laid out, hey, also obviously – there's $50+ million in cap space, which a lot of that'll be used to re-sign some guys, bring some guys back. But that will add some significant talent.
I can't get there. Not 5, and I think this team has a chance to roll right now, and I'm sure some people might have a different feel of it. Someone just texted and said, too high, maybe after free agency and the draft, it might change. But for me, I think a lot of these teams are going to change. Like the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bills, that's just in the AFC. And listen, I know they were successful and they beat the Bengals on the road last year. But the Bengals, to me, with a healthy Joe Burrow, and we'll see what happens if they are able to bring back T. Higgins.
Believe they're going to franchise T.
Higgins. And they got like that was a really good football team that was right there in the AFC that I think was either thought to be 1 or 2 in the AFC before the season until injuries derailed them, And then there's teams like the Dolphins in the conference that are in the mix that I think that at the very least are right there with the Texans, if not a little bit above. And then obviously in the NFC, the 49ers and the Lions, and some people may feel differently, but right now, like the Cowboys and the Eagles have really, really great rosters and have really good teams, and we'll see what happens with them. But, yeah, they would have to – like that schedule too, man. That their schedule makes you feel like they're going to look different too, potentially with games that they have. But boy, 5 just feels really aggressive.
It feels aggressive, but
it's got to be CJ, right? This has to
this
be.
Rush Fix go with it. Yeah, look, I think it's CJ. I think in the eyes of the folks that cover the NFL for sure. I think they look and they say CJ Stroud they're more convinced that CJ Stroud is going to continue to trend in the right direction and be a top quarterback more so than Jalen Hurts. They're more convinced that CJ Stroud is going to be a top-notch quarterback and take his team to the next level, if you will, more so than Dak Prescott with the Cowboys. Same thing you can say with Tua. I think they're leaning heavy into that in that cap space. To me, again, I don't think they're wrong for doing that. Now, the 5 is really aggressive. To me, it's going to take you signing the right people for me to get there.
Yeah, I got to see him. I got to see him. Like, I guess you're right. Like, if they were to add Chris Jones, Saquon Barkley, and draft,
I can get to 5 real quick.
It would. But that's big boy moves, and that is one. Do they want to do all of that? And 2, those aren't just easy things to get to, because there are some clear things. Like I think they're definitely in the top 10. 5 is strong to me. That would be from the text line. Ron is such a hater. Okay, I think
sometimes
Ron is just honest with my opinion, and if you don't like my opinion, you call me a hater. Much of it to do because I wasn't born here, which is stupid.
Hold on, so.
But no, it's not a hater. It's just the real thing. I mean, you got your asses kicked by the Ravens in the divisional round of the deal. Let's calm down. This schedule is going to be completely different than it was last year. It is going to be completely different than it was last year. You got to at least see that, right? Let's see the free agents to match up, because yes, like I said, you get a big time back. You get a guy that can fill on the inside. We've heard Chris Jones, Justin Madubuike, right? You gotta damn. Okay, here you go. Because you get guys like that, then you feel like you're head and shoulders in the division, right? If you were to add something like right now, do you think that the Texans are head and shoulders over the Jags?
No.
And the Colts in the division?
No. I don't think they're head and shoulders above anybody in the division. I mean, well, Tennessee, obviously, with what's going on there. But
I think CJ gives them the edge, I would say, today over the Jags and the Colts.
Yeah. But, I mean, I agree with that. I think they're the better football team than both, yes. But I don't think they're head and shoulders convincingly ahead of those two teams. I mean, hell, they just played the Colts, and if the Colts don't throw a ball to a third-string tailback and on 4th down, it's probably a little different turnout there. So that was a nail-biter right there, and that would not have – I mean, that's indicative of not being head of pretty equal teams right there.
Yeah.
Given the way the season ended.
Yeah.
And it was their backup quarterback, your starter.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I can't. I try. I really try. Tyler, what do you think? 5 is strong? Is 5 strong?
Maybe a touch, but I mean, to everything y'all been talking about, and Clint just laid out there. I mean,
you just had him at 6.
You can't put enough significance on having a franchise quarterback.
Okay, tell me if you disagree. Ass kicked, damn sure, feeling yourself. You did. You got your ass kicked.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
It was 34
I think that's fair,
man. I'm just not feeling myself. I'm sorry. You lost in the game.
You lost a tough
one. It got away from you in the second half. All right, if I got to hold your hands down, or I guess maybe Clint, you say it. You said it. I think they can take it. They got your asses kicked. All right. No, all right. This is the list I have. I think the Chiefs are better. I think the 49ers are better. Are you good here? Because we got to get to 5. Because Tyler said slightly. The Ravens. We got to say it right now from what we just saw of them. All right, now we can get maybe dicey. I think the Bills are better than the Texans.
That's fair. For now.
If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see Clint's thinking this through. Because Clint has a real trust issue with Josh Allen.
No. Right now, I think that's fair. I'm trying to say, I can get to the 5 rank after they sign the guys. But right now, I would say the Bills are a more talented football team.
But the Bills are, of the 3 teams we just named, the Chiefs, 49ers, and Ravens, the Bills are a team where you can really see they don't have a lot of resources to make movement on their team.
Right.
And you could see that the Texans could make moves that can make you feel like they can leap the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
The Bengals.
I think they're better than the Bengals.
You like them better than the Bengals right now. Bengals full strength next year, ready to go. You like them better than the Bengals.
I could rank them above the Bengals.
All right, Dolphins.
Yes.
Full strength Dolphins.
I wouldn't have a problem above the Dolphins.
Okay. All right, Lions.
No, I could not rank them above the Lions right now.
Cowboys.
Yes, I could put them above the Cowboys right now.
Eagles.
Ooh, that's a tough one for me because this year was awful for them, but they're a much better football team. Yeah, I'd put them above the Eagles.
You put them above the Eagles right now. See, yeah, to me right now, before they move, I would personally, when I look at schedules and everything, I would have the Texans behind at least Chiefs, Ravens, Bills, Bengals, 49ers, and Lions, and then the Dolphins, Cowboys, and Eagles. I would think they're in the similar range.
I wouldn't be mad at you.
But I'm hating. Go back to KC then. No, why don't you go back to Lawrenceville, Georgia, or wherever the hell you're from? I'm not going anywhere. Quit being so damn sensitive because someone's speaking the honest truth. You did lose badly to the Ravens. You did. It's 1 year. It's not a crazy hot take to say that the Chiefs, Ravens, Bills, Bengals, and 49ers and Lions, I think, are better than the Texans. Doesn't mean I hate the Texans. I want them to win. Just telling you the truth. We'll see what moves they make. It could change. All right, coming up, wait till you hear what happened with the Super Bowl. This thing really, really got big numbers. We'll let you know the latest on that. And college football, we're learning more, and a new deal has been made for big, big money. We'll tell you the latest on that. All of that coming up next.
Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
All right, welcome back in. Big 3 at 3, the top stories. And, Clint, we are now 2 days removed from the Super Bowl, and now we're seeing the numbers come out. And I think a lot of people speculated this would be the case. But the Super Bowl for CBS was the most watched telecast in history, with the total audience delivering 123.4 million average viewers across all platforms. That's up 10% from last year. The Super Bowl, the highest rated, not just Super Bowl, but telecast in the history of television. Do you think, Clint, that this is just going to be, almost like quarterbacks that get contracts, the next one is just going to be higher and the next one's going to be higher? Or do you think that it was something in specific with what happened in this Super Bowl with the Chiefs and the Niners and everything that comes with them?
I think it's Taylor Swift.
You think it's Swift?
Yeah. I mean, I think
you don't think that it's just going to keep going up like next year if –
Oh, look, I think we're living in a day and age where it's so convenient to consume whatever it is you like, that just like missing a Super Bowl, those days are over. Like having something else to do, those days are over because you can take it with you. So I don't know that it's not going to continue to go up. Like I don't know how that factors in, like this changing media world that we're in. I don't know how much of that has to do with this record being set. But I think it being the Swiftie that I am nowadays, I think that it's probably fair, Ron, to think that they're as big as she is, because you look, it's up 10%. That would be 12.3 million.
And we have heard that this is the most in terms of numbers that women have watched the NFL.
So I don't. It's not a stretch for me, or it wouldn't be a stretch for me to say, did Taylor Swift and her following and her worldwide celebrity, was it able to bring 12 million extra viewers to this year's Super Bowl? I can believe that. I could believe that. Are people so into the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift and NFL dynamic? I mean, all the hate, if you will, that people have talked about, people getting mad, all that's done is drive attention. All that's done is moms have sat down and explained, if their little girl didn't already know, they know now. And so it's not a stretch that a 10% jump or growth could be due to Taylor Swift. That wouldn't shock me one bit.
Yeah, I don't think the numbers would be as high if she wasn't impacted. If the Ravens and Lions played in this Super Bowl, I don't know that it would have been an extra 12 million.
Yeah,
right. I would agree with that, but I do think it is a perfect storm, because I do think the Chiefs are bringing in, along with Taylor. But if we take Taylor and then the Chiefs, I think the Chiefs are bringing in what? Oh, I want to see those a-holes lose. I think there is a hate watch ability with the Chiefs, and I think there is for sports fans, a greatness. I want to see greatness. I want to see greatness, or I will sit here for them to lose. So I do think the Chiefs and the Taylor Swift, and they're a package deal, clearly. But I think that coming together, they're starting to reach that point where you hate watch the Patriots. You hate watch the Yankees. You hate watch Duke. All right, Alabama. I think they're starting to enter that, and then the Taylor Swift part has made it. Did you see that? They put her on the screen at one point. Taylor got booed.
Oh, I'm sure the 49ers fans booed the hell out of her.
Yeah, they booed they booed the hell out of her. And I wonder how many times that happens to Taylor Swift, in this situation. So it is like becoming a perfect storm of what happened. By the way, we hadn't talked about this. We didn't talk about this yesterday. Did Tony Romo, did he mess up Jim Nance's call? Because there's a part of me that really hopes he did.
What did he do?
I hadn't really. I ran crazy. I've heard it a few times, but there's been why I talked about Tony Romo, how this may be the last straw, how he just messed up the final call for Jim Nantz. Here's the final call of the game when the Chiefs, the walk-off. Let's see, because you have done color analyst. You have been in the Tony Romo seat. Tell me if you think he screwed this up for Jim Nantz, which I hope he did.
When he moved to the second quarter, that's right, because I can only see people out there being like, what's going on?
First and goal. Mahomes flings it. It's there! Hardman! Jackpot, Kansas City!
Oh, see, Tony comes right in after, and he just starts stammering for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I took that out because it was awful.
But that's the part. That's the part where people are. He is like is immediately like it seemed like Jim. I don't know if Jim was done, like if Jim just had a pause, or if Jim was just trying to say
let
that
it breathe
and let it breathe.
Yeah.
And Tony came right in. Oh, that's Andy's favorite play.
Jim.
They love to spread you, and he went up for like 30.
Can you believe it's over, Jim?
I'm not as annoyed with that. I mean, because that's once he finishes that call, I think the time is really up for grabs. Now, if the producers would say, "Hey, man, let this thing breathe," if they score, kind of deal. Yeah, they'd tell you if they score here, let it breathe a little bit, kind of deal. And that would be my cue to sit out. Let the play-by-play do his thing, and then I sit out. Right. The part that I believe that Nance is probably irate about was he had no time before the ball was snapped. You can hear Tony's still he's still jammering.
What's he talking about?
Yeah, he's still talking, and you can hear Mahomes in the background saying, "Hut."
So he booked it. He booked him in. He started
trying to lay out all the because it was the first quarter of the overtime was about to end.
Everybody's saying
his ass is taking time to explain every detail about how we're moving into another quarter whenever the game's about to end right in front of him.
And the whole time, Nance should be all right. You got two receivers to the left, and Mahomes is checking to the right, and setting up the eventual touchdown, and he could lay it out there where the audio would make a lot of sense. The way it happens, you can't, if you're not watching the game, you don't they scored, but you don't know how the hell it happened. Yeah. Like he would have set it up. All right, they got trips to the boundary, trips to the right, and who was it? It was Hardeman in motion into the backfield. He would have given you all of that.
Tony was just going. I mean, just going.
Wow.
You think Tony's there next year?
Yeah,
probably.
Too much money.
$17 million.
Too much money.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'll be back, Jim.
I'll be back. And I don't think Tony even realizes that he's. I can sit there and tell that he is annoying, if not pissing Jim off.
Oh yeah.
He told Jim.
You know all about that.
He told Jim. He told Jim towards the end, boy, God, that was so much fun, Jim. I love you. I can't remember. I got to go back and listen. I don't think Jim reciprocated his "I love you" back.
You just shut up.
Did he legitimately told
No,
him?
he said on the air. He said, "Boy, it was so much fun. I love doing this with you, man. I love you, Jim."
I think I remember that. I think it was crickets.
I don't think Jim. He said something. He said something like, "Oh man, it's always great, boy. It's great." The Toyota postgame show will continue.
Yeah,
another season in the books with you, bud.
This is where
I think he takes his hands off and said, "Boy, that went dynamite, didn't it?"
I'm sure he did, like you did at on Radio Row. And said, "This ain't good enough. This ain't good enough." I'm sure you did. I'm sure he did. No, this is where, from a producer's perspective, or really it's ESPN, it's the company, it's how they handle their crews nowadays, right? In today's world of football, calling games, it's no longer put a suit on, get out get out of the way and let the play-by-play guy set the play up, let him finish the play. If there's a penalty, get the hell out of the way of the referee. We're going to make his mic hot. We're going to let him, all of those those ins and outs and intricacies of doing the job have fallen by the wayside. And what they've done is they've gone to hiring guys, and instead of asking them to be Troy Aikman, right, they're hiring guys and saying, "Hell, be yourself." I mean, look at how RG3 calls games.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, it's not my cup.
It's awful. I liked him when he was just doing football. I didn't know who it was at first, and I was like, man, this dude's good. And then all of a sudden, the next time I listened to him, it was like all these different. Anyway, you get the point. It's a tough listen, but that's where they're at. Is you hire Romo, and they are by the book a little bit because Nance is old school, but this is when new school goes wrong to me. Like Tony should have been trained to get the hell out of the way. Like whether it was the last play of the Super Bowl, the game-winning play in the Super Bowl, the most watched ever Super Bowl or not, like get the hell out of the way and let the guy set the play up for everybody that's listening.
Yeah.
Right? I mean that's when, to me, that's when new school, the new approach went bad kind of deal.
Damn, Tone. Hope to see you next year.
I'll be back, Jim.
That's what I love about Tony, man. I know Tony, it's getting back to him. I know he hears all the criticism. Hell, I'm certain they've had meetings about it. Tony gets up there every Sunday, baby. He is ready. It just flashes off right off his back.
See you next season,
right?
Jim.
Because he sees that $17 million a year that just rolls through.
Can't tell Tony nothing, boy.
I don't give a damn. Put them Skechers on, Tony.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right, Clint, Tyler. ESPN and college football, the college football playoff, are in agreement on a 6-year, $7.8 billion rights extension pending that the CFP resolves all of their outstanding issues, which people believe they will, and the 12-team playoff, which will kick off next year, which means A&M, Arkansas have a better chance than they did before to get in that 12-team playoff this year. So that is ESPN, and you will continue to get all of your stuff like you got the bowl coverage, all of the New Year's 7 bowls or whatever. There will still, in this point, the playoff games will be on ESPN. I wish Gus Johnson could do one of these playoff games or these big bowls. I like Brad Nessler. I like Brad Nessler and Gary Danielson on CBS. I wish it was spread around like the NFL because, I mean, really, outside of Chris Fowler and Kirk Herbstreit, Sean McDonough and whoever does it with him are pretty good. But outside of those two teams, man, we're gonna have some low-ranking teams calling these games. Unless they bring Brent Musburger back. If they can bring Brent back, I'd be good with it. But I wish it was spread around.
Well, I don't know what they're going to end up doing with the booth, but I really like the way that this thing is set up. I don't know how much you guys have paid much attention, but 12 teams, 4 teams get buys.
Yep.
The quarterfinals will be the Fiesta Bowl, the Peach Bowl, the Rose Bowl, and the Sugar Bowl. The semifinals will be the Orange and the Cotton, and then you've got the national championship game.
And they'll rotate those.
And these are games that have struggled. Look, I don't think it's been a big struggle, but a lot of people will tell you that it is because players that get into games that haven't been a college football playoff game, they sit out, right? And so now you've got more bowls that players are going to play in because you're actually playing for a championship. And by the way, the playoffs, Ron, I know we're talking about the $7.6 billion, whatever the hell it is, which is astronomical.
Almost $8 billion.
The playoffs are, I don't know if anybody's heard, it's the 6 highest ranked conference champions. Right, and then it is the 6 highest ranked teams remaining after the conference champions get in. And so for instance, the top 4 get a bye, and then you have 4 games. Last year, you would have had Liberty at Florida State, you would have had Ole Miss at Georgia, Penn State at Ohio State, and Missouri at Oregon. On top of the Big 4 that ended up playing, which was Alabama, Texas, Washington, and Michigan. Those 4 teams would have had a bye. I am. You want to talk about football horny, Tyler Milner? Holy cow! You kidding me? I mean, it's a crying ass shame it's taken this long for the college football playoff to get. This is going to be.
It's going to get to a space where we're going to sit there and be like, "What? Why in the hell have we been doing this for
Come on,
so
man.
long?
Why have we been?"
And then it's going. And then what's going to be the thing that's going to piss people off is they're going to look at this, and they about to see this money. They're about to be like, God, what would it be like if we went to 16? What would it be like if we go up?
Yeah.
What would it be like if we shut this Holiday Bowl business down and went up more?
Yeah.
To me, this feels like the perfect number. The perfect number.
Yeah,
right here,
I think it's a perfect number. I think the layout is great. They did a tremendous job of how you get to 12. I mean, you look at how it would have been this year. Florida State would have got in despite their quarterback issues. Liberty gets in as a group of 5 football team, right? You look down and you've got a long shot in Missouri having a tremendous year. They get in amongst some of these other blue bloods. I mean, it's good gosh, I'm borderline.
You all right?
I'm borderline over
Calm
here
down,
just thinking about what it's going to be.
Jesus.
Thank you, Low T. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's right.
Well, you
Low
really
T, Low T got me right. Now ain't no doubt about it.
It is easily going to be. What the hell were we sitting here?
We were talking about the money.
The money. But we're just going to be sitting there. What the hell are we doing when we're voting Michigan and Nebraska as national champions? What are we doing when we're just sitting here getting 1-2 and Auburn goes undefeated in the SEC and they get left out? And we're what are we doing when we're just sitting here with 4 teams and Texas A&M gets left out during the COVID season and they get the 5 spot? Like, what are we doing?
Enjoyed it, CJ.
What are we doing? And we're going to be like, man, we could have been doing this and making money. I tell you, they're going to start to see how them stadiums fill up in all these playoff games. And then they're going to look over there at that damn Music City Bowl. There's 25,000 people in that Music City Bowl all spread out. Like, what the hell are we doing, boy?
Oh, my God.
We need to add more of these meaningless bowl games.
They should have invited Arkansas.
They should have. They should have right there.
We'll bring more than that by ourselves. We'll have an 8-win season and bring more than that.
Hey, remember, coming up in this hour, your chance in the 3 o'clock hour will be your first opportunity to win a pair of tickets to Rodeo. We're doing it every Tuesday and Thursday, and coming up in this hour, in the next 2 segments, your chance to win a pair of those tickets. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Our Vision Homes. I'm talking about Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder. And here's the deal. If you're thinking about or ready to build or thinking about building your dream home, whether you want to build on your own land that you currently own or
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Little Carly Pierce action coming up here in this hour. So tell a friend or nine for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Carly Pierce. This will just be the first time in the 3 o'clock hour. In the 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win a pair as well. God, dog, I just took my hat off and saw it in the mirror. Oh, they're in the phone. Boy, I look like a 5 heartbeat.
Who is that?
It's a great movie. Great movie. Solid black star power. Richard Townsend. They're like almost like a Temptations group that follows them, but they're fictitious. And boy, when Eddie Kane had that, he had that hair messed up. That's what it looked like right there. I got that Eddie Kane look. There's some of you out there who know about Eddie Kane. I tell you, there it is. I advise you, go check out Five Heartbeats.
It happens, man.
Great one. Solid film. All right, man. Listen, I want you guys to be honest with me. I know you all will, because I've been getting a lot of this lately, and I don't see it and don't feel it. I've been getting accused of being unbearable, like Nick Wright, because the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. And I have really, I think about it. I do not want to be a gloating ass to you all. I try to do that. Yes, I do not lie to you. I am a Chiefs fan my whole life. I will be honest with you and tell you that I'm not going to lie to you. I do root for the Texans. I'm not a Texans fan because I won't disrespect you all like that. But I root for the Texans, and I want the Texans to win really every game they play except for when they play the Chiefs. So I try to not throw it in your face or whatever, especially on the air. Now, some of you have talked so much trash to me. Not you all, but people have talked so much trash to me. I've had to make some videos with cigars where I've had to
seen them.
I've had to laugh it up a little bit. But on the air, I've been accused of being unbearable. Like Nick Wright. Nick Wright came out with like a king's chair in all red. It went crazy. It was dropping banners all over the show. Have I been unbearable? I feel like I've handled it subdued.
Yeah, you haven't been. You've been far from unbearable.
I just wore a hat yesterday.
You did wear your hat. Well, that's going to bother people whether they win the Super Bowl or not. You got me. You ain't going to win that one. No, I don't think you've been.
I appreciate that.
I think you've been fair. I think you've been fair. If anything, I think you've actually shocked me in how little you've gloated.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I had to tell these people, and Clint Tyler, you would know it. I have all of that in my bag. You do. That comes natural to me.
Very
natural to me.
Yeah.
And if you think,
I mean, you don't have to convince anybody that.
If you think that I have been unbearable, I have been gloating about this. I tried it. I did it last year. Be calm, baby. I tried it.
Said, oh, damn. So
okay, good. All right. I was gonna say, man.
No, I think you've been good, but I don't. I think you've been good.
I
mean, if you hadn't, I feel like it's part of my duty to reel you back in. I think you've been fine.
Yeah, I definitely tell you if you want.
I hadn't even had to put my hand on the reel, man. I feel like you're doing fine.
Yeah, because I could have came and dressed in pure championship gear.
Surprised you didn't, actually.
I could have. I didn't. I'm trying to be respectful of you. And like I said, I really do hope, and I mean that from the bottom and the top of my heart, that Houston gets to experience that. I do. I think all of you deserve it. I want to see I think Tyler would cry.
It's very likely.
I think Tyler would cry just getting to the Super Bowl.
Well, look, I hope they win a Super Bowl and all, but really for our show, I just hope the Texans, there's a day and age when they're responsible for knocking the Chiefs out.
That'll be fun.
Or the week that they face each other in the playoffs, which is something that could that really could happen.
Yep.
That could really, really happen over the next decade at least with CJ and Patrick Mahomes. And if CJ continues to look like the guy that he has looked like this first year, that is something that most definitely can happen. As I see from the text line, no, Ron, people are just whining like crybaby. Oh, I can't say the rest of that.
No,
you've been good. No, yeah, you have been over the top. All right,
I don't think you damn sure hadn't been over the top.
How? That's what I would ask that person. How?
I don't know. I think the hat probably just done some folks in.
They just need to get over that.
I should.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
gonna wear my damn hat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna wear whatever hat I want to wear. If I think it looks good, and I'm gonna wear whatever I want to wear.
Totally my hat.
Totally.
It so happens to be a team you don't like.
Totally my hat. Hello. That's what you say. If Arkansas won the SEC championship, your ass. If they beat Texas or A&M for the SEC championship, your ass is coming in.
It's a good joke.
Decked out.
Yeah. It's a good joke. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that was good.
Oh man, I don't like that. I didn't do that, man. That was.
If we ever do beat A&M again.
He said if we ever
get one out of every 12 years?
Yeah.
Clint, Tyler
10, 12 years, something like that.
Tyler Clint would be sitting in that. Which hat? Am I going to wear the backs one? Am I going to wear down?
It's a nice one that says hogs across the front.
Pigs.
Did you put this in here, Tyler? That Drake, 50, and Chris Brown all have are registered to vote at the same house in Katy?
Yeah. I saw that story earlier today. It was so random. Like all these big name musical artists and stuff are all registered to this random house that's lived in by a family in Katy, Texas.
Oh, it's lived in by a family?
Yes, they'd have no idea why all these famous people are registered to their home to vote.
Also, Trey Songz. Is he still in jail? Trey Songz.
And the game.
It's so odd.
What is going on? What is that?
I don't know. These people just found out.
It's a $300,000 house.
in a modest new development in Katy. It's beige.
You just walk into this $300K Houston home and they're all chilling in there. Like
so Aubrey, Curtis, and Chris are all registered to the same house.
Yes. So random.
Neighbors said they had not seen any of the Grammy-nominated artists grilling outside, mowing the lawn, or washing their cars.
Or if it's Trey Songz, the neighbors sure did hear them call his name.
I can just picture these neighbors like talking to a reporter. No, I haven't seen Drake around. I haven't seen him around the house.
Yeah.
But people out there just mowing grass repeatedly.
I swear I'm going to get a glimpse of Trey Songz here.
Hold on. How is that? What in the world is that? This has got to be 50. What is he doing?
What are you doing?
Yeah, he is taking over Houston, isn't he?
Trying to.
He's bringing all his guys in to vote, man.
Yeah, 50 lives in town, and Drake actually does own a home in Houston now as well, but I don't think they're all shacked up together.
Not a $300,000 beige in a new development in Katy.
Now, how does that happen? Oh.
So,
I mean, the game.
It's a name I haven't heard since the war.
I mean, you know,
Clint comes through, and it's beige.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, man. You know, I mean, they got to get these votes in, man. Everybody's got to get these votes in, so they figured they just bunk up five rappers in one house.
Be a hell of a reality show.
Hey, no, I swear to God, like whenever the next round of voting comes up, if them jokers all vote, like we got like I'm tracking that. Like I know Trey Songz ain't been standing in no damn voting line waiting or early ballot right.
Somebody's got Trey Songz ID down here voting for him.
Probably down doing his civic duty.
Like a 70-year-old white man with gray hair. Trey Songz.
Yeah, I'm Trey Songz.
Trey Songz for Trump.
I used to sing songs back in my day.
Songs for Trump.
Coming up. That's going to give me in trouble. Coming up, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Carly Pierce coming up. Make sure you stay tuned and listen. You will get a chance to win those pair of tickets right in this next segment. And are the Texans ready, at least in the NFL's eyes, to be on the big stage? Because they got an opportunity. Are they ready to be on that big stage? We'll discuss that coming up next. All right, welcome back into the drive. Let's do it right now. 713-572-4610. Now is your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Houston Rodeo to see Carly Pierce. Now is your chance. 713-572-4610. This is your first opportunity of two right here on the drive to win a pair of tickets to go see Carly Pierce at the Houston Rodeo. We're going to be doing that every single Tuesday and Thursday in the 3 and 5 o'clock hours. It is that time. It is rodeo season. Your chance to win. Caller number 5. Caller number 5 for you, Tyler. God, I thought about doing 25. Caller number 5 for Tyler, 713-572-4610. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Carly Pierce. Be honest, I saw you put this out, Clint. You showed the calendar of the rodeo. Yeah. And you said pick 3. Mm-hmm. You picked 3. This isn't nothing against Carly. Would Carly be one of your 3 if you had to pick 3?
Carly is not one of my 3.
But Carly, you would enjoy her.
Oh, I've seen her.
You've seen her?
Yeah, I've seen her up close and personal, and she is absolutely tremendous. There's no doubt about it. She's got, and I may be missing the mark here a little bit. She's got at least 4 songs that are stand up, sing along. If you know, like real life, strong, I mean, really good tunes. I am anxious to see how she carries the rodeo. It's a big stage for her.
That's what you say. That's a big. Where did you see her? Smaller.
I saw her at what's the joint down here? I've seen her multiple times actually, but the last time I saw her was the 10-man jam with the bull. She was one of the main finalists, one of the main final acts for the 10-man jam. She was absolutely tremendous acoustic. I mean, killer acoustic. So we'll see. I mean, I'm anxious to see if she has somebody there with her, like somebody that comes out with her and sings. Isn't she the one that has the song with Lee Bryce?
Yes, she does.
She's got a phenomenal. Are you sure, Tyler? You were looking at
Sky. No. Yeah, I'm almost positive. Yeah,
you were looking at the sky. By the way, shout out to Alfred, who is our winner of our first pair of tickets to see Carly Pierce. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Be listening. Your chance to win another pair there. But go ahead.
I hope you're happy now. That's Carly Pierce and Lee Bryce. So for instance, if Lee Bryce happens to be in town, I believe he should come out and sing that song with her. Little stuff like that would go a long way. But we'll see how she commands the stage and how she does her thing. She's big time. She is. She's not difficult to look at. She can absolutely sing her tail off. So I would imagine it's going to be lights out.
But she wouldn't. But what's your top 3? You said pick 3. What was your 3?
My top 3 this year was Eric Church, Whiskey Myers, and my third one is Lainey Wilson.
You said Lainey Wilson early.
Those are the 3 that I am absolutely 100% going to. Huge Eric Church fan. He puts on a phenomenal show, start to finish. Has so many hits. It's going to be great. I saw him when he circled back and did that makeup show in the Hill Country. He actually did it at Whitewater Amphitheater, which is my spot. So I went up there and saw that. Absolutely tremendous. Start to finish. Don't be late. Don't leave early. I mean, every song is a hit. Whiskey Myers is one of my favorite bands. They are probably a little more Southern rock than they would be considered country. I would call it Southern rock. Maybe I'm missing the boat there. A little more rock music than country music. Phenomenal. Huge fan. Seen them multiple times. Can't wait to see them in this venue. And then Lainey Wilson is. I'm not a big fan, to be completely honest with you, of female country artists. Like, not because they're female, just because I'm just not a – like, I like Reba, but I don't – like, she's not even the same category for me with George in terms of listening to. It's just I tend to lean towards the male singers in country music. There's a handful that do it for me in terms of female country music artists. Lainey Wilson's one of them.
Does it for you, huh?
Yep. Yep. She does it for me, man. It's I've told you this before when it comes to music. Like the bigger bands like Whiskey Myers and some of the bigger bands and bigger acts, this don't necessarily hold up. But like I'm a sucker for the musicians, the artists that, damn it, they leaving every bit of it on the stage. They're not up there just doing another act in another town. They are leaving everything they have on the stage. And I know they're going to another town and they're doing another act in another. I get it, but when I watch them, I don't get that feeling. A lot of especially country music. I mean, some of these guys like George, the best to ever do it, the King. I mean, he stands there and sings and then goes to the next town and sings, but he's so damn good and has so many hits. Everybody loves him and we keep it moving. Like everybody can't do that. Lainey Wilson is one of them to me that, man, I've not seen her live yet. I've followed her career and I've watched some different stuff on TV. But like she to me is the one that seems like is just going to leave every bit. Cody Johnson's another one that just leaves every bit of it on the stage. My buddy Justin Moore leaves every bit of it on the stage. And I tend to kind of lean that direction. So I'm excited to see Lainey.
Yeah, Lainey Wilson, that's your number one. Number one.
Yep.
You're going to be there.
And
All right.
If I'm being completely honest with you, that's why I named my second daughter Lainey.
How about that? Is it?
Yep, it's only Lainey I know.
That was your idea, wasn't it?
I like it. I like Lainey Wilson. I like her vibe. I like her music, obviously, but I like her as a person. What I don't know her personally, but I know her through reading up and watching stuff. I say, man, I like Lainey.
Let's go with it.
Let's ride with it.
She went with it.
And wifey said, cool, I like it too. Okay. Let's ride.
All right, congratulations again to Alfred. Coming up 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Carly Pierce, our second pair we'll be hooking people up with. All right.
Do we find out who Carly's married to now or who she's dating?
Somebody more famous than Riley King, the minor leaguer.
Yes.
Scooped her up. Somebody apparently.
I'm going to find this out.
Hey, listen, this will be something that I think we should be and will be keeping an eye on. And I think one of us, we should really try to break this first. Really try to break this first. And I truly hope this happens for the Texans. I just wonder if the league views the Texans being somebody that's ready to be on that stage. And that is when we look at, all right, the Chiefs won the Super Bowl, so that means that they are going to open up the regular season. They're going to open up the regular season on Thursday Night Football. NBC usually gets it. The team that wins the championship hosts and opens up the season. It's one of the biggest watched games of the year because finally football is back. If you could think about it, from 7 months from now, and it's finally back. Here are the options for the real options to me that I think the NFL will choose from. The games of the teams that matter that the Chiefs host. I don't think the Raiders or the Broncos are going to be included in this, and I don't think the Buccaneers or the Saints are either. The Chargers with Jim Harbaugh coming back, divisional game. They always play tight games with Justin Herbert back. That's one. The Bengals, that has been a very, very big rivalry, a lot of trash talk back and forth, especially Jamar Chase. Joe Burrow didn't play when they played this year because he was hurt. That's an option. A rematch of the AFC Championship game. The Chiefs will host the Ravens at some point this year. That's an option. Lamar coming back. And then the Houston Texans. To me, those are the four realistic options that will get chosen to open up the season against the Chiefs. Do you think when you look at that, those four, that the Texans, at least behind the eyes of the league, that they believe the Texans are ready to be on that stage against the Chiefs?
I think they're last in that group.
You think so?
Yes. I don't know if it's necessarily to be on the big stage with the Chiefs as much as it is. I think those other ones are just going to draw more eyes. I mean, Jim Harbaugh, Justin Herbert versus Pat Mahomes is going to draw more.
You don't think the power of C.J. Stroud potentially does that?
No.
The power of the Stroud-Mahomes matchup.
No.
Because
I don't think it. I think it pales in comparison to Harbaugh Mahomes.
Really?
Like right now. I mean,
I'm not saying you're not right.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it pales in comparison to Harbaugh Mahomes. I think it pales in comparison to Burrow Mahomes. as well as, would you say, Lamar Jackson, Mahomes. Yeah, I don't think anybody in the league's like I think there's some like CJ's up the ante, and he and the Texans are going to be a sexy pick. But I think, hell, you just named the three teams that I think probably would. I mean, the three that I would put ahead of him.
All right.
The only other one would be Josh Allen.
I'm going to guarantee it.
You're going to guarantee Chiefs
to
open the season.
To open up the season.
You're going to guarantee it.
I'm going to guarantee it right now. What is today? February 13th?
13th, day before Valentine's Day.
Day before Valentine's Day. I'm going to guarantee it. See, last year, we were looking at the Chiefs' home schedule to see what was going to open up. They played the Eagles at home. That was going to be a rematch of the championship of the Super Bowl. They played the Bills at home with Josh Allen. They played the Bengals at home. And what was the matchup? The Lions. They chose the young upstart team, the sexy pick that a lot of people thought was going to be the sexy team, and they put the Lions with Dan Campbell, who was a star. They put the Lions on TV and put them in that stage. See, I don't know that they've got to worry about eyeballs unless Taylor screws up or Travis screws up, because Taylor's going to be there again. Taylor's going to be there. She's going to bring eyeballs to. Oh, yeah, she'll be there to open the season unless something goes awry.
Well, it'd be even better if something went awry and she showed up.
And she showed up anyway.
She just showed up. Said, "Hey, I'm a Chiefs fan now, Travis. You get the hell out of here."
I came here with Brittany.
I'm going to give me a Mahomes jersey now.
I think they are looking at this now to build up new stars.
Well, I mean, you have built a case that fits the Texans.
And I think CJ, because it worked for the Lions, that kicked things off for the Lions. They walked in there and beat them, and the Lions continued to be the feel-good story moving forward. I want it bad. I'm guaranteeing it. Texans, Chiefs.
I mean, what do you like? What are you just saying? You
just saying guarantee? I don't have
putting something on the line.
I don't.
You done lost your damn nickname. You gonna lose something else?
I really like the way you just say.
Well, I'm just telling you.
You done lost your damn nickname.
And $100. By the way, Ron paid me my $100 on the way to Vegas.
I like it. I like it over. Someone said Harbaugh. Really? You think that moves the needle? Yes. I think Jim Harbaugh.
Whether you agree with it or I agree with it or not, the powers that be.
Jim's absolutely. A star.
Harbaugh, Reed, and you get Harbaugh, Herbert. Reed, Mahomes, yeah.
Because CBS is going to fight them to try to get Ravens Chiefs on CBS, and then or Sunday night or Monday night's going to fight. I think it's the Texans. It certainly ain't
I
Baker.
Hope you're right. That would be.
Can we open up that? That would be great, man. Covering that, open up the season against.
Phenomenal.
That'd be great. They got to play at some point. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
C.J. Stroud done gone. I had one concern, one worry.
This could be bigger. This could really make him want to play.
Please don't do it, C.J. That was it. And he's done. He gone and done it, man. He gone and done it. I'll tell you what that is next. But before we do, I got to tell you about Coors Light, baby.
Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
CJ had one job, Ron. One job, man.
CJ Stroud?
CJ Stroud had one job. Not me, right? I am a CJ. At least in my Aunt B, I am.
They call you that?
Aunt B does. Clinton Jacob. Yep, CJ. He had one job, man. Look, on a serious note, and this is dead serious. I know some people think I'm joking. I'm dead serious. I had one concern for C.J. Stroud. Young dude comes in, exceeds all expectations.
You brought it up.
Plays lights out, and it is as convincing a product as I've ever seen a young quarterback put on tape. I mean, it is week after week after week. It is convincing. There's not but one thing that can derail C.J. Stroud. There's not but one thing that I'm concerned about with C.J. Stroud, and that's the most powerful thing in the world. It's untied. It's undefeated. I'm worried about C.J. Stroud getting tied up with the wrong gal. I'm worried about it. I've been worried about it. And I'll be damned if TMZ doesn't have me shaking in my boots. I need to just I need to unfollow TMZ on my social media.
There's a lady. Somebody found he was with a young lady.
Here's I tell you what. I'm gonna give you one choice. If I said there's one name, and the context is female, obviously. There's one name that I do not want to see associated with C.J. Stroud in any offseason, but damn sure not this offseason. Who would you say? What name would you say?
Well, that's a hard one.
No, it ain't.
It's a hard one, Tyler.
What name would you say?
Winona Ryder?
No. No, but I'm sure this one does that. Anybody else got one?
Britney Spears.
No.
Oh, yeah, Britney. That's a good one, Tyler.
I'm talking about them damn Kardashians,
She's
boys.
trouble, man.
Yeah, they are, all of them. Here's the deal.
Damn, Courtney.
TMZ.
Chloe.
I somehow follow them on Twitter, I guess. I don't know if I follow them. If I do, cool, I love it. But
you know you follow them.
I know, but I don't know if it's one of those ad deals or not. But anyway, I'll be damned if they don't post a picture.
Corinne Steffens.
Actually, a link to something about the Kardashians, and I click on it, and that picture bigger than day. C.J. Stroud, of all the places my man could watch the Super Bowl, all the places he could take in the Super Bowl, he ends up in the one suite that I am deathly afraid of him ending up in.
And it was some kind of suite, too.
Not only is he in the Kardashian suite now, the good thing is he ain't hugged up with none of the girls, so we're good there. However, he is sitting next to a guy that appears to be passed out.
Hammered.
That appears to be, knocked out cold, right? So that leads me to believe that he's just in there buying time until he crosses paths with one of them. So I'm concerned, Ron. I'm concerned about him being in that, getting tied up with one of them gals, because they have ruined many a career. Understandably so. Once you put yourself in that environment, in that position, saying no is not an option. Like once you
take a step in,
once you jump in the pool, it's over, man. You're swimming with sharks, brother. You're there. I mean, so he's there.
I mean, this is a hell of a suite, Tyler.
Yes, there's other concerns, right? Well, go ahead. You're digging on the picture.
I've got Sierra and Russell Wilson. God, I mean, I bet Russell got him for about 25 minutes.
One of a handful of quarterbacks that I'd rather him not communicating with at this point.
Justin Bieber's down at the very front of this thing.
I didn't know that. Is Biebs in there too?
Yeah, he's right there in the very front. There's Biebs right there.
I'll be damned. He sure is. I didn't know that.
Now, he's on the complete opposite side if we're doing Hollywood Squares. He's down at the very, very bottom of the.
I saw Russ. I didn't see Biebs.
Yeah. There's Biebs down there. There's Neo next to.
I think Neo's actually an Arkansas boy.
Is he?
I think he's from Camden, Arkansas.
Neo, there's Lala. Carmelo's, there's Lala sitting right next to, right there.
Which one's Lala?
Right there.
Is that really?
That's Lala.
I saw that gal because of what she has on. I didn't see it. I didn't see it as Lala.
That's Lala, and then it is. You're right. Every one of those Kardashian. There's Chloe right there down the pipe. She's ready.
I mean, let's be honest, boys. Are y'all? Does that not bother you just a touch? I mean, listen, I know as men you'd be like, hell no. But I'm talking about as your quarterback, like the one. Like, she ruined one of the best college athletes I've that Reggie Bush. I mean, I would have bet I mean,
you don't think it was just Reggie? It was her.
Who knows how good Ray J's career could have been?
I think Ray J's career would have been right what it is.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, man. It just doesn't work out well for the athletes that get involved in that family.
Listen, I'll say this about CJ. I am really caught off guard. I would have never guessed that this is the box or that he would be in this. Like, one of the first times you see him kind of publicly out like this, I am a bit surprised that of all places in the Super Bowl box, because I feel like CJ and whoever's around him think through the perception of how things would be. I'm a bit surprised that CJ is in here sitting next to somebody who is absolutely passed out drunk, which looks like we're in the third quarter, and I'm just using drunk loosely. We're in the second quarter. We haven't reached the halftime show yet.
Do you think surely they just caught Buddy at like the still picture was taken, and he's like leaning over to tell something to CJ,
I don't think so, Clint. He's
leaning over to say, look at that on the front row down there, hard left, CJ, hard left. Like he's
right there.
And he just happens, he got caught mid-blink.
He's got Kim with a hat on. Kim's right just 2 seats below him.
I know.
Ready to go.
I know. I'm telling you, man.
There's Kylie. There's Kendall.
I'm telling you.
I'm surprised he's in that box. I'm proud of him. I'm surprised he's in that box.
I mean, look.
I just want him to have a good time. I want him to enjoy Vegas, enjoy this.
I just want him to have a good time all of Vegas? I want him to have a good time somewhere else.
Oh, I'm sorry. Kim is just a seat below him. Just a seat.
Yeah, she's sitting right in front of him.
Right in his lap.
Absolutely.
Laying down for nobody.
God, I mean,
he can lean down and tap her on it.
He is
he can smell her.
Oh, he can smell her. He smelt her. All of her stuff is all in stores near you. He is right below him. Kim, Lala, Chloe,
and then Weekend at Bernie's,
and then Kendall and Kylie right next to him. Wow, how about that?
I mean, does that not concern you a bit, Tyler? Turn your horny meter down, turn it way down, and just tell me that doesn't, like, your quarterback getting mixed up with that.
Yeah. I would be way, way, way more concerned on any sort of initial report that ties him more directly to a Kardashian. At that point, I'd be full panic, 100%.
Sitting in the box.
I mean, do you think?
That bothers the hell out of me.
I don't know if CJ has it in him. You think he took a shot? You think he shot a shot?
He told us he's Steph Curry. Shoot or shoot.
I'm gonna tell you, boy.
You think he took
that
one?
reminds me of the NBA celebrity game he's playing in. This is right down their alley. He is right down their alley.
Somebody.
He is right down their alley.
A little naive that they could go ahead and scoop up.
Oh yeah. I mean, look, and they don't like. CJ's like, oh man, I'm 3 years from getting that big payday, and them Kardashians are like, even though I know they don't need the money, but he's fixing to be in the highest paid dude in the league. That spotlight. Oh yeah. Taylor Swift, Taylor out here getting all this attention with Travis
Kelce. With a tight end.
With a tight end, what could I do with the highest paid quarterback in the league? Oh man. Yeah, no. Look, I'm just telling you. Now he's gonna go get on the basketball court. Hell, they took a couple NBA careers out too. He's gonna go get on the basketball court and show that he can
Lamar
shoot.
Odom is. I don't even know. Lamar is not even. We're just happy Lamar's alive.
Ooh, CJ, I'm gonna put you in my prayers tonight, cuz I'm gonna put you in my prayers tonight, man. Hopefully we can bring you down, talk you down. I mean, I'm just telling you that is one where once you go, there ain't no coming back.
God, what do you think Russell taught? You know Russell Wilson hemmed him up somewhere in that suite.
Well, look, here's the difference. He's single. You see what ends he's sitting on. Russell's down there on that end where he ain't the walk by. I mean, if any of them gals get up, CJ's gonna sniff them. I mean, they're gonna walk right by just like that right there. And he's hooked.
Will get you.
And he's hooked. I mean, he don't have to open his eyes. Although if he opens his eyes, he's in real trouble. He has no chance.
And they wide open, wide ass open.
Let's ride.
Anyway, CJ, keep your nose clean, bud. Keep your nose clean.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Red 22.
He makes good decisions.
So far, yes. Boys, I think I may be in a bit of trouble. Oh, God. I dropped my 2-year-old off at her little day school yesterday, and I'm on my way out. And one grandmother, one mom stopped me. Boy, you're in trouble. I said, what the hell did I do? I've been in Vegas for a day. I thought they were going to hit me with the whole something I did in Vegas, They were listening to the country music station, our sister station. And apparently our sister station took that old tweet about me hearing my wife fart for the first time.
Oh, and they went for it?
And they went in on it, full name and everything. It's one thing when it's all the sports lovers
That's
out
not
there.
your fault.
It's one thing when it's the fellas. It's another thing when it's the country station down the aisle here where all her friends listen to. And, yep, that right there. I mean, it got brought to her attention that the bull talked about it down here. That's exactly what it sounded like.
That's not your fault. You shouldn't be in trouble for that.
Well, if I wouldn't have put it out
she
there.
She should have done it a long time ago, to be honest with you, but you shouldn't have.
That's a great point.
You shouldn't be in trouble for that. All right? She agreed. Like, you told her what you were going to do. Hell, you went on the air and told all of Houston and many others that listen of the #1 rated sports show and drive time here in the city. But you told her. You told her you're going to, and she okayed it, correct?
Yeah.
At least she didn't lie to us and say that she okayed it.
Well, I mean, she
okayed
wasn't like, she didn't have her pom-poms on and go, hey, man, go tell the world what I just did. But she was like, yeah, whatever, I don't care.
All right, that's not on you that they took that. I'm sorry, Lauren.
Well, I think
no leg to stand on that.
I think it was okay as long as it was us guys and all of our sports listeners. But when it became the day school moms and grandmas, I think it may have took it to a whole nother level.
Listen,
I'll find out tonight when I get home.
If them hussies, any of them, if them wenches come up to Lauren and say something, oh, heard about the story about you farting.
Hey, it's going to be great because guess what we got tomorrow, Ron?
What?
We got chapel. And they're singing "Happy Birthday" to Liv, and so Lowe's going up there with me. So Lowe, we'll be together at the chapel tomorrow morning.
I hope they're listening, and if any of them tramps even fix their lips to even snicker, to even whisper about Lowe doing something very natural. Hell, she farted in front of her husband. That means she has the ultimate trust in her man. Some of them wenches probably ain't farted in front of their husbands, and their relationship is missing something. They've been trying to think, what's it missing? What's it missing? Just give all yourself and just fart. Oh, boy, I promise you, if them broads say something to her, oh.
I can't. It sounds like you're not. You sound like you're more worried about like Lauren instead of me getting in trouble.
No, it's all of it though. You should be in trouble. Lauren needs to come walking in there like I wish one of these wenches would say something.
I can't wait. I hope they do.
I wish they would.
Speaking of our significant other,
just fart right now.
Valentine's Day's tomorrow, boys.
Indeed.
Have y'all done anything? Have y'all got everything figured out?
We're gonna keep it real low, baby. Just got a little dinner, baby. Keep it low.
Just dinner.
Little dinner,
You gonna splurge on a bottle of wine or anything?
I do that. Yeah, I do that.
Just some Camus.
Maybe rub a leg under the table.
That is good. Yeah.
Maybe rub a leg under the table.
Yeah.
What about you, T?
I'm gonna try to get my leg while we're driving. I'm gonna try to get my leg on her side too.
While you're driving, you're gonna throw your leg over the console.
Yeah.
You are flexible. That would be strange.
You imagine the reaction.
I mean, if she just naturally plays along, it'd be great. But I would think she'd be like, "What in the hell are you doing?" I mean, it could turn out really good, actually. Tyler, what about you? What you got going on, bub?
I got that shift to kind of negotiate because I'm in a 2017.
Hey, just hook that old knee over that gear shift, man.
That'll 16. Yeah, but let me try to
get real limber.
I'm gonna have to put that thing in and drive first.
I got
get over that space.
I got a little surprise planned for Megan tomorrow.
Oh God! Please don't be wearing any of the gold thong and stuff.
Yeah,
man. Don't do the gold thong.
No,
Tyler.
well, I might do that later on. I mean, I always got that in the back pocket. But I got someone's gonna pay Megan a little visit to her place of work tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, someone's gonna pay a visit.
Yeah.
She's getting a massage at work or something?
No, I think I know about this.
Might be a guy that's big, green, and furry.
Oh, yeah. Starts with an O?
Starts with an O.
Oh.
Rhymes with...
Torbit.
That's it. Yeah. I don't think she's listening. I'll tell you, Orbit's going to visit Megan.
Wait a minute, that's a thing?
Yeah, like he told me about it a couple weeks ago or last week. Yeah, I can. He said, "Yeah, you can go. You can go." So
you hired the Astros mascot to go to your wife's work.
I did. Megan loves some Orbit, so she's gonna get that big green man in her life tomorrow.
No wonder you get away with the stuff you do.
Yeah.
The 4 a.m. arrival.
That's something that Megan would really enjoy.
Orbit, are you kidding me? What'd that cost you?
Actually, not too bad.
That ain't what I asked you.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 Benjamins.
Yeah, that ain't
as bad as I thought it was.
Texans are doing it too with Toro.
Really?
Theirs is probably 7.
How did I not know about this?
No, the Texans. There's probably 700.
I saw it on Instagram.
Oh, they're trying to make up. They're trying to
go get in there.
Yeah, they're trying to make up from the last couple years. Nobody wanting to get near Toro. They're like, hell, we're gonna double these prices now. Everybody wants to hang with Toro.
It's a cool grand if you want him to fly down in that bad boy. They want to get on the court.
How'd you find that out, T?
I was scrolling Instagram one night and saw a little ad for it. Said, "Oh, there we go. Lock her in."
That's nice, man. I'd have to give her a gift or something. That would be $300 that she can continue to.
It's memories, Ron. It's memories, man. You're too worried about the $300, man.
Well,
his wife, hell, he's going to buy himself at least 5 more 4 a.m. arrivals.
I could do the.
Those are unlimited.
I could do the $300. It's just, I'm telling you, boy, that would be the gift for Courtney.
What would Courtney do if Orbit came walking in?
She'd be smoking hot. Any mascot, even KC Wolf, Orbit, Toro, she wouldn't matter. Is this what you got me?
Is this what you spent?
Have Toro come up with some edible arrangements.
That would be the worst.
Coming up. All right. Who is the key? Right now, if you had to pick one player for the Houston Astros as the season comes up, pitchers and catchers report tomorrow. You had to pick one player. Who is the key to this season? We'll discuss that next.
All right, what's good, H-Town? Clint Stoerner here, and I got a question for you, man. Have you or a loved one been injured in
every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Be like Alfred. Alfred, our first winner today, won a pair of tickets. As it is rodeo season, that means every Tuesday and Thursday, 2 times on our show in the 3 and the 5 o'clock hours during rodeo season, your chance to win a pair of tickets. Carly Pierce today. Alfred won a pair earlier. You got a chance in the 5 o'clock hour to win a pair there, so make sure you are listening. All right, I said this. There you go. I said this on the other side. He had to pick one person, one player for the Astros who, to you, is the real key to the season. The key to the season, the guy that you feel like, boy, this season, his performance, and that's kind of hard at baseball, but a player, his performance will kind of show you where the Astros are. And to me, Clint, as pitchers and catchers report tomorrow, I think it's Framber Valdez. Of all the players on the team, I mean, I think when you look at the lineup, they got a lot of guys in that lineup where there's probably going to be some DL or some IL stints that we may run into, but you got enough guys that can kind of carry things. When you're talking about Altuve and Bregman and Tucker and Jordan, who's the best of the bunch, and the way Abreu came on at the end of the season, and now Diaz is in this lineup now to add to more pop in this lineup. You start to look at the lineup, there's some guys, a lot of guys there that can pick things up. The rotation, when you look at it on paper and you look at and start to think of the best of these guys, you can feel really good, but there's a lot of just uncertainty on what you're going to get from certain guys, and that's why, to me, Framber Valdez needs to, throughout the season, return to his Cy Young level. And I don't think he was that last year. I think he was the first half, but after that, I think he slid and slid and slid, and then slid to a space around the playoffs where you just couldn't trust him. And you couldn't trust him.
Look, I agree that you said it right there. The inability to trust him at the end, and it wasn't so much about whether he had his stuff or he didn't have his stuff. It was mental to me. It was the approach to the game. Like I literally at the end of the season and in the playoffs, my concern about Framber Valdez was, boy, if the wheels come off early, he just doesn't have the ability to hold on to the rope.
I mean, you trusted Javier more.
Yeah.
When we got in the playoffs,
yeah.
His starts more.
Yeah, and you look at what's going on. To your point, you look at what's going on around Framber with Justin Verlander, 41 years old ish. I think, is that right? 41. Yeah. Older. And then you look what's going on behind him with just some guys that you're just not real sure about. A lot of potential, a lot of talent down there, hell, a lot of arms down there. But who's going to be the 3 starter? Who's going to be the 4 starter? Is it going to be again where you get you through the season, and those same guys you don't have confidence in the playoffs to win a big game, or is somebody going to step up? Right now, it's I don't know what's going to happen in front of him or behind him, but it's paramount that he, like you said, I think you put it perfect, was that he gets back to a guy that is in that side, not necessarily has to win the Cy Young, but a guy that's a top pitcher in this league and is at least in the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, because right now, Tyler, who is the number one starter that you trust? Put it all together. Who's the number one starter that you trust in this rotation for the Astros?
Justin Verlander.
Do you trust anybody? Like, straight up trust anybody behind him?
No,
because that's Hunter Brown, that's Christian Javier, that's Framber, that's Jose Urquidy.
I'd love to be able to trust them, especially like a Javier or a Framber. They've shown some greatness at times, but no.
That's Eiffel Tower. Like, there's no one. And when you look at it,
I trust Framber. Like, I haven't lost. Y'all haven't either. Y'all ain't lost your trust in Framber. Like,
maybe trust is the wrong.
It's diminished.
No, I still trust him to go out there and give us a chance. Like, the getting rattled stuff scares the hell out of me. But I still trust that he's going to go out there and be one of the top 10, top 15 pitchers in the league. I mean, I trust he's got that stuff.
Oh, I know he's got the stuff.
I'm glad he's on my team when it comes playoff
I'll say
time.
this. I do – when he goes out on the mound, I am not – in my mind, I'm thinking, all right, do we got good Framber or bad Framber?
Oh, well, yeah, that's fair.
Like, you know what I mean? And that for me to believe the Astros be at their best, that has to dissipate. Like we got to stop going to the all right, here we go. First inning. Is it good or bad Framber? Is it good or bad?
Yeah. No, I think it's fair.
Like that to me, because when I look, even the guys, as Tyler said, the most trusted guy, and I think a lot of people agree. I mean, he threw 162 innings last year, Verlander. Which, I mean, that's the most trusted guy. So there's even more questions behind Framber. Framber's got to be the near 200 inning guy, which he was last year, but it's got to be good too. It's got like, to me, by the middle of the season, it's got to have a feel of that is our best starter.
Sure.
To me, for this team to have its best chance, because it's just tougher. I know you don't want to hear it, but the Rangers are good, and they're going to be better through getting guys healthy. The Yankees have added, right? They're the Mariners, to me, are a team that's there in the mix. So I just he to me is you said it about Stingley when he got drafted. He to me is the key.
I agree. I think Framber Valdez is number one, but I got another one for you. I think Diaz is huge for this team, man. I think Diaz.
Yeah, he changes the lineup.
I mean, he changes the lineup
if he hits the way he did last year.
Right, which is all we know, right? I mean, I think it would be short of a miracle if this guy hits 300 and hits with power at the rate that he did last year as a starting catcher. Hell, he'll be the best catcher in the league if he does that. But I don't know what's realistic to expect Diaz to do at the plate. But his bat is going to be big either way you slice it. I mean, if the average drops and even if the power drops a little bit, he's still going to be a monster at the plate.
It's a significant upgrade if he hits 230 and he hits 17 home runs.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean,
offensively at that,
and then defensively, you just talk about. In a day and age where the game's changing back to people stealing bases and taking them freely, I think he gives you a shot to from an arm standpoint. At one point last year, he was in the tops in the league in terms of throwing runners out at second. And then the elephant in the room that everybody talked about last year with his youth really holding him back because Machetti, what's it? My mind just went blank.
Maldonado.
Maldonado could call a game so well and knew the hitters so well and studied so much, and whether we agree with how big of a deal that was made about that part of Maldonado's game or not is irrelevant at this point. It clearly is a big part of playing the position at an extremely high level.
And the Astros view it as a big part.
Yes.
Of the
so Diaz, whether you're talking about the lineup or you're talking about having to catch all these different pitchers and call games and be a more integral role of what the hell goes on night in, night out with the Astros, I think Diaz is big time important this year.
No, I do. I like what someone said. Framber, if he is someone tweeted in, Framber, if he is able to pitch well, it allows Verlander to coast and not have the pressure of being the top guy. And I at 41 years old, right, at some point, man, I'm not like I feel good that by the time the playoffs come around, Verlander will be ready to be an ace type player. But at 41 years old, man, you kind of want to be able to kind of control him and protect him so he can be ready to go at the end of that. And Framber is very, very key. If you can come out and get 6-7 innings consistently from Framber in front of him, that would be huge. All right, coming up, top five. Do you feel the Houston Texans should be rated as a top 5 football team going into next year? And I mean in the entire league. We'll discuss that.
All right, are you sick and tired?
My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tomorrow at this time, we'll be talking to our guy, Brandon Scott. Rockets report coming up tomorrow, 4:40 in this segment. And then maybe we'll touch that game last night. I ain't going to lie to you, man.
I watched a little bit of it last night.
I rooted for the Rockets. They got away with one, I believe, yesterday. That foul call on that last second shot, that's a tough one.
Well, I believe the refs have already apologized.
Yes,
I believe they've already confessed to missing one.
That was a tough one. If my man Tibbs has any more hair to pull out, which he doesn't, he just needs to do something with that. I mean, it's the worst comb over, one of the worst in history. He just doesn't have any hair, and he is gonna keep combing it over and keep combing it over. It's just awful. But he got screwed last night, in my opinion. But the Rockets need all these W's, and they beat a Knicks team last night. But we'll talk to Brandon Scott around this time tomorrow, so make sure you stay tuned with us for his Rockets report as they keep rolling through the season here. Someone texted in as we were talking about, I said to me the key of the season, the number one storyline I'm looking at is what Framber Valdez gets. Someone texted in, Luxury Lance is it. Lance McCullers has to complete a season. Listen, folks. You're just gonna have to let that go. That can't be the key. That right there, if that is your key, you might as well shut it down and figure something else out.
Gonna be locked out.
You gotta yes, you better switch keys. Shoot, you better hope that thing's got a password.
Yeah. I think Dana Brown done traded the locks on the house. He done changed the locks on the house.
It costs to be good.
I mean, I hope. I mean, I'm with you, man. I mean, this could be.
But you use the right word, hope.
Hope, right? Yeah,
that ain't the key.
But when you look at these guys, like, can Montero turn it around? Can Lance McCullers get back? Can Luis Garcia get back? And just be productive, right? I mean, just be productive. Not get back and be an all-star. Not get back and be an ace or a two-hole start. Like, just get back and be productive when it matters the most, man. If those guys can do it, the Astros are going to be hell on wheels, man.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, they're going to be a problem anyway, but you got a handful of guys that, man, if they come back, like if the guys that were injured, if they come back and are just productive enough to be on the damn roster, then you've done something. If the guys that got up and got a little bit of run late last year, got up and got run last year, and are quote-unquote inexperienced maybe, Christian Javier, Hunter Brown, if those guys with that electric stuff can just take a step, not a huge leap and become a game changer, just take the step of becoming a starter in a rotation that they can rely on in the playoff. Wow. I mean, that's
yeah, like the Lance deal. Lance turns them into a scary team to deal with if he can roll back. As you said, even if he's just out there as a contributor, but he's out there at any point, he turns them to scary. Because that is a 1, 2, 3. I don't know that could be matched if Lance is right there, and that's not even including Christian Javier, who is big time in big moments. All right. Let's move to the Texans as this offseason is getting going, and many people now the Super Bowl ends, they turn over to the next season and get ready for the next season to start looking at teams and where they are. And the Athletic, Clint Tyler did a ranking system on who they have in the power rankings, the very, very early power rankings for next season, and they're taking into account growth. Money, draft capital, money to spend. They're taking account all of these things, Clint, and they have the Houston Texans rated 5. the fifth best team in the league. What was it? Chiefs, Niners, Ravens,
Lions,
Ravens, Lions, and then the Houston Texans. They're at 5. I just said that someone on YouTube and Twitch, Tommy, said top 5. No, at this point, do you sense that? Do you see that? You feel like top 5 is too aggressive as the Athletic puts this out? Now, I didn't put this out. I'm just saying the Athletic put this out. You think top 5 is too aggressive?
Yes, I think top 5 is too aggressive right now for the Texans. And I say right now because and I know they took this into account. There's $50-some-odd million the Texans have in cap space, I believe is what I read from this report. And they're assuming that they're going to spend that wisely. I'm not. I'm not saying that they're not going to spend it wisely. I'm just not going to assume that at this point in time. I've got to see what the Texans do and what their approach is really to free agency. Forget the draft. I mean, that's a crapshoot. I'm talking about proven players that you know exactly what you're getting. Yeah, you got to pay for it, but you know exactly what you're getting. I can get down wholeheartedly with the Texans at 5 if they sign the right caliber players, a couple of them, not just one, a couple of them with all that cap space they have. How realistic do you feel that they can sign the players that you're thinking to get to the top 5? I think it's very real. Oh, is it
doable?
Is it realistic that they can?
I'm
leaning heavy into D'Amico Ryans. Like I'm leaning heavy into D'Amico Ryans.
Whoever the hell it was said, let's move up from 12 to go get Will.
That guy,
whoever that person is, in the building.
That dude right there. I need him to feel that way about. Particularly an interior defensive lineman. Go get one of the top guys. And Chris Jones is obviously the top guy that's going to be available. It doesn't have to be him, but go get a guy that is a game changer on the interior of the defensive line. And if I had my pick on offense, I would go get a running back that changes the game. I'd be cool. Give me a tight end and a wide receiver. I don't know how realistic that is. The tight ends aren't available that I'm talking about. The wide receivers that I'm talking about, I think are going to be too expensive. I don't think Nick and D'Amico are going to play in that world, given what we saw from Nico and Tank this year. So I think a running back and an interior defensive lineman, and I could get down with the Texans at 5. I could buy into what we saw last year. C.J. Stroud, I could get into it.
Let me try to create a scenario.
Okay.
Let's say they trade and they bring in Saquon Barkley. They then re-sign Sheldon Rankins, and that's what they do in the interior. They draft Keon Coleman from Florida State late in the draft, who's been around his area, and then they bring in Hunter Henry as their tight end. Would those be moves that would get you to a place to put them in the top 5? Because, it'd be cool for me to say, let's get Saquon Barkley. They'll get Chris Jones. But I'm just realistically like that. That would push you. Hunter Henry is the new tight end. Saquon Barkley is the big offseason piece. The Florida State kid, Coleman at receiver. That would bolster them. Because to me, I would say top 5 to put them. That's Chiefs, Ravens. To me, this is what I think in the top 5. Chiefs, Bills, Ravens are in there. Lions. I'm a believer of the Bengals when they're in full strength. In that mix. Eagles with that would put them in that group.
I could probably get there with what you outlined. I love the Keon Coleman kid from Florida State. I love Saquon Barkley. I do love Hunter Henry in terms of being a true inline tight end that also I know him personally as well. I mean, he is a very, very good route runner as well. So I mean, he's willing and able to do some things. And I believe the reason the Baltimore game got squirrely on us is because their offense was just the inability to do anything offensively. What was a problem in that game. And they ran our defense down late, but I don't think that if you got an offense that can score, an offense that's doing anything, I don't think they just flat out – I don't think they embarrassed our defense the way they did at the end of that ball game. if the offense is in any way, shape, or form. I mean, because that wasn't just Lamar. That was telling the whole world we're going to run this down your throat and then making you like it. I mean, I don't think that happens if you have an offense that's helping you at all. So I could probably get there with that. Boy, you literally painted the
well, I didn't want to make it easy. It's easy to say.
You painted a scenario where like it's right. I mean, you're making me think on that, man.
Yeah, because it's easy to say, all right, man, let's get Chris Jones or Metabike and
well, you know, that's
Saquon
where I was
Barkley.
at. You give me Saquon Barkley and one of them two interior, and I don't give a damn what you do with the rest of it.
But that's the Texans are capable of doing that. But I do also think the Texans are going to do a lot of signing of their own guys.
Sure.
And I don't think they want to just go out. To me, with where they're coming from, I'm not sure they'll just go out and say, all right, man, let's just replenish this whole thing. Let's just replenish. Like, I can see them saying one big fish and then other moves. And in that big, I had Saquon
you're playing. To me, you're playing with fire if that happens. I mean, if Keon Coleman hits, then then it's good. But to me, you're playing with fire. You're look at these other squads that we're talking about. They ain't got one dude.
To me, I'm not going to lie to you. Right now, today, and we'll see what they do. If you're telling me, because I think top 5 is way too aggressive right now. When you look at the Texans' schedule coming up next year, and we'll see what they do. Because Jonathan Grenard, we'll see what they do if they sign him and bring him back. They got some things there. But, to me, the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bills, I know they beat the Bengals on the road, but a fully healthy Cincinnati Bengals team where Joe Burrow is healthy and T. Higgins, who didn't play in the game when they played last year, and Chase was about 75% in that game. A fully healthy Bengals team was a team that we thought was maybe the second best team in the AFC, right? The Bengals, the Niners, the Lions, that's 6 teams that I named right there. And the Eagles are extremely talented with that crew. They won 10 games and almost looked like they lost the final 6 or 7 on purpose at times. So those teams are really, really talented. As you said, when you start to look at what those teams are putting out, along with their quarterbacks, Higgins and Chase, and Brown and Goddard and the kid from Alabama who won the Heisman out there with the Eagles, the Cowboys.
Mine's blank. The receiver.
Yeah, number 6. It's completely. I've got it all. But Deshaun, anyway. But like the Dolphins, what they're putting out there with Tyreek Hill and Waddle and their backs. They gotta add to that, and we gotta see if that's something that they're going to put together. All right, coming up, your chance. I'm not going to mess with you. Your chance. The first thing we will do when we come back, 5 o'clock fire, is your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Carly Pierce. That's the first thing we will do. So make sure you listen. I wouldn't leave through the break. I'd make sure I'd listen so I can be there right on time. And the Rockets fans last night came out. They came out and stood up for their team. We'll let you know what we're talking about coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. Obviously a pretty simple concept, but we take it for granted. Here's the deal. If you're so
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the DILF.
The big DILF.
And Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is your chance right now. Caller number 4. Caller number 4. 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. Now is your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Carly Pierce at the Houston Rodeo. Now, you're unaware, it is rodeo season every Tuesday and Thursday moving forward during rodeo season. Right here live on The Drive on Sports Radio 610. We will be hooking you up with rodeo tickets. Our guy Alfred already won in the 3 o'clock hour. And right now is your chance. 713-572-4610, caller number 4. Tyler will take care of you. And you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Carly Pierce, baby. There you go.
You got your boots yet, Ron? You said it's rodeo season, man. You got your boots?
No, I don't.
If you were going to wear a pair of boots, what kind of skin would it be?
What was the skin that we saw on that young man in the Edmonton Oilers jersey? You remember that outside? You said
I didn't see it.
It's like a bird skin or something. Is that what you said it was?
Did I see it?
Yes, you said. I thought you said it was like that. Looks like
it
a
was
bird.
ostrich.
Was it a bird? Was it ostrich?
I mean that
man,
would be. I don't remember it, but ostrich would be the only bird that I know that.
Yeah, they were.
An ostrich is a bird, right?
Yes, they were
a large one.
Yeah, very large one.
No, that was a fish.
Was it fish? No, fish. You're right.
That was a fish. That fish. Was. I can't think. It's a larger scaled fish, I believe.
That was kind of clean.
Pretty popular boot. Comes in different colors. I can't remember the name of the fish, but it's a kind of fish. Big scales, kind of little furry edges around, not furry, but rough edges around the edges of the scale. Somebody will know it. 713-572-4610.
Is there a fish boot, Tyler? Do you know? Is there a boot, like a cowboy boot that is made out of fish?
Like a nice flounder boot?
No, it's not. It's not flounder. These are large scales. Like the scales are the size of a quarter. I believe it's a fish. I'm pretty sure it's a fish.
That's what I remember you said that. That stuck out to me. No, I said bird. Fish. Yeah, I knew it was something.
Koi fish, new boot goofing?
No, it's not koi fish, huh? No, it's not one of those. I tried to when we were down in Cabo, I tried to get some, I think it was stingray.
Oh, some stingray boots?
I think I didn't know when I was asking about it, but I think it's illegal to buy them down there. And
R.I.P. Crocodile Hunter.
Why'd you put the crocodile hunter to bed?
Took him out.
Oh, is that what took him out?
Damn stingrays, man.
Yep.
Barb right to the heart.
I can't look at his son every time I see him dressed up like him. Little Irwin.
Oh, crikey!
Steve Irwin. He was so enthusiastic.
He was great.
What a man. Yeah, keep sending them in. I don't know the fish. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna text him. Piranha. No, I don't think it's piranha. Interesting one. All right.
They're on the right track. It's not piranha, but they're on the right track.
All right, we're gonna roll through this and let you know that Clint is completely on the hunt right now for these. Congratulations to Jarrett in Spring. Jarrett in Spring is our second winner, so stay with us Thursday 3 and 5. Those hours, your chance to win rodeo tickets.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Rockets get a big win at home, as all of them are needed right now, as the Warriors are starting to surge. The Jazz have come up. All of those teams are sitting there right there with or in front of the Rockets. They get a big win against a Knicks team that had been kind of hot. They've kind of cooled off a bit, but Jalen Brunson is playing and putting himself in the MVP level. He had a hell of a night. Listen, I said it earlier, and I'm not going to say it's the reason that the Knicks won the game or lost the game, but it was a bad call at the end, and that official clearly had somewhere to be. I don't know if he had reservations somewhere
over at Chili's with his boys.
Nah, you ain't in the game to get to Chili's. I think he's really going somewhere. I think he's going to what's that steak restaurant you said you go to? Like your one spot you told me. Oh God, what was it? What was the name of that place? B&B.
Yep.
B&B. Maybe I think he had some reservations over there. Something.
Go and get one of them old carpetbaggers.
Yeah, he had to get him something because he had to get the hell up out of there. All right, man. Like you got to, but they do get a big win. I think it was interesting to be Jalen Brunson. He went to the free throw line in Houston. They were in the Toyota Center, and MVP chants started to rain down on Jalen Brunson as he was at the free throw line. But, yeah, they started doing that. But then the other Rockets fans started just booing the hell out of that and overtook the MVP chants with their boos. So, there you go. Fred VanVleet, who was injured after the game, said, I got to give credit to the fans that do, all caps, show up. They have been rocking all year. It'll be full soon. We're working.
I like it.
There you go.
I watched some of that game last night, Ron. I'm going to tell you, it was impressive.
It was a toughness game.
It was impressive. The Rockets jumped out to a big lead, and then obviously the Knicks, being one of the better teams in the league, was able to close the gap. And as you mentioned, a potential MVP candidate is on the floor, and your guys are out there running step for step with them and put themselves. Forget about how the game ended. They put themselves in a position to have that opportunity. And I didn't watch the entire game, but a good chunk of it, I was impressed, man.
Yeah. It's a big win, and like I said, they played tough throughout the way. That call at the end is not why the Knicks lost it, but it was a bad call to look at that. But they get a big win. As we said, we'll talk to our guy Brandon Scott tomorrow. Look at this. We talked about the leather. That's a full leather outfit that Ellis wearing.
Yeah.
I mean, this leather thing is really
I think I'm
going
to get me some leather breeches for rodeo season. What are you going to put on with it?
I'm just going to do it.
What are you going to put on? We got to put boots on with it.
You don't have to put boots on with it.
I mean, you don't have to. I'm just saying.
Pants?
I think you need to.
I know that. I get it. It's clear that you want to get me in a pair of boots. I mean, that's been clear for quite some time here. And you're really leaning into trying to get me a pair of boots.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't be down here and right here in the backyard of the rodeo and not put you on a pair of boots and ease on over and catch a show.
Yeah, someone texted in eel. Is that
No, it's not. I can't say it. It's Paracuda. Paracuda, I believe.
Paracuda.
Piracuru, I believe is how you spell it. Something like that. I think that's right. Let me check again. Pirarucu. So Pataruca?
Yeah.
Maybe? There we go.
Yeah.
Anyway, you've seen it, big monster fish, like takes 3 or 4 people to hold.
That would be tough for me to get a pair of those, and I can't tell people what it is. What kind of boots you got there?
I've heard.
Fish.
Yeah, I've heard it.
Hey, you're right. Sometimes I struggle with fish.
I've heard it announced.
Shut up, man.
I've heard it pronounced multiple ways, but I've never seen it spelt out until then. That's tough right there. Some boots right there, though, Chief.
I like them. I'm not going to look at them. Those are nice. It's a statement right there.
5 o'clock fire.
Second best boots I saw of the week. That one gentleman who was in the black and white. I don't know what
that would be Struggles Jennings. By the way, I don't know who was listening to that segment when we were doing our crosstalk within the loop, but I did some digging. The guy walked by at Radio Row and he is decked out, black and white cowboy gear. I mean, it is, and I noticed him. Although he would not be classified as a rapper, he's just kind of a talker. More than anything,
a talker.
But I did a little digging and I found a picture of him at the Grammys. I believe it was
same outfit, right?
Same exact outfit.
Yeah,
I said, "Well, boys, there ain't no doubting who that guy was because he literally still has the same exact outfit on."
Somebody's paying him to wear that.
No, he went straight from the Grammys to Vegas, son, and it never changed.
Oh, just never changed.
I mean, it was Saturday to Monday.
That's right. He had that dry clean somewhere, right?
No. Absolutely.
No, he had that dry. You think he just wore that?
No, I guarantee you and it was like
he had that dry.
Bro, it was noon when we saw him. It was noon 2 days after the picture surfaced to him at the Grammys. He was in the same gear.
It's got 2 days.
I mean, he does. Where are the Grammys?
L.A.
You think he went from L.A.
in 2 days and didn't get that?
I think he still had it.
He's rolling with a crew. He's got something, man.
He's rolling with a crew, all right. He's rolling with Jelly Roll and them boys.
Come on, man. Yeah,
if you're rolling with Jelly Roll and them boys, is it more likely that you had a hell of a night in L.A. that maybe stretched into the next day, and then you caught you a little something to Vegas and said, "Hey, I got to wear this. This is all I got. I got to go over to Radio Row. This is all I got."
He ain't wear that for 2 days.
I bet that thing stunk. I bet that outfit stunk.
I just smelled him. He was too close to walk
There ain't no way in hell he had it clean. And then, why would you have it clean and put the same damn thing on? Just go buy another outfit.
Well, I think that might be a trademark outfit.
No.
That might be a trademark. The boots, because he wore that like he knew. He knew because I remember saying, I said, "What's his Thursday outfit going to
I'm
look?"
telling you, Struggle Jennings, man. He went from the Grammys to Radio Row in Vegas in the same outfit.
I can't boy struggle.
I bet he had a hell of 2 nights. He had 2 hella nights.
He did, but he got them bad boys dry cleaned.
No, he didn't.
He at least washed.
I bet he caught a Southwest flight, back row seat. I'm telling you, L.A. to Vegas, Southwest flight. I mean, we ain't talking. I mean, we're not. This guy's in Jelly Roll's crew. I mean, we're not
He's
talking
in
about
Jelly Roll's crew. You're in Jelly Roll's crew, man. You getting that
you ain't
thing
dry cleaning your clothes and wearing it the next day, and you're not private jet.
I don't think that's fair.
That's the same gear. Partied too hard. Southwest flight.
You may not be private jet flying, but you at least get them damn things dry clean. You're letting those tattoos on Jelly Roll's face fool you. Now, damn it, he's gotten clean. He ain't going to let that man have that stench on him. All right.
No, man.
Tiger Woods.
He ain't responsible for struggle now.
Tiger Woods, he announces, we heard it weeks ago, that he left Nike. He had ended his partnership with Nike since like 96. But now he is back, Clint, as he's going to start competing again, and he's got at least 3 more majors in him, right? Isn't that right, Tyler? 3 more in him.
At least.
Sunday Red clothing brand. He's created, Clint, through TaylorMade after his split with Nike.
I don't like it. I've looked into it. I don't like it. Have you?
I had.
I mean, you can't follow up. You cannot follow up the TW, the Tiger Woods logo that Nike had, and the swoosh. You can't follow that up with
the fist pump.
Whatever this. No, it's not. No, what I saw, it's like a weird looking tiger. Like one, it's real small on his hat and on the shirt, I think. But it's like just it's the tiger stripes that outline like a tiger, like it's crouching. It's not it, man. I mean that TW with Tiger Woods, that was and it's not just because it's been around for so long and he was so popular. It's because it looks clean on hats and shirts. And to that little tiger thing,
I'm gonna get it. They'll give me at least a polo. You down? You get any? I'm gonna get.
I'm gonna get at least one. Got to give it a try.
And
Sunday Red. I like the name.
No, I don't. I know it's a
You're
play.
Completely against this.
It's just hard for me to believe that all the money Tiger Woods has, they all said that Tiger Woods is fixing to start his own line. And that little tiger thing is what you came up with. And they all said,
SDR.
Yep, that's it. And then Sunday Red is obviously a play on Sunday. It's 3 words. Sunday Red. SDR.
Oh, it is.
Like that. That's what. That's what you.
That sun and that day is separate.
It's separate. Yeah. I mean, I see where you're going with it, but I don't like the logo. I mean, this ain't me and Tyler in our basement figuring out we want to start a clothing brand.
That's what you feel like they did?
Yeah, man. That's a piss poor little tiger. That's not it, man. I'm disappointed in Tiger Woods. Now it'll
more like a kitten.
Now I guess all that matters.
What are you going to do? Roar? What do you think he's going to?
I mean, they could come up with something. Really, all that matters is the gear, and I'm sure it's going to be first class.
And he could get that TW. Like him and Nike could have done something, man. They could have.
Well, the thing is, Tiger. Now maybe they couldn't, but you would think that Tiger Woods would be able to alter that TW in the slightest to make it legal and then run with that joke.
Yeah, the TW thing. There was some way he could have. They probably held him from doing that though.
Or I mean, look, I would have just gone with Tiger.
Just right across, just Tiger.
No, as the brand.
Yeah,
like
instead of Sunday Red. Yeah.
Or I mean, you have a play on his last name. Woods is killer. I mean, you could do a lot of things, man. I mean, you can do a lot of things, Ron, and they got a little crouching tiger.
Sunday Red.
No, I don't like it, man.
SDR for short.
He should have consulted with me before doing this.
Okay.
It's too late now, man. It's already hit the
SDR.
Press,
that sounds too much like FDR.
Franklin D, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why'd they split that word up?
I don't know why they.
That's weird.
I don't know why. That was too many people. Somebody tried to come up with something clever.
They should have just.
How many? There had to be somebody to fight that, right? Like, I don't know about splitting that word up.
They should have just used the word and had the lettering red.
They would have. Hey, Tyler, can you imagine if Clint was in that meeting? There would be stone silence. Where like first Clint would not say anything. He would just have those looks, repeated looks, where his eyebrows going up, Like, it just stone silence. Everybody around the room saying stuff. He'd just be stone silent.
He'd finally get fed up, though.
Now it's three. Now we're going 3 words here. Sunday red.
I think that's silly as hell.
Why would we just do Sunday red if we're going to do Sunday? Why would we do? Like, I'll be honest with you.
They would have to have a real good explanation.
What are we doing here?
And then finally he'll come in like, you're Tiger Woods. You're Tiger freaking Woods, man. And you got this little tiger. Little small tiger.
I had to look twice to tell it was a tiger. And it was a hat on Tiger's head.
I mean, we can't go from this look here, the TW look, how clean it is, to the little tiger.
I mean, what are we doing here, man? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
I would need a really good explanation for all of the above that y'all mentioned. I mean, and if I was in a power position, I would have probably nixed it. Really, if I was in a power position, that would have never made it this far.
Veto.
Yeah.
The tiger thing is the little tiger thing is really weird. That's what it looks like.
Listen, everything about C.J. Stroud has come up perfect. And I think one of the top things that you love about C.J. Stroud is his judgment. Should his judgment be questioned? If you've not heard this, you don't want to miss it. That's coming up next.
All right, speaking of Tiger, he's got some issues with thinning up top, boys. Here's the deal. If you've got issues, if you look in the mirror and you feel the way Tiger probably feels about his hair, well, man, I wish I had a nice full head of hair. Man, I wish I could fix this or that. Man, I wish.
610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Once again, congratulations to Jared in Spring and Alfred earlier in the 3 o'clock hour who got the win as they were able to call in and win a pair of tickets to Rodeo. They'll be seeing Carly Pierce. Your chance coming up on Thursday, every Tuesday and Thursday, right here on The Drive in the 3 and 5 o'clock hours. Your chance to win a pair of tickets.
Who do we got tomorrow?
Rodeo.
Do we know who we're giving away tomorrow?
Tomorrow, no one. But
Thursday.
I am not certain who Thursday is. But Tyler will look.
Them boys went Blake Shelton back-to-back shows this morning, wasn't it? Wasn't it Blake Shelton for the morning guys? And
you never got to go to his thing, did you?
I didn't.
I mean, I thought you were really doing that.
I mean, I had plenty of time to do it. I just chose. I chose to be an adult.
You chose to gamble. Is what you did.
Ron, I don't think I saw past midnight, but one night I was there. Like I was asleep before. Hell, most of them is before 10. Two nights.
I didn't even think about it. I should have hit you up one of them nights and was like, "Hey, let's roll."
Yeah, you didn't. You were in bed pretty early too, Chief.
No.
Like except for that night you found that damn beer pong table.
Yeah, that was
I'll be honest.
That was a 1:30 evening.
I was like proud of my maturity. Getting into bed somewhat early the majority of the nights. I think I saw 12:30 to 1 o'clock the night that I had to come back and win the Thursday night. The night before we left, I think I stayed up till I crawled in bed about 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
I was so. I regret not going to see Blake's place, but it was raining most of the time we were there. So like getting out and just walking down the street was not an option for me. Like I didn't want to see Blake Shelton's place that bad. How bad, Tyler? How bad would I mean? I didn't think about it until we just started just now. Like, I mean, the raining outside to where you can't just walk out your hotel and walk down the street that really puts a damper on things.
Some of it was pretty aggressive rain too.
Yeah, literally, good point.
Some of it was pretty aggressive rain.
Well, we had a river running underneath our hotel, so it was that's a good excuse. I'm going to use that excuse.
Tyler, I wish you were there or somebody was there to see us. Me and Clint did one of the dumbest things. We did. We got out of an Uber, and this was the same day that Clint left that full bag in there.
Yep.
And we're walking, and I'm like, hey, we're walking. I'm just thinking, well, there's no opening here, and we can't walk back the other way because we'll be in the street. I'm like, let's just jump this. Let's jump this curb. And I had gotten my leg up, and it was a pretty high curb that you had to climb up on and then jump over the bar little railing. But I was ready. I had gotten that foot up there. And some guy has set a screen and let me know further down. It's further down.
Cross the street.
And then I crossed the street. I said, "Oh, there's a short one." So we crossed the street and step up, and I did. I jumped that sucker, and as soon as I jumped over, I saw maybe 5-7 more steps over. It's just a flat ass opening.
Wow. Sidewalk comes in the gate right there.
But I saw it, but I sure wasn't going to let Clint walk through it.
You took some initiative.
He waited till I jumped and then told
Clint
me.
Jumped too. He jumped. That drop was a little further down than I thought it was going to be. There could have been a clear ankle roll there.
It was a little further for you than it was me.
That's true. It's accurate.
You should have told me. You should have told me and let me walk down there and walk through the gate.
Yeah, that's an accurate. Boy, I saw that gate down there. I said, "Damn, look at that down there, Clint." That was that time that guy was trying to sell Clint. He must didn't know that Clint was a real connoisseur of the tequila. He tried to sell Clint on. Oh, it's smooth.
Yeah,
dark.
Get the hell out of here. No, it was Blanco. It was a which I mean I understand like the higher end Blancos can be good, but he was trying to tell me like he was trying to sell me on this Blanco, and I'm looking at they got Reposado and Yeho sitting right there, and he's no this right here is the way to go. I said no I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, that's not smooth. All right, Clint. As I said, man, concern for CJ.
It's real, Ron.
I got to be honest. I saw this photo. You told me about the TMZ photo, and I was surprised to see, and I see some people jumping in saying there's some prison reform work that he may be doing with Kim Kardashian.
Which is a great point, which is a great reason why he may be in there. I prefer he do his prison reform work with somebody other than Kim Kardashian.
Or on the side.
That's it. That's even more reason for Kim Kardashian to want in his britches.
I love how in your mind you have made it to the point that one of the Kardashians, they are the driving force.
Oh, they're predators.
To try to get it.
There's no question about it. There's no question.
They didn't pray. Reggie Bush was in line waiting to get. I bet Reggie was on attack mode.
I'm not saying. I'm not. I mean, it would be like hunting a giraffe. I mean, it's not real hard to spot them. It's not real hard to shoot them. I mean, it's like it's pretty obvious. I'm not saying they're out there, hunting the most difficult animal to find and get their sights on.
Sloth.
I mean, they're lions hunting down prairie dogs.
The prey that the Kardashians are hunting. I mean, they're willing and able. I mean, they're very willing. Don't get me wrong. I understand, but I just don't like it.
Yeah, Kim ain't.
I prefer. Shoot. Look here.
Hey, you hear? Hey, Tyler.
How old is he?
He is really concerned. Like 23. He's really concerned that one of
23
these
years old
Kardashians and
he's
Jenners
doing prison reform work with Kim Kardashian. What do you think that turns into?
Maybe a little sex.
If you're 23, what's that turn into?
Maybe a little sex.
Maybe hell. He's going to do everything he can to make it happen.
And that's fine.
You do wonder.
Explore your body, young fella.
You do wonder if he really jumped at the shot to do prison reform, specifically with them. If that was brought to his table doing prison reform.
It's been a long season. I kind of want to relax. Well, it's for Kim.
With Kim?
Let's go.
Yeah.
And Kylie?
Let's go.
Kendall? Okay.
She has that tremendous hiney.
Yeah. I'm just telling you, man. It's
That would be
it's
a
the
tough
one thing that can derail it.
To keep your composure right there.
For
that
any
first
man.
three meetings.
For any man.
God, man.
For any man, much less a 22, 23-year-old and full of testosterone. For any man.
Yeah, CJ's bringing him to Christ. That's what
You ain't gonna bring him into this.
They are, man. CJ's in there.
Why are you gonna bring him into this conversation?
CJ was
J-Man?
Yes.
Clint, someone text in this. CJ don't want her. She old now.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Let me tell you what.
Come on.
Has
he seen her work?
How old is she? How old is Kim?
Man,
I mean,
40 something. She's probably older. She's got to be your age.
You think?
And around it. I bet she's closer to your age than mine.
I guarantee you, she's prime cougar.
You got it?
43.
Yeah.
Oh, that is. I mean,
right,
you kidding me?
smack dab between.
20 years older than CJ. I mean
wow.
In the athlete,
I mean, that's just a notch on the belt.
In the athlete celebrity world, that may
I don't know
be
which one for who. But.
She may be the number one cougar. In the athlete celebrity world, if you're into that cougar thing, I mean, who's more cougar?
I'm a sucker for some cougar hunting.
But that's not just where it is. It's the Jenners too. It's Kylie and Kendall Jenner. They're younger. They're more his age range.
Bruce is even on the table.
I don't want him messing with anybody with last name Kardashian.
Or Jenner.
The mama. How old's the mama?
She wouldn't be bad.
Or Jenner, yes. Okay, I'm picking up what you're putting out. Yes, those either.
Someone texted and said those Kardashians been messing up men since they messed up Bruce.
It's Caitlyn.
Hey. Started with their mama, huh?
Somebody texted CJ's mama ain't going for it. Well, hell, his ass was sitting right above her in that damn suite.
Yeah, let me guess. Did he text his mama before he put that glass of yak in his hand and sat next to some old boy that looked like he was knocked out?
I would feel much different about the shot if CJ's mama was in between her and that cat that was passed out, and she just in there just watching, just looking, just back and forth. I would feel much better about it if she was in there and she had a timer. All right, it's time to go.
He had a timer, all right. He was sitting behind Kim K, waiting for her to get up.
Yeah, the biggest thing is I just don't
every bit of it.
Because I just don't want to me, man. Just that you're dealing with Kanye at that point, and I just
great point.
And I just
great point, Ron.
That's the person. I mean, he went in there and personally ended the Pete Davidson and Kim Kardashian.
Great point. And then not just with that one, with any of the four, you're dealing with some exes that don't have a whole hell of a lot to lose.
Somebody texted, is Kim dating OBJ? Is that a thing? That sounds like a perfect mix.
Well, I mean, I hate to break it to you, but if they are, I mean,
yeah, they've been spotted together quite often lately.
The best young quarterback in the game. Fix to be the highest paid player in the game. Just won Rookie of the Year. I mean, OBJ's out there. He's limping around trying to create separation. I don't know how long that's going to last. I don't know how long OBJ's going to be cool in L.A.
That non-separation is pretty good when it comes to Kim. But yeah, I'm
just going to tell you, he better start doing his work in Baltimore.
I am I get the prison reform. I am still surprised that he's in that he's in that box, the box with Lala, Russell Wilson, Sierra. It's a great box. I would lie. It's a great box.
I don't know why I'm such why am I such a big fan of Lala?
Wait, so if Kim K and OBJ are together, does that mean she's duking for him?
Coming up next, do you think the Houston Texans, what's wrong with you, man? Do you think the Houston Texans
Dookie Kardashian
are ready for the next step? Do you think the league has the balls to put the Houston Texans on the big, big stage? We'll discuss that next. Man, you nasty as hell.
All right, you looking for a new rig? Ron Kraft Chevrolet right.
the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into the drive. Just saw this, Clint, you got to love this. Kyle Shanahan said they made the decision for their plan in OT before the playoffs started. Before the playoffs started, that's how they came to making that decision to take the ball first in the playoff.
Look, I mean, I disagree.
Right? You think he's getting, if you understand it, Kyle Shanahan, the Super Bowl, he is getting, I think he's getting crushed. I heard Dan said it was part of the reason why they lost the game. Dan Orlowski, I've heard that before.
I agree.
You think he's getting crushed too hard for the decision? Because what he said was we wanted the ball third, right? So if we both did the same thing, that the third possession is the sudden death. Basically, the third possession would be you score and you win.
Yeah, look, I just completely disagree with that rationale. I understand it's an option and it's fine. I mean, hell, he's the head coach, one of the best in the game. He made the decision. I understood immediately. Like clearly, he's playing for what if they both kick field goals or if they both score touchdowns. Then he's playing for to have the football first in sudden death. And look, I'll argue that having the ball second, knowing exactly what you need, and if you are down 7, scoring a touchdown and going for 2 is better than giving Pat Mahomes the football last.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I like there's several ways to look at it. Look, I think he is getting crushed, in my opinion. Or let me say this: I can't speak for the people. I don't know why the hell they're doing it. My opinion, the unacceptable part of it is not that I would have done it different or that I disagree. The unacceptable part of it is that his entire team is saying we weren't even aware rules had changed.
Yeah.
I mean, they're coming out, and I don't know why the guys are doing it. I don't know if it's an innocent post game. They were asked about it and they were just answering it honestly or what. But it's not just Kyle Juszczyk now. It's multiple players that are coming out and saying, "Man, we didn't even realize that the rules had changed." Like Kyle can say they had a plan from jump and they had a plan before the playoffs ever started, and that's what they did. That's fine. But the fact that you never communicated that to your team, you never communicated to your team that, hey, the playoffs are different. Like, even if we score a touchdown, defense, you got to be ready because they're going to get the football back. Like, if it's just communicating the new rules to make sure that if you do score a touchdown, your defense doesn't throw their helmet in the air and run on the field. Like, no, the defense has got to go back out there and play. So it's just, in my opinion, it's inexcusable to not have communicated that to your team. In fact, make it even worse is Andy Reid and his team were asked the same questions, and his team clearly made it a priority every week to practice it and make sure they communicated the plan during the playoffs and then twice during Super Bowl prep. So
the 2 weeks you had.
That it's not that, hey, this guy Kyle Shanahan made a decision that I feel like lost in the game or made a decision that I wouldn't have made. To me, it's more of like, man, you didn't even communicate the major change in the playoff overtime rules with your team. I mean, that's the wild part. And so my answer to is he getting unfairly hammered because of it, I would say no, because quite frankly, that to me that's inexcusable.
That part of the decision, not as much, but the part that it doesn't appear from like big major factors like Kyle Juszczyk that they didn't really go over this.
Well, Ron, I mean, like, think about it, bro. Like, think about it. If regardless whether you took the ball first or second, regardless, let's say you take the ball first. Let's say they went down and scored a touchdown. Their defense claims they didn't know that the rules had changed. The old rules, the game would have been over. Let's say Pat and them won the flip, and they got the ball first, right? And then they go down and score a touchdown, and your offense is over there crying because they lost the Super Bowl. In reality, no, you got to go on the field. You got to go score a touchdown. Like, and what is the plan if that's the case?
You think many of the players on that team, Clint, if they if the Chiefs won the toss and they went down and scored a touchdown, you think many of them would have thought the game was over?
According to what they're saying right now, yes.
Yeah.
Right, and so then it turns into, Ron, what if Kansas City would have went down and scored a touchdown? Kyle Shanahan would have turned to his group and said,
surely Steve Wilkes knows, right? And he's not calling defenses to say,
I would like
I can't hold him.
I would like to think. But let's say that and Kyle Shanahan, he's down 7 at overtime. He's got to turn around and tell his team, hey, offense, we got to go back on the field. And guys, guess what? The situation is we're going to go for it on every 4th down because we've got to score a touchdown. And oh, by the way, if we do get down there, I don't want to give them sudden death. I don't want to give Pat the ball back in sudden death. So we're going to go for 2. Like, to not have that all mapped out and that all planned and communicated is the big part of it. To me, that I am shocked that Kyle Shanahan, I'm shocked that his guys are literally telling reporters that we had no idea the rules changed. They're not saying we didn't have a plan. They're saying we did not know the rules changed for the playoffs. Like, I'm shocked.
Which would be hard to believe
for that
they had a plan. If they didn't know the rules changed, or at least
Kyle may have had a plan, but the 49ers
aware of the plan. Some of the players didn't know. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Indy Kalu. He will join the show tonight, so stay tuned for that from 6 to 7. And then Area 45 comes on after them at 7 o'clock. Bajani and Pat Creighton.
You're getting me football horny, as Clint would say.
Yes, I do say. I love it.
Calm down, man.
I love it.
Yeah, I do say I love it. I love it.
Hey, it's getting close to Valentine's Day, man. I'm working on my Valentine's Day voice. You didn't like the way I dropped that down? I got a little raspy
there
for you.
You got that. You dropped on down there. All right, parts of the effects of, and I didn't even think this was going to be something to tackle. Parts of the effects of Kyle Shanahan making the decision he made is that not only did the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, but this means that next year they will host the first game of the season, the standalone game, the kickoff game that opens
Thursday night, huh?
Thursday night. The Texans were involved in that in 2019, I believe that's when it was, 2020, one of those years, that COVID year, where Deshaun and the Texans traveled up to Kansas City as Kansas City won the Super Bowl and they opened it up. It was the first time we had football back. Clint, you think that – first, I was going to say, you think the NFL would view the Texans as a team to put in that spot against the Chiefs, to put on that big stage? But we talked about this. I had somebody text in earlier, fellas, say, I'd rather the Chiefs not be in that game and play or rather the Texans not be in that game and play the Chiefs later on in the season, so they catch them when they're in a better spot and not right off the jump. You want that game, right?
Absolutely.
Right? Like you want that game. You want that stage. You want to play that opening game against the Chiefs and try to do what the Lions did last year, which was go on the road and beat the Chiefs to kick off the season, which I think gave the Lions a certain level of confidence the rest of the way that helped get them to the NFC Championship game, right? Like you want that game.
Absolutely. You want every primetime game you can get. You got disrespected this year. You didn't have one, did you? Didn't have any this year, right? No primetime games?
No, that one got flexed.
That one got flexed.
Well, they tried to sell us that as a primetime game. It wasn't no damn primetime.
It was a Saturday game,
It was good. It was cute the way they did it, but that wasn't no. I mean, here's the deal. They're a primetime team this coming year. They're a team that should be in the primetime game. So, yes, hell yeah, you want that game if you can get it.
I think they have a chance. All right, and when you look at the road schedule for the Chiefs and the teams, like I'll be honest, I don't think the Denver Broncos are sexy enough to say, let's get them opening day.
I agree.
Against the Chiefs.
Broncos country.
I don't know who's going to be playing quarterback, but I don't think they're sexy enough. Maybe last year with Sean Payton and Russ, but not this year. I don't think the Raiders are sexy enough right now to be the team, to play them. And then I don't think the Saints or the Bucks would be teams that they would throw in.
Agreed.
So those, to me, those four teams are out. The four left are the Chargers, John Harbaugh, and Justin Herbert, and that crew, and they always play tight games. That one looks like a sexy matchup you could see the NFL
Jim,
through.
right?
Did I call him John? Jim. Yep. Speaking of John is on the schedule too. John Harbaugh, the Ravens. That could be a rematch of the AFC Championship game, putting Lamar versus Pat Mahomes there in that opening game. The Bengals that are healthy, potentially coming back, and the trash talk that's talked about between those. I know last year that was the number one game a lot of people wanted to see to open up the season, which would be Joe Burrow and everybody coming back healthy, and then the Texans. I think the 4 games that we're going to be chosen from are the Texans, Ravens, Bengals, or Chargers. I think those are the ones. And based on what they did last year, Clint, I think the Texans have a hell of a shot. They went with the Lions last year over the Eagles, the Bills, and the Bengals. The Eagles and the Bills and the Bengals were much more sexy matchups, especially with kind of the rivalry and what happened in the Super Bowl between those two teams. But they went with the Lions. I think they're liking the upstart teams going up against the champion, and I think the Texans fit that perfectly.
You built a very good case for the Texans. I just don't think it's going to happen. I just don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think so.
I mean, you don't
think they're going to be able to pass? You don't think they're going to be able to pass? CJ, the up-and-coming, the young guy, the hottest player, the hottest young player in the game against.
Yeah. I think it would be great, and my quarterback mind would love it. But I just of the teams you're talking about,
of those 4, what do you think it's going to be?
I think it's going to be Burrow.
You think going to get Burrow back?
The one guy that's beat him in the playoffs. I think it's going to be Burrow. But you look at Jim Harbaugh, you look at Lamar Jackson. I mean, I think the Texans would fall 4th in that group if we're talking about national